After a plane accident, Yang Shua traveled back to the primitive world and embarked on the feat of building human society from scratch. He fought against humans for survival, beasts for survival, and nature for survival. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. The Crash Plane. My head hurts so much. Yang Shua covered his head with his hands and slowly woke up. Pain came one after another, constantly pounding his nerves and blood vessels, making him feel his nerves and blood vessels beating constantly. The immense pressure made him nauseous in waves. Yang Shua, who returned from a business trip to Japan, had his plane crash when it took off from Narita Airport. Yang Shua tried to open his eyes, but blood covered his right eye. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and his left hand was soft and swollen. He looked around, but there was no movement in the dark cabin. Reaching out to grab his face, Yang Shua tugged at the seatbelt and found it stuck. Looking at the shattered cabin around him, he picked up a piece of iron sheet, slowly cut the seatbelt, and crawled out of the deformed chair. It took him a long time to stand still. He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Yang Shua stared blankly into the distance, and this miserable situation made him feel weak all over, as if the entire cabin was a hell on earth. Everyone died, from the crew to the passengers. A thick tree branch pierced through the left side of the plane, nailing down the passengers along the way and inserting them from the other side. The others were crushed into sandwiches by deformed seats. Wow. Yang Shua couldn't help it anymore. His stomach, which was already empty, convulsed, and sour water gushed up. Gold stars kept popping up in front of him. When he was at a loss for words, his thoughts finally returned to his mind, staring blankly around. Yang Shua felt that he was the luckiest, as he was able to survive the plane crash. He struggled to walk to the front of the plane and found the emergency medicine box on board. Yang Shua knew that he was in danger now. His fractured arm needed treatment, and he didn't know if his internal organs were bleeding. This medicine box was his life. Using a bandage to fix his left hand, Yang Shua carried the medicine box on his back and turned to look for his backpack. As a snack enthusiast, his backpack is always full of snacks. After everything was taken away, Yang Shua walked out of the broken plane. At this moment, he had time to observe where he had fallen now. Surrounded by towering trees, layers upon layers, only the empty space cleared by the plane collision can see the starry sky above. This is a primitive forest. Is there a primeval forest on the route from Japan to Nanjing? Yang Shua is all stupid. Where did he fly to? Did he fall into Siberia? This tree is obviously a tropical plant, unlike in northeast China. Suddenly, a voice came from the plane behind him, and Yang Shua's body shook suddenly. Someone is still alive. He threw everything on the ground and turned to the place where the sound came from. In the corner in front of the plane, a girl was struggling in pain as a tree branch passed through her abdomen. The blood had already solidified, and her eyes were filled with fear as Yang Shua walked towards her in the darkness. Save me. Yang Shua opened his phone and looked at the girl in front of him, who was about 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, a branch of a tree passed through her abdomen and blood froze on it. The reason she was able to survive is probably because the branches were very thin, and the solidified blood also blocked the wound. Can you move? The girl nodded slightly. I need to cut off both the seat belt and the tree branch. Please bear with me. The girl struggled to cut off her seat belt, and the momentary shaking made her moan coldly, indicating that she had pulled the wound. The girl tried to turn her body and revealed the branch behind her. Yang Shua asked the girl to hold the branch with her hand, while he used an iron piece to cut it off one by one. The girl's slightly trembling body revealed her pain at this moment. Okay, can you try standing up? Yang Shua asked. The girl listened and struggled to emerge from the deformed seat. Yang Shua supported her with one hand, placed the girl's arm around his neck, and slowly helped her out of the airplane ruins. When the girl saw the starry sky, tears could no longer be held back. This experience was still too terrifying for a child of 17 or 18 years old. Although she tried her best not to see the passengers who died tragically, the painful faces kept flashing in front of her eyes. Slowly placing the girl on the ground, Yang Shua saw that her wound was bleeding again at this moment. Looking at the tree branch protruding from the girl's belly, a thought came to his mind. Thinking of this, Yang Shua couldn't help but furrow his brow. He is just a programmer, and this girl is clearly not a doctor. Although he has a medicine box, the girl's injuries are too serious. The most fatal thing is that there is still a branch left in her stomach, which cannot be removed without surgery. If it cannot be removed, this girl will definitely not survive. Do you want to listen to me? Yang Shua looked up and stared at the girl. What are you talking about? The girl was clearly scared by Yang Shua and stuttered. You are in danger now. If you don't remove the branch from your lower abdomen, the wound will become infected and you will definitely die, but I won't do surgery. The girl's eyes widened suddenly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please save me. I'm not a doctor, and your wound is very deep. I don't know how to handle it specifically. If I perform surgery on you, there's a high probability that you'll die directly. I think the best way is to wait for rescue. If you can hold on until the rescue comes, you can survive. The girl sat on the ground and started crying again, her eyes filled with despair. I'm only 18 years old, I don't want to die. Yang Shua had no choice but to look at his phone. As expected, there was no signal, so he turned around and looked at the plane. The entire nose was flattened, and there was no cockpit left. Not to mention, even if he gave Yang Shua the radio, he wouldn't use it. There should be a satellite phone on the plane, right? Yang Shua turned around and got back into the plane, using his phone to illuminate and searching inch by inch, while also checking if the passengers were still angry. His hands kept shaking. Although he was mentally prepared, the plane was still too miserable. Half an hour later, Yang Shua searched the plane everywhere. In addition to finding a lot of food, he also tried the phone number of the place where the flight attendant was staying, but there was no signal at all. In the end, he had no hope and could only wait for the rescue to find him. After another half hour, Yang Shua took out all the food and water, had a meal with the girl, and regained his strength. My name is Yang Shua, what's your name? Looking at the girl with empty eyes, Yang Shua took the initiative to greet her. Although the situation was not optimistic, she was still alive. My name is Chun Yun. The girl replied weakly, clearly startled again. With such a simple sentence, the two of them didn't know what to say anymore, so they sat in the empty space next to the plane, wrapped around the clothes in their suitcases. Yang Shua didn't know how many times he had dozed off, and the moisture in the air was getting more and more. The forest had already started to fog up in the morning, and the sky was gradually getting brighter. He suddenly noticed that Chun Yun across from him was lying on the ground, her clothes soaked in blood. Chun Yun? Yang Shua walked over and found her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, and her forehead very hot when he touched her with his hand. Did you have a fever? Yang Shua looked at Chun Yun on the ground, turned around, and took out the anti-inflammatory medicine from his backpack. He woke Chun Yun up and let her take it, and he also took a pill himself. In just half a day, Chun Yun's state suddenly deteriorated, and Yang Shua doubted whether she could survive today. The morning in the forest was wet and cold. Yang Shua moved his left hand and found that he had a bone fracture, not a broken bone, but still swollen and painful. Although he still lacked mobility, the situation was much better than expected. He took out many clothes from the luggage on the ground, covered them up for Chun Yun, and started eating on his own. Yang Shua did not have wilderness survival skills, but it was definitely right to conserve energy. While eating, one thought after another flashed in front of Yang Shua's eyes. At least we need to start a fire now. Otherwise, it would be so damp here, and the two of us would be soaked through. Over time, problems would arise. But how can we start a fire? Yang Shua has thought about using wood to start a fire, but his left hand is in a scrapped state. Moreover, without training, the success rate of ordinary people using wood to start a fire is basically zero. Suddenly, a burst of music interrupted Yang Shua's thinking and woke up Chun Yun. It was Yang Shua's phone alarm clock, and it was already 8 o'clock. Looking at the phone, an idea came to Yang Shua's mind. He went inside the plane again, ignoring his fear and nausea. He took out all the phones he could find and searched for some dry leaves and branches around him. A broken iron rod and a stone on an airplane. Chun Yun was already burning in a daze, but still started eating under Yang Shua's persuasion, watching Yang Shua busy. Can you help me? Yang Shua piled up dead branches and leaves, placed a phone inside, and pressed the tip of an iron rod against the phone battery. Oh. Chun Yun got up from the pile of clothes and came over to help. You hold it steady. Yang Shua handed the iron rod to Chun Yun, turned around and picked up the stone, aimed at the iron rod, and smashed it hard. Chop! I smashed several phones in a row, and finally the battery was pierced by an iron rod. After a short circuit, it started smoking instantly and soon caught fire. Chun Yun was startled by the short-circuited phone, but seeing flames emerge from the pile of firewood, her heart finally calmed down. Two people piled up clothes and food nearby, roasting them on fire and waiting for rescue with difficulty. Chapter 2. The primitive tribe. The sun gradually emerged from the treetops of the forest, casting its light upon the morning mist that had enveloped the surroundings, slowly dissipating it and revealing the environment in its entirety. Dewdrops clung to Chun Yun's hair, despite the warmth of the fire before her. The fever that gripped her body sent chills coursing through her, prompting her to tighten the fabric of her clothing. At this moment, Yang Shua was busily organizing their belongings by the fire. Apart from the scattered items hastily gathered the previous night, he had 2 boxes of Oreo cookies, half a bottle of mineral water gifted by a flight attendant for specialty pork sausages, a packet of Wong Wong snow cakes, and a bag of French bread. These were all he had brought onto the plane from the wreckage of the aircraft. He managed to salvage 2 bottles of water and some random food, which constituted the entirety of their meager rations. Additionally, there was the medicine kit that Yang Shua regarded as his lifeline, containing various emergency supplies, bandages, cotton swabs, triangular bandages, and splints, along with a blood pressure monitor, a stethoscope, disposable syringes, and medical instruments like glucose and adrenaline for injections, as well as a set of surgical tools, including scalpels, tweezers, and sutures. As a frequent business traveler, he also kept a stock of medications in his backpack, including cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and medication for treating diarrhea. Chun Yunyun. Take the fever reducer first, Yang Shua said, noticing Chun Yunyun's dazed condition from her high fever. Fearing she might succumb, he retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication from his bag and urged her to take it, hoping it would help conserve her strength. After consuming the medicine, Chun Yunyun drifted into a hazy slumber, prompting Yang Shua to gather some scattered clothing from the ground and cover her with it. His left hand, having rested through the night, was able to move slightly, which brought him a measure of relief. In this desolate wilderness, being without the use of one hand would be akin to awaiting death. Just as the mist was entirely banished by the sun, a towering beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the forest above. Yang Shua, startled by the sudden spectacle, turned to gaze in awe. He stood transfixed, as if before a grand tapestry unfurling, with the entire expanse of heaven and earth connected by a transparent curtain of water, shimmering under the sun's rays. Through this watery veil, he beheld a world behind him, and at that moment, the education he had received over the years was utterly overturned. The first sight to greet him was the colossal figure of a thunder lizard, towering at several meters in height, leisurely munching on foliage, while nearby, a variety of herbivorous dinosaurs frolicked across the grasslands. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing a mammoth, with two saber-toothed tigers pursuing it at high speed. One of the tigers leapt from a boulder, deftly sinking its elongated fangs into the mammoth's neck, blood splattering in the air. In another swift transition, a group of humans found themselves besieged by wild beasts, as a dozen primitive wolves surrounded 6 individuals, who, moments later, fell one by one to their savage onslaught. As the wolves feasted, several small creatures darted in from the gaps of the wolf pack, snatching away morsels of flesh before vanishing into the underbrush, eluding the predator's notice. The scenes continued to shift, sending tremors through Yang Shua's heart. Time travel, the Bermuda Triangle, mysterious events, extraterrestrials. His mind was flooded with a myriad of thoughts. As the images within the water curtain grew clearer, he sensed a transformation in his surroundings. From the heart of the forest, a column of white light began to rise slowly. This column thickened, extending outward from the forest's center, its oppressive presence making it difficult for Yang Shua to breathe. Meanwhile, the distant water curtain began to shift, as if they were trapped between two walls, a palpable sense of impending doom tightening around his chest. From the woods ahead came a cacophony of noises, as countless deer and other animals burst forth, seemingly sensing an impending disaster, fleeing the thicket in panic. The beam of light had morphed into a wall, advancing toward him from afar. As the luminous barrier approached, Yang Shua watched helplessly as the trees in the distance slowly faded into the blinding white. His body was gripped by a sudden chill. What on earth was happening? Gradually, Yang Shua felt the debris of the aircraft beneath him begin to shift, lifting into the air as if drawn by an immense vacuum. The area of the light wall expanded, and he sensed his body becoming lighter, the strange suction now reaching them. As he began to ascend, Chun Yunyun floated beside him. He quickly turned to embrace her, preventing her from being swept away, struggling against the encroaching death. Just as they hovered 3 or 4 meters above the ground, Yang Shua suddenly heard a sound akin to shattering glass. The once imposing water curtain before him was now riddled with cracks, beginning to fragment and reveal the world behind it. This revelation struck him like a powerful stimulant. He desperately threw Chun Yunyun away from him. As she made contact with the splintering curtain, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she vanished from sight. With her weight gone, Yang Shua was propelled upward momentarily, panic driving him to extend a metal rod forward. Upon contact with the water curtain, he felt a dizzying whirl, and his body instantly regained its weight. A bright flash engulfed him, and he found himself suspended in midair. Below him lay Chun Yunyun, sprawled on the ground, unconscious, while he was falling from a height of 5 to 6 meters. The sensation of a perilous descent sent his blood boiling. Beneath him loomed a massive tree. He crashed into its branches, snapping countless twigs before plummeting through layers of foliage and landing heavily on the ground, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the sky above continued to fracture, with debris raining down like refuse from a shattered firmament. Through the ruptured heavens, an entire island appeared to disintegrate, being gradually consumed. When Yang Shua regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a cave, a layer of dry grass beneath him. Beside him lay an unconscious Chun Yunyun. Nearby sat a wild man, busily manipulating stones on the ground. Upon hearing a noise behind him, the wild man turned to see Yang Shua awakening. What kind of person is this? Yang Shua was taken aback. The wild man before him possessed high cheekbones and a square jaw, exuding a primal ruggedness at such a young age. Before Yang Shua could fully comprehend the situation, the wild man sprang to his feet and dashed out of the cave, howling and gesticulating wildly. As the wild man's cries echoed, Yang Shua discerned several figures approaching from outside the cave. As they drew nearer, Yang Shua's pupils dilated in trepidation. Before him stood a towering man clad in an unknown fur, much like the wild man he had just seen. With prominent cheekbones and a robust jaw adorned with a thick beard, his hair cascading over his shoulders, and his body caked in dust and dirt, he was the very embodiment of a savage. As the wild man advanced toward him, Yang Shua, gripped by fear, stammered, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The sudden utterance halted the imposing figure in his tracks, as if he were staring at an extraterrestrial. His gaze sweeping over Yang Shua in bewilderment, puzzled by the strange sounds emanating from this fellow tribesman. Ignoring Yang Shua's terror, the giant inspected him from head to toe with his rough hands. After confirming that Yang Shua was unharmed, he turned and let out a series of guttural sounds. And two men along with three women appeared at the cave's entrance. Observing the animated gestures of several individuals, Yang Shua found himself questioning whether he had unwittingly stumbled into an African tribe. The peculiar dream he had before losing consciousness further solidified this suspicion. Perhaps the plane had veered off course and crashed in Africa. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was nestled within a depression on a mountainside, a semicircular hollow that offered a modicum of shelter from the elements. His backpack lay propped against a stone wall not far away. After a brief struggle, Yang Shua managed to sit up, every inch of his body protesting in pain. Reflecting on his near brushes with death, he felt fortunate to have emerged unscathed on 2 occasions. In the distance, the burly man had departed, leaving behind 2 other men, while 1 woman remained to observe them. With the whereabouts of the other 2 unknown, Yang Shua attempted to rise, but a sharp pain in his ankle elicited an involuntary groan. Drawing the attention of the remaining woman, who approached him after setting down her belongings. Testing his foot, he discovered he could still move, albeit amidst significant discomfort from the numerous contusions that marred his body. The woman approached him, her vocalizations suggesting inquiry, but lacking a common language. He could only gesture towards his backpack, hoping she would comprehend his intent. She quickly grasped his meaning and retrieved the backpack for him. Yang Shua fumbled with his phone, fiddling with it for quite some time, only to find it devoid of any signal. Undeterred, he struggled to his feet, limping outside the cave to try once more. However, the sight that greeted him in the sky caused him to drop his phone in shock. Was this a jest? Chapter 3. Please call me Zhu Rong. Gazing up at the heavens, Yang Shua was utterly astounded. He had initially presumed his trauma-induced visions were mere dreams. Yet the surreal scene before him compelled him to accept that he was no longer on Earth. Alongside the familiar sun, 2 enormous celestial bodies loomed in the azure sky, their impressive sizes visible to the naked eye. It was not until the woman beside him picked up his phone and returned it that he diverted his gaze from the stars, trembling as he accepted the device. "Thank you." The woman emitted peculiar sounds, gesticulating animatedly before ultimately pointing towards the dry grass strewn within the cave, which Yang Shua interpreted as an invitation to rest. Resuming his place beside Chen Yunyun, he assessed her condition. She remained unconscious, though her fever had subsided, yet her prognosis was still far from optimistic. Observing the women around him, he noted their high cheekbones and square jaws. While not unattractive, they certainly lacked conventional beauty. One of them produced an unfamiliar fruit, gesturing for him to partake. Reluctantly, Yang Shua accepted a few pieces, the bitter taste challenging his resolve as he forced them down. Offering a smile to the woman as he continued to contemplate his predicament, the sky outside appeared undeniably real. He was no longer on Earth, and these fellow beings displayed no signs of civilization, indicating he had somehow found himself in a primitive era on another planet. This was dire. While others traversed fantastical realms, embarking on epic adventures, he found himself in such a dismal plight. Observing his fellow humans in their unfortunate state, unable to communicate, he reassured himself that as long as he maintained his mental fortitude, there would be more solutions than obstacles. With a renewed sense of vigor, Yang Shua resolved to forge amicable relations with these primitive people, as they were his saviors, and his survival in this strange place would hinge on their cooperation. He retrieved some biscuits from his backpack and, under the curious gazes of the women, tore them open, releasing a rich aroma of chocolate that left the 2 primitive individuals momentarily spellbound. As he offered the biscuits to the woman, she glanced between him and Chen Yunyun, swallowing hard before declining, insisting that he consume them instead. After much deliberation, Yang Shua finally understood her intent. They believed him too frail to share. Though not as robust as the others, he stood at a respectable height of 183 centimeters. After persistent insistence and displaying the remaining 9 biscuits, the woman accepted the offering. He also distributed 2 more to the others, observing as they seemingly swallowed them whole, immersed in the delightful flavor. By afternoon, the men and women who had departed in the morning returned, the women carrying a small collection of the bitter fruits he had sampled earlier, while the men bore the weight of a deer. The sight of Yang Shuo standing alongside the women elicited joy from the group, with one woman approaching a man, placing her hand on his chest, and then on her own, nodding in appreciation for the hunt. The men responded by raising their spears in triumph. The burly man from earlier approached Yang Shuo once more, his face beaming with smiles as he scrutinized him, accompanied by two other men who shared in the merriment. For this small tribe, the arrival of new blood signified a greater chance of survival. The women took the deer to process, leaving Yang Shuo surrounded by the three men, who left him feeling somewhat awkward. He offered them biscuits, momentarily halting their exuberance. Humanity's craving for sugar is ingrained in our very genes. And the three pairs of eyes fixed on Yang Shuo's hands made him feel as if they were ablaze. To his surprise, however, the burly man pushed his hand away, mirroring the woman's earlier gestures, insisting that he consume the biscuits himself. Indeed, in their eyes, he was merely a malnourished younger sibling, one who could easily perish from hunger. Reluctantly, under their insistence, he ultimately distributed one biscuit to each of the other two women. And soon the entire tribe was enveloped in the bliss brought forth by sugar and chocolate. Gift-giving has always been the most effective means of fostering relationships. And with this treat from the future, Yang Shuo found himself readily accepted by the three men, who conveyed a sense of reassurance, promising to protect him in his weakened state. Though words remained unspoken, their genuine joy resonated deeply, and in this primitive era devoid of deceit, their sincerity touched Yang Shuo, filling him with a sense of shame for his earlier thoughts. As the men began to clean their weapons, meticulously chipping away at usable spearheads, the deer had been processed, and the women skillfully removed the skin, bringing the remains to the entrance of the cave, where everyone gathered in anticipation of their meal. Through interactions, Yang Shuo learned that the man who had been observing him was the chief, and it was he who was now portioning the food. With a stone blade, the chief sliced a piece of meat from the deer's leg, turning to Yang Shuo with a call and gesturing for him to approach. Having never encountered such a display before, Yang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Raw meat? Tentatively, he approached, the chief's eyes radiating warmth. To them, Yang Shuo appeared as a mere child, malnourished and vulnerable. Accepting the piece of deer meat from the chief, Yang Shuo hesitated, finally managing to stammer, "Brother, have you considered cooking it first?" The chief, clearly perplexed by this odd request, watched as Yang Shuo resorted to a pantomime, expending considerable effort to convey his message. Ultimately, he caught the pitying gazes of the three men, leaving him to feel not only malnourished but also somewhat dim-witted. According to Yang Shuo's sentiments, it is reasonable to assume that the primitive humans of the Stone Age must have been acquainted with fire, and thus should not engage in such wild practices as consuming raw meat. However, upon witnessing their gaze, it felt as though he had arrived even earlier. At that moment, Chun Yunyun, who had been in a coma for an entire day, finally awakened. The two women, upon hearing a commotion, immediately rushed inside, followed by a piercing scream from Chun Yunyun. Yang Shuo hurried in, only to catch sight of Chun Yunyun crawling backward in terror, confronted by two primitive women clad in animal skins, who appeared utterly terrifying. "I am Yang Shuo," he called out, and it seemed as if Chun Yunyun had found her savior, her eyes fixed on him with a desperate intensity, rendered speechless by fear. The situation was rather absurd, yet he implored her to listen to his account of the day's events and his deductions regarding their predicament. Although Chun Yunyun remained skeptical, she gradually calmed down under his reassurance. Thanks to Chun Yunyun's disruption, Yang Shuo refrained from devouring the deer meat. He reasoned that dinner could wait, as the well-being of the injured was paramount, particularly given the severity of Chun Yunyun's wounds. Glancing at the deer meat laid out on the stone at the cave's entrance, an idea struck him. He urged his elder brother to accompany him outside the cave, where they procured two appropriately sized wooden sticks and gathered a handful of dry grass. His brother, bewildered, watched as this frail, seemingly deranged sibling busied himself with peculiar preparations. Utilizing his brother's stone spear, Yang Shuo bored a hole into one of the sticks, while sharpening the other, before stuffing it with grass, thus creating a rudimentary fire-starting tool. Given his current incapacitated state, he compelled his brother to kneel on the ground, passing the tool into his hands. His brother, utterly perplexed, wondered what his younger sibling intended to do with such an object. Yang Shuo first demonstrated its use, encouraging his brother to give it a try. Following Yang Shuo's lead, his brother attempted the process, both men grimacing in concentration. Initially, his elder brother felt no particular inclination to assist this seemingly troubled sibling. However, upon catching a whiff of a peculiar scent, he abruptly halted, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at Yang Shuo. What kind of gaze was this? Yang Shuo was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a wild beast. His brother's stare pierced through him like twin swords, and in that instant, he felt as if death was imminent. Though his brother could not articulate his thoughts, years of leading the tribe through survival had bestowed upon him a wealth of experiences. He recognized that scent, the unmistakable aroma of imminent wildfire. While he may not have known what fire was precisely, he understood it to be a harbinger of danger. Yang Shuo offered an awkward smile, gesturing towards the tool in his brother's hand, and then at the deer meat behind him. He struggled to convey the concept of fire, and as he continued to gesture, his brother regarded the tool with utmost seriousness, ready to eliminate any threat to his tribe if necessary. Ultimately, his elder brother chose to trust Yang Shuo, resuming his fervent rotation of the wooden stick. When Yang Shuo observed a wisp of smoke rising, he halted his brother's actions, taking the stick from him under his watchful gaze. He sprinkled more dry grass atop, gently blowing on it, and soon the smoke thickened, culminating in a flicker of flame. Placing the stick on the ground, he constructed a small fire pit with collected twigs and leaves. At this moment, all the primitive humans watched him from a distance. Taking the deer meat that his brother had prepared for him, Yang Shuo skewered it with a branch and set it over the fire to roast. In no time, the enticing aroma of cooked venison wafted through the air, the fat sizzling enticingly. Observing the delectable meat, his brother swallowed hard and, under Yang Shuo's eager gaze, took the first bite. Amazed by the exquisite flavor, he gazed at Yang Shuo in astonishment. Hee, it's no trouble at all. Please, call me Zhu Rong. Chapter 4, The Skilled Simpleton. That very night, the primitive tribe experienced its first night illuminated by fire. Yang Shuo took on the role of chef, roasting the deer meat to perfection, crispy on the outside, yet tender within. Despite the absence of any seasoning, it was a culinary marvel for those who had never tasted cooked food before. Including Chun Yunyun, they devoured the entire deer, and in the end, the primitive people were left licking the grease from their fingers, still craving more. However, as dusk descended, Chun Yunyun's condition worsened once more. Initially, they had awaited rescue, hoping for a skilled healer to perform surgery, but it was evident that such assistance was no longer attainable. Yang Shuo made a swift decision. He had to operate to save the young girl. After a thorough search, he discovered that the medical kit was missing. He had been rescued by the primitives, and he was unclear about the details. He had been carrying his backpack at the time, which had been brought back with him. But the medical kit must have been left behind at the site of their fall. Yang Shuo communicated with his elder brother for an extended period, expressing his desire to return to the location where they had rescued him. Based on his brother's reactions, it seemed the place was not far. Yang Shuo insisted on going to that spot, but his brother intervened. It was now dark, and although 2 supermoons illuminated the sky, nighttime predators were even more ferocious, rendering it perilous to venture outside. After enduring his brother's persistent objections, Yang Shuo finally understood the implication of his actions. He pointed toward the unconscious Chun Yunyun, hoping his brother would assist him. The primitive women had already performed rudimentary treatment on Chun Yunyun, applying an unknown herb to her wounds. However, with their limited medical knowledge, they did not realize the necessity of removing foreign objects from the wound. Without this, Chun Yunyun would not survive. Considering Yang Shuo's earnest pleas and his unusual display of capability that day, his brother fell silent. In such dire circumstances, every life was invaluable. To refrain from going could mean losing a woman, while venturing forth might risk the lives of many more. Ultimately, it was the woman who had been at home with Yang Shuo who spoke up. She gazed at her husband with unwavering belief, understanding that her people needed him to step forward at this critical juncture. Reluctantly, his brother agreed, leaving one man at home while he and another accompanied Yang Shuo on his quest. Lacking weapons, Yang Shuo picked up a wooden stick, and the group set off into the night. Cloaked in darkness, they navigated through the forest until they arrived at the site where Yang Shuo had landed. The area appeared as if struck by lightning, chaos reigning supreme. In a small pit, Yang Shuo located the first aid kit and immediately urged his brother to return. In their haste through the woods, suddenly, his brother let out a furious roar, raising his stone spear to thrust at something off to the side. Yang Shuo had not yet comprehended the situation when a shadow darted from the nearby underbrush, swiftly disappearing. A cold sweat broke out on Yang Shuo's brow. He had no idea what it was. Had they charged in recklessly, they likely would have been attacked. His brother, noting Yang Shuo's startled expression, gestured for him to stay close as they formed a protective line around him. Eventually, they returned to the cave unscathed. Upon seeing the flickering flames, not only did Yang Shuo feel relieved, but even the 2 primitives shared in that sense of security. This dangerous orange glow felt oddly welcoming, a source of both nourishment and warmth. Upon entering the cave, he found his sister-in-law using leaves to drip water into Chun Yunyun's mouth, with the fire roaring brightly, illuminating the entire cave. Yang Shuo wasted no time resting. He commenced his first surgical procedure. Gently lifting Chun Yunyun's garment, he revealed the wound beneath. From the first aid kit, he retrieved a scalpel and sterilizing cotton. Despite his usual disbelief in the supernatural, Yang Shuo found himself fervently praying in silence, beseeching for the life of this young girl, merely 18 years of age. With meticulous care, he wiped around the wound with the sterilizing cotton, then raised his hand and delicately made an incision around the injury. In an instant, the flesh parted and blood gushed forth. He sensed the unconscious Chun Yunyun tremble slightly. A surgery without anesthesia was indeed a cruel fortune for her unconscious state. As he continued to cut, he finally exposed the branch embedded within, carefully extracting the foreign object with tweezers before commencing the suturing process. Yang Shuo could not help but admire Chun Yunyun's luck. Initially, he perceived the wound's severity to suggest a low success rate. However, upon slicing through the flesh, he discovered the branch had entered from the side, piercing through yet sparing the organs. To describe it, it was akin to being struck with a blade. All he needed to do was clean the wound and stitch it up. Once he had secured the bandage, the operation concluded successfully, and he still had anti-inflammatory medication in his backpack for her gradual recovery. At that moment, he noticed the gazes of those around him. From the scent of the alcohol in the sterilizing cotton to the surreal sight of the scalpel, tweezers, and sutures, these were things they had never witnessed before. He even observed the elder sister's eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away repeatedly. The elder brother clapped Yang Shuo on the shoulder, gesturing toward the two sleeping children, and Yang Shuo felt a flicker of understanding. Perhaps the elder brother and sister had lost children of their own, and witnessing the surgery stirred poignant memories within them. That night, 3 primitive men took turns on guard duty, while Yang Shuo experienced his first peaceful sleep since arriving in this primal world. He initially intended to help with the watch, but the elder brother, displaying concern, ushered him back inside, and the other 2 primitive brothers kindly insisted he rest. Yang Shuo felt a twinge of sympathy. The following morning, the elder brother roused Yang Shuo, and under the watchful eyes of the other 2, led him to a corner of the cave, a place where the men repaired their weapons, littered with gathered stones and shattered rock fragments. The elder brother picked up a stone spear and demonstrated its use, initiating an impromptu lesson. Yang Shuo, having only seen artifacts from the Stone Age in museums, was awestruck by the proximity to such tangible relics for the first time. The elder brother's spear was crafted from a small stone, shaped into a sharp point, with serrated edges meticulously chipped away, revealing a delicate and razor-thin fracture. It was, to be frank, the first time he had witnessed stone being shaped so finely. Seated on the ground, the elder brother worked with a small stone in each hand, gently tapping on the larger stone, carefully peeling away thin layers until a pristine spear tip emerged. Turning to Yang Shuo, the elder brother perhaps experienced the meaning of speechlessness for the first time. Yang Shuo mimicked the elder brother's actions, striking the stone. But the materials for crafting spear tips were unlike ordinary stones. They resembled shale, and none of the stones he held endured beyond 3 strikes, either shattering or fracturing, prompting the 2 nearby primitive brothers to tug at their hair in frustration. In addition to shaping the spearhead, securing it firmly to the wooden shaft was another skill altogether. The elder brother's veins bulged as he tirelessly wound the vine-made cord around the spear, ultimately creating a remarkably sturdy weapon. Yang Shuo applauded, then turned to fashion a bow. Sensing the outcome, the elder brother's lips twitched as he handed the spear to Yang Shuo, leading him to an open space. The elder brother pointed toward a distant tree trunk, took a small step back, and with the precision of a javelin thrower, hurled the spear, which soared through the air in an elegant parabolic arc, embedding itself in the trunk. Yang Shuo observed the distance, at least 50 meters, and the trunk was thicker than his arm, offering an awkward smile as he took a running start and launched his own spear. The 3 primitive men watched as Yang Shuo's spear barely traveled 20 meters before thudding into the ground and wobbling thrice before toppling over, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Shuo felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. This was a significant blunder, and under the weight of their intense gazes, he wished he could vanish on the spot. The elder brother approached, patting his shoulder. Due to their modern upbringing, both Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun possessed remarkably delicate skin. In comparison to the primitive men, despite being 18 and 21, they appeared almost childlike in their naivety. The elder brother sensed that the tribe had perished, leaving only 2 youngsters who lacked even the most fundamental survival skills. Though he could not articulate his thoughts, the elder brother's affection was palpable. As he felt the hand on his shoulder conveying sympathy, Yang Shuo shamefully accepted it, realizing there was no point in competing in physical prowess with the primitives. Intellect was his asset. Chapter 5. The Apprentice Primitive and the Apprentice Socialite. After the awkward practice session concluded, Yang Shuo felt a pressing need to relieve himself. He walked a few paces away, intending to find a secluded spot by the cave's side. Just as he was about to assume a comfortable position, the elder brother's furious shout nearly startled him into incontinence. "Oh hey!" Yang Shuo had already released half of his water when the shout made him clamp down abruptly. Turning, he saw the elder brother hastily approaching, swiftly turning the soil beneath him and meticulously covering the area he had urinated in. The elder brother even crouched down to sniff the ground, ensuring everything was in order before leading Yang Shua away. It was then that Yang Shua comprehended that the world he had entered was no longer the one he knew. This was a realm where all species walked a tightrope, where even the act of relieving oneself required utmost caution, for a single misstep could spell disaster for the entire tribe. The elder brother guided the tribe members in groups to dig pits far from the cave to dispose of their waste, with one person attending to their needs while the others stood guard. Once finished, they would bury the waste thoroughly, leaving no trace of odor. Meanwhile, Chen Yunyun, with the help of the elder sister, managed her needs within the cave, layering the area with a mound of earth. Observing the vigilant primitives before him, Yang Shua felt a wave of gratitude. Perhaps without them, he and Chen Yunyun would have been devoured by some wild beast on that very day. After the harrowing morning, Yang Shua found it essential to confirm his actions with the elder brother, realizing that as a primitive novice, it was wise to follow orders to avoid self-endangerment. Next came the responsibility every man in the tribe bore: hunting. The elder brother had already assessed Yang Shua's capabilities that morning, and during this outing, he was under strict protection, akin to every budding primitive boy, clutching a stone spear, learning and growing each day through their haunts. Thus, Yang Shua became a proud apprentice primitive. Upon entering the forest, he immediately sensed a transformation in the three amiable primitives. The elder brother knelt frequently, scrutinizing various tracks, while the others advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant as he scoured for prey. The group moved slowly, with the elder brother even crushing droppings beneath his feet to examine them closely, inhaling deeply to gauge their moisture content, ultimately confirming a direction to pursue stealthily. Before long, they arrived at a clearing within the woods where several deer grazed peacefully. The three primitives moved eerily, resembling spiders, the spears held behind them as they crouched low, inching forward with utmost caution. Yang Shua also bent down, closely following behind. At that moment, his elder brother signaled from the rear, and the two primitive men nodded in understanding, gradually widening the distance between them to form a triangular formation. As they sensed the distance was sufficient, Yang Shua's elder brother seemed to spring up like a coiled spring. In an instant, a sound sliced through the air, and the stone spear in his hand vanished, soaring over 20 meters to strike precisely at the wild deer on the ground, causing the entire herd to erupt in chaos. Though the spear missed its target, the deer, reacting instinctively, leapt away from the first spear. While still airborne, two spears, one from the left and one from the right, struck the deer mid-flight, embedding themselves a third of the way into its body. The deer was violently hurled away, struggling helplessly on the ground. The pursuit and hunt unfolded seamlessly, akin to a textbook illustration. Yang Shua could only admire how his linguistically unrefined elder brother and the others managed such harmonious coordination. He felt nothing but respect. The elder brother rushed forward to begin processing the catch, swallowing a mouthful of deer blood before calling the others over. Despite his reluctance, Yang Shua followed suit, drinking copiously of the fresh blood. In this primitive world, sustenance was not paramount. Salt held the true value. Apart from coastal areas, the inland regions were devoid of any inorganic salt intake. Only a few plants and certain animals licked the earth to obtain trace amounts of salt. Like most predators, primitive humans procured their salt through the blood of their prey. After several days without salt, Yang Shua noticed his face swelling and his muscles losing strength. The warm, metallic taste of the deer blood carried a faint saltiness, awakening a flicker of vitality within him. Thus, the group, burdened with their catch, began their return. But not before they set out again in pursuit of additional food. Before returning, they would cleanse the scent of blood from their bodies using the juice of grass. Erasing all traces, Yang Shua felt as though he had been immersed in an entirely new world. Modern society had been far too corroded by the greed for wealth. Every action of the three primitive men was etched into their genes over millennia, born from countless sacrifices of blood and tears. The tremors of their muscles resonated with the essence of life. After merely a day of imitation and learning, he felt the aches of his body, previously softened by the comforts of modern society, begin to transform. When they returned to the cave, having processed the catch, Yang Shua was met with a shocking scene. Another woman was attending to Chen Yunyun, while the eldest sister and the remaining women had gone foraging for wild fruits. At that moment, Chen Yunyun was inscribing characters on the ground with a stick, and the woman beside her was intently watching, listening to her sounds, awkwardly attempting to learn. Chen Yunyun, are you teaching the primitives to speak? Yang Shua couldn't help but ask. Yes, I find communication too difficult. Why not teach them to speak? It would make things so much easier, Chen Yunyun replied casually, yet her words deeply resonated with Yang Shua's heart. Thrust into this primitive world, everything felt alien. He contemplated how to learn and integrate into this society, yet he hadn't considered how his modern intellect could contribute to this world. Chen Yunyun, how do you find it? Do the primitives learn quickly? Yang Shua inquired further. Very quickly. They are like blank slates and are quite interested in language and writing. Chen Yunyun answered without turning her head. This 18-year-old girl was unaware that she was embarking on a journey to alter the course of human civilization on this planet. Good. Keep at it, and strive to teach everyone, Yang Shuo encouraged, saying no more as he quietly followed his elder brother back into the woods. As the tribe grew in number, the demand for food increased. However, in the subsequent hunts, Yang Shuo fully experienced the brutal reality of the primitive world's survival of the fittest. In the afternoon, their fortunes seemed to have run dry. After a lengthy search, they finally located a potential prey, but their first 2 attacks failed, causing the deer herd and primitive guinea pigs to scatter in panic, leaving them empty-handed. The third encounter proved to be the most perilous. During their ambush, they encountered 2 prehistoric cheetahs. Though they suffered no casualties, they were compelled to abandon their quarry in exchange for a chance to escape. In the end, they returned to the cave empty-handed, carrying only the plants and fruits they had collected along the way. Inside the cave, 4 women were gathered, attentively listening to Chen Yunyun speak. Meat. Leek. No. It's meat. No. It's meat. Such a miraculous scene naturally captivated the elder brother and the others, especially as this marked the first time the tribe's men returned home without anyone to greet them. The men sat at a distance, watching as Chen Yunyun pointed at the neatly cut deer meat and a character inscribed on the ground, repeatedly uttering the words. The allure of language was boundless. Gradually, they discovered that this simple syllable and the corresponding drawing could replace the meat in their hands, as if an invisible thread connected these 3 elements. Each syllable became a spell, infusing all objects with life. Wood, stone, spear, land. Each acquired its unique identifier, and a once chaotic world began to clarify. Yang Shuo silently observed, as the primitives, enchanted by the charm of modern language and writing, began to detach from their world, evolving into a new breed of societal learners. Fearing that the primitives might struggle to remember so much information, Chen Yunyun temporarily halted new lessons, focusing instead on solidifying the basics she had taught. After discussions with Yang Shuo, they decided to assign names to everyone based on their characteristics. The strongest chief was named Li, the earnest man was called Shi. The swiftest man was dubbed Sun, the gentlest eldest sister was named Ro, the youngest and most intelligent woman was called Ji, the ordinary yet attentive woman was named Wan. While Yang Shuo and Chen Yunyun chose the names Shuo and Yun, respectively. The decision to use single characters as names stemmed from Chen Yunyun's realization that the primitive's capacity to grasp single characters was remarkably strong. Before a comprehensive network of knowledge could be established, single characters served as their only means of communication. Only after their vocabulary expanded would more complex usage emerge. In just a few short days, the arrival of Yang Shuo and Chen Yunyun had irrevocably transformed this primitive tribe. With fire, they could enjoy cooked food, and nights became safer. With language, communication became more convenient. As Yang Shuo stood watch over the sleeping tribe, his heart swelled with passion. He was eager to discover what sparks could ignite between modern humans and primitives. Chapter 6. A Jar. After taking a few sips of water by the riverbank, Yang Shuo hurriedly followed elder brother Li on their journey. This river, located half an hour's trek from the cave, served as the primitive people's daily water source. Spending an hour each day merely to drink water felt excessively cumbersome. On the way back, Yang Shuo pondered how to improve their living conditions, suddenly recalling his childhood experiences. Having grown up in a rural setting, he had never encountered running water. His family would fetch water and store it in their water jar, enough to last half a month. Now, he realized they were wasting significant time daily on drinking water, and venturing out of their territory repeatedly was undeniably unsafe. Thus, an idea took root in his mind, to create a water jar. The modern primitive tribe was still entrenched in the Stone Age, possessing only 3 essentials: stone tools, animal skin clothing, and fire, the latter of which he had brought with him. Yang Shuo felt that the evolution of the primitives was far too sluggish. Each step represented millennia of accumulation, and he could not afford to wait for such slow progress. He resolved to equip the primitives with an engine. Li, wait, wait. Yang Shuo began to shout with great enthusiasm, while Li, who was leading everyone home, looked at him in confusion. The issues had all been resolved. Why were they still waiting? Yin Yun, come with me. Let's gather some river mud to take back and fashion a few pottery vessels. Yang Shuo directly grasped Chen Yunyun's hand and returned to the riverside, with the others following closely behind. Brother Shuo, what do we need the pottery for? Are we still planning an exhibition? Chen Yunyun's large, blinking eyes were fixed on Yang Shuo, leaving him momentarily speechless. Had modern students become so disconnected from society? Yang Shuo shot a glance at Chen Yunyun. Making pottery, my dear sister. Don't you find it a hassle to fetch water daily? It would be so much more convenient to have a water jar at home. His words acted as a revelation, and Chen Yunyun suddenly realized that pottery could indeed be practical. She had always thought of it as mere art. The two of them excavated several lumps of river mud, and they handed large portions to the others who had come along. The primitive people, filled with curiosity, walked back to the cave, their footsteps creating a rhythmic sound. Upon seeing the pile of river mud at the cave entrance, Li pointed at the soil and asked, "Shua? Mud, mud." Young Shua had long understood the primitive people's eagerness to learn, ever since discovering that the magical syllables could connect all things. They would inquire about anything that lacked a designated term. Mud. Li nodded, watching Young Shua as he squished the mud. The outer layer of the river mud was relatively moist, while the interior was drier. Young Shua spent nearly an hour kneading the earth, managing to create only a single pot. Lacking any pottery-making skills, he simply knew of its existence. After several attempts, he found it impossible to craft a larger jar. As the soft river mud would collapse beyond a certain height, the pot was the maximum he could achieve. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ the simplest method, building walls. Carrying the river mud into a corner of the cave, Yang Shua laid down a base and erected a wall 20 centimeters high around it. Then brought in kindling to start a fire. As the flames flickered, the mud walls released wisps of steam, quickly drying out the moisture. Yang Shua held a small piece of mud on the side, ready to patch any cracks that might appear. After several rounds of adding firewood and repairs, he finally observed the transformation of the mud into pottery, revealing a rich brick-red hue that produced a resonant sound when tapped with a stick. Once the flames subsided and the temperature of the pottery decreased, Yang Shua initiated a second round of crafting, raising the height another 20 centimeters and igniting the fire once more. The surrounding individuals, except for Chun Yun, wore perplexed expressions as the sky gradually darkened. When Chun Yun called out to Yang Shua for dinner 3 times, he finally emerged from the cave after a long day's labor. His face was smeared with soot, obscuring his features, but upon seeing the people outside, he suddenly flashed a toothy grin, resembling a gleaming white beacon in the night. "Allow me to present you with a treasure." With that, Yang Shua lifted his hand, revealing a pottery jar the size of a waste bin. Approaching the fire, he passed the jar to the others, who gaped in astonishment. The primitive people's eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how the soft, pliable mud had transformed into this solid, brick-red vessel that felt as hard as stone in their hands. Like a rare gem, everyone marveled that the mud turned stone. And after satisfying their hunger, the contents of the cave left them utterly speechless. Even Chun Yun, who had been aware of Yang Shua's endeavors, gaped in awe. In one corner of the cave stood a large jar, nearly waist-high, though its shape was irregular, resembling 3 pieces stitched together. It was nonetheless the first piece of furniture in their primitive tribe, a jar. Beside it lay another pottery vessel. And all the river mud they had brought back had ultimately gifted the tribe 1 piece of furniture and 2 utensils. The interior of the water jar had been smoothed by Yang Shua to prevent leaks, and he painstakingly removed the ashes from the fire, cleaning up the remnants with some mud, ensuring it could hold water by the following day. Despite being uncertain of Yang Shua's intentions with this creation, the ability to transform mud into stone seemed miraculous, and even Li's gaze towards Yang Shua shifted. This tribe member consistently brought forth uniquely remarkable innovations. That night, Yang Shua stayed up, fashioning a wooden beam with a stone axe, and, along with some existing vines, crafted a carrying pole that supported 2 pottery jars. The next day, a comically absurd scene unfolded, as Li and the others believed this to be a new weapon invented by Yang Shua. It wasn't until he made his way back, carrying water, that everyone was left in stunned silence. Primitive people could also transport water. For instance, when Chun Yun was nursing an injury, the women would fetch water from the river by cutting down a leafy branch and soaking it, returning with just a few precious drops. Li, mud, mud. Under Yang Shua's guidance, everyone gathered river mud once more, ushering the primitive tribe into the era of pottery. Yang Shua experimented with creating jars, bowls, and lids, attempting to craft everything conceivable. He ultimately discovered that all items needed to be air-dried after shaping to prevent rapid moisture loss and cracking during firing. Among these creations, the one that brought Chun Yun the most joy was undoubtedly a pottery pot. As various pottery items emerged, the primitive tribe experienced a culinary revolution. Yang Shua set up the pot, filled it with water, added meat and some foraged nuts, and concocted a savory meat soup. The primitive people resembled kindergarten children, gathered around with their pottery bowls, eagerly awaiting Yang Shua to serve the soup. During this period of life, Chun Yun, a young girl, felt utterly overwhelmed. The method of salt intake that Yang Shua could barely tolerate was even more challenging for her. However, with the presence of pots and bowls, Yang Shua transformed congealed blood into blood tofu by simmering it in hot water, finally rescuing her. The meat soup and blood tofu received unanimous praise from the primitive people. Although the technological revolution brought about an improved lifestyle, a persistent issue plagued Yang Shua, and Chun Yun. The modern human digestive system was exceedingly delicate, and the prolonged monotonous diet led both of them to experience some degree of constipation. Yang Shuo observed the primitive people's excrement, noting significant differences. Their waste appeared considerably drier, with most moisture absorbed to cope with water loss. Despite the dryness, the primitive people did not suffer from constipation and, like all animals, did not require wiping. Chun Yun had more than once expressed her frustration. Both she and Yang Shuo resorted to using leaves to manage their situation, but the constipation issue increasingly worsened. Yang Shuo felt as though he hadn't had a bowel movement in days, causing him considerable distress and prompting him to consider altering their dietary habits. Beyond these embarrassing issues, another unforeseen problem was quietly looming, threatening the tribe's very existence. Chapter 7. Night Raid on the Primitive Tribe. The weather gradually turned cooler, based on Yang Shuo's perception. It felt as though they had arrived in the primitive world during its autumn. After such a long time, the surrounding leaves had begun to yellow and fall, heralding the imminent arrival of winter. Yang Shuo was uncertain how the primitive people survived the winter, but recent hunting conditions had become increasingly bleak. The forest's wildlife was dwindling, with some birds already migrating to warmer regions, and their primary prey, wild deer and primitive guinea pigs, had significantly decreased, as they were mostly preparing to migrate. Today marked a day of utter futility for them. The forest had become nearly devoid of prey, and even the herds of bison and wild horses by the riverbank appeared to be gathering, seemingly preparing to depart. Observing the meager provisions for the night, the primitive tribe fell into a somber silence, subsisting only on a scant few seeds from wild grasses and trees, clearly insufficient to sustain them. That night, Li summoned everyone together. Articulating his intention, they too would migrate, following the ancestral path to a warmer, more bountiful land. After hastily consuming a handful of dried fruits, Yang Shuo retired to rest, the gnawing emptiness in his stomach making it difficult for him to sleep. Just as he drifted into a daze, a sudden roar erupted from the cave entrance. Having hunted alongside the primitive men for nearly a month, Yang Shuo sprang to his feet, seizing his stone spear and charging outside. Accompanying him were Li and Shur, who stood at the cave's mouth, brandishing their spears and shouting towards the open ground. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Yang Shuo glanced into the distance. Where pairs of green eyes flickered in and out of view, there appeared to be a dozen or so of them. The three of them pressed against the cave, spears raised, confronting the pack of wild beasts. Gradually, the silhouettes began to materialize in the firelight. It was a group of prairie wolves. Before Yang Shuo's arrival at the tribe, all food was consumed raw, swiftly divided and cleansed of its iron scent with grass's juices. However, with the advent of fire, the processing of food had lengthened, the aroma of roasted meat mingling with the stench of blood wafting far and wide. In times of abundance, such wolf packs and leopards would hesitate to attack humans, wary of their weapons. Yet now, as winter approached and food dwindled, the wolves had gone long without prey, while the bison and wild horses congregated. And even a furious herd of bison could not be easily confronted by a mere pack of wolves. In stark contrast, the primitive tribe, consisting of only 8 individuals, had become the most vulnerable target. As the wolf pack drew nearer, all present, including Chun Yun, gathered at the cave entrance, spears in hand. Yang Shuo felt a tremor in his calves. It must be said that since his arrival in this world, he had encountered little danger. Yet now, surrounded by a dozen ferocious wolves, the sensation of impending doom was unprecedented. The fire crackled, the wolves advanced, and just as the distance closed, a piece of wood in the fire snapped, as if sounding the charge. The surrounding wolves surged forward in an instant, like a streak of blue lightning. Yang Shuo had never imagined he would find himself as prey. A foul stench assaulted him, and before he could react, a gray wolf lunged at him. Instinctively, he thrust his spear forward. The wolf twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the spear's point, and sank its teeth into Yang Shuo's arm. Feeling a sharp pain in his arm, he swung his spear and struck the gray wolf, the spear snapping like a twig. The wolf yelped and released its grip, and Yang Shuo kicked it squarely in the head, finally freeing himself. Yang Shuo was merely the weakest among them. Li and the others brandished their spears, forcing the wolves back, even managing to wound a few that had charged forward, sending them retreating in disarray. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. To protect the women, the 4 of them braced themselves against the full brunt of the assault, enduring a relentless onslaught from the pack. Yang Shuo felt as if he had been bitten multiple times. Fortunately, his thick clothing offered some protection, though he still felt a throbbing pain in his calves. Unbeknownst to him, Li and the others lacked such defense, their bodies drenched in blood, while the women behind them had also sustained injuries, albeit minor thanks to their mutual protection. The scent of blood only fueled the wolves' ferocity. After the initial wave of attacks failed, the entire pack surged forward with renewed vigor. Yang Shuo fought valiantly, hurling wolves away with his spear, occasionally using a broken branch with a sharp end to stab at them. At least 2 or 3 wolves lost their ability to move after being pierced. As he swung his weapon, Yang Shua roared in fury, feeling as though he were in the midst of a grand battle, facing an army. While he stood firm like a rock amidst the tumultuous waves, his blood felt as if it were boiling. He gasped for air, his heart racing, the adrenaline surging through him. The others around him let out primal howls, desperately resisting the encroaching threat. Despite their collective efforts, the wolves were too numerous. Yang Shua even caught sight of more pairs of eyes emerging in the distance, as the pack seemed to swell in size, threatening to overwhelm them entirely. Just as the battle reached its zenith, Yang Shua accidentally kicked the fire pit, sending burning logs flying, which caused the nearby wolves to scatter, granting him a brief moment of respite. In that fleeting 2 seconds, a piece of wood struck him like lightning, and he turned to shout, "Chen Yunyun, quick! Tear apart the fire pit and throw it away. Set the forest ablaze." Startled from her daze by Yang Shua's voice, Chen Yunyun rushed to his side, heedless of the heat, grabbing a burning branch and flinging it into the distance. The thrown logs dispelled the advancing wolves, landing nearby, and the flickering flames provided a temporary sanctuary for those around them. The ground was littered with fallen twigs and leaves, mingling with the underbrush, creating the perfect fuel. As the cold night wind blew, the flames began to spread, growing ever more vigorous. Yang Shua felt the brightness intensifying before him, mere meters away. The flames began to extend, causing the wolves to hesitate, their assault significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Shua dashed forward, grabbing additional branches to throw, the dancing flames acting as razor-sharp blades, forcing the wolves to retreat. As the area was illuminated by firelight, the wolf pack ultimately conceded, instinctively fearing the flames. Coupled with the desperate resistance from Yang Shua and the others, this primitive tribe was no longer a target they could easily assault. Soon, the gray wolves encircling them began to vanish into the shadows cast by the fire. Watching the dispersing pack, Yang Shua finally exhaled a sigh of relief and sank down onto the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his hands, causing his face to involuntarily twitch. He glanced at his palms in the firelight. In addition to several bites from the wolves, he had sustained burns, having hastily grabbed a burning leaf in his panic. Only when the crisis abated did he feel the sting. Apart from his hands, he noticed his trousers were in tatters, riddled with holes, and his legs were smeared with blood. Li, Shur, and Sun fared even worse. Their animal skins had only protected their torsos, leaving their arms and legs covered in bloody wounds. Like Yang Shua, they sat weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, while the women, apart from Chen Yunyun, had been fiercely protected, sustaining only minor bites on their calves, all of them bloodied. "Shuagu! Fire! Fire!" Before Yang Shua could catch his breath, Chen Yunyun shrieked, pointing at the spreading flames in the distance. Yang Shua glanced over and sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. The flames were already beginning to spread, and with the ground littered with dry leaves, neglecting it would surely spark a forest fire, potentially consuming them all. Grabbing a branch, Yang Shua rushed over, swiftly clearing away the fallen leaves, with Shur and the others following his lead. Under Yang Shua's direction, they created a firebreak. Yang Shua shed his clothing and employed it as a tool to swat at the distant flames he had ignited, striving to extinguish them. The fire spread with alarming rapidity, while Chen Yunyun and the others repeatedly emerged from the cave, carrying water. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of all, they succeeded in isolating the flames from the surrounding forest. The remaining fire raged fiercely in the clearing until, after sweeping away all the dry branches and fallen leaves, it reluctantly extinguished. In the distance, the sky gradually brightened, and thick plumes of smoke enveloped the area before the cave, causing everyone to cough incessantly. At that moment, Yang Shua could no longer hold on. The 2 outbursts had drained him of all his strength. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he sank to the ground, waves of pain coursing through him, and darkness enveloped his vision. He silently hoped that the primitive world was free from rabies. With a soft sigh, Yang Shua succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 8. The Principle of Hunting Conservation. When Yang Shua regained consciousness, he found himself lying within the cave. Upon noticing he was awake, Chen Yunyun hurriedly brought him a bowl of water. His throat felt parched, and he drank deeply, quenching his thirst. Today, he bore witness once more to the indomitable vitality of primitive humans, compelling him to admire the greatness of his ancestors. Li, Shur, and Sun, who were more severely injured than he, now appeared vibrant and full of life, their bodies bound with dried grass and vines, the ground beneath them strewn with crushed herbs. After a period of rest, everyone regained their mobility, yet the prospect of hunting remained a distant dream. Each individual bore injuries, rendering high-intensity activities like hunting impossible. Although the wolf pack's attack the previous night had not obliterated the small tribe, the scarcity of food steadily pushed them toward a dire fate. All were compelled to toil harder in gathering edible resources, grass seeds, fruits from trees, and, if fortunate, tubers from the ground. However, the prolonged gathering and the depletion caused by the animals left them with far too little to meet the tribe's needs, especially as the injured required energy to recuperate. According to the natural order, this primitive tribe should have perished long ago. Women could not gather sufficient food, while men, injured, were forced to hunt, which only exacerbated the food shortage. If they encountered equally starving beasts, escape would be impossible, leading to a gradual decline in the tribe's population until it vanished entirely. Yang Shuo sensed a wave of despair spreading among the tribe. Li had attempted several times to drag his injured body out to hunt, but was repeatedly stopped by the others. Furrowing his dark brow, Li sighed deeply and sat outside the cave. Yang Shuo felt the weight of this pessimism as he observed the weary group return after a day of toil. Their collective yield scarcely amounting to a bowl of food, with a meager pile of roots and grass seeds resting pitifully on a stone. During his musings on the wild buffalo and wild horses of the riverside grasslands, he had expressed his thoughts, only for Li to reject his proposal. It was as if the attack they had endured last night was a testament to the principle of hunting conservation. As the food chain progressed, the number of predators dwindled. A solitary primitive jungle leopard could only hunt wild deer and primitive guinea pigs, with a rough ratio of 1 to 15. Humans, being even weaker, needed 2 primitive individuals to equal 1 primitive leopard, thereby limiting their hunting to deer, guinea pigs, and other smaller prey. The herds of wild buffalo and wild horses on the grasslands numbered in the hundreds, and they were pursued by primitive Tasmanian wolves, giant hyenas, and other predators, with packs of wolves numbering in the dozens capable of hunting these larger game. Without sufficient numbers, they could only scavenge the weak, old, or sickly, leading to a grim fate of being trampled into the ground by enraged herds. As winter approached, the buffalo and horse herds would migrate, coalescing into massive groups of thousands. The packs of wolves and hunting dogs could no longer partition their prey as they had before, significantly diminishing their hunting success rate, which had resulted in last night's attack. Each winter, both predators and prey faced substantial losses during the lengthy migration, adhering to the laws of nature. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Yang Shuo's tribe was destined to be among this year's casualties. However, Yang Shuo was not a primitive man. After contemplating for a while, he resolved to seek out Li. Observing the dejected man before him, Yang Shuo noted that he appeared aged significantly. The once formidable primitive man now bore a spirit diminished. Li, I have a solution. Sitting on the ground, Li lifted his head to look at him. Though he did not comprehend the meaning of the word solution, the fact that Yang Shuo, who often brought miracles to the tribe, was speaking instilled a flicker of hope within him. Shuo, the meat is gone. Li reiterated this statement to Yang Shuo, who understood that it referred to their lack of food. Let us go. I have a plan. Yang Shuo pulled Li to his feet and called for Shi and Sun. The 3 men quietly followed Yang Shuo, striving to grasp the meaning of the word plan. Thus, they ventured toward the grasslands, where a distant mass of black was slowly moving. It was the migrating herd of wild buffalo and wild horses. From a vantage point, Yang Shuo carefully observed the direction of the herd's migration and formulated his idea. He intended to dig a trap along their path. Though they could not hunt, they could entice their prey into a snare. In addition to monitoring the herd's movements, he spotted the pack of Tasmanian wolves that had attacked their tribe the previous night. As prey congregated, so too did the predators. All 3 wolf packs on the grasslands had united, numbering around 70 or 80. Yet this was still minuscule compared to the vast herd. 1 wolf pack, 1 giant hyena pack, and 1 primitive lion pride would necessitate careful evasion while setting the trap, for they were not to be trifled with. Yet, Yang Shuo vowed that one day, he would exact revenge. Leading his companions to the other side of the forest, he directed them to the advance route of the herd, which would reach this location in approximately a day and a half to 2 days. Under Yang Shuo's guidance, they began to excavate the ground. Lacking shovels, they struggled with sharpened wooden sticks, loosening the soil before manually removing it. Fortunately, with 4 of them, and with Yang Shuo bringing 2 clay pots, they worked diligently throughout the day, finally completing a 2-meter-deep pit. Yang Shuo gathered numerous branches with a stone axe from the forest, gently placing them atop the pit, covering them with leaves, and sprinkling the excavated soil over the top. Lastly, he foraged for dry grass from afar to disguise the trap, striving to restore the area to its original appearance. The primitive men were puzzled as to why Yang Shuo had led them to dig a pit and adorn it in such a manner. The barren grasslands offered little value. Thus, with bewildered expressions, they returned to the cave, fortunate enough to find some dried fruits and grass seeds along the way. This small quantity was better than nothing. In the following days, they naturally encountered no prey. Their only sighting of a deer in the woods was thwarted by their injuries. Their thrown stone spear missed entirely, allowing the deer to escape. However, they were fortunate to discover a burrow of hibernating mice, which yielded a number of grass seeds, alleviating the tribe's hunger, albeit marginally. Each day, Yang Shua would lead his companions to check on the trap's progress. The herd's migration was slower than anticipated, likely due to their immense size. On the third day, a dark silhouette finally appeared on the distant hillside. 2 massive horns, strong limbs, and glossy black fur. It was the lead wild buffalo. As the herd gradually moved, inching closer to the trap set by Yang Shua, this massive assembly of beasts completely blanketed the grassland below, ensuring that some unfortunate creatures would inevitably fall victim. Just as Yang Shua muttered to himself, chaos erupted within the herd ahead, from a distance. A small circle had formed in the midst of the animals, where several wild bulls were anxiously bellowing. It was unclear how many had fallen into the trap, but it was certain that some had. The people around Li and others were left in stunned silence, unable to believe that this deep pit would actually prove effective. Simultaneously, a new term began to form in their minds, method, which equated to a pit. It took Yang Shua quite some time to correct their misunderstanding. Despite the wild bulls ensnared in the trap, the herd did not cease its movement. Gradually, the main body of the herd passed by, leaving behind only a dozen or so wild bulls around the trap, likely remnants of the original small group, along with the ones trapped below. Even this small number of wild bulls was more than the injured individuals could handle. They dared not confront them, so they could only wait for the herd to disperse. That very afternoon, an unexpected event occurred, hastening this process. Yang Shua's trap had effectively extracted a small tribe from the vast herd, and soon, the predators following the migration of the herd discovered this unexpected bounty from the heavens. What followed was exceedingly brutal, without the protection of their massive numbers. The dozen wild bulls were swiftly overwhelmed by the pack of hyenas, vanishing without a trace, while the wild bulls trapped in the pit were also unreachable for the hyenas. Ultimately, the pack of hunting dogs continued to follow the herd in migration. Yang Shua continued to observe from the hillside, only daring to approach his trap once the wolf pack, hyenas, and lions had vacated the grassland. This successful ambush had left behind 1.5 wild bulls. 2 had fallen into the pit, one below and the other wedged in between. The latter had been partially torn apart by the pack of hunting dogs, while the remaining half remained at the bottom of the pit, paralyzed with fright. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the bounty was still overwhelming. Yang Shua fashioned a stretcher from vines, dispatched the wild bull at the pit's bottom, and after dismembering the carcass, he returned 3 times to carry it all back. That evening, everyone feasted on the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in quite some time. This successful hunt once again shattered the limits of primitive humanity. From this day forth, Yang Shua led his tribe out of the food chain, no longer mere hunters adhering to the laws of predation, but human beings. Chapter 9. The United Slaughter. The presence of 1.5 wild bulls revitalized the tribe, with an ample supply of food. Yang Shua noticed a marked improvement in everyone's recovery from their injuries. Alongside healing, an important matter was brought to the forefront: migration. The migration that had long been overdue was postponed for over a week due to an attack by a wolf pack, and now, apart from hibernating animals, no living creatures could be seen. They had fallen behind. In addition to crafting weapons, Yang Shua dried the inedible beef in pottery pots to create beef jerky and fashioned several clay gourds, securing them with vines for carrying water. The most advanced technology within the tribe was the backpack he had brought from the future. The food had long been consumed, and now it served to carry the most vital supplies, filled to the brim with beef jerky. The long-accumulated cowhide and deer hide were tailored by Chun Yunyun into several sleeves and leg guards, providing warmth to the primitives. This latest attack had made her acutely aware of the importance of armor, especially as the weather grew colder and the need for insulation became paramount. The tribe watched Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun, who were tirelessly busy, feeling a sense of unprecedented security and excitement. In previous years, their migrations had always been forced. As food dwindled and the herds departed, they had to follow, scavenging during predator attacks on the herds, struggling to survive. This time, however, novel items continuously emerged from the cave: arm guards, leg protectors, gourd water bottles, and vine-woven bags, arming everyone in the tribe. Thus, on the following morning, the group shouldered their burdens and embarked on the first migration of a new humanity. The trails of herds numbering in the tens of thousands were still easily traceable, especially with Li, the master tracker, in their midst. Although they faced numerous delays, they ultimately caught up with the main body of the herd one evening. The time spent outside was exceedingly arduous. Despite Yang Shua's meticulous preparations, everyone endured great suffering. In addition to the relentless pursuit to catch up with the herd day and night, they also needed to avoid the paths of wolves and other predators, becoming a third band of phantoms wandering outside. The weather grew colder, and darkness deepened. Ahead, the wild bull herd and the wild horse group were now resting. A day of arduous travel had left all the animals utterly fatigued. Just before nightfall, Yang Shua experienced his first snowfall since his arrival in this world. Fluffy snowflakes fell from the sky, quickly blanketing the earth in white, while their food had been consumed 2 days prior, leaving them with no choice but to wait for an opportunity. The gathering of the herd could intimidate predators. By keeping the herd together, predators would never be able to capture their prey. Additionally, the assembled beasts could provide warmth, as they alternately rested and took turns braving the cold winds, ensuring that the temperature within the herd remained comfortably warm. Snowflakes settled on the backs of the wild bulls, quickly melting away due to the herd's body heat. Above the herd, a faint mist of water vapor mingled with the falling snow, creating an ethereal scene. Within this haze, a grand united hunt was brewing. The speed of the wild bulls and wild horses had slowed to a crawl, merely writhing slowly. The night deepened, and all that could be heard was the sound of snowflakes falling. In the early hours, when all creatures were at their most relaxed and weary, the predators sprang into action. As if predetermined, groups of ferocious beasts erupted from the snow pits surrounding the herd. Primitive thylacines and giant hyenas charged in from the flanks, while a small pride of primitive lions surged forth. Though only 5 or 6 in number, their presence was far more imposing than that of the wolves, akin to a sword thrusting fiercely into the herd. In an instant, the entire herd was startled. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the night sky. The packs of thylacines and giant hyenas launched their assault from both sides, and the herd began to accelerate, attempting to escape. However, the resting beasts could not swiftly regain their speed. The herd resembled a plump maggot, sluggishly writhing. At this moment, the wolf pack and giant hyena groups had surged forward, leaping onto the backs of the wild bulls, their claws gripping tightly to the wild bulls' backs, leaving deep gashes in their wake. One after another, thylacines and giant hyenas leaped into the herd, inflicting injuries on the wild bulls. The entire herd descended into chaos. The wild bulls in front were gradually accelerating, while those behind struggled to pick up speed due to the disarray. The distance between the two groups widened. The climax of this hunt was marked by the primal lion pride, which, despite its small number, struck at the junction between the main herd and the smaller group. With a single charge, they severed the connection, completely isolating the 1,000 wild bulls that had been trailing behind. After a period of migration, the various herds of cattle had merged, totaling over 30,000 heads, while the packs of thylacines and other predators gradually converged, forming nearly 100 groups. It was these hundreds of predators that, like a steel blade, carved a piece of flesh from the herd. Yang Shua was utterly perplexed as to why predator communities of different species could engage in such seamless cooperation. Nevertheless, the reality was that without collaboration, no carnivorous group could hope to partition such an immense herd of beasts. What followed was a one-sided massacre, bereft of the protection of their larger numbers. Nearly 1,000 buffalo lost their former might, disintegrating under the onslaught of various hunters. 2 or 3 Tasmanian wolves besieged each buffalo, causing the small group of buffalo to scatter like headless flies, with many of them succumbing to the chaos. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The howls of wolves, the barks of dogs, the roars of lions, and the agonized bellows of the buffalo, merging into a symphony of carnage at dawn. The slaughter continued until the sun rose, with approximately half of the buffalo being slain. The remnants, after the predators had feasted, managed to escape through the weak points of the encirclement, dispersing in small groups across the plains, starkly visible against the white grasslands. At that moment, Yang Shua's tribe finally sprang into action. The opportune moment had arrived, due to the relentless assault of various predators. The buffalo that had strayed from the main herd became their target, and Yang Shua and his companions were tracking the weakest of the weak. Ahead lay a solitary buffalo, a wounded one at that. This buffalo bore a deep, bone-exposing wound on its back, likely inflicted during the attack, yet by some stroke of fortune, it had escaped the jaws of its hunters. However, it seemed that its luck had run out, as Yang Shua and his companions were trailing it from a distance. At this juncture, Yang Shua was in awe of Li's prowess, for it was under Li's guidance that he had witnessed the high-level slaughter of the previous night, and it was also under Li's leadership that they had identified their most suitable prey. This buffalo, having sustained grievous injuries and separated from the main herd, was exceedingly weak. Despite its thick coat of fur, the biting cold would swiftly deplete its strength without the protection of the herd. Meanwhile, Yang Shua and his companions, each draped in a deerskin blanket, although still suffering from hunger and cold, fared far better than the unfortunate buffalo. As they drew near, Yang Shua observed the buffalo's condition. Snowflakes melted upon its back, mixing with blood and freezing in place. At that moment, the buffalo was scraping at the snow with its hooves to uncover the dry grass beneath. The group, having long prepared for this moment, launched their attack. With Li being the first to strike, a stone spear flew forth. Perhaps the long night of running and the biting cold had drained the buffalo's strength. Or perhaps it was the loss of blood that dulled its reactions, but the spear struck true, embedding itself in the buffalo's flesh. taken by surprise. The buffalo momentarily forgot about the grass beneath its feet and attempted to flee, but soon felt another wave of pain, then a third, and a fourth. Through prolonged learning and practice, Yang Shua's hunting skills had improved remarkably. Following Li's lead, 4 stone spears were thrust into the buffalo. And then came the second and third rounds of attack. Prior to their departure, each had carried 2 spears, totaling 16. This unfortunate buffalo had barely managed to flee a short distance before it was pierced through like a hedgehog, ultimately collapsing in the snow. When Yang Shua and his companions approached, it had yet to draw its last breath, its wide eyes staring fearfully, gasping for air in the snow. Though he had witnessed many hunts, this scene still stirred something within Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun. The law of the jungle was indeed harsh. Li rushed forth, plunging his spear into the buffalo's eye, delivering a merciful end to its suffering, and thus began the feast for all. Despite their initial hesitance, Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun had no choice but to accept the warm blood of the buffalo. They were not in a cave, and had no alternatives. They needed to replenish their energy and salt. Even after days of hunger, the raw beef, though uncooked, brought a sense of comfort to Yang Shua. After all, it was better than nothing. Were not the Japanese fond of sashimi? Chewing on the fresh, bloody meat, Yang Shua noticed Chun Yunyun beside him shedding tears. He understood that such a life was far too harsh for an 18-year-old girl, yet this was the stark reality of the primitive world. Yang Shua had initially believed that by bringing so many resources, he could enable the primitive people to lead better lives. But now he realized that his efforts were woefully inadequate. As he savored the strange taste in his mouth, a growing sense of discontent filled his heart. All the bitterness mingled with the beef as he swallowed. Yunyun, it won't be like this in the future. Humanity should not endure such hardships. Chapter 10, Kin. Seizing the opportunity while the buffalo's carcass was still warm, the group enjoyed a hearty meal. The remaining meat was divided and left in the snow, quickly freezing into solid lumps, each person carrying a piece. Throughout the journey, Yang Shua remained silent, a winter having thoroughly shattered his pride. Observing the primitive people ahead, he could hardly fathom that they once roamed the snow in animal skins and bare feet, struggling for survival in ways he could not emulate. In the subsequent days, they managed to catch up with the migrating herd, greedily eyeing the vast numbers as the Tasmanian wolves and hyenas scavenged leftovers. They were not far from the migration's destination. The group settled on a wind-sheltered hillside, where under Yang Shua's direction, they dug a half-buried pit. They covered it with excess animal skins and kindled a fire, marking the first fire they had made in over 10 days. The pit and hillside shielded them from most of the biting winds. Yang Shua filled several gourds with snow, melting it over the fire to share among them, while the aroma of roasting beef wafted through the air. The flickering flames cast shadows on Li's rugged face. The chief of this small tribe had been intently watching Yang Shua as he busied himself, perhaps lost in thought. Shua, eat meat. Li handed Yang Shua a piece of the roasted beef. Without a second thought, Yang Shua accepted and took a bite, while Chun Yunyun and the others looked on in astonishment. Though there were no clear class distinctions like those among wolf packs, the tribal norm dictated that the chief should eat first. Li's act of offering meat to Yang Shua was a mark of recognition. A profound silence enveloped the group. But as Yang Shua stepped outside to fetch more snow, he suddenly let out a startled cry. Damn, there's someone. Everyone was jolted by his exclamation. Li grasped his spear, baring his teeth in readiness for battle, yet he found no immediate danger nearby. Shua? Li queried, puzzled. Yang Shua, dropping his gourd, pointed towards a distant hillside. Over there? Over there. The group followed his gesture, and in the dark of night, they spotted an orange glow flickering on a far-off slope. Clearly, a man-made fire. The sudden discovery of fellow beings excited Yang Shua. From his long experience in hunting, he understood that population equates to strength, and that it is the most vital resource. Many of his ideas could only be realized once the population reached a certain threshold. Li, there are people over there. Should we check it out? Yang Shua slowly communicated his thoughts to Li, seeking his opinion. Surprisingly, Li flatly refused him. People, no good, do not go. Yang Shua was taken aback by this unexpected rejection, sensing the resistance in Li's tone. Why? He asked. No food, eat people, people, not good. The bluntness of Li's statement left Yang Shua momentarily speechless. Eat people? So when there's nothing else, they resort to cannibalism? Chun Yunyun beside him was also astonished. From Li's expression, she understood he was not jesting. Li, do you eat people? No, eat. People eat people. Li cast a glance at Yang Shua, who felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Yang Shua was at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. The answer he sought was right before him. Yet he was uncertain about what to do if the person he interacted with daily turned out to be a cannibal. Li, shall we take a look together? Yang Shua inquired once more. From Li's reaction, it was evident that not all primitive people engaged in cannibalism. If their counterpart was akin to them, perhaps an attempt at contact could be warranted. After considerable contemplation, Li acquiesced to Yang Shua's request, and the two set off. Clad in deer skins and armed with stone spears. Choosing a sheltered slope, they ensured that those across the way could not discern their movements, alleviating any fears of ambush. They stealthily traversed the snow-laden hillside. Under the guidance of the master hunter, Li, they successfully approached the flickering flames on the slope. Undetected amidst the biting wind and swirling snow. From a distance, they spotted a modest stone wall, where protruding rocks formed a nearly perfect concealment. In front of this wall, a fire blazed brightly, with something roasting above it, surrounded by a gathering of individuals. In the shadowy corner near the stone wall, 4 or 5 people sat quietly together. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Shua's heart skipped a beat. The distorted figure above the fire was unmistakably small, not resembling a wild buffalo or horse. A horrific realization dawned upon him. Li, beside him, was breathing shallowly, his body still against the snow, intently observing the scene ahead. The two crawled a short distance further, finally gaining a clearer view of the unfolding tableau. What was being roasted over the flames was a half-grown child. While those in the corner of the stone wall were bound tightly with ropes, their eyes closed, huddled together for warmth. The faces of those encircling the fire were illuminated vividly by the flames. Unlike Li and his kin, this group had cheekbones similar to modern humans. Yet their jaws protruded forward, akin to that of gorillas. They were evidently taller and more imposing than Li's primitive tribe, representing an entirely different kind of primitive existence. Yang Shua felt an unmistakable sense of dread emanating from them, as if an invisible force was striking at his heart, instilling a deep-seated fear. Later, Yang Shua would come to understand that this primitive world was not inhabited solely by one type of primitive person. Due to the majority living in tribes scattered across the continent, subtle differences existed between each tribe. Nevertheless, they could be broadly categorized into 2 groups, those who practiced cannibalism and those who did not. As a modern individual, Yang Shua was acutely aware that consuming one's own kind would lead to significant changes. Although no research could definitively outline these transformations, it was as if a curse hung over those who engaged in cannibalism, easily identifiable, much like the savages before him. Before he could even muster his anger, Li abruptly pulled Yang Shua away. Throughout their retreat, neither spoke a word. Upon returning to the tribe, Li swiftly extinguished the communal fire, settling into a profound silence. Chun Yunyun, observing their cautious demeanor, shivered, fully aware that something horrific had transpired. "Brother Shua, do they really eat people?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Without answering, Yang Shua nodded and descended into the cellar. Gazing at the silent Li in the corner, he could no longer contain himself. "Li, we must save them," Yang Shua proclaimed with resolute conviction. Li glanced at him, and the atmosphere in the dark cellar became palpably tense. Even Shur and Sun held their breath. Li's voice drifted softly into the stillness. 4. There were a total of 12 men, and they only had 4. The implication was clear. Yang Shua understood that. In the distance, there were likely 3 or 4 women from the cannibal tribe, their combat strength far exceeding their own. For the sake of the tribe's survival, rescue was not an option. They needed to escape quickly. Yang Shua fell into silence, grappling with the morality of his thoughts. Had he become a bleeding heart, willing to jeopardize the tribe for a few lives unbeknownst to their fate? Yet, the image of the slain child and the suffering primitive inhabitants haunted him. He felt justified. Survival necessitated resistance. They might evade danger this time, but encounters with cannibals would recur. Could they always escape? Their strength was too meager. Even a surprise attack seemed futile. Was surrender truly the only option? As Yang Shua wrestled with his internal conflict, a wolf's howl pierced the night, resonating deeply as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the silence. "Li, I have a plan." Chapter 11. Come, let us strategize. A plan? Digging a pit is not viable. Li shook his head, refusing once more. Yang Shua's earlier ignited passion was doused with a cold splash of reality. When did a plan become mere excavation? No digging pits. We need another approach. Everyone, gather around. Let us devise a strategy. Yang Shua called everyone to assemble, sharing his thoughts. Ultimately, Yang Shua managed to persuade Li, confident that Li would agree to save lives. After all, Li had rescued him and Chun Yunyun, 2 strangers. How could he ignore the plight of so many? As they neared their migration's end, herds of beasts and packs of wolves had scattered significantly, and temperatures rose considerably. The snow from the previous night began to melt, revealing patches of green grass beneath. Herds of wild buffalo, horses, and deer grazed across the plains. The group spent the entire day capturing 2 deer, swiftly processing them on site. When the bagwolves and giant hyenas arrived, only a pool of blood remained. Besides the necessary game, Yang Shua also harvested numerous wooden sticks from a nearby forest. That evening, in a concealed location, they rendered the fat from the deer hides. To survive the winter, All herbivores had accumulated a thick layer of subcutaneous fat, and the oil from the 2 deer amounted to nearly half a pot. Yang Shuo sliced open his deer skin blanket with a stone spear, winding it around the wooden sticks, coating the sticks and skins in fat to create torches. The group worked diligently, consuming all the deer oil. In addition to rendering deer fat, the gourds on the backs of the 4 contained a generous amount of deer blood. The 2 unfortunate deer were dispatched by Li and Shi, while Yang Shuo and Sun collected the blood in gourds, ensuring nothing was wasted. The remaining deer meat was divided among them, wrapped in blankets for transport. With all preparations complete, darkness enveloped the land once more. Yang Shuo no longer pondered how many lives he might save. He recognized the perilous nature of his initial altruism, which could very well lead to the doom of the entire tribe. His current mindset was one of pure vengeance. These primitive beings no longer resembled humans. He sought retribution for the deceased, and how many could ultimately be saved would depend solely on their fortune. As night descended, under Li's guidance, the 4 once again stealthily approached the cannibal tribe's hillside. A day had passed, and the accumulated snow had melted halfway, the ground a patchwork of white and black, ideal for concealment. Throughout their journey, they had utilized 2 gourds of deer blood, sprinkling it along their route. To prevent the blood from freezing, Yang Shuo and the others clutched the gourds closely. Though the blood would quickly congeal, the lingering scent had already permeated the air far beyond their immediate vicinity. By the time they reached the vicinity of the cannibal tribe, they were utterly exhausted. In addition to the 4 gourds of deer blood, they carried 4 bundles of frozen clumps, made from chopped deer meat encased in deer skin, drenched in melted snow water, and ultimately frozen into solid blocks. Though heavy, these bundles effectively masked the odor of the meat. Few dared to approach the cannibal tribe, opting instead to rest at a distance. In the far-off encampment, 2 burly sentinels stood guard, yet their vigilance was half-hearted. Scarcely any beasts dared to assault a large tribe of nearly 20. Little did they know that Yang Shuo and Sun had strewn deer blood along their path, with all the crimson trails leading to their current hillside. Along the way, they had roused at least 2 or 3 sizable packs of bag wolves and giant hyenas. While resting, they waited patiently. They were not the vanguard, the beasts were. This was Yang Shuo's strategy of using tigers to devour wolves. As midnight approached, Li, feigning slumber, was suddenly jolted awake. He nudged Yang Shuo and the others beside him. Emerging from their earthen hollow, Yang Shuo surveyed the surroundings along the slope, where pairs of glimmering green eyes began to materialize, stirring memories of his own encounter with a pack of bag wolves, sending a shiver down his spine. With deer meat strapped to their backs and ceramic gourds in hand, they stealthily advanced. 2 cannibal tribesmen, drowsily clutching stone spears, dozed off, while the fire pit in the encampment still flickered. Surrounding tribesmen huddled together for warmth, and 2 primitive individuals were missing from the corner, likely victims of foul play. At that moment, the spotlight turned to Li, the mightiest hunter of the tribe. Silently crawling through the snow, he raised his stone spear, executing a signature move. In an instant, a piercing sound sliced through the night air as the spear flew over 10 meters, impaling a dozing tribesman and pinning him to the ground. A blood-curdling scream shattered the stillness of the night, prompting Yang Shuo and Sun to dash forward, launching their gourds from a protruding stone ledge directly into the cannibal tribe's fire pit. With a resounding crash, the gourds filled with deer blood burst open in the flames, dousing the fire and splattering the cannibal tribesmen who had just risen to investigate. Darkness enveloped the tribe, and the pungent scent of blood permeated the air, catalyzed by the residual warmth of the fire, rapidly spreading outward. Despite their swift awakening, the sudden darkness and screams incited chaos among the tribesmen. Another lookout noticed something amiss, but was too bewildered to react to the sudden assault, for the rich scent of deer blood had already lured every beast nearby. Pairs of glowing green eyes drew ever closer, emboldened by the absence of the fire's threat. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Shuo and his companions retreated to the higher ground of the slope. Observing that the first wave of the beastly onslaught would undoubtedly target the cannibal tribe in the valley, the tribesmen frantically attempted to ignite a fire, their hands spinning branches in desperation. Soon, the cannibal tribesmen gathered into a collective, brandishing stone spears to face the encroaching wolves. But the overwhelming scent of deer blood only served to further incite the pack. With a series of howls, the wolves commenced their attack. In contrast, the hyenas preferred to scavenge, loitering at the periphery of the wolf pack, hoping to snag a morsel. Amidst the chaos, Yang Shuo felt a pang of urgency. If they delayed any longer, everyone would perish. In an instant, Li's hand erupted in flames, and Yang Shuo and the others quickly ignited their torches, smashing the deer hide bags against the ground, shattering the icy shells. Thus, with deer meat in tow and torches in hand, they charged forth. Before long, the surrounding hyenas caught wind of the intruders attempting to breach the encirclement, slowly closing in. Yang Shuo retrieved several pieces of deer meat from Sun's pack and tossed them away, inciting a frenzy among the hyenas, thereby clearing a path. Armed with torches, the group simultaneously deterred the beasts while feeding them, successfully infiltrating the cannibal tribe's encampment. The besieged tribesmen, upon catching sight of the flames, felt renewed vigor, striving to break free and reach Yang Shuo and his companions. However, a stone spear was hurled, piercing through the wolf pack to strike a towering tribesman, eliciting another agonizing scream that momentarily halted their advance. The scent of fresh blood further ignited the wolves' primal instincts. And with the flames from Yang Shuo's side driving them forward, most of the wolves joined in the assault against the cannibals, leaving only a handful to confront Yang Shuo and his group. Upon discovering the bound primitive individuals, Yang Shuo's heart tightened at the grim scene. Their hands and feet were tied, rendering them defenseless against the wolves' onslaught. The outermost tribesmen had already been disemboweled, while those in the center bore wounds. Swiftly, Yang Shuo severed the ropes binding them, liberating the captives, signaling them to flee. Apart from the deceased, only 5 men remained capable of movement. Yang Shuo distributed the remaining torches among them, and under the encirclement of wolves and hyenas, they began their breakout. Not far off, the cannibal tribe was suffering losses. Those struck by the stone spear could no longer endure, succumbing to the attacking bag wolves that swiftly severed their throats. Thanks to their meticulous preparations, Yang Shuo's group, armed with a torch each, waved them to fend off the beasts, tossing pieces of deer meat to clear their path whenever they encountered particularly aggressive bag wolves or hyenas. Ultimately, they narrowly escaped the encirclement, fleeing into the distance. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point with the fleeing primitives, Chen Yunyun and the others emerged from a small mound. The 5 primitives, visibly shaken, followed Yang Shuo and his companions like automatons, still in shock from their harrowing ordeal. Ro generously shared their provisions with the distraught primitives, while Chen Yunyun and the others tended to their wounds. It wasn't until half an hour later that one of the primitive men suddenly burst into tears, his sobs echoing the trauma of witnessing his kin devoured one by one. The surrounding women expressed relief and joy, as did Shur and Sun. In the entirety of this primitive world, it was the first instance of a proactive assault on a cannibal tribe, akin to sheep daring to confront wolves and triumphing. However, Yang Shuo and Li felt no excitement. Instead, a profound weight settled in Yang Shuo's heart. Although he had saved 5 lives, 3 others had met tragic ends due to his cunning strategy. The haunting images of their brutal dismemberment by beasts replayed in his mind, leaving him to ponder whether he had become a killer. Li placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, remaining silent. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak fall prey to the strong. As chief, he understood this truth. He valued Yang Shuo, and thus Yang Shuo must comprehend this reality, even if it was initially difficult to accept. Chapter 12. The endpoint is also a starting point. The following day, Yang Shuo returned to the cannibal tribe's resting place. Aside from the ground stained with dark brown blood, evidence of the previous night's chaos, little appeared amiss. A few broken spears lay scattered, useless animal hides, and the remains of bodies had been thoroughly devoured, with not a bone left behind. Observing the weaponry and animal skins of the cannibal tribe, Yang Shuo noted that their craftsmanship surpassed that of his own tribe significantly, beyond their ability to wield fire. Their animal hides were meticulously crafted from the fur of long-haired bison, fashioned into threads for sewing, along with fur-lined shoes. Perhaps their continuous hunting of other tribes had led to a synthesis of various technological advances, placing them markedly ahead in this world, which stirred an unsettling concern within Yang Shuo. With a few scattered bone needles in hand, Yang Shuo returned. Compared to surgical needles, the bone needles of the cannibals were far more suitable for stitching animal hides. Meanwhile, the presence of Li had provided a sense of reassurance, allowing several primitive men from the tribe to settle down. From Yang Shuo's observations, it appeared that the cannibals had a marked preference for children and women, reserving the men for last. Unlike ordinary primitives, their diet was notably diverse, consuming whatever was available. As a result, only men remained from the recent rescue. Li represented the tribe's acceptance of these 5 unfortunate souls, and the group continued on their journey. Based on Li's descriptions, Yang Shuo understood that they were nearing their destination. The path ahead grew increasingly winding, revealing a vast expanse of mountains stretching before them, with a colossal snow-capped peak glimmering under the sun. Their endpoint lay beyond the valley at the foot of the snow peak, where herds of beasts were sparsely traversing the gorge, with many more scattered across the grasslands below. It took the tribe nearly a week to reach the valley, traversing the slopes. When they finally emerged on the other side of the mountains, a sense of clarity enveloped them, as a warm, moist breeze caressed their faces. The scene before Yang Shuo evoked the feelings of the fishermen in the tale of the peach blossom spring for the first time. Trickling streams converged from various mountains to form a river, meandering across the distant grasslands. In the far-off valleys, long black lines of herds extended into the horizon, gradually fading into the grasslands. The lush forests of the distant plains seemed to kiss the sky, where the sun and their home stars shone in harmonious brilliance, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "How beautiful!" Chun Yunyun exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scenery, prompting Yang Shua to nod in agreement. After nearly 2 months of arduous travel, they had finally arrived at the end of their migration. As Yang Shua gazed at the verdant landscape ahead, he was filled with confusion. In such a lush area, why were there so few other creatures? Why allow them to occupy this territory? Why not simply settle here and never leave? With these questions lingering, the group began searching for a suitable place to rest, ultimately deciding on a site near a stone wall, not far from a small stream. This area was spacious, forming an obtuse angle that significantly reduced their defensive perimeter. The only drawback was that the wall was sheer and offered no shelter from the wind and rain. The next task was to transform their new home, gathering branches, collecting firewood, and laying down animal hides. Before long, the space was revitalized, and a fire flickered cheerfully before the stone wall, providing warmth to the group. Although most of the biting cold winds were blocked by the mountains, the temperature remained relatively low. Yang Shua felt that, with the dancing flames, the tension that had gripped the tribe for nearly 2 months finally began to ease. Especially for the 5 injured men, who had sustained severe wounds during their initial confrontation with the cannibals and later faced a wolf attack. Yang Shua had exhausted all available antibiotics to save their lives. Sure stood guard not far away, while Xian and Li cooked meat, and the women rested together. Yang Shua pondered the implications of their migration and the clash with the cannibals, feeling acutely aware of his own powerlessness. If only he had had a machine gun that day, he could have mowed down those inhuman creatures, preventing any loss of life. The plight of those unfortunate primitives haunted him. Yet, he possessed no tools. He understood gunpowder, knew the components needed to make it. But the prospect of actually manufacturing gunpowder or firearms seemed insurmountable, especially given their current struggle for sustenance. 3 immense burdens weighed on Yang Shua: food, safety, and population. The emergence of the cannibals further complicated matters. Having experienced the previous assault on the cannibal tribe, Yang Shua felt an instinctive dread about remaining exposed in the open. If they encountered a larger cannibal tribe, they would be left with no options. That evening, the group gathered to share a meal, and afterward, they followed Chun Yunyun in learning the language and Chinese characters. The 5 newly arrived primitives were equally captivated by this unique knowledge, ultimately joining the ranks of modern humans. After months of study, the original tribe members had acquired a considerable vocabulary and expressed themselves with increasing clarity, thanks to Chun Yunyun's tireless efforts. Yang Shua then voiced his concerns to Li, questioning why they could not simply stay there. For this query, Li appeared unprepared. He could not fathom why they should not remain, only knowing that it was a legacy passed down through generations, a memory of following the herds and a life of constant wandering. Moreover, Li harbored a resistance to the idea of settling here. Migration involved not only them, but also the original inhabitants of this land, who would return after the harsh winter. To stay would inevitably lead to conflict. Yang Shua attributed Li's sentiments to an instinctual response, having witnessed the stark contrast between the cannibals and ordinary primitives. He believed many other primitive tribes existed on this land. Li's ancestors must have been defeated in struggles and driven to higher latitudes, ingraining a primal aversion to other territories. If Yang Shua wished to survive in this primitive world and still have the capacity to investigate the reasons for his transmigration and find a way back, he needed to establish and strengthen the tribe. He must harness the power of humanity to achieve this aim. Li, would you consider staying? Yang Shua inquired, locking eyes with Li, who hesitated internally, grappling with an anxiety rooted in his very genes. Do you trust me? Yang Shua pressed, refusing to relent. Much like his determination to rescue people from the cannibals. I trust you. Ultimately, Li decided to place his faith in Yang Shua, the man who had consistently brought miracles to the tribe. The following day, Yang Shua set his plan into motion. The entire tribe resembled a long-neglected machine, slowly beginning to turn once more. Yang Shua, accompanied by Li and others, ventured out to hunt. This new world teemed with animals that had migrated from higher latitudes, essentially resolving their food concerns. With Li's exceptional hunting skills, they quickly secured enough food for the entire tribe. The remainder of their time was spent digging traps under Yang Shua's guidance, which could be reused and offered surprises apart from hunting. Meanwhile, the 5 severely injured individuals, under Chun Yunyun's supervision, focused on pottery at home. Yang Shua's task was to rapidly create 2 or 3 large jars and enough ceramic pots and bowls. Given the proximity to the stream, water retrieval was relatively convenient, and by the end of the day, they had made considerable progress, producing a substantial number of clay forms. Chun Yunyun could not comprehend why they needed jars so close to the stream, but over the past months, Yang Shua's various actions had turned her into a little admirer. She followed his every instruction. Beyond the pottery, Yang Shua also had her lead the group in crafting numerous bricks, which they arranged in the open space before the stone wall. When Yang Shua and the others returned, they found the clearing adorned with over 100 brick and pottery forms, alongside a large pit from which clay had been excavated. Upon their return, Yang Shua and his companions carried an ample supply of wood, piling it into small mounds on the ground. Observing the fruits of their labor spread across the open space, a smile crept upon Yang Shua's lips. Starting today, he would dedicate all his energy to advancing the technological development of the primitive tribe. This winter would serve as a pivotal moment for their transformation. They piled all the wood into the pit, ignited a fire, and covered it with earth, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Thick smoke billowed from the hole, enveloping the tribe in a cloud, marking both the crux of their migration and the genesis of Yang Shua's rise. Chapter 13. The Primitive Infrastructure Maniac. As the plan unfolded, the trees surrounding the tribe suffered greatly. The once open ground was directly expanded by more than double by Yang Shua and his companions. The entire area was dotted with small, smoking mounds, all remnants of charred wood, while on the other side, 2-meter square pits blazed fiercely, their bottoms filled with bricks that had been air-dried for 2 days. The primitive inhabitants had never experienced such extensive development. They were perplexed by Yang Shua's actions, as, in their eyes, apart from sustenance and procreation, nothing else held significance. In response to the colossal undertaking, Yang Shua, along with a few others, laboriously fashioned wooden shovels from tree stumps using stone axes, and with the aid of these implements, excavating soil and digging pits became remarkably straightforward, with efficiency more than doubling. After outlining the tribe's land, Yang Shua led the group to begin digging the foundation at the very edge, surrounding the entire settlement with a long trench resembling a drainage canal, connecting both sides to the cliffs. In addition to the wooden shovels, carrying poles played an immensely vital role, as the charcoal produced was transported in burdensome loads to the stone wall, stacking ever higher. While the bricks fired were neatly arranged outside, their numbers beyond counting. Yang Shua resembled a voracious capitalist, apart from mealtime and rest. The entire tribe was devoted to charcoal production and brickmaking. Given the robust support and ample food supply, there were no objections, yet compared to their previous lives, the current existence was undeniably burdensome. This preparatory work for infrastructure continued unabated until the first snowfall since their arrival. After a full month, the once vacant area now lay in disarray, strewn with blackened pits and red bricks. Gazing into the distance at the pristine white, Yang Shua reflected that he had likely been in this primitive world for nearly half a year, if not more, driven by the relentless demands of survival. He had not kept track of time, but he resolved to record the date when circumstances permitted. Having a sense of time would allow for the quantification of many aspects. In a half-buried cellar, Yang Shua and his companions huddled beneath a cowhide, warming themselves around a fire. Compared to the primitive way of digging a pit and covering themselves with furs to sleep, the construction of the cellar was undoubtedly the most invaluable legacy brought by Yang Shua, demonstrating to everyone that winter could indeed be endured in comfort. Thanks to Yang Shua's relentless charcoal production, the temperature within the cellar remained excessively warm, with heat escaping through the openings above, accompanied by a flow of fresh air, preventing carbon monoxide poisoning. Yang Shua designed this bunker inspired by a yurt, first excavating a circular pit over a meter deep, surrounding it with branches driven into the earth to form walls. In the center stood a sturdy wooden post, buried for support, with a framework constructed above from wooden sticks, and then covered with animal hides, leaving a vent in the center, thus completing the cellar. While their basic needs were secured, Yang Shua remained unrelenting. Although he had migrated with the tribe to this region, the length of winter still posed a challenge. 3 months had passed, and the temperature continued to drop. Even the mountain range could not shield them from the harsh cold winds, resulting in snowfall in the area as well. Upon further contemplation, if the planet's revolution mirrored that of Earth, winter here would last at least 6 months, suggesting a climate of only 2 seasons, winter and summer. To verify this, Yang Shua decided to start tracking the seasons from that day forward. Today, aside from hunting, Yang Shua had finally worn out the last item related to human society. After long periods of trailing Leon hunts, his clothing had become utterly tattered, prompting him to don animal hides early on. Today, after more than half a year, his athletic shoes had succumbed to the ravages of the primitive world. Reluctantly, he replaced them with leather shoes sewn by Chun Yun Yun, though not particularly comfortable. They were surprisingly warm, being genuine leather. Under the relentless pressure of labor imposed by Yang Shua, he had become more fearsome than the chieftain himself, especially to newcomers, who were both mentally astonished by his ingenious inventions and physically overwhelmed by his demanding work regimen, leaving them in utter submission. Once the snow ceased, Yang Shua resumed his duties, leading everyone in the grand development project, first clearing the accumulated snow from the foundations, followed by wall construction. Cans of hot water were carried over by the women using carrying poles, and under Yang Shua's guidance, they mixed the clay. With textbook precision, Yang Shua stood below, one hand holding a brick, the other a wooden plank, deftly applying the clay to the brick before placing it down. Before long, the outline of a wall emerged, resembling the stacking of building blocks. Once he was certain everyone had learned the technique, Yang Shua gestured towards the surrounding bricks. And it was at this moment that all the primitives grasped Yang Shua's vision. The massive semicircular trench they had excavated was, in fact, the foundation for the walls. When this circle of walls stood erect, their tribe would be entirely encased within, impenetrable and secure. All, including Li, were left in awe. He cast another glance at this mud-stained young man, having witnessed Yang Shua's progress during each hunt, coupled with his ever-emerging brilliant ideas. Li wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Shua's proposal to remain. This time, unlike before when Yang Shua enforced labor, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, jogging along the way. And Yang Shua once again unveiled something utterly incomprehensible to them, a plumb bob. Chen Yunyun had been studying the object Yang Shua had brought back from the cannibal tribe, finally crafting the first strand of yarn from cow hair. Compared to vines, yarn was significantly lighter, and Yang Shua tied a small stone to create a rudimentary plumb bob. With the assistance of the plumb bob, there was no fear of misaligning the walls. To help the primitives understand its purpose, Yang Shua and Li constructed two walls side by side. Yang Shua's was perfectly straight, while Li's, halfway through, began to lean. Observing this simple yarn plumb bob, and then glancing at Yang Shua who held it, everyone felt a sense of relief. With everyone's fervor ignited, the wall construction proceeded with remarkable speed, and Yang Shua's vision was clear, to build a city wall that would protect the tribe. Akin to the Great Wall of the Qin dynasty, they first erected two segments of brick walls, leaving a 1-meter gap in between, which was then filled with earth, compacted with wooden stakes to form the wall's core structure. The entire wall was designed with a straight outer wall and a sloped inner wall, ultimately forming a trapezoidal shape, with a heavier base and lighter top, resembling a dam capable of firmly repelling any enemies outside the wall. In addition to earth, Yang Shua enlisted the women to collect stones from the creek, incorporating them into the wall's core structure to enhance its strength. For the sake of this wall, the distant empty space had been excavated into a large pit, with all the earth transformed into bricks and wall material. This pit was intentionally left behind by Yang Shua, who planned to enlarge it later for a fish pond, achieving a twofold benefit through waste utilization. Contemplating his plans while observing the ever-evolving wall, Yang Shua felt a swell of accomplishment within. Yet, what transpired next delivered a significant blow to his plans and clarified many matters for him. Chapter 14. A Cannibalistic World and Hope. Just as the first cold wave struck, a series of subsequent cold fronts surged over the mountains, crashing into the plains below. In the second month since Yang Shua and the others arrived, heavy snow sealed off the mountains. Yang Shua reflected on the passage of 4 months since the onset of winter. The days grew increasingly shorter, and it was evident that the winter solstice was fast approaching. In this light, it appeared that the duration of winter would exceed his initial expectations. After nearly a month of relentless effort, the construction of the city wall had progressed to less than 1/3 of completion. The incessant heavy snowfall had significantly hindered their endeavors, proving to be far slower than Yang Shua had anticipated. Most critically, the tribe faced a dire food shortage. After rescuing 5 individuals from the clutches of the cannibals, the tribe's population had swelled to 13. This surge in the workforce had instantly doubled their labor capacity, yet correspondingly, their demand for sustenance had escalated. Each of the 5 newcomers bore severe injuries from their battle against the cannibals and the subsequent wolf pack assault, while they could manage tasks like moving bricks. Hunting was utterly beyond their capability, particularly in the midst of heavy snowfall. In this primal world, severe injuries equated to a loss of labor, necessitating the tribe to support the wounded. Often, such injuries could lead to death, and without Yang Shua's anti-inflammatory medicine, it was unlikely that any of these 5 would have survived. Before the mountains were sealed by snow, Yang Shua had led his companions in digging traps. During that period, the food procured from trapping and hunting sufficiently met the tribe's needs. However, the relentless snowfall had subsequently destroyed most of the traps, rendering hunting increasingly arduous. The wild bison and other animals on the plains had once again gathered for warmth, and the surrounding predators had commenced coordinated hunts, each species adapting its own theories to survive the harsh natural environment. Despite the overwhelming snow, Yang Shua maintained an optimistic disposition. After all, countless animals and primitive humans viewed this area as a migratory terminus. If the snow were to persist indefinitely, it was likely that they would have sought warmer climes long ago. Thus, the mountain's closure would not last excessively long. as Yang Shua had anticipated. The terrifying cold spell abated after several days, thwarted by the mountains. Nevertheless, the prolonged adverse conditions had still inflicted considerable strain on the tribe, leading to a situation reminiscent of pre-migration times. A ravenous pack of Tasmanian wolves had launched an assault against them. However, this time, the advantage of their increased numbers became evident. With the addition of 5 able-bodied men, the absence of predators in numbers that significantly outmatched theirs meant they posed little threat. Furthermore, with 1/3 of the wall completed as a protective barrier, the tribe needed only to defend the remaining areas. Utilizing their numerical superiority, the wall, stone spears, and flames, they managed to repel the attack with minimal casualties. Only a few daring Tasmanian wolves met their demise in the skirmish. 3 members of the tribe sustained minor injuries. Yet they managed to capture 4 Tasmanian wolves. Though wolf meat was not particularly palatable, it alleviated the food scarcity, enabling the starving tribe to endure until the weather improved. From these harrowing days, Yang Shua gleaned insights into the limitations of a tribe. The food pressure on their current population of 13 was already substantial. Had all 5 men possessed hunting abilities, the tribe's optimal population should range from 15 to 17, assuming they had traps to aid in hunting. In a typical tribe, 12 to 14 members would represent the upper limit. Exceeding this threshold would render the tribe vulnerable to famine in the face of any exceptional circumstances. For primitive humans reliant on hunting for survival, reaching a certain population threshold necessitated 2 choices: to target larger game or to capture more smaller animals. The pursuit of large wild animals proved exceedingly challenging and perilous. Injuries often resulted in diminished manpower even as demands remained high. Conversely, hunting smaller creatures, like deer, was equally complex, as any wounded individuals would flee rapidly, meaning even skilled hunters likely could capture only a few in a day. Thus, the efficiency of hunting did not scale proportionally with population size. Unlike the small, nomadic creatures without fixed dwellings, humans are inherently social beings, often residing in relatively stable environments. When the population in a given area diminishes, the pressure on food resources correspondingly decreases. Most importantly, the men of the tribe served as the primary combatants. A surprise attack from a cannibal tribe of nearly 20 could swiftly eliminate numerous men, undermining their fighting capability and leading to a quick resolution of the conflict, typically without casualties. Initially, such raids might have been motivated by the desire to seize food from other tribes, but what would happen if all tribes faced a food crisis? The slain could become sustenance, while the living would transform into reserves of food. A single ambush could alleviate a prolonged food shortage while simultaneously reducing competition, making humans the ultimate prey. This apocalyptic theory sent a chill down Yang Shua's spine, much like the famished Tasmanian wolves. Should his tribe find itself in a desperate situation while surrounded by other tribes, what choices would they make? Their current location was characterized by high latitude, vast expanses, and sparse population, which relatively minimized encounters with other tribes. However, as they sought to develop, clashes would become inevitable. Yet for Yang Shua, all of this was subject to change. He was a member of the most formidable agricultural civilization of the Blue Star. The arduous days finally passed, and after a lengthy period of recuperation, the men regained their combat readiness. On the day following the cessation of the heavy snowfall, the entire tribe sprang back to life in their quest for survival. The women cleared the accumulated snow from their homes, while Yang Shua and his companions split into 3 groups to hunt. Through prolonged observation, Yang Shua had evolved into a competent hunter and an adept teacher. Wang, a child who had lost his parents and brother during the cannibal attack, was nearly consumed by hatred. However, under Yang Shua's guidance, he gradually emerged from the shadows. After witnessing Yang Shua's imaginative ideas, he developed an unwavering admiration for him. In Wang's words, he aspired to learn Yang Shua's skills and wisdom to eradicate the cannibals. Wang listened intently to Yang Shua's explanations, and due to his youth and quick comprehension, he became the fastest learner, communicating fluidly with Yang Shua outside of Li. The construction of the walls progressed steadily. Winter was now more than halfway through, and the days began to lengthen. Yang Shua surmised that winter would last approximately 6.5 months, presenting a significant challenge to their future existence. As temperatures began to rise, many cold-resistant animals commenced their return migration, creating a cyclical pattern within their territory. Long-haired creatures continually withdrew, while others from warmer regions migrated back. Just as the first green sprouts emerged from the earth, the walls of Yang Shua's tribe were completed. From a distance, the entire structure extended from the cliffs at both ends, forming a semicircular shape, adorned in a festive brick-red hue. To maximize the protection of the tribe, the walls designed by Yang Shua stood approximately 3.5 meters tall, with the thickest base reaching 2 meters, featuring drainage ditches every 5 to 6 meters. Within the tribe, several ladders were affixed to the walls for regular access. In critical situations, without assistance from those inside the tribe, breaching the walls would be nearly impossible. Indeed, Yang Shua had not constructed a gate. This decision stemmed from his insights gained from Robinson Crusoe. They were still too primitive to build a secure door that would provide him with peace of mind, although this posed some inconvenience. As long as there were no internal betrayals, the fortress remained impregnable. It is challenging to describe the expressions of the primitive people upon witnessing the completion of the walls. This monumental infrastructure represented the first large-scale construction project in their world, and it instilled in them the realization that their hands could indeed reshape their environment. Standing at a distance atop the walls, Yang Shua's figure appeared grander than ever. With a stable stronghold established, Yang Shua finally felt a sense of reassurance. This was merely the beginning. Leveraging this fortress, he intended to reconstruct human society, conquering the world with modern knowledge. The fortress stands as Yang Shua's method to dismantle the theory of the survival of the fittest. He intends to drive a stake into the primitive world with this stronghold. Yang Shua, brimming with boundless ambition atop the city walls, harbored such thoughts, yet he did not anticipate that the tribe's first conflict would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 15. The Power of Modern Technology. A significant portion of winter was spent in hunger, but as the weather began to warm, the tribe's life finally improved. However, the ensuing circumstances left Yang Shua in a state of concern. The returning herds had commenced their reproduction, and now the grasslands were teeming with pregnant animals and frolicking young ones. The primitive humans displayed a similar trend. Yang Shua never imagined that the primitive people could be so uninhibited. Pairs like Li and Shur, as well as Sun, began to engage in intimate activities right within the bunker. This led to a series of live performances before everyone, leaving both Yang Shua and Chun Yunyan sleepless through the night. Overwhelmed by the openness of the primitive folk, Yang Shua realized it was less about openness and more about animalistic instinct. After 2 sleepless nights, he promptly led everyone to urgently construct several bunkers to separate the 3 couples. While contemplating how to bolster the tribe's strength, Wang rushed over in a panic. Shuagu, there are outsiders. Upon hearing this, Yang Shua immediately became alert, setting down what he held and swiftly climbing the city walls. In the distance on a hillside, following Wang's gesture, he spotted a group of around 10 primitive individuals resting by a small creek, presumably having followed the returning herds. They were likely among the indigenous people of this land. Yang Shua had previously inquired of Li regarding how to handle the arrival of outsiders in their territory. According to the customs of primitive tribes, each tribe had a designated territory, and aside from instances of food scarcity leading to clashes, they typically did not invade others' lands. In the face of an invasion, the common practice was to observe discreetly. If it were an ordinary tribe, they would band together to demonstrate their strength and drive the intruders away. However, if it were a cannibal tribe, they would flee immediately. Besides the winter migrations that caused intertribal clashes, other incursions typically stemmed from the threat of cannibal tribes, which forced tribes to relinquish their territories. The situation of those who refused to leave was unprecedented. Hearing this, Yang Shua couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling as if he were a robber. In addition to instructing the tribe to keep watch over the newcomers, Yang Shua focused on completing his plan for the strongest primitive warriors. His greatest satisfaction lay in his love for reading. Before him sat 2 steaming clay pots, one filled with hot water and the other with hot oil. The primary task for the women during winter, aside from boiling water and clay, was to gather vines. As they boiled the water, they would also cook the vines, which were then left to dry in the bunker. Under Chun Yunyun's guidance, the dried vines were woven into vests, arm guards, and leg guards, providing each person with a complete set. With the armor taking shape, the next steps involved continuous boiling and soaking until they dried. However, due to the severe food scarcity in winter, there was insufficient oil for Yang Shua to continue his plans, causing several sets of vine armor to remain in storage until spring for completion. The pot of oil before him was a long-cherished treasure, accumulated from the fat of wild deer, bison, wild horses, and even rabbits and mice. It was in this pot that the vine armor was being prepared. This marked the 4th boiling. The once brown vines had turned jet black, with the grease deeply penetrating every inch. Yang Shua finally lifted the vine armor from the pot, placing it on a wooden rack above to dry. After a few months, the first set of vine armor had successfully emerged. Inspired by the elements from the 3 kingdoms, Yang Shua devised a way to replicate the armor described in the book. In this primitive world, the vine armor was likely the easiest to replicate. Although the drying time was not extensive, it was sufficient for this primitive setting. The pitch-black vine armor, after multiple boiling and drying processes, had become exceptionally hard and, infused with the grease, gained resilience. After absorbing the grease, it transformed into a material that was hard yet not brittle, offering a formidable defense compared to the primitive stone spears. The vine armor consisted of 6 pieces, a helmet, a breastplate, 2 arm guards, and 2 leg guards. Due to the limitations of the oil, only this single test piece could be produced. As Yang Shua emerged from the stone wall clad in the vine armor, the entire tribe fell silent once more. Perhaps it was the nature of men. All eyes were fixated on the armor adorning Yang Shua, which reflected a faint sheen and perfectly enveloped him. Come, come. Allow me to present our tribe's latest equipment, the refined vine armor. Yang Shua's exclamatory announcement broke the trance of the onlookers, and Li, standing nearby, was visibly drooling, eagerly awaiting Yang Shua's demonstration of his invention. Brother Li, give me a poke. Yang Shua's voice reached him, momentarily stunning the envious Li. Although the armor appeared striking, naturally drawing the gaze of men, the peril of a blade was ever present. Should he poke Yang Shua, it could very well cost him his life. Realizing this, Li hastily waved his hands in refusal, understanding that Yang Shua was too vital to the tribe to risk recklessness. Trust me, Brother Li, come on, poke me, Yang Shua urged, striking his chest with his hand, producing a resounding clang that indicated the armor's robustness. Li, filled with doubt, yet swayed by Yang Shua's persistent assurances, steeled himself and gently prodded Yang Shua's chest with his stone spear. Yang Shua staggered back a step as if pushed. Brother Li, trust me, use all your strength. Don't worry. Yang Shua, aware of Li's fear of injury, once again reassured him. In Li's eyes, he discerned that Yang Shua was not jesting. Li nodded and began to gather his strength. Yang Shua adjusted his stance, squatting low and adopting a horse stance as Li transformed, embodying the essence of a hunter lurking in the forest. His crouched form quivered slightly, muscles coiled tightly, his gaze locked onto Yang Shua. Yang Shua once more felt the formidable aura of the tribe's foremost warrior, akin to being stared down by a hungry wolf, every bare inch of his skin prickling as if stung by needles. Hey! With a grunt from Li, the stone spear in his hand shot forth like a striking serpent, directly impacting Yang Shua's chest. The force of the blow was immeasurable. Yang Shua was propelled backward over a meter, landing supine on the ground as Li's spear shattered upon contact. The sharpened stone tip broke instantaneously, followed by the wooden shaft, which succumbed to the immense impact, rendering the spear utterly useless. Shua! Li's heart tightened as he witnessed Yang Shua's flight, and Chun Yunyun, who had been anxiously sweating, rushed over. I'm fine. Yang Shua stretched out a hand from the ground, turning to rise. Although uninjured, the tremendous force compelled him to rub his chest. It was then that the crowd noticed Yang Shua's condition. A white mark marred the center of his black armor, indicating damage yet no penetration. Besides the outer vine armor, Yang Shua had also sewn a layer of cowhide inner armor. Thus Li's strike, while propelling him backward, had failed to inflict any harm. Everyone once again gazed at Yang Shua in a daze. The power of the items he had brought this time was simply terrifying. As hunters of the tribe, they undoubtedly understood the lethality of their weapons, and now, observing the shattered stone spears strewn across the ground, and then the solitary white point on the black vine armor, the thought of donning such an item sent shivers down their spines. They swallowed hard, their gazes turning fervent as they fixed their eyes on Yang Shua. Feeling their intense scrutiny, Yang Shua quickly interjected, there is no grease left for the time being, so new ones cannot be crafted just yet. Everyone, let's focus on hunting. We will have it, we will. Before anyone could respond, Yang Shua swiftly slipped away, thinking to himself, this set of armor is mine. If I delay, it will no longer be so, must hurry. Having validated the defensive capabilities of his refined vine armor, Yang Shua sensed that the moment had come. He patted the envious and admiring Wang on the shoulder and said, Wang, go call Li and the others to follow me. We are going to claim some territory. Chapter 16. Brother, are you not astonished? As Yang Shua vaulted over the wall, under Wang's lead, Li and the others transformed into shadows, stealthily merging into the woods. This was a plan that Yang Shua and his companions had meticulously devised. He would negotiate while Li and the others stood by for support. They were about to engage with the newly arrived tribe, with just a patch of grass separating them. As an outsider, Yang Shua aimed to seize a piece of land from the hands of the locals. In recent days, Yang Shua had kept Wang vigilant over the opposing tribe, and this sharp-witted child always managed to locate them amidst the mountains and forests. According to Wang, the primitive tribe's settlement lay not far ahead. Before Yang Shua could draw nearer, a furious roar erupted from the distant woods, and a primitive man clad in animal skins charged forth, brandishing a stone spear and repeatedly threatening Yang Shua to keep his distance. Seeing the dark-faced man across from him, Yang Shua waved his hand to indicate that he bore no weapons and halted his advance, remaining stationary. Similarly, in the face of invasion, as long as the opposing faction was not a cannibal tribe, direct conflict was typically avoided. Yang Shua had barely waited a few minutes when several figures rushed out from behind the dark-faced man. They were indeed members of their tribe. At the forefront was a man wearing a necklace made of tied teeth. his face marred by a long scar extending from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ear. By both appearance and demeanor, he was undoubtedly the chieftain of the opposing tribe. Surrounded by a total of 5 individuals, Yang Shuo exhibited no signs of panic, instead standing silently, fixing his gaze upon the chieftain. The primitive chieftain continuously waved his stone spear, and with extensive experience interacting with primitive tribes, Yang Shuo understood he was inquiring about his purpose. I have come for peace. I recognize that you are the original masters of this land, but we merely seek a small space to survive without disturbing you. Although aware that they could not comprehend his words, Yang Shuo spoke softly, gesturing to convey his intent. However, no matter how gentle his approach, it was still an overreach for a tribe to forcibly occupy territory, essentially declaring war. Noticing that Yang Shuo had come alone, unarmed, and donned in peculiar animal skins, the chieftain forcibly suppressed his rising anger. He was unaware of the nature and strength of Yang Shuo's tribe, and the absence of any armed followers from the opposing tribe suggested a reluctance to escalate conflict. He would need to ascertain the true capabilities of the other tribe before making any decisions. With this in mind, the chieftain continued to brandish his spear and ordered his tribesmen, who had surrounded Yang Shuo, to step back, allowing him to depart. As the primitive men slowly retreated, Yang Shuo bowed to the chieftain and turned to leave. While the chieftain could endure such humiliation for the sake of his tribe, the young men, who held the chieftain's honor in high regard, could not tolerate it. It was a disgrace to their tribe and to their mightiest warriors. Just as Yang Shuo had walked approximately 20 meters away, suddenly, a young primitive man could no longer contain himself. With a swift step, he lunged forward, thrusting his right hand, and the spear in his grasp flew towards the distant Yang Shuo. All of this unfolded in an instant, and before the chieftain could intervene, Yang Shuo had already been struck and collapsed to the ground. The chieftain's brow furrowed deeply, having killed an individual without fully grasping the strength of the opposing tribe. A rift had been created that could not be mended. Before he could contemplate how to address the ensuing situation, Yang Shuo staggered and rose to his feet, causing the chieftain and all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. My goodness, did that nearly kill me? Thank heavens for my armor, Yang Shuo thought, feeling as if he had been struck by a cannonball. Despite the protection of his armor, one side of his shoulder tingled painfully, demonstrating the force behind the blow. Turning to glance at the group in the distance, Yang Shuo flashed a grin and waved goodbye before turning to leave. The chieftain's brows knitted even tighter. He had clearly witnessed his tribesman's spear make contact, and at that range, even a deer would have been instantly pierced. Yet, the adversary appeared entirely unscathed, elevating the air of mystery surrounding his tribe. Had it not been for Yang Shuo's consistent non-hostility, the chieftain would have considered fleeing with his tribe. In this young man, he sensed a more profound shock than that evoked by the cannibal tribe. Li and the others, concealed within the woods, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Yang Shuo fall to the ground after being struck. Several of them were enraged and prepared to charge in. But upon seeing Yang Shuo rise unharmed, they could hardly believe their eyes, once again witnessing the invincible defensive power of the refined vine armor, something that simply should not exist in the primitive world. Thus, this encounter concluded in an extraordinarily shocking manner, and Yang Shuo and his companions returned to their tribe. On the following day, before dawn had even broken, the sentinel Sun sensed something amiss. A figure was slowly emerging from the distant woods, prompting him to raise the alarm. Intruders! We have intruders! Sun's booming voice reverberated throughout the tribe, the walls and mountains amplifying his cries, as if they echoed in everyone's ears. Yang Shuo and Li sprang from their bunkers, rushing to the walls. By this time, the figure had approached the walls, revealing a tall silhouette, the chieftain of the opposing tribe. Yang Shuo and Li exchanged glances. Just yesterday, he had single-handedly infiltrated the opposing tribe, and now they returned the favor without alteration. Li patted Yang Shuo on the shoulder, and Yang Shuo took a ladder and descended from the wall. The primitive chieftain had not slept all night. After Yang Shuo's departure, he had pursued them alone through the jungle, ultimately discovering the whereabouts of their tribe through various traces. To a primitive man, this wall was overwhelming, with its incongruous reddish brick and the oppressive height of over 3 meters significantly reshaping this brave man's worldview. Yet, such a spectacle did not deter him. After concealing himself in the forest for an entire night, as dawn broke, he stepped forward, much like Yang Shuo had done before. This was his pride. Yang Shuo felt a bit embarrassed. He was quite fearful, and it was primarily the strength of his armor that emboldened him to approach, especially with Li and the others following closely behind. This chieftain had truly come alone. Welcome, welcome. Yang Shuo hurriedly approached, grasping the chieftain's hand. The primitive elder was taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm, as Yang Shuo led him toward the base of the wall. As Yang Shuo gazed at the ladder laid before him, he gestured for his elder brother to ascend the wall. The primitive elder hesitated briefly before climbing up, emboldened by the knowledge that he had arrived unarmed and thus feared no unexpected surprises. Upon reaching the top of the city wall, he was struck by a profound sense of awe. The entirety of the tribe lay before him, unobstructed, while the distant cliffs rose sheer and steep, adorned with numerous climbing vines. Below the cliffs, 2 formidable city walls encircled the area, forming an impeccable defensive perimeter. In the expansive central clearing, 5 fortifications stood proudly, their thatched roofs replaced by vibrant red tiles, and a square paved with bricks surrounded them. Beneath the distant cliffs, a pavilion constructed of red tiles housed neatly stacked piles of charcoal. Women were bustling in the square, preparing the evening meal in large pots, while in the shadows nearby, a row of armor was arranged in an orderly fashion, steam rising from a cauldron where vines were being boiled for armor production. This was the current state of the tribe, transformed from its former primitive cave dwellings to a fortified settlement. Observing this spectacle, the primitive elder was momentarily rendered speechless, akin to Yang Shua's own initial experience upon his arrival. Yang Shua, equally pleased with the scene before him, recognized it as a testament to their hard work. He patted his brother's shoulder and inquired, "Are you not utterly astonished?" In Chapter 17, titled Exchange Student, when the primitive chieftain once again stood outside the city walls, he found himself struggling to fully process the day's surreal experiences. The wonders he had encountered, magical pottery, delectable meat broth, exquisite dwellings, and most importantly, the miraculous language enabling seamless communication, left him in a state of disbelief. The clarity and efficiency of their discourse made their previous gestures and cries seem akin to the chattering of monkeys in the jungle. As he was being escorted out, Yang Shua imparted a significant piece of information. "We truly uphold peace and are willing to share everything with you. You may select young children from your tribe to serve as exchange students, coming to learn in our tribe, requiring only a modest contribution for their sustenance." Unlike a society of slavery, Yang Shua cherished the notion of fostering mutual admiration and exchange among neighboring tribes, firmly believing that no primitive person could resist the allure of modern technology. He envisioned a day when they would gradually integrate into their own tribes. The following day, at the same hour, a headstrong boy appeared outside the tribe's walls, accompanied by a small deer at his feet. Zhao quickly recognized the youngster, surprised to find that he was the very one who had impulsively thrown a spear at Yang Shua. Yang Shua was also aware of him, though he had not anticipated that this boy would be the chieftain's chosen exchange student. Wang, who had accompanied Yang Shua, furrowed his brow disapprovingly at the newcomer. The boy thrust the deer with his spear, tossing it over, and waved his arms to signify that this was his tuition, then silently fixed his gaze on Yang Shua. "Ah, this lad is quite the rebel." Yang Shua couldn't help but chuckle as he hoisted the deer and led both boys back to the tribe. Though the boy was obstinate and unwilling to concede to anyone, he too was left awestruck upon his first sight of the tribe from the wall. Mouth agape in silent astonishment. Wang, reveling in the boy's discomfiture, thought, "Look at you now, all tough and proud." Sensing Wang's gaze, the boy composed his expression and followed Yang Shua with a scowling demeanor. Yang Shua, aware of the tension between the two, remained unconcerned, believing that the young would eventually find common ground. He turned to the scowling boy and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Jean. You are here to represent your tribe, so do not bring shame upon their name." Though Jean did not comprehend Yang Shua's words, the unique allure of language resonated within him, instilling a sense of responsibility to uphold his tribe's honor. With newfound determination in his eyes, Jean inspired a measure of relief in Yang Shua. This exchange student was a rare gem that needed nurturing, for he would serve as a bridge to other tribes in the future. However, that very night, the rebellious spirit of the boy manifested once more. Wang and Jean, naturally at odds, engaged in a playful scuffle before the assembled crowd, each emerging with a black eye, prompting Yang Shua to pull them aside. Jean experienced his first taste of meat broth, combined with fish caught by Yang Shua and the others from the river. The flavorful fish soup mixed with the meat broth captivated the boy, convincing him to linger a few more days for the sake of sustenance. The two boys appeared to settle into a routine, yet Yang Shua found himself troubled, pondering how to educate them. Where to begin? What to teach? After tossing and turning for hours, he decided to rise and relieve the night watch. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed at the newly sprouted buds in the distant woods, sensing the tribe's growth and vitality. They now had students. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. In the fortification, there lay a large stone slab, etched repeatedly by Yang Shua to mark the passage of time. Previously constrained by survival, he had invented little beyond the essentials of sustenance. Now that life had stabilized, it was time to reintroduce the wisdom of their ancestors. At dawn the next day, Yang Shua carried over the large ceramic pot typically used for boiling vines and led the two boys outside. For the duration of the day, aside from patrolling traps, Yang Shua guided the two youngsters in cutting trees. When they returned, All three hoisted tree trunks as thick as their arms. The two boys, each determined to outdo the other, raced up the ladder affixed to the wall, panting heavily upon reaching the tribe. Under the watchful eyes of the tribe, Yang Shuo methodically smashed the wood, casting it into the pot to begin boiling, then took the boys back out to gather dried grass and leaves, piling them high to transport home. Due to the boiling process, the wood quickly absorbed moisture. Under Yang Shuo's direction, everyone wielded hammers to pulverize the wood into fine fragments, which were then tossed back into the pot. The cycle continued until a loud shout from Chun Yunyun atop the wall interrupted their labor. Yang Shuo, that big black-faced chief, is back. Chun Yunyun was startled upon first encountering the primitive tribe's chieftain, whose weathered visage bore the marks of time and a prominent scar, leaving a lasting impression on her. Bringing Jean and Wang with her, she approached the chieftain, who gave Jean a firm pat on the back, encouraging him to apply himself, and presented Yang Shuo with a small deer, the week's tuition and food expenses. Yang Shuo was uncertain how the elder interpreted the concept of a week. He had simply instructed the elder to take 7 small tiles home, advising him to move 1 stone from left to right each night before sleeping. When the left side was empty, it would signal the time to deliver the tuition. The elder was punctual, and seeing Jean filled with vigor brought him satisfaction. He simply uttered one word to Yang Shuo before departing: pride. Yang Shuo gazed in astonishment as the elder retreated. The pronunciation of that word resembling the common utterance of the primitive people, AAO, suggesting that it was to be his chosen title. After bidding farewell to pride, Yang Shuo threw himself back into his work. After several days of boiling, the ceramic pot had transformed into a thick porridge, with all the wood thoroughly cooked and crushed, now mixed with an abundance of dried grass and leaves, resulting in a gooey concoction. Yang Shuo unveiled his latest invention, a square ceramic slab. Wang and Jean each produced one as well, with Jean becoming the first foreigner to master the art of pottery. Using a spoon he crafted himself, he scooped a dollop of paste, spread it evenly across the ceramic slab, and then covered it with another slab, applying pressure to extract moisture before placing it over a fire to bake. While air drying would typically be the optimal method, the urgency to produce the first sheet of paper justified the quicker approach. After a period of baking, Yang Shuo removed the slab and unveiled a sheet of paper, slightly darkened in color. Although its appearance left much to be desired and it was somewhat thick, it was nonetheless a success. Another groundbreaking invention had emerged. Yet there was no celebration within the tribe. They understood that when confronted with something they did not comprehend, it meant that the invention was still incomplete. Upon obtaining the first sheet of paper, Yang Shuo retrieved his long-preserved pot-bottom ash and feathers, mixing the crushed charcoal with the ash and adding a little grease, thoroughly grinding it until a rudimentary ink was created. With a feather dipped in the ink, he inscribed the words paper and pen on the sheet, announcing their existence to the world. The onlookers, who had been following Chun Yunyun in learning to write and speak, were momentarily stunned. With these 2 items, they could preserve every character that Chun Yunyun had written, no longer needing to pester her daily for assistance. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the paper and pen in Yang Shuo's hands, while he laughed heartily, realizing that his troubles were finally alleviated. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Chapter 18. The Frugal Men of the Tribe. The advent of grass paper proved to be immensely beneficial for both Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun. Chun Yunyun wrote on the paper with feathers, imparting knowledge to everyone in the tribe, with each person receiving their own share. Those who struggled could seek help at any time, greatly accelerating the development of language and writing. For Yang Shuo, the process became simpler. He boiled a fresh batch using dried grass and leaves, resulting in grass paper that, while coarser than wood-based paper, was suitable for hygiene purposes. After nearly a year of using earthen materials for such needs, he was finally able to use paper. Tears of joy. The initial attempt was merely an experiment, requiring fire for processing, but in the future, soaking in cold water for an extended period would suffice, conserving fuel for when the production chain was fully operational. Although the tribe lacked advanced tools, there was a palpable sense of industriousness. During the day, the men ventured out to hunt, gather grass, and fell trees, while the women made repeated trips to the creek for water, as the tribe's demand for it was immense. Papermaking required water, armor production required water, and people needed water. The entire tribe was engaged in the daily toil of transporting materials. Yang Shuo was no exception. This relentless pace left little room for leisure, exacerbated by the scant number of hands available. Before him, a ceramic pot simmered, its contents of grease slowly melting. The men of the tribe had truly tightened their belts during this period, having witnessed the prowess of Yang Shuo's refined vine armor. Each one yearned to possess a set. However, crafting a complete set required an abundance of grease, a vital energy source, making each unit of fat exceedingly precious. Thus, the following scene unfolded. One day, Sun stealthily approached Yang Shuo, presenting him with a piece of deer hide, the flesh beneath encased in a layer of fat. Shortly after, Big Brotherly arrived, offering Yang Shua a chunk of fatty beef. Even the headstrong Jean, typically resistant, begrudgingly handed Yang Shua a piece of fat, a gift from Ao. At this rate, producing a set in a month would be considered rapid, which weighed heavily on Yang Shua's mind. If only they had rapeseed. The interaction between the two tribes intensified, with Jean frequently traversing between them, carrying the paper crafted by Yang Shua to teach his people how to speak and read. In addition to paper, he also taught them pottery and brickmaking. Although Ao's tribe had not fortified their settlement like Yang Shua's, their quality of life had significantly improved. In gratitude, Ao led his people to express their thanks, presenting Yang Shua's tribe with several deer. The men were now fervent. Upon receiving the deer, their first instinct was not to feast, but to immediately gather fat and deliver it to Yang Shua. This prompted Yang Shua to reflect on how the desire for armor had persisted since ancient times. Thanks to the diligent efforts of numerous men, Yang Shua successfully crafted 2 sets of armor this month, one intended for Ao's tribe, while the other, well, was a gamble. Upon witnessing the freshly forged refined vine armor, the men of the tribe erupted in excitement, yet with only one set available, how could it be divided? Yang Shua devised a perfect solution. He produced a jar of water, mixed it with clay, and fashioned 3 fist-sized dice, inscribing them with numbers before placing them over the fire to harden. This set of equipment was a product of their frugality, akin to a group endeavoring to defeat a formidable foe and thus deserving of a roll of the dice. As the still smoking dice were revealed, the group of men stood bewildered, pondering what Yang Shua had conjured up this time. Thanks to Chun Yunyun's relentless efforts, the promotion of Mandarin and basic arithmetic had flourished within the tribe. Yang Shua explained the rules of the game, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Each person had 3 chances, rolling 1 die at a time. The highest total would claim the armor. In the event of a tie for the highest score, an additional roll would determine the winner. The clarity of the rules sent the men into a frenzy. The first round commenced with the most impatient, Sun, who rolled a 5, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he stepped aside to wait. Shi and Li rolled 4 and 3, respectively, while Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li rolled 1, 3, 4, and 5. Glancing at Sun, who was already beaming, Wang eagerly seized the dice from Yang Shua and rolled a 4. Yang Shua handed a die to Zhang, who had remained silent. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes widened, and he shook his head in refusal. Yang Shua insisted, placing the die in his hands, affirming that they were all family now. Feeling a rush of emotion, Zhang nodded and rolled a 6. Wang, observing Zhang's reaction, couldn't resist teasing, "Little stutterer, you're quite lucky today." Zhang's face flushed crimson. Who stutters? Although Zhang had interacted with language less than Wang, he still struggled to articulate his words, leading Wang to affectionately label him as the little stutterer. Through 3 intense rounds of competition, it was surprisingly Shi, the ever-humble individual, who ultimately claimed the refined vine armor from Sun's grasp, leaving Sun's expression utterly disheartened. To this day, Yang Shua remains unaware of the legacy he was leaving for humanity. But in time, it would become clear. Primitive humans, continuously struggling for survival, had little time for entertainment. And the introduction of dice by Yang Shua added a vibrant hue to their monochromatic existence. Beyond hunting and labor, the most popular activity in the tribe became rolling dice, marking a first for the tribe's private ownership concept. Naturally, the most fervent interest remained in the refined vine armor, with Sun pestering Shi daily, wagering his own food and extra catches of mice and rabbits in a desperate attempt to reclaim the armor. However, the good-natured Shi consistently emerged victorious. Even after losing 2 gauntlets to Sun, most of the time, he triumphed, leaving Sun deprived of sustenance for 2 consecutive days. Witnessing Sun's hunger was a source of both amusement and sympathy for Yang Shua. Amid the merriment within his own tribe, Ao's tribe was equally abuzz with excitement. Though only a handful of individuals witnessed the moment when Yang Shua was struck by the spear, it did little to diminish the renown of the exquisite hardening vine armor within the tribe. When the warrior bestowed this remarkable armor upon Ao, the typically proud chieftain was overwhelmed with emotion and insisted that Zhang bring back half a wild buffalo. Had Zhang not struggled with its weight, it likely would have been a full buffalo. In addition to food, Zhang also returned with a multitude of items from Ao's tribe: 2 shells, several stones of varying hues. In this primitive world, such rare treasures were highly coveted. Even Li expressed his admiration upon seeing them. However, Yang Shua remained indifferent. Shells, stones. The half-buffalo was somewhat impressive, but what were those gaudy stones? Just as Yang Shua was mentally deriding them, a particular stone suddenly flashed through his mind, a deep red stone, entirely dark crimson. Yang Shua's heart raced, and he gradually calmed himself. Selecting the red stone from the pile, he licked it in front of the astonished gazes of those around him. Beyond the stone's inherent saltiness, he distinctly tasted the flavor of blood on his tongue. To be precise, the taste of iron. This was a natural iron ore. Jean, inquire of Ao where this stone was procured. If we can locate a substantial quantity of such stones, I shall trade the hardening vine armor for it. Chapter 19. Yang Shua's Madness. Jean was taken aback by Yang Shua's proposition. He understood the arduous nature of crafting the hardening vine armor. It had taken both tribes a month of frugality to produce just 2 sets. And now Yang Shua was suggesting he would part with 2 sets for a single redstone? Li, standing nearby, was equally astonished. After their prolonged acquaintance, he recognized Yang Shua was not a reckless individual. There must be a rationale behind his actions, yet 2 sets of hardening vine armor were of paramount importance. Shua? What are you suggesting? Faced with Li's bewilderment, Yang Shua's eyes burned with fervor. With the most formidable shield, he also required the sharpest spear. Mere defense would not usher in peace. Centuries of experience had taught him that being unarmed was not the same as having a weapon at hand. Brotherly, we must secure this stone. With it, we shall no longer fear the cannibal tribe, or any tribe for that matter. Yang Shua's voice resonated throughout the territory, momentarily freezing everyone in place, and Jean comprehended the implications of his words. I refuse, unless you grant us five sets of armor. Remarkably, this was the first time Jean had turned down Yang Shua's request. Like Wang, this young lad had been captivated by Yang Shua's boundless imagination, always yielding to his commands. Yang Shua's slightly reddened eyes fixed on Jean, who lowered his head and reiterated, five sets. Not 1 less will suffice. Very well. Speak with Ao. I need to ascertain the source of these stones. This month, I shall provide you with 1 set. Upon finding the stones, I will furnish you with 4 more. Yang Shua's voice trembled, and Li tacitly accepted this outcome. If what Yang Shua claimed was true, 5 sets of hardening vine armor were indeed a worthy trade. Jean hurried back to the tribe, while Yang Shua fell into a profound silence. An inexplicable aura emanated from him, casting an oppressive atmosphere around. Brotherly, we must prepare extensively. Shua, just say the word, and we shall assist you. Under Yang Shua's direction, the tribe became increasingly industrious. First and foremost, Yang Shua aimed to address the tribe's water supply issue. Although they were close to a stream on the hillside, fetching water required scaling the city wall, a laborious task that consumed an entire day for barely adequate daily use. Yang Shua envisioned a technological revolution. He planned to introduce running water to the tribe. For them, this was an enormous undertaking. The nearest bamboo grove lay on the hillside of Ao's tribe, and Yang Shua set out with the tribe's men to harvest bamboo. As they passed by Ao's tribe, nearly all the men mobilized to search the vicinity where they had previously obtained the red stone. Yang Shua's objective was simple: split each bamboo stalk in half and clear the joints in the middle, creating a natural water pipe. However, for a primitive tribe armed only with stone axes, the efficiency was abysmally low. After nearly an hour of labor, they managed to process just 1 segment of bamboo. The remaining task was repetitive, effectively clearing out the entire bamboo grove before Yang Shua signaled everyone to stop. 3 days were spent cutting and preparing the bamboo, followed by a day of transporting it. On the 5th day, at the upper reaches of the stream, Yang Shua led the group in modifying the waterway. He dug a small tributary alongside the original stream, forming a small pond with earth and pebbles, creating an outlet on the side and resting the bamboo atop it. Following the slope of the hill, the water was diverted through the bamboo, allowing Li and the others to experience what true running water was. They could continuously channel water directly into their homes. The path from the hillside to their door was straightforward: adjust the bamboo's position and cut surrounding trees for support. Yet, the tribe had a towering 3-meter-high city wall. Just the 10-meter stretch at the entrance consumed a week of Yang Shua's efforts. Unable to anchor the wood into the ground, Yang Shua turned to the ladders they used to exit, spending several days crafting a few ladders, burying them in the soil to support the bamboo above, allowing it to surmount the wall and deliver water inside. After much anxiety regarding the water pipe, Yang Shua dismantled the crossbars from the ladders that connected them horizontally, leaving only a single bamboo beam atop. The vertical ladders were propped on either side with wood for reinforcement, eliminating the concern that someone might dismantle the ladder and sneak into the tribe. Yang Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bamboo that spanned the wall was directly brought to the central square of the tribe, where a large water tank, specially made by the women, awaited. It featured an outlet that allowed water to flow out once full, channeling through the square and out of the tribe. Now, every member of the tribe fixated on the bamboo. Outside, Yang Shua, having repositioned the moved bamboo, observed the stream of water gradually flowing. When the water finally crossed the wall, an eruption of cheers erupted from within the tribe. The water has arrived. Hearing the jubilant cries, Yang Shua exhaled in relief. This project was akin to an ancient version of the South to North Water Diversion Project. With running water, the tribe would be liberated from the burdensome task of fetching water. Before the cheers could die down, Jean's figure stumbled from the distant woods, and Sun, stationed on wall duty, rushed over. Jean was covered in blood. And upon seeing Sun approach, the tension in his body finally gave way, collapsing into Sun's arms. Just before losing consciousness, he uttered, "Save my tribe." Yang Shuo, observing Jean from afar, instinctively thought, something has gone awry. Jean was carried into the tribe by Sun, who relayed Jean's final words to Li. It seemed Ao's tribe was in peril, and Li and Yang Shuo exchanged glances, their first thought being the cannibal tribe. Fully armed, everyone prepared for action. Although apart from Yang Shuo and Shi, the rest donned ordinary vine armor, lacking the hardening variant, their defenses were nonetheless significantly enhanced. After entrusting Jean to the care of the women, the group scaled the wall and hastened towards Ao's tribe. Ao's tribe comprised 11 members, 5 men and 6 women. Following Yang Shuo's generous reward for locating the red stone, the men had dedicated all their time beyond hunting to searching for the stone. During their search, a wandering tribe of cannibals set their sights on them. A sudden ambush from the cannibals resulted in the immediate death of 2 men, while Ao, clad in a refined vine armor, emerged unscathed from the surprise attack. The ensuing battle devolved into a brutal melee, with the protection of his armor. Ao showcased the might of the tribe's foremost warrior. With a stone spear in hand, he plunged into the midst of the cannibal encirclement, single-handedly blocking a group of attackers. Jean and another tribesman, though slightly injured, joined Ao in the fray, and the trio formed an unstoppable front, proving to be invincible. The women of the tribe also seized stone spears, rallying behind them to fend off the attackers. However, the cannibals, once they launched their assault, possessed an undeniable advantage. Despite Ao's fierce outburst, their counteroffensive was swiftly suppressed until the appearance of an individual led to Ao's complete failure to break free. This was the chief of the cannibal tribe, towering over Ao, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters. This formidable figure, bare-chested and adorned with an unknown red pattern, forcefully pushed aside his kin and charged forward with a roar. Thanks to the refined vine armor, Ao sustained only superficial wounds. But the cannibal chief had been observing closely and had taken note of the black armor worn by the valiant warrior. In a moment of treachery, as Ao fought alongside his tribesmen, a stone spear was thrust through the gaps in the crowd, piercing the seam of his armor. Ao's figure jolted, and as he caught sight of this hidden adversary, the pain in his abdomen ignited his ferocity. With a roar, Ao unleashed another surge of power, driving his spear into the body of a cannibal, rendering it irretrievable. Discarding the spear, he seized the weapon from the fallen foe before turning to plunge it into another adversary. The fierce clash between Ao and the other tribesmen escalated, ultimately tearing a hole in the encirclement. Ao reached out to grasp the bloodied Jean, hurling him to safety before rejoining the fray with another tribesman. "Go find Shuo," were Ao's final words. By the time Yang Shuo and the others arrived at the tribe, the place had been laid to waste by flames, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, nearly a dozen in total. Yang Shuo examined each one, checking for a pulse among the members of Ao's tribe, but found no survivors. He fervently hoped that Jean had escaped, and with Ao's armor, he surely would be unharmed. Yet, at the edge of the tribe, he spotted the one person he dreaded to see. Ao lay stripped of his garments, his body marred with wounds. A surge of heat coursed through Yang Shuo as he rushed forward, feeling for Ao's pulse at his neck before turning and shouting, "Hurry! Ao is still alive." Chapter 20. I do not want to be your burden. Yang Shuo felt his legs ablaze. He had been carrying Ao for an indeterminate time, running from Ao's tribe to their current location without pause. In that moment, he wished he could fly, soaring directly to his own tribe. Li and the others trailed behind him, struggling to keep pace. Soon, the familiar red walls came into view, and Yang Shuo bellowed, "Lower the ladder." The guard atop the wall jolted at the sight of the approaching figures and hastily lowered the ladder. Yang Shuo dashed to the base of the wall, leaping over it in a few swift strides while still bearing Ao on his back. Yin Yun, come quickly." Chen Yun, who had been attending to the unconscious Jean in the bunker, was called out by Yang Shuo's urgent voice. As she peered out of the bunker, she saw Yang Shuo rushing toward her with a bloodied figure on his back. "Brother Shuo, this is Ao. What on earth happened?" "Cannibals. There's no time to explain. Just help me tend to his wounds." Yang Shuo burst into the bunker, laying Ao down on the animal hide beside Jean, and began rummaging through the medicine chest. The silver box within the bunker stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Yang Shuo extracted sutures, needles, and tweezers, while Chen Yun brought in a basin of hot water to cleanse Ao's wounds. At that moment, Li and the others rushed in, witnessing the two tending to Ao's injuries, and they immediately fell silent, stifling even their breaths. Sweat dripped from Yang Shua's brow as he fought to control himself, his chest heaving violently, and his hands trembled from exhaustion, making it difficult to align with the wounds. Brother Shua, let me take over. You should drink some water and rest, Chen Yunyun said, her eyes filled with concern as she took the tools from his hands and began suturing Ao's wounds. After Chen Yunyun's thorough cleansing, a multitude of injuries became apparent on Ao's body, numbering over 30. With the most severe being a deep gash on his lower right abdomen. Chen Yunyun heated the needle over the flame until it cooled slightly. Then began the meticulous process of stitching Ao's wounds from top to bottom, carefully working her way down to the abdominal injury. Brother Shua, this area requires surgery. The intestines are likely injured and need to be stitched, she said, her voice trembling with evident distress. I'll do it. After a brief period of rest, Yang Shua finally regained his composure. He retrieved a scalpel from the medicine chest, sterilized it, and commenced the incision along Ao's abdominal wound. To his surprise, blood gushed forth, and the incision quickly widened. Chen Yunyun reached in, extracting Ao's intestines to begin suturing the damaged areas. Primitive humans typically had long intervals between meals. Unlike Yang Shua's tribe, which consistently secured food, other tribes, much like beasts, could go days without sustenance. Consequently, Ao's intestines were remarkably clean. There were 3 wounds on the intestines, all of which Chen Yunyun meticulously stitched up before gently reinserting them and commencing the closure of the external wound. Brother Shua, Ao is losing a significant amount of blood. Even if we manage to close the wounds, he may not survive. Chen Yunyun's voice floated softly, causing Yang Shua's body to freeze. We still have 1 dose of adrenaline. Let's administer it to him. Yang Shua hesitated momentarily. Adrenaline can be life-saving, Brother Shua. Should we really use it on Ao? This is something only our civilization can produce, and once used, it is gone. Is it worth it? Chen Yunyun clearly did not expect Yang Shua to advocate for utilizing their most precious resource. Ao is our friend. From the perspective of friendship, I do not wish for him to perish. Moreover, he is incredibly valuable to us, possessing knowledge of that which we most desperately need. He cannot die. Yang Shua fixed his gaze on Chen Yunyun, extending the vial of adrenaline toward her. Ao's arms were as thick as her thighs, each vein bulging due to the extreme tension of his muscles, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The veins were easy to locate. Chen Yunyun took the syringe and injected it into Ao's arm vein. With the injection, Yang Shua soon observed the veins in Ao's arm quivering slightly, and the previously weak heartbeat began to strengthen. However, as he looked at Ao's pale lips, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Brother Shua, let me give him a blood transfusion. I have type O blood. Chen Yunyun's voice echoed once more, asserting that merely administering the injection would not suffice. Ao had lost too much blood. Yunyun. Yang Shua was at a loss for words, gazing at Chen Yunyun squatting beside Ao, his mouth opening several times before falling silent. You have always been the one worrying about the tribe. I feel as though I have been of no help at all. I do not want to be your burden. I want to assist you. Chen Yunyun looked at Yang Shua defiantly, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, Yang Shua realized that he had been neglecting the little girl all along, instinctively placing her among the women of the tribe, viewing them merely as targets in need of protection, which led this resolute young girl to harbor futile notions of her own worthlessness. I'm sorry, Yunyun. Yang Shua ultimately managed to utter. Chen Yunyun retrieved a syringe and handed it to Yang Shua. Gazing at the needle before him, he felt a tremor within. Acutely aware of the resistance as the needle pierced Chen Yunyun's flesh, sensing her tremors when he could not locate the vein. Pulling the needle out only to insert it again. A small syringe could extract merely a dozen milliliters of blood at a time. He would turn and inject it into Ao's body before returning to draw more. Lacking any medical knowledge, aside from initially sterilizing the equipment over fire, the process consisted solely of repeatedly inserting and withdrawing the needle from both their bodies. After an indeterminate number of attempts, he halted, feeling Chen Yunyun's frailty. Her arms were dotted with red marks, blood seeping from them, and fear gripped him for the first time, fear that his decision might lead to the demise of the girl before him. Brother Shua, I can still go on. Just a few more tubes. Observing Yang Shua's expression, Chen Yunyun smiled, fully aware of his emotions. Having spent nearly a year in this primal world, she had come to rely deeply on the man who had always protected her. From the moment Yang Shua assured her that humanity would not be so barbaric, his image had been etched in her heart. I am finally a person of use. Yunyun felt elated. Tears streamed down Yang Shua's face as he gently stroked Chen Yunyun's head, repeatedly affirming, Yunyun has always been the most useful to me, forever so, everything everyone says. You have taught me. How could you be of no use? Your significance far surpasses mine. Upon hearing Yang Shua's words, the heavy stone that had long hung in Chen Yunyun's heart finally fell away. Plagued by insecurity, she merely wished to demonstrate her efforts to Yang Shua. to capture his attention. Brother Shua, I really like you. Before Yang Shua could respond, Chun Yunyun fell asleep in his embrace, exhausted from the blood drawn. Her fatigue sweeping through her entire being, finally able to relax and drift into slumber after being acknowledged by Yang Shua. He gently lifted Chun Yunyun and carried her to a nearby bunker, covering her with animal hides before stepping back out. With the replenishment of blood, Ao's complexion improved. And thanks to the adrenaline, the situation stabilized. Yang Shua took out the collected monkey grass, ground it, and sprinkled it over Ao's wounds. Once he had completed all of this, he sank down in exhaustion. However, Yang Shua still did not dare to relax. This was merely the first step, arguably the simplest one. Even though he and Chun Yunyun had been diligent about sterilization during the treatment, no matter how careful they were, bacteria would still exist. And if a severe infection occurred, Ao would not survive it. Watching the two people lying on animal hides, he recalled the harrowing scene from their first encounter with the cannibal tribe, the horrific sight of his deceased brother, others reduced to mere food, and the recent attack. With Jean and Ao lying unconscious, along with the three men who had been pierced like a beehive, Yang Shua felt a surge of rage boiling within him, swelling and scorching his nerves. Just wait, don't think about escaping. Chapter 21, Wrath. Emerging from the bunker, Yang Shua regained his composure, though the slight twitching of his brows betrayed his inner turmoil. Brotherly, why is this attack by the cannibal tribe so peculiar? There shouldn't be a shortage of food now, should there? Yang Shua inquired, observing Li's furrowed brow. There are two periods when cannibal tribes are most prone to launching attacks. One is during winter when food is scarce, and the other is in spring during their breeding season. Li paused momentarily before continuing. Women are an exceedingly valuable resource within the tribe. They abduct women for reproduction. And those who resist are devoured, while those who do not resist eventually become cannibals themselves. A cold sweat broke out on Yang Shua's brow. He could not fathom the scenario of being forced to consume human flesh, let alone the torment these women would undoubtedly face. Are you going to rescue them, Shua? Li's gaze bore into Yang Shua, reminiscent of their first battle. Yang Shua knew that Li had been grooming him for such moments, and he would fully support Yang Shua's intentions. However, this time was different. They no longer had the wolf pack's assistance. We must save them, not only to rescue those women, but also to save ourselves. Should any cannibal tribe appear around our territory, I will exhaust every means to eradicate them. Not a single one shall remain. Yang Shua's response was resolute and unwavering, the answer Li had sought. Do you have a plan? Li held Yang Shua in high regard. His mind was always filled with thoughts beyond their reach. This time, we shall launch a direct assault. Yang Shua's reply made Li raise an eyebrow. No one had ever dared to confront the cannibals head-on. The tribe currently possessed 4 sets of refined vine armor, with 2 sets prepared but not yet given to Ao, alongside other semi-finished vine armor, ensuring all 9 men were fully equipped. Yang Shua had initially not intended to let Wang participate in the battle, but the hatred for the cannibals had rendered the stubborn little fellow impervious to reason, so Yang Shua could only assign him to the center of the formation. The decision to launch a direct assault was not impulsive, but rather a conclusion drawn from careful observation. The cannibals had never anticipated the existence of such a groundbreaking creation as the refined vine armor. Thanks to this protective gear, the cannibals' initial ambush only resulted in the death of 2 men, while Ao, the tribe's strongest warrior, emerged unscathed. In the ensuing close combat, Ao displayed remarkable prowess, single-handedly slaying at least 5 or 6 cannibals. Despite the enemy tribe numbering 20, their effective fighting force had been halved by Ao alone. Now, they enjoyed a numerical advantage. And with the protection of the vine armor, they were unafraid of a frontal charge. Each man was equipped with 2 stone spears. The group, fully armed, charged out of the tribe once more. Yang Shua and Li led the way, while the others maintained vigilance. By the time they located the cannibal tribe's whereabouts, darkness had begun to fall. After the attack the previous night, they had returned to report in the daylight, and that same evening, they found the cannibals' encampment. Language and writing had connected everyone, fostering a sense of community within Yang Shua's tribe. The walls behind them and the armor upon them instilled courage in their hearts. This was the first time primitive humans fought for their kin, battling for vengeance. Though it was spring on this side of the snowy mountains, the temperatures remained relatively low on the opposite side. In the darkness, a bonfire blazed conspicuously, while Yang Shua and his companions lay hidden in the nearby woods. This appeared to be the largest primitive tribe Yang Shua had encountered. Unlike those that had migrated from higher latitudes, tribes closer to warmer regions boasted larger populations, as the favorable climate provided ample sustenance to support their existence. This primitive tribe was currently enacting punishment. 6 women captured from Ao's tribe were present, bringing the total number of individuals in the tribe to 17, 5 men and 12 women. Yang Shua couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay, realizing just how disastrous the cannibals' assault had been. 7 men had perished, and 5 women had been abducted, all during a nighttime raid. The air was filled with the sounds of weeping and screams, as the cannibal chief unleashed his fury upon the captured women, relentlessly whipping the cowering figures with branches. At that moment, Yang Shua and his companions launched their assault, bursting forth from the thicket, brandishing stone spears as they charged ahead. The sentinels stationed at the outermost perimeter of the cannibal tribe instantly detected their presence, and the shrill cries of 2 women shattered the silence of the night, heralding the onset of battle. Shur and Sun, clad in dark armor, became nearly invisible in the shadows, charging directly toward the stone spears of the female sentinels. The sentinel spears struck the chests of the 2 men, failing to penetrate, while Shur and Sun's spears violently pierced through their bodies, the tremendous force sending them flying, impaled into the ground. Those who followed swiftly seized the fallen spears and surged into the tribe alongside Shur and Sun. Despite the sentinel's alarm, the suddenness of the attack momentarily threw the cannibal tribe into disarray, but soon every member was mobilized, brandishing their stone spears in defiance of the enemy. Yang Shua found it difficult to articulate his impressions of the cannibal tribe. Previously, he had only engaged in distant scheming, and now he faced them in close combat. Even the women within the tribe appeared to possess a strength exceeding that of ordinary individuals, and their features bore distinct differences. The faces of the cannibals were marked by an inexplicable expression, their tall statures, protruding teeth, and eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity, setting them apart. This was Yang Shua's first encounter with taking a life. Li stood beside him, observing. No matter the depth of Yang Shua's revulsion and fury, he had never personally killed anyone. When he raised his spear and beheld the approaching women of the cannibal tribe, he faltered. It was not until a spear collided with him, knocking him off balance, that he felt a chilling clarity as another woman lunged for his throat. As he scrambled to his feet in a daze, he beheld the lifeless form of his proud wife, her dismembered body roasting upon the pyre. Terror and rage surged forth, shattering the boundaries of his modern sensibilities. For the first time, he cursed the fate that had transported him here, compelling him to endure such inhuman torment. Spotting yet another woman charging at him, her grotesque expression filled him with profound disgust, awakening the primal instincts of a hunter long dormant within him. Utilizing the resilience of his armor, he evaded a fatal blow, colliding with her chest as he thrust his spear forward. Yang Shua felt the warm spray of blood splatter across his face, his right hand becoming slick with it. Unlike ordinary humans, the cannibals exhibited no discernible pain when injured. Instead, they became more ferocious, their expressions growing even more sinister. It took Yang Shua 3 decisive thrusts to finally extinguish the life of this loathsome foe. The battle rapidly concluded with a 9-to-12 ratio. Thanks to the protection of their armor and the fact that many were women, the cannibal tribe, upon encountering them, swiftly lost its capacity to resist, save for the mightiest among them. This was the chieftain of the cannibals, draped in the finely woven armor stolen from Ao. Due to his towering height, only his breastplate and gauntlets fit him, leaving the rest of his body exposed. During the confrontation, the chieftain unveiled his terrifying strength, striking Zhao and Sun with a spear and instantly rendering them combat ineffective, the splintered remnants of the spear and armor crashing against their abdomens. Others sustained varying degrees of injury, and faced with such a formidable opponent, only 4 individuals dared to press forward. These were Yang Shua and his companions. Clad in the finely woven armor, the cannibal chieftain discarded his shattered spear, picking up another from the ground, unleashing a bestial roar toward the approaching warriors. As the strongest warrior of the tribe, Li stood in defiance against him, the scene settling into an eerie silence. With the flickering firelight, a waft of an enticing aroma permeated the air. The chieftain sniffed eagerly, grinning. He savored the scent of human flesh. Unable to contain his revulsion any longer, Yang Shua bellowed and charged forward, interrupting this unsettling stillness. Following closely was Li, who outpaced Yang Shua, thrusting his spear forward, while the chieftain deftly dodged the lethal blow, retaliating with a vicious strike to Li's ribs, the sheer force penetrating his armor and sending him sprawling. Yang Shua's spear was seized by the chieftain, who then delivered a crushing kick to his chest, leaving Yang Shua gasping for breath as he was hurled away. The stone spear, while effective as a primitive weapon, proved too fragile. The chieftain's lance shattered upon striking Li, and Yang Shua's spear was wrenched from his grasp. Behind them, Shur managed to stab the chieftain in the thigh with his spear before being kicked aside, sending Sun tumbling as well. Lying on the ground, Yang Shua struggled to catch his breath, overwhelmed by the chieftain's terrifying presence. At least 2 meters tall, his muscular form was marred with scars, a testament to his monstrous strength. The least injured among them, Sun, quickly regained his composure and dashed forward, leaving another wound on the chieftain's exposed thigh, only to be met with a devastating blow to the head that rendered him unconscious. Yang Shua, Li, and Shur surged forward, trading injuries recklessly as they battled the chieftain. Their weapons soon splintering into pieces. The chieftain, bloodied and panting fiercely, appeared more ferocious than ever. At that moment, all thoughts of self-preservation vanished, though they lacked weapons. Their companions, armed with spears, rushed to assist. The chieftain, relying solely on his iron fists, sent several attackers reeling, but paid the price with 2 broken spears embedded in his flesh. Continuous blood loss rendered the chieftain increasingly weakened, yet the ferocity in his expression intensified. Suddenly, a voice pierced the prolonged silence of battle. Wang broke free from the protective circle of his comrades and charged toward the cannibal chieftain. Such an assault was futile. Wang's spear was swiftly seized, yet he showed no surprise, as if he had willingly offered it. With both hands extended, he lunged into the chieftain's embrace, fiercely clinging to his leg and sinking his teeth into the thigh. The chieftain, feeling the pain, wore an even more menacing expression as he turned to thrust his spear downward toward Wang's back. The tremendous impact collided with Wang's armor, shattering both spear and armor, eliciting a pained cry from him as he released his grip but clung on tenaciously. This unexpected turn of events hampered the chieftain's movements, and Yang Shua and Li seized the opportunity to charge forward. Li snatched a spear from a fallen comrade, while Yang Shua picked up a broken shaft with a spearhead attached. In a matter of moments, Li's spear pierced the chieftain's throat, while Yang Shua swung from the side, severing a third of his neck. The chieftain's ferocity froze on his face as blood gushed forth, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, twitching once before succumbing to death. Chapter 22. To kill or not to kill. With the battle concluded, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. They held a definitive advantage in equipment. Although there were no fatalities, several sustained serious injuries. Sun lay unconscious from a single blow, while Zhao, Sun, and Wang bore the marks of spears from the chieftain, whose unimaginable strength had shattered their defenses. Though the spears were hindered by their armor, the sheer force had driven them into their flesh. Wang, unconscious in Yang Shua's embrace, had his armor removed, revealing a mangled back. This little one's long-suppressed hatred had finally found release. As night deepened, the group, all injured, sought temporary refuge within the cannibal tribe, resolved to return home at dawn. Those with relatively minor injuries are on guard, and tonight is unlikely to be tranquil. The scent of blood pervades the entire tribe, surely soon to attract predators. Meanwhile, Yang Shua and his companions are engaged in the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The 5 women of the Ao tribe are in a state of utter despair, completely unclothed, their bodies smeared with blood and the remnants of male bodily fluids, their skin battered and torn. Yet, what weighs heavily on Yang Shua's conscience is the fate of the wife of the Ao leader. This woman, as resolute as her husband, chose death over submission, ultimately meeting a cruel demise and becoming sustenance. Yang Shua and his companions unearthed several herbs resembling monkey grass from the pit excavated by the cannibals, mashing them to apply to the most grievously injured individuals. In addition to their efforts to save lives, they also removed the bodies from near the bonfire, discarding them at a considerable distance. Just as Yang Shua and Li were lifting a corpse, the body suddenly stirred to life. The cannibal woman, filled with terror, stared at Yang Shua and Li. Unlike the other cannibals, her primitive features were still quite pronounced, and she was not combative. During the skirmish, she had attempted to flee but was felled by an unknown spear, rendering her unconscious. As she struggled to rise, she fell to the ground, scrambling to escape, only to be kicked over by Li, who then pinned her down. Grasping at Li's calf with both hands, she wept profusely, her mouth uttering incoherent cries. Yet she could not escape his grasp. At that moment, Li turned to Yang Shua and pointed at the woman on the ground, asking, "Shall we kill her?" Yang Shua was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the battle, he had been in a state of heightened alertness, under constant attack, and the thought of killing that woman had come to him in a dazed state. Yet now, she was undeniably a living being. The woman began to exhibit the characteristics of a cannibal, her teeth elongated, her stature altered, indicating she was likely from a previous tribe that had fallen victim to the cannibals, abducted into their fold. To this day, Yang Shua could not comprehend why the cannibals underwent such transformations. He only knew that in modern society, the consumption of one's own kind could lead to horrifying consequences like the Ruan virus, but no one had ever studied true cannibalism. He could only speculate based on his encounters with the cannibals. This woman was clearly an ordinary primitive individual who had undergone a transformation through the act of cannibalism. Whether coerced or not, she had certainly partaken in it. Yang Shua was at a loss for words. This unfortunate woman had likely been an ordinary primitive person mere months ago. If they were to kill her, how were they any different from the cannibals? Simply abstaining from cannibalism? Li, let her go. She, like the others, must have been taken from her home, he finally said. Ultimately, Yang Shua relinquished the thought of murder. while simultaneously grappling with the question of whether his initial resolve to eradicate any cannibal tribe had been overly absolute. Li and Yang Shua chose to ignore the woman. Although they spared her life, neither wished to encounter her again. Li's disdain stemmed purely from his hatred of the cannibals, whereas Yang Shua could not bear to contemplate the anguish of such transformation. Upon returning to the tribe, the majority, save for a few on guard duty, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber as the night deepened, the surrounding area growing ominous. The sounds of crunching and creaking reached Yang Shua's ears. He recognized them as the noises of the discarded corpses being devoured, sending a shiver down his spine. The night passed uneventfully, save for a few hungry bag wolves attempting to attack, only to be driven off by Shi and others. At last, dawn broke, and Yang Shua and his companions began to gather items from the cannibal tribe, embarking on their journey home. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the woods to their side. Upon closer inspection, Yang Shua realized it was the woman they had released the night before. She had evidently hidden well enough to evade the bag wolves. The woman ran directly towards Yang Shua, having observed the tribe since morning. It was evident that Yang Shua and Li were the chieftains. Yet Li bore no affection for her, a fact she was aware of, prompting her to seek out Yang Shua. The surrounding individuals were shocked at the sight of the approaching woman. Zhao raised his spear, prepared to end her life in an instant. "Stop, Zhao!" Yang Shua called out, halting him. Though they did not kill her, they still expelled her. None could accept those who consumed human flesh. Ignoring the woman, the group continued towards their settlement, several injured women being carried by Zhao and the others, while the expelled woman lingered far behind, hesitant to approach. As the familiar red brick walls came into view, Yang Shua sensed a collective sigh of relief from the group. They returned to the tribe with the injured, leaving the woman outside. Under Chun Yunyun's care, Zhan had awakened. Although his injuries were severe, his life was not in jeopardy. Ao's vital signs had stabilized, yet he remained unconscious. Chun Yunyun administered glucose injections to Ao, but his survival ultimately depended on his own resilience. This assault resulted in the complete annihilation of a cannibal tribe, rescuing 5 individuals, and with Zhan and Ao included. The tribe's population surged to 20. This was already greater than the peak population of the cannibal tribe, creating a sense of congestion within the settlement for the first time. Thanks to the terrain, Yang Shua and his companions enclosed a considerable area as their tribal residence, while in the future development, Li, Shi, and Sun's bunkers, Chun Yunyun's bunker, and Yang Shua's communal sleeping quarters collectively occupied half of the available space. The central square within the bunkers now served as the water supply station. Counted within the construction area, a small shed for storing charcoal near the mountain wall took up minimal space, and lastly, there was the latrine. All the injured were concentrated in the largest bunker, while the women of the tribe busily attended to their duties, having nearly exhausted their supply of monkey grass. Before anyone could extricate themselves from their labors, a pressing issue loomed before Yang Shua. Their food supply was again insufficient, with no means of storage. The tribe's provisions were consumed within 2 days, and the burgeoning population had depleted today's rations. Truly, they were fighting on empty stomachs. Yang Shua sighed, leading the group out to hunt. It had been 2 days since they last checked the traps, and they should hold up for today. By the end of the day, they managed to catch a few animals, but with so many mouths to feed, each tribe member received only a meager portion, most barely achieving half satisfaction. As night fell, save for those clad in vine armor on guard duty, the rest went to bed with empty stomachs. Just then, a wail shattered the stillness of the night. Yang Shua and the others quickly rushed outside, gazing from the walls to see that it was the same woman, now backed against the city wall. Surrounded by several bag wolves, their predatory gazes fixated on her. They would not let a solitary human escape their grasp. Yang Shua found himself unable to ignore her plight. He recalled the yearning for survival evident in her eyes, devoid of the madness characteristic of the cannibals. Grasping his stone spear, he descended the ladder to drive away the 3 bag wolves encircling the woman, then carried her, battered and bruised, back to the tribe. Yang Shua entered Chun Yunyun's bunker, where she had just been awakened by the woman's cries. Upon seeing Yang Shua, her face flushed, though the darkness obscured it. She could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks and body. Shua, go, what happened? Yang Shua gently laid the woman on Chun Yunyun's animal hide, within mere meters. She had already succumbed to slumber. Please take care of her. It has been a tough journey for Yunyun. Chun Yunyun could sense the complexity of Yang Shua's emotions at that moment. She nodded, and then caught sight of a departing figure, a figure fraught with turmoil. Chapter 23, The Hunting Party. Due to a fierce battle, the entire tribe found itself ensnared in a dire predicament of scarce medicine and food. Given the current burgeoning population, the game surrounding the tribe could no longer suffice, and despite the numerous traps set, the small prey on the hills limited their harvest. Thus, to procure more game, they would need to venture farther afield. For the survival of the tribe, Yang Shua established a hunting party. Aside from the incapacitated John, Wang, and Ao, he retained Shi and Sun as the tribe's short-term food supply and security force, while he and Li, among others, set off to hunt in more distant territories. The tribe resided within a valley on the inner side of the mountains, presenting them with two paths, one leading back the way they came, and the other delving deeper into lower latitudes. Ultimately, Yang Shua and Li decided to retrace their steps, though the lower latitude promised more prey. The more hospitable environment would likely attract a greater number of primitive tribes, be they indigenous or cannibalistic, and they dared not engage with them. Now, Yang Shua and his companions bore the weight of their tribe's survival, and they could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Thus, armed with stone spears, they embarked on their hunting expedition, while the tribe, aided by traps, should sustain itself until their return. As they tread once more upon familiar paths, Yang Shua was overwhelmed with a cascade of thoughts. The memory of enduring 3 days of consuming only raw meat amidst wind and snow resurfaced vividly. Turning to glance back at the tribe's direction, he saw the snow-capped mountain glimmering under the sun, radiating like a lighthouse guiding them onward. They had been out for 2 days, and aside from the slaying of a lone plains antelope, they had yielded no further success. However, Li remained patient. Their target was the woolly wildebeest, one of the largest creatures on this expanse of wilderness. After 2 days of tracking, they finally discovered a small herd of wildebeests behind a hill. There were but a dozen or so. Although they had spotted their quarry, the open plains offered no cover, rendering it impossible to chase down the wildebeests on flat ground. The group trailed behind the herd like a shadow, biding their time for the opportune moment. In the interior ecosystem, there were 3 essentials that could never be lacking: food, water, and salt. Their strategy was to follow the wildebeest herd to a more suitable location for ambush. As they continued their pursuit, the grass around them grew increasingly sparse, revealing an expanse of saline alkaline land. The area resembled a stony beach, with patches of white salt scattered across the earth. Yang Shua discerned from the hillside that this location was likely a desiccated inland lake. The wildebeest herd's destination was clear, one by one. They lowered their heads to lick the stones and saline soil beneath them. This saline flat was the lowest point in the vicinity, with only a dried riverbed providing easy access, while the other areas were marked by significant inclines and treacherous rocky terrain, an optimal hunting ground. Once the wildebeest herd gradually approached the lakebed, Yang Shua divided the 6 of them into 2 groups. Zhao and Qian entered through the riverbed to block their retreat, while the other 4 took the high ground to charge from the front. Zhao and Qian yelled as they brandished their stone spears and rushed in. With their escape route sealed, the wildebeests erupted into chaos, sprinting towards the opposite side. However, the lakebed, strewn with salt and stones, severely hampered their movement. Yang Shua observed 2 wildebeests falter, stumbling on the rocky terrain, which proved hostile to hoofed animals. For the wildebeests, facing an ambush here was unprecedented. The rocky ground was unkind to both hoofed and non-hoofed creatures. Yet, Yang Shua and his companions wore shoes, crafted from woven vines and lined with animal hides. They traversed the stony terrain with agility, while Zhao and Qian pursued from behind, effectively cornering the wildebeests. With a synchronized volley, the first stone spear struck the herd, followed by the ensuing chaos of picking off the vulnerable. Their ambition was grand. They aimed to secure at least 3 wildebeests. The initial barrage injured 4 wildebeests, and 1, in a desperate attempt to evade a spear, stumbled and fell upon the rocky ground. Li leaped forward, seizing the opportunity as he plunged his spear into the neck of 1 wildebeest, while Yang Shua mirrored his action. Their eyes met in a moment of understanding before they withdrew their spears and charged into the fray once more. Meanwhile, Zhao and Qian focused on the wildebeest they had wounded, driving it towards the steep edge of the lake, where 1 spear struck true into its leg. In pain, the wildebeest kicked out, striking Qian in the chest, causing the creature to collapse and sending Qian tumbling down the slope. Zhao rushed to deliver the final blows, stabbing the beleaguered wildebeest thrice in its belly before dodging the thrashing creature and sprinting back to Qian. Qian, are you all right? I'm fine. Qian managed to rise, propped against his spear, revealing a white hoofprint on his chest where the impact had cracked his protective vine armor. This blow had proven more severe than a spear strike. Had he not worn the armor, his fate would have been dire. This venture yielded monumental success. Ultimately, only 7 wildebeests escaped the saline lake, while the remainder met their demise at the hands of Yang Shua and his companions. Yet the challenge of transportation loomed. Each wildebeest weighed approximately 1,000 pounds, making them impossible to carry. The distance to the tribe was at least 2 days' journey, and with their current load, the meat would surely spoil before they arrived home. Yang Shua stared blankly at the bounty before him, then glanced at the surrounding gray-white saline flat. When a sudden inspiration struck him, Li, let us prepare some cured meat. This concept of curing meat was foreign to Li. But Yang Shua immediately set to work on the carcass. Following the tribe's traditional methods, he bled it, skinned it, and gutted it, discarding the inedible parts, transforming one wildebeest into a viable food source. Li and the others looked on, puzzled, as Yang Shua began to dig into the saline flat with his spear, turning over the hard soil and salt, crushing it to sprinkle upon the carcass. Not only the belly, but Yang Shua also carved gashes into the wildebeest's body, applying more salt. The entire wildebeest was now shrouded in a layer of gray-white salt frost. Not satisfied with the initial coating, he added several more layers. Li, take 2 others and gather some branches and vines. Yang Shua's voice resonated from within the carcass as Li nodded and set off with a few companions. In this vast wilderness, places with trees were few and far between, and they needed to search diligently. Now, only Yang Shua and the hoof-stricken Qian remained at the saline lakebed. Following Yang Shua's method, the 2 of them salted the remaining wildebeests, awaiting Li's return. Sitting amidst the rocky saline flat, Yang Shua felt as though this place was their paradise. This terrain was navigable only by primitive people and a scarce few mountain goats. Any other animal would tread carefully here. Hooved creatures would stumble, while those with paws would risk being cut by sharp stones. With just the 2 of them guarding 5 carcasses, they felt no fear of scavengers. Most importantly, Yang Shua had finally discovered a source of salt. The salt content in animal blood was woefully low, and with the increasing tribe population, they could no longer share. With this patch of saline flat, they had finally glimpsed the hope of salt freedom. Chapter 24. A triumphant return with delicacies. During the pursuit of the long-haired wildebeests, Yang Shua and his companions caught sight of the forest, albeit from a distance. Nevertheless, Li and the others managed to return before dusk. Prior to their departure, Yang Shua advised them that branches slightly thinner than their arms would be optimal and that if any vines were found, they should be brought back as well. The 4 of them, laden with an abundance of branches secured with vines, commenced a new round of work at the lakebed, illuminated by the moonlight. For the primitive people, it was their first experience of consuming meat seasoned with salt. Though raw, the delightful flavor left everyone astounded, and Yang Shua surprisingly fell into a contemplative silence. A year had passed since they arrived in this primordial world, and this sensation of cooking with salt was a first for him. Without indulging in excessive nostalgia, Yang Shua set about leading the group in constructing a means of transportation, a sled. Though termed a sled, it was essentially an assemblage of intertwined branches with a base made of wood the thickness of a forearm, bound together with various branches and vines to create 3 wooden rafts. The remaining vines and the stripped animal hides were fashioned into towing ropes affixed to the front of the rafts, giving birth to this rudimentary mode of transport. Only when the last vine was securely tied did Yang Shua feel the weight of fatigue settle in. Under the moonlight, he observed the weary expressions on each face. Having spent 3 sleepless days outdoors, they huddled together, with even the night watch abandoned, and succumbed to slumber. Thanks to the comprehensive treatment with salt and alkaline soil, the scent of blood did not permeate the air, thus a night devoid of mishaps ensued. The following day, the group embarked on their journey home. 6 individuals pulling 3 rafts, upon which rested 5 prepared wildebeests. Extracting this haul from the lakebed had demanded considerable effort. However, as they trekked towards the snow-capped mountains, they found the journey increasingly effortless. Initially, the salt-alkali terrain was strewn with gravel, often causing the rafts to become ensnared by stones, necessitating that they lift the rafts to navigate around obstacles. As they distanced themselves from that region, the grass upon the prairie grew ever more abundant and lush, allowing the rafts to glide as if upon water, leaving a trace behind. Along the return path, Yang Shua also observed signs of human habitation. It appeared that there were indeed numerous primitive tribes residing near the mountain range, yet the group made a concerted effort to avoid any potentially populated areas, successfully returning to their own tribe. At that moment, Wang was patrolling the city walls, while Shur and Sun had ventured out to hunt, and the women were foraging in the nearby woods for any edible items. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the valley down the hillside, followed by a second and a third. Wang's eyes moistened instantly. These silhouettes were familiar to him, individuals he yearned for daily. They had returned. With a loud voice, Wang called out from the ramparts, his voice echoing throughout the tribe, prompting the distant women to hasten homeward. Yang Shua entered the tribe to summon reinforcements, as his companions found it impossible to haul the 5 wildebeests up the mountainside. Upon entering the tribe, Yang Shua was the first to check on Ao, who had regained consciousness. Though still exceedingly frail, it seemed he would survive. Chun Yunyun informed him that Ao had endured a high fever for 3 days but had persevered through it, while the wound on his abdomen had become inflamed. It was not life-threatening, and he was now on the mend. Yang Shua couldn't help but click his tongue, marveling at the remarkable resilience of the primitive people. It was worth noting that Chun Yunyun had nearly succumbed to her injuries, even with anti-inflammatory medicine, yet Ao had managed to endure unaided. Ao was now able to stand. Though his injuries were significant, nevertheless, in the world of primitives, survival was often a matter of sheer will. In the central square of the tribe, the largest event in its history was unfolding. Yang Shuo washed one of the wildebeests with water. The days of marination had imparted flavor to the meat. Yet the remaining salt and alkaline soil could not go to waste. He intended to extract salt from it. The cleansed wildebeest was butchered into pieces and roasted over an open fire, while Yang Shu busied himself by simmering the wash water in a pot. After allowing the murky water to settle, he poured it out and, undeterred, rinsed the salt and alkaline soil several times, ultimately yielding 3 pots of valuable brine. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupted within the tribe, as everyone was taken aback by the delectable feast before them. The roasted, oily wildebeest meat, tinged with a hint of salt, immediately captivated everyone's taste buds. Chen Yunyun, after taking a bite, broke down in tears. Yang Shuo couldn't help but smile widely. 5 wildebeests would suffice to feed the tribe for an entire week, allowing Ao and the others to gradually recuperate, thus enabling their hunting party to establish a sustainable cycle and significantly alleviate the tribe's food crisis. Happily, Yang Shuo stood by, boiling water and savoring the wildebeest meat that Chen Yunyun had brought him, watching as bubbles rose in the pot. The 3 pots of brine yielded less than half a jar of salt. Unlike typical salt-alkali soils, the area they had explored was a desiccated inland lake with a relatively high salt content, albeit distant. Throughout the night, apart from the precious half-jar of salt, Yang Shuo also received a coveted item from Chen Yunyun, a jar of seeds. In the primitive world, the concept of sowing was non-existent. All plants grew as they pleased. And under suitable conditions, one could save several harvests in a year. Before his departure, Yang Shuo had asked Chen Yunyun to keep an eye out for any seeds from edible plants they could find, and during their week away, with the assistance of Ro and others, she had filled an entire jar with seeds. Most of these were grass seeds, one of the primary food sources for the primitives, painstakingly saved from their meager rations. The tribe's people had developed a habit of ensuring that whatever Yang Shuo desired, even if it meant tightening their belts, would be set aside for him, and it had consistently proven that Yang Shuo did not disappoint their hopes. In a corner of the tribe near the stone wall lay a heap of refuse accumulated since the construction of the walls. With their newfound protection, the tribe no longer needed to be cautious in their waste disposal, prompting Yang Shuo to construct a latrine. He dug a neat pit, placing stones at the footrests. Indeed, it was a rather rudimentary affair. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Periodically, one would find Yang Shuo squatting beside the latrine with a ceramic spoon, methodically scooping out waste. The excrement was piled in a corner of the wall, where the surrounding weeds flourished remarkably. Early the next morning, Yang Shuo carried a jar of grass seeds to a vacant plot near the latrine, using a wooden stick to turn the soil, gently sowing the seeds. Fetching water and applying fertilizer, Chen Yunyun followed closely behind him. The two appeared to have returned to a life of agrarian toil. The available space was limited, and they utilized less than half of the seeds, with Yang Shuo carefully preserving the remainder, gazing at the experimental plot before him. Primitive world seeds, do not disappoint me. Chapter 25, Grandpa Yuan's First Phase Plan. Yang Shuo solemnly inserted a wooden sign at the edge of the tilled land, inscribed with ink, Grandpa Yuan's First Phase Plan. He felt that this was a day worthy of commemoration, even gathering the entire tribe to hold a groundbreaking ceremony. Grandpa Yuan was the deity of sustenance in Yang Shuo's world, and he wished for the name of Grandpa Yuan to resound throughout the primitive realm. The final vacant plot had been claimed by Yang Shuo, and the tribe was now utterly crowded. Apart from Ao, who was severely injured, the others were largely unscathed. 10 women had assumed all production activities within the tribe. The simplest pottery production required only functionality, so the women sourced clay from the large pits outside the tribe for their creations. In the tribe, there are now at least 100 pieces of pottery, the most conspicuous being a dozen large jars near the settlement, filled with various weeds and branches. Depending on the soaking duration, the women extract the contents to grind them into pulp for future papermaking. Behind the water jars, dozens of clay tablets are being pressed under bricks, awaiting the natural evaporation of moisture. Beyond the papermaking area, Yang Shuo has constructed several wooden racks to hang sections of preserved horse meat to air dry, thereby extending its shelf life. Adjacent to the drying meat racks, tendrils of vines are similarly hung. Unlike the winter-made vine armor, the fresh vines are still laden with moisture and require drying before they can be fashioned into armor. On one side of the racks, there are also 2 large cauldrons for boiling the vine armor. In the open space outside the city walls, several small mounds are emitting smoke, beneath which charcoal is being processed, and bricks need to be fired as required. The 3 major projects of the tribe, papermaking, charcoal production, and brick firing, see men providing materials while women handle the processing. Now, An additional endeavor has been introduced: agriculture. Apart from the experimental fields within the tribe, Yang Shua also led the people to cultivate a patch of land not far from the large pit, sowing all the remaining grass seeds. Under Yang Shua's guidance, the primitive people finally grasped the essence of farming. They understood that the grass seeds in their hands would multiply, eventually leading to an abundance of seeds. Tilling the soil, sowing, watering, and fertilizing were executed seamlessly, establishing experimental fields number 2 and number 3. Yang Shua calculated the time. The weather was warming, and spring would last about 3 months, signaling their approach to summer. Every plant in the mountains seemed to grow wildly, as if stimulated, while hibernating animals awakened, and insects proliferated. The tribe's food situation has greatly improved. Although consuming insects is quite distasteful, their high protein and low fat content make it bearable. Yang Shua's experimental fields appeared to nurture a variety of wild grasses, uneven in height and differing in type, yet thriving remarkably well. Wild grasses are indeed easier to tend than cultivated crops. With the successful rollout of Grandpa Yuan's first phase of the plan, a series of surprising news overwhelmed Yang Shua. The first revelation was that the women were pregnant. Among those expecting were not only the wives of the 3 strong men, but also the women Yang Shua had rescued. The thought of increasing the population gave Yang Shua a slight headache. While he wholeheartedly welcomed new life in the tribe, a significant dilemma arose. As language gradually spread within the tribe, Yang Shua found the most challenging task was naming the primitive people. Initially, after rescuing Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, apart from Wang, who was a child and whom Yang Shua named to signify hope, the others were named after the common surnames. Now, with 5 women from the Ao tribe waiting for names, he realized that aside from Ao and Qin Yunyun, all the names in the tribe had been assigned by him. His mind brimmed with characters, yet none seemed fitting for naming. Gazing at the 5 nameless women, Yang Shua felt a pang of guilt towards Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, as their names had been chosen far too casually. Subsequently, he decided to delegate the naming task, allowing them to choose whatever names they preferred. However, the news of the pregnancies was met with reluctance. The women of the Ao tribe had been abducted by cannibals, and both Yang Shua and the women understood the trauma they had endured upon their rescue. Thus, the parentage of the children they carried remained uncertain, whether they were the offspring of the deceased men of the Ao tribe or the cannibals. As primitive beings, they retained substantial animalistic instincts. Similar to a pride of lions, a new lion king would eliminate all cubs to ensure the propagation of his genes. Although not as extreme, the notion of potential cannibal offspring led to a strong advocacy for eradication. Yet, it was at this moment that Yang Shua recalled that woman. After being rescued and considered half-cannibal, she had been unwelcome in the tribe, with only Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun accepting her. Yang Shua did not oppose the idea of eradication. After discussing it with Li, they agreed to wait and see what transpired after the children were born. Yang Shua was uncertain about what might result from the long-term intermingling of mutated cannibals and ordinary primitives, so all they could do was wait. Beyond this bittersweet news, one day, the hunting team led by Ao returned with news that made Yang Shua leap with excitement. After losing his wife, Ao had become increasingly withdrawn. Aside from speaking a bit more while learning to communicate with Chun Yunyun, he otherwise remained silent, much like the half-cannibal woman. However, upon his return, Ao directly approached Yang Shua and handed him a stone. This was precisely the iron or Yang Shua had longed for. Observing Ao's slightly trembling hand, Yang Shua was filled with indescribable emotions. He felt immense guilt towards Ao, knowing that his own needs had led to the Ao tribe being discovered by the cannibals during their search for iron ore, resulting in such calamity. Thus, upon witnessing Ao's survival, he was determined to save him at all costs. After Ao's recovery, he had repeatedly offered to assist in rebuilding his tribe, but Ao had consistently declined. As a chieftain, Ao possessed his own pride and sense of responsibility. Upon witnessing all that Yang Shua had provided for Li's tribe, he did not believe he could do better. One of a chieftain's duties is to ensure a future for his tribe, and now, like Li, he had entrusted that future to Yang Shua. Ao clapped Yang Shua on the shoulder and softly said, "Do not feel guilty towards me. Be yourself and lead us forward." Yang Shua was momentarily stunned. "Ao, when did you become so eloquent?" Ao was undoubtedly the fastest learner of language Yang Shua had encountered among the primitives. Even the children Zhan and Wang could not match his talent. A prodigy indeed. Yang Shua mused that perhaps he could assist Qin Yunyun in teaching everyone. Ao turned and exited, leaving Yang Shua in a daze. "Is this truly talent? You must be a monster. How do you even know the term talent? Don't tell me you've crossed over just like me." Chapter 26. Departure to the Mine. Yang Shua was so exhilarated that he could not sleep the entire night. The next morning, he followed Ao and the team to the location where they had discovered iron ore. This area was located on the inner side of the mountain range they inhabited, a day's journey away. thanks to the markings Ao left upon his return. The group did not lose their way and ultimately found the site. Observing Ao as he searched for signs only he could decipher, Yang Shuo thought countless times about how he wished for a GPS locator. It was indeed challenging to find. This location exceeded Yang Shuo's expectations. He had anticipated merely a small amount of iron ore, considering Ao had initially treated it as a collectible. However, the bare stone wall before him left him astounded. From a distance, a section over 2 meters high was visibly rust-colored, and aside from a few shattered small stones on the ground, it was an intact stone wall. Wow, we've struck it rich this time. Yang Shuo gazed at the massive stone wall, his heart racing. He had initially believed it would take immense effort to acquire iron ore. Yet here it was laid out before him. During this hunting expedition, Yang Shuo's mind was elsewhere. With a chieftain of Ao's caliber, there was no need for him to worry about anything. Under Ao's exceptional hunting skills, the team returned with a bountiful haul. By the time they re-entered the tribe, Yang Shuo remained in a trance, diving into the bunker and not emerging again. As dusk gradually descended, the flickering flames of the evening bonfire danced merrily, marking mealtime as the most joyous moment for all. With full bellies, they would drift into slumber, their dreams sweetened by satisfaction. Yet, Yang Shuo remained absent, prompting Chen Yunyun to slice off some roasted venison with a shard of stone and carry a bowl to him. Just as she reached the entrance of the bunker, Yang Shuo suddenly burst forth with a sharp cry, nearly knocking Chen Yunyun off her feet. Tomorrow we commence a new project. After a couple of moments of scrambling, Chen Yunyun managed to cradle the bowl in her arms and shot Yang Shuo an angry glare. It's time to eat. It was only then that Yang Shuo noticed her, grinning foolishly as he eagerly devoured the meat in a few hearty bites. The last project had involved installing running water for the tribe, and now, after a few months, Yang Shuo was set to launch a new endeavor. The tribe buzzed with excitement, uncertain of what he had in store. The most animated were the proud members of the Ao tribe, who had never experienced any project before. The sight of towering city walls and readily visible water sources filled them with boundless anticipation for the undertaking, even stirring excitement in the usually composed Ao. It seemed that the tribe had not rested well the previous night. At the break of dawn, Yang Shuo led everyone in a spirited departure. The forest, which had already been retreating under their relentless development, faced further devastation as the whole community joined in. Trees were felled one by one with stone axes, rolling into the open ground beyond the city walls. Once I acquire iron, this wretched axe will be the first thing I replace. Yang Shuo grumbled as he struck another tree, baffled by how laborious and inefficient it was to chop down trees with a stone tool. Sensing that the wood was nearly ready, he guided the group to the bamboo grove on the hillside of the Ao tribe, where they gathered a pile of bamboo and returned to the settlement. With materials in abundance, Yang Shuo began assigning tasks. There were 15 members in the tribe. Aside from the 6-member hunting team who had set out, the remaining individuals formed groups of 5 to commence work. The first task was to cut the bamboo into 1-meter-long sections. The second involved smoothing the tree trunks and drilling holes with stones. While Yang Shuo took charge of the most challenging task, the third, he selected a suitably thick log, and then the 5 of them took turns to hammer out 2 circular discs, each 20 centimeters thick, before moving on to drilling and polishing. The polishing work was entrusted to Ro, whose pregnancy was now visibly pronounced, making her increasingly cumbersome in movement. Thus, the sedentary task of polishing was more suitable for her. Yang Shuo only split the bamboo down the middle, then built a fire to roast it. The resilient bamboo lost moisture and softened under the flames, allowing the two to bend it into shape, ultimately achieving a somewhat imperfect circle. Amidst the flurry of activity, materials were gradually processed, leading to the moment of witnessing a miracle. Yang Shuo retrieved 2 wooden stakes that had been drilled through, and with Li's assistance, began fitting the bamboo onto them, resulting in a wheel, one adorned with bamboo tires. After careful selection, he found a log as thick as an arm to serve as the axle, forcefully hammering the 2 wheels onto it with stones. To ensure stability, he also wedged small wooden pieces into the gaps. Following the same method, Yang Shuo crafted a second axle before moving on to construct the vehicle body. He secured the 2 axles, then placed 2 sturdy logs across them, with shorter pieces of wood laid horizontally in between, marking their positions to begin digging holes. Each crossbeam was excavated to align perfectly with the lower chassis, which was then reinforced with cowhide ropes and vines. 2 bamboo poles were erected in a crisscross manner at the axle points, creating a semi-enclosed structure to prevent any movement at the axle's position. With the upper frame secured, the next step was to weave in the 1-meter-long bamboo sections, transforming what had initially appeared to be a rudimentary frame into something grand. The vehicle now sported a layer of green bamboo on top, with 4 small, leg-like wheels below. Though it lacked a defined front and back, the 4 wheels supported a flatbed, marking it as perhaps the first man-made vehicle in this primitive world. Yang Shua gave it a tentative push. Despite the considerable friction between the axle and chassis, it was undoubtedly mobile and far more efficient than dragging it across the ground. The onlookers gazed in awe at this remarkable contraption, with the women of the Ao tribe gasping in disbelief. Never having imagined that the bamboo and wooden sticks they had crafted could be transformed into such an invention. Yang Shua felt utterly exhausted, his arms weary from the labor of the past few days. "Pregnant women, let us board the vehicle. We're heading home," he called out, seemingly breathing life into the creation. Several women cautiously climbed aboard, unable to contain their curiosity, while others soon joined them. 9 women crowded onto the small cart, and Lee and the others chuckled at the sight of them exploring their new ride with eager hands. Meanwhile, a half-cannibal woman lingered behind Yang Shua, resembling a shadow. "Ing, aren't you joining them on the cart?" Yang Shua inquired of the woman behind him, a name he had given her that suited her appearance. Knowing they had work to do today, Yang Shua took the opportunity to observe Ing closely. Due to her unique circumstances, she was considerably taller than the average woman. At his height of 183 meters, he was only slightly taller than her, and her skin bore an unhealthy gray hue. With teeth longer than those of a normal person, Ing gazed enviously at the excited women on the cart before shaking her head. I don't want to." Hearing Ying's indistinct utterance, Yang Shua decided to have her accompany him. He tied the cowhide rope he had brought to the front of the cart, and the men each took hold of a rope, pulling the cart back toward the tribe. Although it was merely a short distance of a few dozen meters, the women on the cart erupted in delighted shrieks. Their first experience riding in a vehicle proving to be exhilarating and novel. Even when they reached the base of the city wall, they were reluctant to disembark. The following day, Yang Shua prepared a fully loaded cart with supplies, setting off with a few companions, eager for their journey to the mine. Chapter 27, A Clash of Ice and Fire. Due to Ao's need to participate in the next hunting team, Yang Shua could only take Shi and Li, who had just returned. The two were intensely curious about this new contraption that had appeared in the tribe, and they took turns riding on the cart, thoroughly enjoying the experience. The cart was filled to the brim with various items: 2 clay pots, a clay jar, several ceramic containers, and a bamboo basket woven by Chun Yun Yun, filled with several days' worth of food. In addition, there were 4 or 5 stone spears, 3 long-horned antelope hides, stone axes, stone hammers, an assortment of tools jingling along the way. This time, the group took a bit longer, and due to the cart's limitations, they could not return via the same route, necessitating a detour through an open area. Gradually, the familiar stone wall emerged on the horizon, resembling a massive iron ore embedded within the rock. Yang Shua rushed forward, beckoning Shi and Li to begin working. Together, they unloaded the cart, and Yang Shua tested the stone hammer against the stone wall. With a single strike, his hand ached from the impact, and the hammer shattered into 3 pieces. Yang Shua stared at the fragmented hammer, speechless. Thankfully, he had a plan. Without modern tools, extracting ore would be an impossible dream. Stone against stone, who could even manage to mine? "Li, you and Shi go fetch water. I'll start a fire. Let us have a meal before we resume work." Yang Shua sat beside the cart, pulling out 2 branches to ignite a fire. Mastering the art of fire-making had become an essential skill for all primitive people, and soon, a sturdy blaze was formed. He retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the cart and set the fire near the iron ore. This cart brimming with charcoal was Yang Shua's secret weapon. In essence, mastering mathematics and science enables one to traverse the world without fear. Besides the charcoal, he also gathered dry twigs and leaves from the surrounding forest, casting them into the flames. The roaring fire blazed against the stone wall, and by the time Shi and Li returned, the temperature in the vicinity had become alarmingly high. "Yang, what are you doing?" Shi set down the ceramic pot in his hands, gazing at the raging fire, perplexed by Yang Shua's intentions. "Oh, nothing much. Let's eat first, and later we can create a realm of ice and fire," Yang Shua declared, pulling out some dried antelope meat for the group to feast upon, while he prepared a pot of hot water for later consumption. Unlike the primitive people, who had ironclad stomachs, he preferred to avoid drinking untreated water whenever possible. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Yang Shua tossed a few more logs into the fire, then accompanied the 2 men once more to fetch water. After several trips back and forth, the trio finally filled the ceramic vat. The fire, which had been burning for nearly an hour, began to die down, leaving the once dark red stone wall now shrouded in black. Although the flames had extinguished, the stone wall retained a fearsome heat. Come, let us get to work." Yang Shua called out to the 2 men who were engrossed in examining the cart. "Quickly, while it's still hot." He raised the ceramic pot in his hand and dashed towards the stone wall, flinging the water onto it. With a hissing sound, steam erupted, and the 2 men nearby joined in, splashing water as well. They emptied an entire vat of water, finally reducing the temperature of the stone wall. Now, it was obscured by steam, rendering it invisible to the two men who had never encountered such vapor before. They appeared alarmed, and had Yang Shuo not intervened, they might have drawn their spears to attack. Once the steam dissipated, Yang Shuo cautiously approached the wall, which remained a pitch black, yet was now riddled with cracks. And many stones had shattered on the ground. He reached out, and, with a slight tug, broke off a piece of the cracked stone, which still radiated warmth in his hand. We did it. Now, let us proceed, Yang Shuo exclaimed, picking up the stone hammer and moving to the edge of the wall to begin striking it. The sound of clattering echoed as the wall began to yield, crumbling like wafers. Although still quite hard, it was now malleable enough for the stone hammer to break it apart. The trio pushed inward, making considerable progress. But as they continued, the sound of the hammer striking the ground changed, and their pace slowed. Hey, brothers, how about that realm of ice and fire? Huh, yes. Ice and fire. Shi and Li were invigorated, eager to obtain what Yang Shuo had promised would make their tribe more formidable. Yang Shuo reignited the fire, and this time, it was much more effective. Having learned from their previous attempts, they dug a hole into the wall, igniting the fire directly within the cave. As the charcoal was added one by one, the flames surged rapidly, and enclosed by the cave, the temperature rose even more swiftly, causing the ceiling above to crack and debris to fall, scattering sparks from the fire. Oh dear, we can't continue like this. We might collapse the cave and end up digging our own graves. Yang Shuo mused, observing the fissured ceiling, realizing that their method of creating a realm of ice and fire required further refinement. As dusk descended, the day's labor finally came to an end. Yang Shuo pulled the cart close to the stone wall, and they loaded the excavated ore into it. Beholding the cart filled to the brim with ore, the three men could hardly contain their joy, for they would be returning home the next day. The following afternoon, the trio set off with their cart. Despite being laden with a full load of ore, their pace remained steady, the cart gliding smoothly along the path, leaving 2 deep tracks behind. After a day and a half of travel, the familiar red brick walls reappeared before them. Sun, who had been on guard, quickly called for the tribe members to assist. While the others helped unload the cart, Yang Shuo greeted them briefly before vaulting over the wall and into the bunker. We have the iron ore now. Next up is the blast furnace. It's simple enough, just a base where materials can be placed. Yang Shuo lay on the animal hide, lighting a lamp and holding a feather as he murmured to himself. The main challenge is how to achieve such high temperatures in the furnace. Iron's melting point must exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. The combustion temperature of charcoal should suffice, but mere burning won't do. A blower is necessary. How to construct a blower? Yang Shuo sketched incessantly on paper, quickly drafting the outline of the furnace, yet the blower posed a dilemma. It would be exhausting to have someone blow air. And fanning wouldn't suffice either. What are you up to, Yang? You disappeared as soon as you returned. Chen Yunyun, who had been hesitant to meet Yang Shuo since her last encounter with him, blushed upon seeing him. Yunyun, you came at the perfect time. Help me think. What ideas do you have for making a blower? Upon glimpsing Yang Shuo's sketches, Chen Yunyun's eyes lit up. I was wondering why you were so generous in gifting Ao and the others 5 pieces of rattan armor. It turns out it was iron ore. Indeed. If we had iron tools, we could claim the title of the most powerful tribe in this primitive world. After a moment of contemplation, a hunched figure suddenly appeared before her. Yang, we could use a bellows. When I was young, I often helped my grandmother with cooking by pulling the bellows to stoke the fire. Her words instantly illuminated Yang Shuo's thoughts. Having grown up in the countryside, he too had experience with this tool during his childhood, but with his mind consumed by modern technology, he had forgotten such primitive craftsmanship. Just as Yang Shuo was about to thank Chen Yunyun, he looked up to find her eyes reddened under the oil lamp, tears welling up. Yunyun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, no discomfort. Yang, I miss my grandmother. Chapter 28, The Entire Tribe's Iron Smelting, Part 1. Yang Shuo managed to soothe Chen Yunyun, who had been stubbornly intent on donating blood to Ao, but now, seeing her tear-streaked face filled with distress, he felt utterly powerless. After considerable effort, he finally calmed her down and rushed out of the bunker, ready to dive back into the tribe's work. However, the moment he emerged, he sensed multiple gazes locking onto him, as well as Chen Yunyun, who was still wiping her tears. Today marked the return of the hunting team, and with the cart, transporting their catch had become significantly easier. With no other tasks at hand, the tribe members gathered, watching as Chen Yunyun dashed into the bunker where Yang Shuo was. For the first time, the primitive tribe experienced a phenomenon akin to gossip. All eyes were fixed on the two, who had long been presumed a couple. Despite their constant denials, now, they had been caught in the act. Yang Shuo hurriedly entered the bunker, followed closely by Chen Yunyun, having been absent for so long. With Chen Yunyun in tears, the gossip within the tribe ignited like wildfire, all eyes eagerly scrutinizing the pair. Even Yang Shuo, with his thick skin, could not withstand such scrutiny, while Chen Yunyun blushed deeply, retreating behind him for cover. Yang Shua, with a sheepish grin, exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Come on, let us get to work." At this moment, he realized that the only way to dispel the awkwardness was through labor. He observed that everything they undertook was intertwined with trees in this primitive world, where stones and trees were the primary resources. Thus, under Yang Shua's leadership, the tribe birthed its very first labor song. To seek wealth, one must first fell trees. The timber was swiftly transported to the city walls by carts. Yet Yang Shua felt that a single cart was insufficient. In the tribe, the mere effort of using a cart could yield double the work, significantly enhancing efficiency. It seemed necessary to carve out time to construct several more carts. After refining iron, he would prioritize crafting woodworking tools. The tools of our ancestors are indeed splendid. Yang Shua mused, embarking on the design of a bellows. He contemplated for quite a while, realizing that the most challenging aspect of smelting iron was not the furnace itself, but rather controlling the temperature. He struggled to recall the old, worn bellows from his grandmother's home and sat down on the ground to sketch. First, he needed a box-like structure, followed by a handle and air inlets and outlets. Then there was nothing more to add. Yang Shua realized that he had never taken apart a bellows to observe its inner workings as a child. He merely understood it to be a rectangular box with a handle. What to do now? Yin Yun, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Yang Shua's call, Chen Yunyun's face flushed crimson, and, feeling the weight of his gaze, she swiftly fled. Brother Shua, did you call for me? Hurry, Yin Yun. Do you know how to make a bellows? Yang Shua raised his head from the ground and fixed his gaze on her. Chen Yunyun appeared momentarily stunned. Huh, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? If you're not feeling well, take a rest and don't overexert yourself. No. I don't know how to make a bellows either. I've just used one before. Oh, that's fine then. You may return to your tasks. I shall figure this out. As Yang Shua once again immersed himself in his sketches on the grass paper, Chen Yunyun couldn't help but stamp her foot in frustration. How can such an impressive person be so foolish? With a huff, she stormed off. Oblivious to her departure, Yang Shua's mind was consumed by thoughts of the bellows. If I don't understand the structure, I can simply build it myself. How can I, a scholar, let this trivial matter confound me? When in doubt, apply quantum mechanics. He promptly retrieved another piece of grass paper and began to enlarge the design of the air inlet. Analyzing the airflow, the inlet must open when pulling and close when pushing, ensuring the pressure differential allowed air to flow. As he sketched fervently, he would occasionally nibble on his quill, a habit from his high school days. First, I need 2 movable doors. This is far too simple. Just a sprinkle of water, and indeed, my scholar's halo remains intact. With fervor, Yang Shua sprawled on the ground, hastily finalizing his rough draft. While he completed his task, the others toiled under a different burden. Whether constructing carts or firing bricks for houses, their tasks were relatively straightforward. Felling trees and working with mud required little precision. Yet this time, Yang Shua had set a stipulation. He required wooden planks. Initially, the men in the tribe were perplexed by the concept of wooden planks. Yang Shua provided a clear standard. They should ideally be the thickness of a palm, perhaps a bit thicker, but they must be flat. This single instruction sent the tribe's men into a frenzy. After felling a tree, they utilized stone axes to strip off the bark, meticulously trimming away excess until a single plank emerged from the tree. Yang Shua had found his direction, yet complications arose during the execution. How would he install the movable doors? They needed to be both flexible and sturdy. The typical cowhide cord was far too coarse. What could be done? Meanwhile, Chen Yunyun was seething with frustration. Several women were perched atop logs, methodically using stones to flatten them. They worked at a leisurely pace, striking once, then removing the shavings before continuing. In contrast, Chen Yunyun, filled with pent-up anger, gripped a stone and pounded it vigorously, causing sap to splatter as she struck the freshly felled trees, leaving her hair in disarray. From a distance, Yang Shua observed her rapid work and couldn't help but admire. This young lady is truly industrious. As her hair flopped about, he suddenly realized, hair? Yunyun. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, and he called for her again. Chen Yunyun, still lost in her own frustration, was oblivious to Yang Shua's summons, engrossed in her task. So focused are we? Seeing that she didn't respond, Yang Shua approached her, sheepishly asking, Yunyun, may I have a few strands of your hair? Startled by his sudden appearance, Chen Yunyun initially thought he was coming to check on her, but to her dismay, he merely wanted her hair. I care for you so much, yet you show no concern for me. I want to give it to you. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she struck harder, sending wood shavings flying. If you won't give it, then so be it. Why get so worked up? Yang Shua was splattered with shavings, bewildered, as he retreated. While Yang Shua was lost in thought with his grass paper, a grimy hand suddenly appeared before him, clutching a handful of hair. He turned to see Ying, covered in dust, grinning widely. Ah, it's you, Ying. Thank you. Yang Shua gratefully accepted the small bundle of hair and hurried off to gather his tools. There was still plenty of bamboo left from the last cart construction. He used a stone axe to chop down 2 of the thinnest sections, splitting them and smoothing them into small bamboo pieces on a stone. Gazing at the 2 bamboo strips in his hands, Yang Shua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. And now, how do I drill holes? He looked up at Wang, who was stationed atop the city wall, and noticed the stone spear in his hand. A mischievous grin crept across his face. Wang, come down and take a break. I have some water for you. Wang suddenly shivered, noticing Yang Shua's beaming smile from below. Oh, all right, I'll be right down. For Wang, Yang Shua's words were akin to royal decree. If Shua asked him to rest, he would comply, though he couldn't shake the chill running down his spine. Yang Shua handed Wang a ceramic bowl filled with water. Standing under the scorching sun atop the wall, Wang felt parched, and the water was utterly refreshing. Wang, could you do me a small favor? Yang Shua asked unexpectedly. Wang straightened up, his eyes fixed on Yang Shua with unwavering attention. Brother Shua, anything you need. I'm at your service. If you're not going on the next hunting expedition, I'll take your place. No, it's just a small favor. Could you use your spear to make a few holes in these 2 bamboo strips? Yang Shua quickly presented the strips. Feeling a twinge of guilt for putting the young boy to work, Wang, upon seeing the 2 rectangular bamboo pieces, each marked with 3 dots made by Yang Shua's quill, promptly took them without hesitation, sitting down to begin his task. Yang Shua scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he slipped away. The bamboo was currently the most resilient material in the tribe, exhibiting excellent properties across the board. Wang positioned the spear against the bamboo strip, attempting to employ a traditional fire-starting technique, yet the strips were too small, leaving him with no solid surface to apply force. The moment he touched them, they began to shift. After several attempts, Wang was unable to secure the stone spear, causing the child to sweat profusely in frustration. He felt desperate, as he could not bear to face Brother Shua without completing the task. It seemed necessary to adopt a different approach. Wang realized that the spear was proving ineffective, so he removed the rope binding the stones, grasped the spear with one hand, and steadied it with the other, pressing it to the ground to begin drilling. While this method allowed him to exert more force, it was incredibly laborious. Each time, he took a deep breath, held it, and exerted tremendous effort, his palms turning pale under the strain. He rotated his hands back and forth, and only after exhausting his breath did he leave a white mark on the bamboo strip, repeating the process over and over. Meanwhile, Yang Shua was busy mixing mud, flattening a large chunk, and then using a wooden stick to create holes, searching for a shaded area to let it dry. This would become one of the components of the furnace's base. The tribe had recently added 2 more bunkers, and the interior of the city walls was now completely filled, leaving no room for anything else. Yang Shua had never intended to store everything within the walls, but with the increased population and belongings, the tribe needed to expand. It seemed he had underestimated the situation, as there was no suitable space outside the walls either. Yang Shua gazed at the remnants left from the initial phase of the city walls construction, where uneven terrain and a large pit nearby, originally intended for a fish pond, now felt too close. He sighed, deciding to revisit it later. Rolling his eyes, Yang Shua found a spot near the wall and drew a circle in the dirt with a branch, marking the site for the furnace. He was ready to begin. Pulling out the wooden shovel he had slung over his shoulder, he started digging the foundation. Lacking any iron smelting methods, Yang Shua's furnace would be a one-time use. But the base was not. That was what he was focused on now. After a long struggle, he had finally excavated a sizable pit, leaving him exhausted and rolling his eyes. After a brief rest, Yang Shua turned to Li, who was hard at work. Brother Li, bring me a cartload of bricks. The entire tribe was revolving around Yang Shua at this point. Upon hearing Yang Shua's request, Li quickly set aside his task and, along with Zhan and Qian, went to gather bricks before delivering them to Yang Shua. Master, what exactly are you planning to do? Zhan asked while unloading the bricks. As Yang Shua's self-proclaimed apprentice, Zhan idolized every move Yang Shua made, and seeing him busy yet unclear in his intentions left Zhan feeling anxious. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Focus on learning, and you'll know in due time. Hurry up and move those bricks. Standing in the pit, Yang Shua began to mix mud and lay bricks, constructing a simple rectangular base with about 100 bricks, achieving a stable structure. Once the base was level with the ground, he covered the earth back up, leaving only the platform exposed. He then continued working, outlining a circular furnace with a 1-meter diameter and leaving an opening for ash removal. Now, he just needed to wait for the mud to set and dry for the base to be completed. While the mixture dried, Yang Shua used bricks to build a foundation for the bellows alongside the furnace, with the wood, bamboo strips, and base coming together. It seemed he was nearing completion. Perhaps he could construct a furnace and test it in the next couple of days. Just as Yang Shua was contemplating the furnace's structure, Ao approached with a wooden plank in hand. Yang Shua, Do you think this plank will work? Having just taken a sip of water, Yang Shua nearly choked. It was the first time someone had called him by his full name in quite some time, and he found himself unaccustomed to it. How did Ao even know his full name? Yang Shua glanced at the plank in Ao's hands. Although the wood was freshly cut and still damp, it had been expertly smoothed by the hands of many, qualifying it as a proper plank. No problem, it's excellent, Yang Shua replied, taking the plank and testing its weight. It was quite heavy, likely retaining a lot of moisture. He wondered if it would crack or warp once dried. This plank, as wide as a thigh and nearly 2 meters long, was a remarkable accomplishment, transforming such a thick log into something so refined. He toiled with his stone axe, laboring to divide the plank into 2 sections, one large and one small, each 1.5 meters long and 50 centimeters wide, perfect for the bellows. As the planks gradually arrived, the onlookers began to gather around Yang Shua. Now that the planks were ready, how would he seal them? It wouldn't he do to have any air leaks. He could use traditional joinery techniques to assemble it, but the tools were inadequate for achieving a proper seal. Yang Shua arranged the planks on the ground, staring blankly at them. Let us assemble it first. If it fails, I can always seal it with mud later. He placed 2 long planks on the bellows base and secured them, then began carving grooves around the edges of each plank with his stone axe. Making a few cuts on each plank, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he quickly assembled a wooden box. On one long side of the box, Yang Shua cut a fist-sized hole, and on the adjacent short side, he made another, completing the air inlet and outlet. On the opposite short side of the inlet, he also cut 2 openings for handles. With the general shape taking form, night fell. Just by the fire pit, Wang joyfully approached with 2 bamboo strips in hand. Brother Shua, I've drilled the holes. Yang Shua suddenly recalled, nearly forgetting about the boy. Following Yang Shua's instructions, Wang had drilled 6 holes, taking half a day to complete the task, and upon handing the bamboo strips to Yang Shua, his hands trembled with fatigue. Yang Shua looked at the exhausted Wang and felt a twinge of guilt for his own laziness. He retrieved some treasured salt from his stash and exclaimed, Come, come. Brother will treat you to roasted meat. You've worked hard. Chapter 30, Everyone's Smelting Iron, Part 2. On the other side of the fire pit lay the high furnace base that Yang Shua had crafted, having dried for a day and now ready to be ignited. Yang Shua stood there, holding several wooden pieces, lost in thought. It was difficult to maneuver with just 2 pieces of wood inserted. How ingenious the ancestors were. Such a contraption could occupy a lifetime of study. Yang Shua used a stone axe to slowly carve 2 holes into the wooden planks, threading the prepared wood from earlier into them, and stared at the contraption in a daze. If all else fails, he could just punch holes through both ends. A little air leakage was better than being immovable. Yang Shua pondered the internal structure, but unable to comprehend it, he decided on a brute force approach. Without hesitation, he worked on it, and in the afternoon, Jean brought in the bellows, perfectly timed for Yang Shua's evening improvements. After much effort, Yang Shua carved 4 more holes into the planks, inserting the completed air board into the bellows, which now seemed to glide back and forth like a sedan chair. Now it was starting to take shape, perfect. While muttering to himself, Yang Shua retrieved the hair that Ing had gifted him, securely tying the 2 bamboo strips together and hanging them above the previously prepared air inlet. Finally, after placing the top planks, Yang Shua began testing the bellows. Jean pulled back and forth, and the bellows began to work with a series of creaking sounds, the 2 bamboo strips alternately flipping, efficiently directing air from the outlet. These 2 planks form one edge, with the hair hanging perfectly in the middle. Am I a genius, or what? Feeling the force of air blowing from the outlet, Yang Shua couldn't help but bask in his own delight. However, the airflow still seemed insufficient. It appeared there were leaks. Come on, Jean, grab some mud. Under Yang Shua's direction, the 2 of them began applying mud to every crack in the bellows. Eventually, Yang Shua, not fully satisfied, applied a second layer after the first had dried. Early the next morning, the tribe gathered around the fire pit in the square, marveling at 2 revolutionary inventions, the bellows and the sieve for the high furnace base. After a night of air drying, the clay on the bellows perfectly sealed all the leaks. When Jean pushed and pulled, he felt a noticeable strain, and the air being expelled increased several-fold. If all goes well, tonight our tribe will acquire something that transcends the current era. Let us all await this moment with bated breath. Yang Shua gazed contentedly at the bellows and declared, Let us get to work. Wang and Jean lifted the bellows while Yang Shua carried the sieve, and the 3 of them climbed over the city wall to install everything in its designated place. It seemed they were still missing a wind duct. Yang Shua looked at the half-meter gap between the bellows and the furnace, turned around, and selected a bamboo segment of similar length from the cut bamboo, beginning to bore through it. Yang Shua felt as though he had exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, repeatedly thrusting the stone spear into the bamboo segment, yet there was no change. He turned to Li and Ao. Brothers, could you assist me in boring through this bamboo? Ao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why don't you heat the stone spear before you poke it? That way, it will burn through. Why be so stubborn? Yang Shua nearly choked on his words. What happened to you after your recovery? Did the adrenaline I gave you go to your head? Why are you so different from everyone else? His words jolted Yang Shua awake, and he immediately began to kindle a fire. He held the tip of the stone spear over the flames to heat it before inserting it into the bamboo. Smoke began to billow out from the other end. After several attempts, Yang Shua suddenly felt the spear give way, and smoke emerged from the bamboo's opposite end. He rejoiced, it's done. The remaining tasks became significantly simpler. Repeating the process, he thoroughly bored through the bamboo, then attached it to the furnace. The side connected to the bellows required special treatment, with bamboo strips in place. Air could not flow freely. Yang Shua constructed a small space with bricks to allow the bamboo strips to move freely, sealing the leaky areas with clay. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and shouted, Jean. Got it. Jean instantly understood, rushing to the end of the bellows to begin pulling. As Jean exerted his strength, air surged through the bamboo, jetting out from the furnace's base. Perfect. Feeling the gust of air, Yang Shua continued to mold the furnace's disposable sections with clay. The rest was straightforward, akin to constructing the initial water tank. He placed charcoal at the bottom, igniting it in segments until, by afternoon, a 2-meter-high chimney stood before them. At last, it is complete. Brothers, the moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Yang Shua gazed at what could be deemed the pinnacle of the tribe's technological advancement, his heart racing with excitement. This was a leap into a new era, and he felt a thrill of anticipation. At Yang Shua's instruction, bundles of charcoal were carried out, and the previously transported ore was brought close to the furnace. John, add charcoal to the furnace, filling it to about halfway before igniting it. Wang, fetch 2 stones. We need to crush the ore. The original iron ore had been converted into powder through their ice and fire method, yet it still contained many large fragments that would not react adequately in the furnace. With Jean's efforts, the furnace soon blazed to life, while Yang and Wang crushed a canister of iron ore. Step back. Everyone, be careful, Yang Shua exclaimed. Ascending the furnace platform, standing on the steps he had constructed, Jean, bare-chested, strained as he pulled the bellows, the charcoal roaring in response. Despite the furnace walls, a terrifying heat radiated forth, prompting the tribe to instinctively step back, away from the scorching air. Yang Shua felt sweat bead on his brow, evaporating before it could trickle down. He licked his lips, raised his ceramic jar, and poured the powdered ore into the furnace. Add more charcoal, keep grinding. No one is to be idle. Hurry, hurry. At Yang Shua's command, the tribe sprang into action, assisting Wang in grinding the ore. While Yang added canister after canister of iron powder to the furnace, 1 canister of earth combined with a heap of charcoal. Yang Shua was uncertain of the exact proportions, but he knew that an excess of charcoal was preferable. He would rather waste charcoal than fail to extract iron from the ore. As the furnace filled with the mixture of ore and charcoal, Yang Shua finally paused his actions. Li, quickly, find someone to rotate. We must ensure the bellows do not stop. Keep the fire roaring. Li and Ao exchanged glances, understanding the critical moment at hand. They replaced the trembling Jean, and the bellows resumed their rhythmic motion, the bamboo strips swaying back and forth, keeping the furnace aglow. It was as if a thread connected everyone's hearts, and they all held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Wang coughed a few times, covering his mouth hastily, struggling to suppress his breath, nearly choking on his saliva. The charcoal in the furnace eventually burned out in the roaring flames, darkness encroaching as the fire began to diminish, the temperature finally becoming less daunting. At that moment, Yang Shua's heart raced, and he seized a sturdy branch, rushing to the furnace's side, and began to strike it repeatedly. After enduring the terrifying heat, the furnace had become akin to brick, likely containing some unique compound inside. Yang Shua struck several times, yet it remained unyielding. Ultimately, with the help of Li and Ao, the 3 of them managed to topple the furnace. The furnace fell from a height of 1 meter, shattering into several pieces upon impact. Yang Shua used wood to strike at the ruins, finally extracting a hard, fist-sized nugget, its surface a mix of ash riddled with holes, resembling a wasp's nest. Upon seeing this object, Yang Shua's anxious heart finally settled. He lifted it triumphantly, bursting into laughter. Ha! It worked. It worked. The others, witnessing what Yang held, wondered if this was truly the culmination of their efforts. It didn't seem so remarkable. At that moment, Chun Yunyan sniffed the air, her eyes lighting up. It smells so good, I'm starving. It smells good? Oh no. Before anyone could react, Yang Shua suddenly tossed the iron lump aside and dashed towards the distant stream. Chapter 31. The first iron tool of the primitive tribe. Yang Shua had spent a restless night, racked with pain. Although Chun Yunyan had helped him cool his hands with water for over an hour, blisters still covered his skin, and he had to be fed dinner by her. As dawn broke, The iron block that had been left to dry outside all night finally appeared normal. However, Yang Shuo could only watch helplessly as the processing of the first iron in this primitive world was left to Li. The furnace's base had transformed into a perfect heating platform. Placing a layer of sieve on top, they ignited the fire below and tossed the iron ore on. Ao, straining at the side, pulled the bellows vigorously, the flames leaping in rhythm with his movements, as everyone watched the iron block gradually turn red. All right. Take the iron block out. Brotherly, use the stone hammer to pound it, make it solid. Whenever you can no longer pound it, return it to the fire to heat it again. Yang Shuo directed animatedly from the side. Li began to strike the iron block with the stone hammer. And with each blow, the block transformed, its structure shifting from a honeycomb-like form to a more compact shape, gradually decreasing in size. Yang Shuo watched in envy, his mouth watering at the sight, wishing he could take a few swings himself. Chen Yunyun rolled her eyes at him, thinking, boys are so easily captivated by this. What is the big deal about swinging a hammer? There's a beautiful girl right next to you, and you're focused on forging? As the impurities of the iron block were nearly eradicated through the application of high heat and vigorous hammering, it transformed into a rectangular shape, no larger than the size of a palm, having shrunk to a mere quarter of its original size. Yang Shuo sensed that the moment had come. Brotherly, heat it again. We need to make a hole in the center with a wooden stick. Li nodded and placed the iron block back into the flames, discarding the burning stick in his hand. He had already replaced countless wooden sticks in his efforts to grasp the glowing iron. Once the iron block glowed red once more, with Sure's assistance, Li hammered persistently at the back of the stick. Just as a small dent appeared on the surface of the iron, the front of the stick ignited. Sure swiftly kicked the stick in two, cleared the end, and repositioned it. After 3 more rounds of heating, with Li's strikes, the wooden stick finally pierced through the iron block. After a brief adjustment, Yang Shuo brought over a basin of water. Brotherly, place it inside. Li used the stick to lift the iron block and submerged it into the basin. Sizzle, sizzle. Steam instantly billowed from the basin, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of heated iron. Yang Shuo squatted nearby, eagerly awaiting the temperature to subside. Once the water ceased to react, he finally discerned the shape of the iron block within, an irregular elongated form, wider in the middle, with a tunnel that passed through from front to back. Brotherly, retrieve it. Find a wooden stick suitable for a spear, about the length of your forearm, and secure it inside. After some effort, Li understood what was meant by forearm and fetched a piece of wood, cutting it to the appropriate length before securing it into the iron block as per Yang Shuo's instructions. Pack it tightly, and find a small bamboo strip. Split it into thin pieces and hammer it in. Be careful not to let it fall out. Yang Shuo's eyes gleamed as he watched Li diligently follow his guidance. At last, Li completed the task at hand, and the others quickly deduced what it was, a stone hammer. Unlike ordinary stone hammers, the one in Li's hands was black, equipped with a handle for a stone spear, appearing rather unremarkable, yet undeniably heavier than typical stone. Will this make our tribe invincible? Li pondered aloud, weighing the hammer in his hand. It feels a bit heavy, but nothing extraordinary. Come, brotherly. You take a stone hammer and strike it against Li. Yang Shuo, brimming with confidence, called for others. Li, already holding the stone hammer, approached and positioned himself alongside Li, both swinging their hammers simultaneously. Bang! The force of their strikes was considerable. At the moment the two hammers collided, with a dull thud, the stone hammer in Li's hand shattered into 3 pieces, leaving him with only a wooden handle. Li stood dazed, gazing at the handle, then at the iron hammer in Li's grasp. Brotherly, feel free to unleash your strength, smash whatever you wish. At that moment, Li became aware of the distinctiveness of the iron hammer in his hand. Following Yang Shuo's words, he unleashed his full might, wreaking havoc on everything in sight. Bamboo, wood, bricks, stones, and leftover bones from kudu. Had Li not fled swiftly, Yang Shuo believed Li would have taken aim at him as well. What pure exhilaration! When could a stone hammer or spear be wielded so freely, to strike anyone or anything at will? Li reveled in the most exhilarating destruction since embracing his primitive existence, and by the time he regained his composure, the surroundings had been reduced to rubble. As the noise subsided, the tribe fell silent. Yang Shuo could hear the heavy breaths of the men, all eyes fixated on the iron hammer in Li's hand. How does it feel? Yang Shuo approached Li with a grin. Li stammered, unable to articulate the sensation. How can one describe this? It feels akin to experiences shared with one's spouse. Clearing his throat, Yang Shuo prodded, is it delightful? Finally, Li found the words, bellowing. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. In the distance, Ao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his gaze fixated on the rising and falling of the iron hammer. Yang Shuo, having received the desired affirmation, nodded in satisfaction. Brotherly, imagine if each of us possessed an iron hammer. In that instant, Li appeared as if his throat had been constricted, momentarily rendered speechless. Such a terrifying tool in the hands of everyone. What would they have to fear? Yang Shuo had merely crafted a single iron hammer. Who could predict what else he might conjure later? Who would dare challenge them then? Li turned his gaze towards the mound of iron or piled beside the furnace, his eyes gleaming with realization. He finally grasped the exhilaration Yang Shuo felt upon first encountering this material. 5 pieces of tempered vine armor are worth it. 10 pieces are a bargain. The process unfolded as it did, and as you all know, I was injured, so let us not dwell on that for now. Call me when more iron is ready. I still have many things to create. At that moment, Yang Shuo felt utterly magnificent, brushing off his attire as he left behind a throng of admiring gazes. That night, the tribe remained awake, feverishly constructing furnaces from clay and obsessively smelting iron, while he stood apart, clutching his iron hammer, a solitary guardian. Any hyenas or wild dogs that dared approach would meet their demise at the first strike. On one side was the fervent labor, and on the other, the spirited battles. Yang Shuo, however, fell into a deep slumber within the tribe, occasionally laughing foolishly, oblivious to the events in his dreams. Chapter 32. To become wealthy, one must first chop wood. Yang Shuo had genuinely underestimated the primitive humans' insatiable curiosity for novel objects, particularly those that were both incredibly useful and remarkably user-friendly. As he yawned and emerged from the bunker, he found the entire tribe deserted. Even Shun Yunyun perched atop the wall, observing the spectacle. Yang Shuo noticed her squatting there and approached the water pipe to splash some water on his face before climbing up beside her. As soon as he poked his head above the wall, a wave of heat enveloped him, instantly drying the remaining moisture on his face. On this side of the wall, the primitive people were bustling with energy. They had not rested throughout the night, continuously crafting furnaces with mud and smelting iron according to Yang Shuo's methods. By morning, the cartload of, or he had brought back had diminished to a mere scrap. Goodness, have these people lost their minds? Yang Shuo surveyed the debris scattered across the ground, estimating that at least 3 furnaces had collapsed. This group was decidedly formidable. He swiftly slid down the ladder and approached Ao. Brother Ao, have you all not slept at all through the night? What is this intense dedication for? Ao, still focused on the 4th furnace, had not turned his head, simply gesturing towards the distance. Yang Shuo followed his indication and spotted a bloodied man standing there, attended by Shi and Sun. As he drew nearer, he realized that the bloodied figure was none other than Li. Upon seeing Yang Shuo's approach, Li sheepishly scratched his head. Cough. I got a bit too excited last night, and nearly didn't make it back. Shi stifled a laugh nearby, recalling how Li had stood guard over the furnace in the forest, brimming with enthusiasm while wielding the iron hammer. Initially, there were not many Tasmanian wolves or hyenas wandering into their vicinity at night. A few Tasmanian wolves emerged, eyeing Shi as an isolated target, hoping to launch a surprise attack for a meal. However, they were met with an unexpected force. Li, newly equipped, wielded his hammer with formidable might, dispatching 3 Tasmanian wolves with a single blow each. In that instant, Li felt as if he had returned to the days of being the tribe's foremost warrior. Yet, the thrill was fleeting, leading him to gradually stray from the safety of the tribe's walls. Adorned with the blood and brain matter of the Tasmanian wolves, he attracted more wild beasts along his path. In the beginning, Li wielded the iron hammer with unparalleled prowess, effortlessly slaying foes as if they were mere deities or demons. It wasn't until he found himself surrounded by a pack of Tasmanian wolves that he realized the gravity of his situation. Fortunately, the commotion he had caused in the mountains drew Shi and a few others to rescue him from the encroaching pack. Clad in vine armor, and with his own sturdy constitution, Li sustained only minor injuries, superficial wounds that were hardly severe. Yet they left him feeling unworthy of his status as chief. With a collective grunt from the crowd, the 4th furnace was toppled, and amidst the sound of wooden sticks striking, a large iron ingot rolled out. A basin of water was splashed upon it to hasten its cooling. Yang Shuo, gazing at the neatly arranged 4 large black iron ingots before him, couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the brothers standing nearby, acknowledging their remarkable efforts. Compared to the previous occasion, the presence of the iron hammer made the second round of iron ore processing remarkably straightforward, and Ao truly experienced the might of the New Age weaponry. The colossal hammer danced in Ao's hands, striking the iron blocks and sending sparks flying, quickly transforming into a solid iron ingot. In the ancient wisdom, to excel in one's work, one must first sharpen their tools. Yang Shuo prioritized crafting tools without any distractions, overseeing the transformation of the ingot as Ao hammered it down, breaking it into 5 smaller ingots of similar size. This vigorous forging shattered the bricks and stones beneath them, and Ao's strikes, though powerful, were somewhat diminished by the need to absorb the impact. Observing the bricks now reduced to 8 fragments, Yang Shuo furrowed his brow. The 2 most crucial tools for a blacksmith were the hammer and the anvil. While the hammer was manageable, The anvil was both resource-intensive and laborious to produce. Moreover, the anvil required materials that were considerably harder than those used for ordinary iron tools, and they lacked the necessary technology. Never mind, we shall gradually work towards it. A little effort is worth it, for this iron is far too precious. Yang Shuo dismissed his previous thoughts and continued to watch Ao. Under Ao's diligent hammering, the first ingot had been elongated into a bar, and he was now meticulously shaping the tip. The tribe's second iron tool would be a chisel. And with these two items, the extraction of iron ore would become significantly easier. Yang Shuo crafted 3 chisels, as deploying more than 3 individuals at a time would stretch their manpower too thin. With the remaining 2 pieces of iron, he fashioned 2 spearheads. Ao recognized Yang Shuo's intentions. The newly crafted spearheads were considerably smaller and lighter than their stone counterparts. According to primitive wisdom, weapons needed to be formidable, and these iron spearheads were evidently lighter than the traditional stone spears. Could they truly be effective? Yang Shuo could see the confusion in Ao's eyes and chuckled internally, finally relishing the fact that he had found something that the primitive mind could not grasp. He smiled as he stowed away the spearheads, reminding himself that they were still merely half-finished products. The second black iron ingot was put to use, and Yang Shuo felt that crafting a hammer from it would be wasteful. The hammer Ao wielded resembled the massive ones used at construction sites, suitable only for the 2 powerful warriors of the tribe. Ordinary individuals would be unable to handle such a tool. Thus, he resolved to divide this piece of iron, at least into 3 parts, envisioning a means to power the tribe's development. As a child, Yang Shuo had learned a motto: to become wealthy, one must first build roads. But he felt it needed revision in his context. Ultimately, through Ao's relentless efforts, this lump of iron was forged into 3 axes. Fortunately, with the chisel and hammer on hand, shaping the iron ingot into flat and square pieces, while also creating holes, would have otherwise consumed an inordinate amount of time. By the time the 3 axe heads were completed, Ao could no longer endure the strain. After a night of intense labor, and having crafted several items for Yang Shuo during the day, he began to suspect that Yang Shuo had been slacking off, leaving him to toil excessively. Outside the city walls, only a few stragglers remained, as most had returned to their slumber. Yang Shuo, with a mischievous grin, collected the 3 axes and urged Ao to take a rest. Although the tribe had survived sleepless nights before, the past year under the protection of the walls had allowed everyone to rest soundly, no longer struggling for survival. Thus, only Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun remained awake in the entire tribe. Seated atop the wall, Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun sat side by side, with 3 axe heads and 2 spearheads beside them. Yang Shuo requested a basin of water, initiating the fine processing of the iron tools. His palms burned, yet his fingers remained functional. Grasping one spearhead, he began to polish it against the bricks on the wall, applying water and rubbing it back and forth. The spearhead, already flattened by Ao's hammering, began to sharpen under Yang Shuo's skilled hands, revealing a gleaming metallic luster. Chun Yunyun watched him intently. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed across the tribe's square, rousing those who had been asleep for half the day. As Li stepped outside, he spotted a wooden post erected in the square, upon which 3 axes were secured. Yang Shuo was struggling to extract a long spear. Stepping back and executing a perfect throw, bang. The spear embedded itself into the wooden post, its tail swaying vigorously. Li, oblivious to his own gaping mouth, gazed at the spearhead fully buried in the trunk, as if witnessing the mightiest of comrades. Remarkable. A gift for you. Yang Shuo approached, tugging at the spear several times before finally extracting it with great effort, tossing it to Li. Li gripped the iron spear, its tip polished to a gleam, emanating a chilling aura, feeling as light as a feather, merely the weight of a wooden shaft. The subtle difference in weight made it evident where the spearhead was, and compared to the cumbersome stone spear, this iron spear was simply indescribably exquisite. Observing the crowd gathering around, Yang Shuo picked up another iron spear from the ground and tossed it to Ao. Like Li, Ao was equally enamored with the iron spear. A perfect weapon for one capable of taking down half a cannibal tribe. Patience, my friends. You shall each have one in due time. Come, come. These 3 axes, one for each of you, are equally formidable. As Yang Shuo spoke, he drew out an axe and struck down with it, cleaving the wooden post in 2, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his hand. Hammers will come, axes will come. Soon, each of you shall wield an iron spear. This is no dream. Now, comrades, let us commence our journey towards prosperity. To become wealthy, we must first fell trees. Let us work, brothers. Chapter 33, The Might of Iron Tools. The following morning, the tribe members swiftly scaled the walls and set off towards the forest. Despite having been producing charcoal, the recent consumption had been alarmingly high. The once towering piles of charcoal had dwindled to mere scraps. This was the impetus behind Yang Shuo's call for tree felling. Everything seemed to require wood. Fire needed wood. Weapons required wood, houses needed wood, and now, most critically, iron smelting demanded charcoal, which in turn required a significant quantity of wood to produce. Observing the forest surrounding the tribe, ravaged as if gnawed by dogs, young Shua felt a pang of unease. What if we plan to fell trees? We must not deplete them all. It would be detrimental to the environment. However, as he gazed from the walls towards the mountains, lush with greenery, a surge of confidence washed over him. Goodness, even if we were to fell 100-fold, we could never exhaust it. Despite possessing only 3 axes, their efficiency far surpasses that of stone axes by countless measures. Initially hesitant and cautious, fearing that a moment of exertion might shatter the stone tool, the men of the tribe now take turns wielding the axes with fervor, working tirelessly. Throughout the day, they have likely felled an immeasurable number of trees. While one man chops, another prepares the logs, dividing each tree into 3 or 4 sections before loading them onto carts for transport outside the village. Thanks to the sudden surge of strength, the tribe's food supply for the day is assured, rendering the efforts of the hunting party unnecessary. Although the carcasses in the distance have been consumed, those near the tribe have been reclaimed by the people. No matter how unpalatable, meat is still meat. As the tribe members continue to chop trees and gather their spoils, they come across a number of gigantic hyenas feasting on the remains of a bagwolf. Upon noticing the approaching individuals, the pack of hyenas bares their teeth, asserting their claim over the prey. Witnessing this spectacle, Ao's interest is piqued. If that dim-witted Lee can slay with a hammer for half the night, surely he can do the same. Ao retrieves his newly acquired treasure, the iron spear, which he has carried with him everywhere. The moment he grasps it, he feels an immediate shift in his state of being. With a grunt of determination, Ao hurls the iron spear with the swiftness of lightning. The foremost hyena, caught off guard, has no time to react as the spear pierces its neck, traversing through its entire body and emerging from its hindquarters before embedding itself deep into the ground. The hyena is lifeless, yet it remains upright, propped by the spear as it breathes its last. The surrounding pack scatters as if struck by cannon fire, leaving Ao and the other primitives momentarily stunned. The previous stone spear, heavy and unevenly weighted, lacked speed, making it easy to evade. In contrast, the iron spear, perfectly balanced and crafted by Yang Shua, soars through the air with remarkable velocity, more than doubling the speed of its predecessor. The terrifying rapidity leaves the hyena with no chance to evade, and the sharpened spearhead pierces through its body, inflicting devastating damage. My goodness, such ferocity! Yang Shua muses, not attributing the prowess to the spear itself, but rather to Ao's formidable strength. As a chief in the prime of his life, leading a tribe of over a dozen men, Ao's capabilities shine, while Lee, nearing 30, is already considered aged in this primitive world, where dwindling numbers have left him with only 6 companions. Thus, Yang Shua can only appreciate Lee's exceptional hunting skills without witnessing such explosive power. Feeling unfulfilled, Ao kicks the hyena hanging from the spear and swiftly pursues the fleeing pack. Though they have already distanced themselves, the iron spear seems to have a mind of its own, accurately navigating through the trees to impale yet another hyena against a trunk. As a consequence, the cart now carries yet another trophy, and the tribe, laden with wood and game, returns to their settlement. It is once again time to gather firewood. Previously, the men of the tribe would laboriously split tree stumps with stone axes, akin to delicate embroidery, but now, with wood chips flying, they swiftly convert a cart of timber into a cartload of firewood. On their return, they pass by Yang Shua's experimental fields 2 and 3, where wild grasses have flourished. After nearly a month, many have begun to bear seeds, and soon it will be time for harvest. In comparison to the current wheat and rice, the wild grasses possess the advantage of resilience and a short growth cycle, allowing them to thrive in various conditions. Some have already produced seeds, while others have only just begun to sprout. It appears the time has come to craft some farming tools. Yang Shua gazes at his experimental fields with great satisfaction. While he cannot analyze them as systematically as Old Man Yuan, cultivating these plants is straightforward by planting them together. Nature will ensure pollination and seed production, allowing him to select the largest and finest seeds for future planting, ultimately transforming this eclectic assortment into a singular variety. After 2 days of recuperation, Lee is back to full strength, as the others prepare the wood for charcoal pits. Lee, wielding his large hammer, remains by Yang Shua's side. Today, they have exerted great effort to haul a substantial stone from the mountains, which will serve as a makeshift workbench in the absence of an anvil. Jean is now a full-time bellows operator. With a single command, he manages the fire and airflow, quickly raising the temperature around the furnace. Once again, they produce the precious black iron ingots, placing them over the flames to heat. Yang Shua supervises, with the goal of creating edged tools today. With the large stone as a base, each strike from Lee is solid and effective, and the iron ingot, resembling honeycomb coal, rapidly shrinks before being divided into 7 or 8 pieces. Li, ensure each piece is flattened into long strips. Yang Shuo calls out amid the cacophony of the bellows and the rhythmic sound of hammers. It takes a moment for Li to comprehend his instructions amidst the noise. With a hiss, steam rises as 8 iron strips lie quietly before Yang Shuo. Under his guidance, Li reshapes the strips into semicircular forms, perfectly fitting for handles. Once assembled, the blades will be sharpened, and through the collective efforts of the tribe, 8 daggers are successfully completed. Li distinctly senses that this new tool is formidable. While the women of the tribe typically use stone knives to sever game, simply sharpening stones, this cool, gleaming weapon is in an entirely different league. Yang Shuo drags over the gigantic hyena that Ao has slain. The primitive hyena is noticeably larger than the bagwolf, making it a significant predator in these mountains and plains. Yang Shuo places a foot upon the hyena, producing his freshly sharpened dagger. With a swift thrust, he pierces through the hide, then with a deft motion, he makes a series of cuts, revealing the hyena's yellow fur. The process continues, cut after cut. As a man of the tribe, the skill of processing game is essential. Before long, a nearly intact hyena pelt is removed, followed by the meat, which Yang Shuo meticulously carves, extracting every morsel from between the bones. Just as darkness begins to settle, he completes the task at hand. Yang Shuo nods in satisfaction, but upon turning, he finds Li's expression to be one of surprise. What is it? Yang Shuo inquires, puzzled. What's this called? Iron knife? Li asks, taking the dagger from Yang Shuo and examining it closely in the firelight. This is no iron knife, it is a dagger. What nonsense is this, calling it a knife? Yang Shuo replies, exasperated. How did we arrive at these names? Shouldn't iron hammer, iron spear, stone hammer, stone spear, and stone knife all follow the same pattern? Why is this a dagger? Li is left bewildered, unable to grasp the logic. Well, a long one is called a knife, while a shorter one is a dagger. It's just how it is. Yang Shuo gestures to indicate the lengths, though he himself is unsure of the specifics. However, it is evident that the shorter one is indeed a dagger, a matter of common knowledge. Today, the atmosphere in the tribe feels distinct. Even before nightfall, all are idle, gathered in the square, preparing for a meal. Even Chun Yunyun senses the change. Why does it feel like everyone is so relaxed today? Meanwhile, Yang Shuo wears a broad smile, practically beaming with pride. Indeed, this is the might of iron tools. 1 is worth 10. Chapter 34, A Great Incident. As Yang Shuo strolls through the village, proudly displaying his dagger, a small ladybug captures his attention. When did the tribe become so inundated with ladybugs? Yang Shuo fixated on a single ladybug, watching it intently as it flew into his experimental field number 1. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him, prompting Yang Shuo to hastily stride a few steps towards the experimental field behind the restroom. The presence of the restroom had fostered lush growth of wild grasses here, each blade beginning to bear vibrant green seeds. Yet, Yang Shuo's gaze was not on these seeds. Instead, it was fixated on the middle of the wild grasses, where a dozen gleaming, round spheres lay. This was disastrous. Yang Shuo slapped his thigh in despair, then cautiously crouched down. At the junction of the leaves and stems of the wild grasses, a row of insect eggs was visible, while numerous small pests were already crawling on the other grasses, indicating that they had not hatched long ago. Outside the tribe, wild grasses grew sporadically, never in large clusters. Moreover, the crucial point was that the wild grasses outside were tended to by birds and other animals, so even if pests emerged, the impact would be minimal and within the wild grass's capacity to endure. However, within the tribe, due to the activities of Yang Shuo and the others, hardly any birds or animals dared to approach, not to mention the towering 3-meter-high walls. Yang Shuo recalled that when he had last checked a few days ago, everything seemed fine. In just 2 or 3 days, experimental field number 1 had been overrun by pests. This cannot continue. If the grasses are devoured, what hope do I have for cultivation? Yang Shuo sprang up from the ground, pacing anxiously. There were no pesticides. Surely, I cannot resort to catching them by hand? What will happen if large-scale planting is required? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Yang Shuo hurriedly climbed out from the wall, with onlookers staring at the frantic Yang Shuo. Puzzled by his sudden agitation, he rushed to experimental fields number 2 and number 3, only to discover that the same situation prevailed in both plots, albeit in a much better state than within the tribe. It seemed that the presence of birds was indeed significant. Their assistance in controlling the pests would likely mitigate the damage. The fields within the city walls could only rely on manual eradication. Yang Shuo suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The advent of modern pesticides had increased crop yields by at least 70%, but those were chemically synthesized, leaving him to ponder how to manage in this primitive world. Was he to resign himself to fate? Upon returning to field number 1, Yang Shuo meticulously sifted through each wild grass, extracting the pests and crushing them underfoot, as if that were the only way to quell the anger simmering within him. Brother Shuo, what troubles you? Why do you seem so distressed? Chen Yunyun, just emerging from the restroom, noticed young Shuo in the distance and felt as if rain were falling upon his head. The crops are infested with pests. How could I possibly be happy? We have no pesticides, and we might not yield any harvest, Yang Shuo lamented. Chen Yunyun, upon hearing this, drew closer to glance at the field, just in time to see several caterpillars leisurely crawling on the grass blades, then locking eyes with one of them. Ah! With that exclamation, Chen Yunyun fled, leaving Yang Shuo to contend with the pest alone. Before long, Ro approached, her pregnancy evident with a noticeable belly. There were 5 women in the tribe expecting precisely half. Knowing that these plots were Yang Shuo's prized possessions, the women typically adhered to his instructions, only approaching occasionally to water the fields. I heard from Yunyun that you're in trouble? Ro's voice was as gentle as her name, instantly calming the turmoil and frustration within Yang Shuo. This nurturing presence, akin to that of an older sister, had always looked after him since his arrival. Yes, pests have infested the crops, Yang Shuo replied, extracting yet another caterpillar from a blade of grass and forcefully tossing it to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. If there are too many pests, the grass won't produce seeds, Yang Shuo continued. Observing his actions, Ro sighed. What on earth are you doing? She took swift strides towards him, snatching the caterpillar from his hand and promptly consuming it. Yang Shuo was left dumbfounded. What are you doing? You just ate it outright? Although he had consumed similar fare during times of scarcity, that was due to hunger. Now, recalling the taste, it was utterly delectable. While Yang Shuo stood there, astonished, Ro summoned her pregnant companions, and together they ambled through the grass, plucking pests and devouring them as they went. Yang Shuo couldn't help but recall the words of Bear Grylls. This creature contained 6 times the protein of beef, and removing the head made it edible. Amidst his shock, watching Ro and her friends laugh and chat, Yang Shuo felt a pang of sympathy. Primitive humans truly resorted to every means to survive in such a harsh environment. The issues in experimental field number 1 were likely resolved. With Ro and her companions' meticulous care, he believed it would soon yield abundant results. Yang Shuo then shifted his primary focus to experimental fields number 2 and number 3. As the weather gradually warmed, heralding the arrival of summer in the primitive world, various insects multiplied exponentially. However, the conditions in the 2 outer fields were far superior to those within the tribe, necessitating a thorough investigation. This information would be invaluable for future large-scale seed planting. Thus, perched on the wall, with experimental fields number 2 and number 3 before him and field number 1 behind, he had a perfect vantage point for observation. The early summer sun was already blistering, and Yang Shuo shielded his head with a piece of animal hide, fixating his gaze on the experimental fields. During spring, all species were proliferating, especially birds. As the eggs hatched, fledglings required nourishment, making this the busiest time for the various birds in the woods. Yang Shuo watched as a small bird swiftly darted over experimental field number 2, skimming a few blades of wild grass before flapping its wings and disappearing into the forest. 1, 2, 3. Yang Shuo's eyes widened as he counted the birds flying by, remaining motionless as the sun dipped below the horizon. Where's Brother Shuo? Why have I not seen him all day? When dinner time arrived, Chen Yunyun searched high and low for Yang Shuo's figure, then pointed at the black animal hide on the city wall while roasting wolf meat. Due to the animal hide, Yang Shuo blended seamlessly into the night. And when Chen Yunyun approached with a rib, she found him still fixated on the distant experimental field. Still troubled, Brother Shuo? You should eat something first. Chen Yunyun offered the rib to Yang Shuo, but he remained unmoving, not even blinking. Shoo! Yang Shuo took the rib from her, placing a finger over his lips to signal for her to lower her voice, pointing towards experimental field number 3 without uttering a sound. Chen Yunyun glanced over. Having just come from the fire, she had yet to adjust to the darkness and could see nothing. She cautiously inquired, Brother Shuo, what do you see? Wait. Yang Shuo replied with a single word before falling silent once more. The two of them sat quietly atop the city wall, remaining still until deep into the night. Suddenly, Yang Shuo's previously steady breathing changed, rousing Chen Yunyun from her drowsiness. His shift in demeanor awakened her curiosity, and she whispered again, Have you discovered something? Yang Shuo pointed towards experimental field number 3. Chen Yunyun, having just awakened from a brief slumber, followed his gesture, but saw nothing at all. Though she could not see, Yang Shuo, who had crouched for a day and a night, kept his gaze fixed on something in the grass. It was a small creature that bore resemblance to a mouse, a mole, and perhaps even a guinea pig. This diminutive being, about the size of a palm and a half, was diligently pushing aside the tall wild grass, pressing it down as it traversed, its elongated snout gliding over the blades before moving on to the next. Yang Shuo observed this little fellow, akin to a harvester, As it entered one side of the experimental field and eventually emerged from the other, the flattened grass behind it gradually returning to its upright position, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yang Shua's heart, which had remained quiet for an entire day, suddenly leaped with excitement. Chun Yunyun noticed a spark in his eyes, and in 3 swift bites, he consumed the ribs that had long since cooled in his hands. Rising abruptly, he declared, "Let us go, it's time to sleep." Chapter 35. The Man Who Saved the Tribe Twice. A single sentence left the still drowsy Chun Yunyun in a state of bewilderment. "Ah, is it that time already? I'm not prepared." Yang stumbled, nearly toppling from the wall, casting an irritated glance at Chun Yunyun. "You return to your room to sleep, and I shall return to mine." The sky had yet to brighten when the hunting team, equipped for their expedition, departed the tribe, while Yang Shua slept soundly until dawn. For the first time, the tribe felt eerily empty, with only Zhan, Yang Shua, and the pregnant women remaining. Even Chun Yunyun had ventured out with others to gather wild fruits. "Zhan, come with me." Yang Shua nimbly climbed the city wall, lowered a ladder, and swiftly descended. "Huh, but I'm on guard duty, master." "Oh, it's just below. I'll be back shortly." Recalling the position of the small creature he had observed the previous night, Yang Shua led Zhan, who had just climbed down, into the woods, not far from the city wall. In a patch of grass where the surrounding trees had been nearly cleared, only a vast expanse of weeds remained. "It should be around here. Why is there nothing?" Yang Shua pondered, stroking his chin. "Zhan, come here, let us search this area for any burrows." With that, Yang Shua crouched down, meticulously sifting through the grass, while Zhan mirrored his actions in another patch. Master, there's a hole here." Zhan's voice suddenly erupted from the nearby thicket, startling Yang Shua. Where? Yang Shua rushed over, finding Zhan clearing the grass to reveal a fist-sized opening nestled among the roots. "You stay here. I'll take a look and come back for you." Yang Shua approached the burrow, inspecting its orientation, estimating its position, and then commenced a thorough search. Ultimately, his efforts yielded 4 entrances, which he marked with branches, before returning to fetch more hands, realizing they were short-staffed. In the afternoon, those who had gone to patrol traps and hunt returned, and with summer and autumn being the most bountiful seasons for prey, several had made commendable catches. Yang Shua did not rush to find the small creature. Instead, he waited for darkness to fall before stealthily entering the woods with his companions. Having visited during the day and made his markings, he easily located the 4 burrows. However, the little creature had not emerged that night. Its lair was filled with unfamiliar scents, and being naturally cautious, it had no intention of venturing out, remaining snug inside. Yet it was unaware that Yang Shua had rallied help to raid its home. "Block all 3 entrances, leaving 1 person on watch, and we'll begin digging from this side." Yang Shua and Zhan, each wielding a shovel, commenced their excavation from the first discovered burrow. They dug steadily, advancing over 2 meters into the tunnel, yet found nothing. The passage twisted like a labyrinth, and upon closer inspection, Yang Shua noted that it not only extended into the distance, but also downward. "Goodness, how deep is this? We could dig all day and still not reach the end." Yang Shua suddenly found himself in a quandary. The 2 of them were exhausted, yet they had uncovered nothing. Can the star of our tribe be stymied by a mere little mouse? Just as Yang Shua was grappling with his dilemma, Zhan handed him a ceramic gourd. "Master, have some water and take a break." Yang Shua looked at the water gourd before clapping Zhan on the shoulder. "You clever lad." "Ha." Zhan was taken aback by Yang Shua's sudden laughter. "I have a clever idea." "What idea?" "Keep a close watch here. Don't let anything escape. I'm going back to fetch reinforcements." With that, Yang Shua dashed back to the tribe. "Yunyun, gather a few people to fetch water." After calling out, Yang Shua hefted a water barrel from his room, nimbly climbing over the wall to place it on the tribe's cart. Shortly, Chun Yunyun and the others arrived, cradling ceramic jars, and after several trips, filled a barrel with water. "What are you planning to do, Brother Shua?" Chun Yunyun inquired curiously, following closely. Over the past few days, Yang Shua had been rather enigmatic regarding the experimental field. "Just perfect. Brother is going to flood the 7 armies. Come aboard and help me steady the water barrel." Chun Yunyun found herself ushered onto the cart, and they swiftly returned to the waiting group. "Master, you finally returned." "And with the mistress," Zhan called out, and Chun Yunyun felt an urge to find a hole to hide in, while Yang Shua remained unfazed. "I've brought a secret weapon. Hand me the gourd." Snatching the ceramic gourd from Zhan's hands, Yang Shua began pouring water. "Everyone, keep a close watch. Don't let it escape." The barrel quickly emptied, yet the burrow remained unresponsive. "Oh ho, so deep, huh? Quite resilient. Zhan, hurry back to fetch another barrel of water. Wang, you go too, and I'll keep watch here." The 2 of them jingled back to the tribe with the cart, and after several trips, by the time they reached the 3rd barrel, Yang Shua poured in a gourd full of water, finally filling the burrow, and they could see water pooling from the spot they had excavated. "If you're so capable, Don't come out. I mean you no harm. Exhausted from pouring water, Yang Shua plopped down in the hole they had dug, keeping a keen eye on the burrow. At last, there was movement at the entrance. A flurry of bubbles burst forth, and Yang Shua sensed something wavering at the opening, hesitant to emerge, only revealing a nose before retreating. Clever little thing, aren't you? Yang Shua thought, recognizing the creature he had set his sights on. He promptly seized his shovel, aimed carefully, and thrust it down with force. Thud! The sound of earth mingled with water erupted as the shovel severed the entrance, completely cutting off the escape route of the panting little creature. Come out, will you? Yang Shua reached in, pulling out a clump of mud, grasping it by the nape as the creature struggled in the air. Gotcha. Let us head back. Tonight's operation has been a resounding success. Jean and Wang gazed eagerly at what Yang Shua had captured, having never seen such a creature before. What is this? Is it worth 5 or 6 people coming out in the dead of night to catch it? Upon returning to the tribe, under the dim glow of the oil lamps, they finally discerned the creature in Yang Shua's grasp, a large rat, though its snout bore resemblance to that of a mole, adorned with a peculiar bloom. What on earth is this, Brother Shua? Chun Yunyun felt goosebumps prickling her skin at the sight of the enormous rodent. The fact that she didn't scream was a testament to her growth in this primal world. Well, it's a rat, but this one has saved our tribe twice. As he spoke, Yang Shua placed the mouse before the lamp, parting its legs to scrutinize it closely. This is the very creature that has saved our tribe twice. Do not underestimate it. Upon hearing this, the crowd gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the mouse still thrashing in Yang Shua's grip. A man? Saved the tribe twice? Chapter 36, Hei Zi and Hua Zi. The onlookers were evidently skeptical that this diminutive creature could have rescued the tribe on 2 occasions, let alone being referred to as a man. Li and others were equally curious about what Yang Shua had brought back. They might have believed he saved the tribe twice. But this creature? Perhaps it was best to let that notion pass. Brotherly, do you recall the famine we faced before our migration? Yang Shua inquired. To which Li nodded. He might not remember other details, but he vividly recalled each instance of hunger. At that time, we stumbled upon a pit in the woods, filled with grass seeds and such. Well, this little fellow is indirectly responsible for that, even if it isn't precisely its doing. We might as well consider it a relative of sorts. Li blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the small creature anew. During that time of scarcity, that pit brimming with grass seeds had indeed saved them, allowing them to endure until they could procure more food. Now, it was poised to rescue them once again. Our grandfather Yuan's plan had encountered significant setbacks, nearly leading to its demise, yet I discovered this little creature yesterday. Yang Shua gently placed the mouse into an empty clay pot to allow it a moment to recover from the fright it had likely endured throughout the night. This little one devours insects with the fervor of a harvester. We must tame it and eventually breed it on a large scale, releasing it into our fields. Oh, Grandfather Yuan's plan has hit a snag, and everyone understands the significance of consuming insects. But what is a harvester? What does it mean to domesticate and to release? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Yang Shua suddenly realized his explanations might be a bit advanced. Well, it simply means to capture it and feed it insects and grass seeds. You will understand in time. Just make sure to study diligently with Yun. As night deepened, the crowd began to feel drowsy, and Yang Shua sent everyone off to their respective slumbers. Meanwhile, he retrieved his long-stored grass seeds and placed them in the pot with the mouse. This creature must be well fed and nurtured, for tomorrow we shall catch insects for it. As he scattered the food, he mused, judging by today's performance, this little fellow is quite clever. Intelligent creatures are easier to domesticate. If we can nurture it well, it will undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Yang Shua glanced at the mouse in the pot, pondering what name would suit it. Surely, it cannot be simply called a mouse. That sounds rather unappealing. Little mouse, given your dark hue, let us call you Hei Zi. Conveniently, I am born under the sign of the rat, making you a sort of distant relative. I shall rely on you henceforth. At this moment, an image of a middle-parted hairstyle suddenly flashed in Yang Shua's mind. Chicken, you are too beautiful? He nearly exclaimed out loud. I am not Hei Zi. I do not play basketball. Yang Shua made a cross on his chest and murmured a prayer, realizing he had traversed into an unknown realm while still thinking of his idol. What a transgression. Meanwhile, the little creature begrudgingly accepted its new name in the pot, having endured Yang Shua's earlier attempts to hydrate it, and now it was nibbling on grass seeds. This little creature is an omnivore, consuming insects in the spring and summer, while storing grass seeds in the autumn and winter. Based on the previous encounter, one mouse likely stores enough supplies to fill just one pot, far less than what insects would devour. Should there come a time when food is scarce, they could still rely on Hei Zi, achieving 2 objectives at once. Thus, it was decided, tomorrow, I shall construct a pen and begin preparations to raise Hei Zi. The following morning, Yang Shua emerged with a wooden shovel, seeking a shaded spot near the city wall to dig. This time, He aimed to create something substantial. Yang Shua had been completely excluded from the hunting party. Li and Ao unanimously believed it better for him to tinker within the tribe than venture out to hunt, as he might concoct some novel device. After an exhausting morning, Yang Shua finally dug a pit measuring 4 square meters and half a meter deep, thoroughly fatigued. Next came the task of laying bricks. One by one, he carefully arranged them at the bottom of the pit, ensuring there were no gaps before beginning to build walls around it. He continued until the brick wall rose half a meter above the ground, satisfied with his handiwork. Once completed, Yang Shua filled the excavated soil back in, leaving little noticeable change aside from the added base to prevent Hei from escaping. Initially, Hei believed its fate was sealed upon capture, but to its surprise, it found itself in a small dark enclosure with ample food and water. When Yang Shua finally placed it into the newly constructed pen, the little creature remained momentarily dazed. Are you not afraid of me anymore? Yang Shua observed the stunned Hei and gently tapped its head. To his astonishment, the creature was bewildered. Once it regained its senses, it darted away from Yang Shua's hand and quickly dug a hole in the corner of the pen, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Such speed. Thank goodness I had blocked the exit, or it would have vanished in an instant. Yang Shua scattered the remaining grass seeds in one corner of the pen and provided a bowl of water, allowing the situation to unfold naturally. The bond must be cultivated gradually. Today, Zhan and Wang appeared distracted. Upon learning how much Yang Shua valued that large black mouse, they decided to surprise their revered master and older brother. Thus, while patrolling the mountains with Shi and Zhao, they stealthily slipped away. This decision would lead to trouble. Shi and Zhao, lying in wait in the woods, successfully caught a wild deer. However, once their ambush succeeded, they realized their 2 younger companions were nowhere to be found. With no time to collect their quarry, they immediately began searching. Shuagu, Zhan and Wang are missing. Chen Yunyun's anxious voice rang out, prompting Yang Shua to spring from the underground hideout like a startled rabbit. What happened? How could they disappear? Have the cannibals invaded again? I don't know. Shi and Zhao said they turned around and they were gone. Yang Shua suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Those 2 were the youngest men in the tribe, having always followed and idolized him. If something happened to them, no pregnant women accompanied Yang Shua on the search, armed and organized in pairs, calling out the names of the 2 boys throughout the surrounding area. However, at Yang Shua's insistence, everyone was instructed to stay close together, lest they truly encounter cannibals, which would make the situation even more perilous. As night fell, the search yielded no results, and reluctantly, the group returned to the tribe. After escorting the women back, the 3 men set off once more, venturing further afield in search of the missing boys. Yang Shua's face darkened, his silence mirroring the deepening night. We should return. Beyond this point lies the territory of the Tasmanian wolf, and the 3 of us are bound to encounter trouble. Shi remarked, sniffing at the dried wolf dung on the ground. Let us search a bit more, just a little further. Yang Shua's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Shi said nothing, and the 3 resumed their formation, moving forward while softly calling out for the boys, yet still finding nothing. Yang Shua soon spotted a flickering green glow in the distance, the eyes of Tasmanian wolves. They had reached their limits. If they ventured any further, they would truly be unable to return. Shua, we must go back, Shi urged once more. They surely would not come this way. If anything has happened to you, I will return and slay you all. Yang Shua shot a fierce glare at the distant wolves, but ultimately, he had no choice but to retrace their steps with the 2 men. The tribe was shrouded in sorrow. This was the first time Yang Shua truly experienced the profound loss felt by the tribe members in the primal world. Shi and Zhao were particularly heartbroken, lamenting their failure to safeguard the still immature hunters. Brother Shua, Master, put down the ladder and come here. Look at the wonderful treasures we've brought back for you. Suddenly, 2 bright voices shattered the atmosphere of grief enveloping the tribe. Yang Shua jolted upright and hurried to the city wall. Outside, Zhan and Wang stood caked in mud, completely unharmed. A wave of overwhelming joy surged from the depths of his heart, swiftly followed by a tide of immense anger. You 2, get in here this instant. A strange silence fell. Only then did Zhan and Wang sense the disquieting atmosphere among the tribe. With heads bowed, they sheepishly slinked inside under Yang Shua's fiery gaze. Yang Shua was truly furious. He could scarcely imagine how he would have reacted had he found 2 lifeless bodies instead. Observing the 2 mud-splattered figures, he approached and delivered 2 firm kicks to their backsides. Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been about you? The 2 appeared as timid as quails in the chill of a winter wind, shrinking back in fear. Go and apologize to Shi and Zhao at once. Yang Shua kicked them again, prompting Zhan and Wang to shuffle over to Shi and Zhao, muttering their apologies. As long as you're back safely, that's what matters. Shi finally sighed in relief. The mere presence of the 2 was a comfort. You 2 vanished for an entire day and returned looking like this. What on earth were you up to? John, what are you holding? Yang Shuo vented his anger. But his curiosity was piqued by their disheveled appearance. Sensing the tension ease, Jean and Wang finally dared to move. Jean triumphantly raised his muddy hand, revealing a piece of animal hide he had torn from his shoulder. As he unfurled the hide, a spotted creature emerged. Master, we caught this. After enduring a beating, Jean and Wang had secured a mate for the creature they had brought back, which they named Black and Flower, marking a significant achievement worth discussing later. Chapter 37, The Food Defense Battle. Due to Yang Shua's capture of Black, the experimental fields 2 and 3 outside the tribe had evidently succumbed to pests. Reluctantly, Yang Shua entrusted the management of these fields to Ro. Each day, watching a few individuals laboriously crawl along the wall with their bellies protruding, Yang Shua felt a pang of guilt, contemplating the necessity of eventually dismantling the wall to install a door. Summer was now well underway, and the tribe had settled into a state of relative stability. There were no cannibal tribes nor any other pressing matters, aside from a few terrifying downpours. Black and Flower had escaped from the animal pen Yang Shua constructed, and the bunker had been flooded. Fortunately, no one was injured, though everyone was forced to sleep in the square for a few days. The two little creatures adapted remarkably well to tribal life, consuming everything from grass seeds to insects and leftover bones. Upon emerging from the pen, their first instinct was not to flee but to seek refuge with Yang Shua, greatly comforting the old father who exclaimed that his efforts had not been in vain. The bunker was originally built by Yang Shua to withstand the bitter cold of winter. While minor rain was manageable, situations like this were intolerable, necessitating significant renovations in the future. After enduring 2 torrential downpours, the experimental fields were finally nearing maturity. From a distance, Yang Shua felt a sense of familiarity. Although the plants grew in varied forms, they were ultimately harvested based on a template capable of producing grass seeds. As maturity approached, most of the wild grasses were laden with seeds, some at the top, others in the middle. In nature, no one had ever attempted to sow seeds on such a large scale at a single time, resulting in a sight never before witnessed. Even Ro and the other women who had always gathered for the tribe were seeing so many wild grasses bearing seeds simultaneously for the first time. Yang Shua plucked a few seeds from the wild grasses to test. Although the seeds had formed, most were still quite soft and moist, indicating they were not yet ripe. But he sensed that it would not be long now. As Yang Shua hoped for the seeds to mature day by day, circumstances gradually began to shift. Besides Black and Flower, birds were omnivorous, feasting on insects and grass seeds alike, and Yang Shua's fields became the prime dining establishment, creating items within the tribe. Yang Shua felt his patience continually tested as flocks of various birds descended upon his experimental fields. He could only rush over to scare them away. Yet the moment he turned his back, they would return. This is utterly ridiculous. If I could fly, I would have no qualms in taking you down. Yang Shua fumed, stomping his feet in frustration. Remaining in the fields was not a viable solution. Yang Shua had to resort to the methods of his ancestors. Yin Yun, bring me 2 sticks. Yang Shua called out, standing between experimental fields 2 and 3. All right, just a moment. Chun Yunyun's clear voice rang out from behind the city wall. Soon after, she tossed down several sticks suitable for making spears and cautiously descended the ladder, bringing the sticks to Yang Shua. What do you need the sticks for, Brother Shua? As Yang Shua accepted the sticks and entered the experimental fields, he declared, I plan to make 2 scarecrows. These birds are intent on devouring my crops. Chun Yunyun watched as Yang Shua forcefully drove 2 sticks into the soil, then began binding a 3rd stick atop them, fashioning a rough cross that stood proudly in the middle of field 2. It seems to be missing something, Yang Shua mused, scrutinizing the makeshift cross, feeling as though it lacked a certain something. Right, he suddenly exclaimed, promptly removing his animal hide shoulder cape and draping it over the cross. Chun Yunyun blushed at the sight of Yang Shua's strong, dark physique. This should do nicely. Now, Yunyun, step aside. Yang Shua fetched another piece of armor from the tribe and replicated the scarecrow in field 3. He then concealed himself atop the city wall to observe the results. The sudden appearance of something resembling Yang Shua standing there startled the birds, and for nearly the entire day, he saw few daring enough to land, prompting him to marvel at the wisdom of his ancestors. Who could have conceived such an ingenious idea? However, this fortunate state did not last more than 2 days. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yang Shua realized he had underestimated the cunning of the birds. After 2 days of observation, they had discerned that the scarecrow was a mere imitation, beginning to tentatively soar around the fields. Upon discovering that the scarecrow ignored them, they gradually crept closer until they entered the fields to feast on the grass seeds, causing the scarecrow to remain unresponsive, leading the birds to completely lose their fear. Yang Shua watched in exasperation as several birds grew bold enough to perch directly upon the scarecrow. You little rascals! I refuse to believe I can't deal with you, Yang Shua exclaimed, vaulting over the city wall and racing back to his bunker. Moments later, He emerged with several ropes twisted from cow hair and a few larger leaves. Charging back toward the experimental fields. With Yang Shua's arrival, the birds scattered in a frenzy, but he did not aim to catch them. His target was the scarecrow. Yang Shua tied the threads to the horizontal stick of the scarecrow and affixed the leaves below, giving birth to scarecrow number 2. Compared to the first scarecrow, the second boasted flexible arms that swayed in the summer breeze, as if perpetually beckoning to passerby. The dynamic scarecrow indeed served its purpose for several days, even startling the hunting team upon their first encounter, as they initially mistook it for an unknown tribe's intruder. However, this period of tranquility was short-lived. After 4 or 5 days, the second scarecrow also became ineffective, leaving Yang Shua seething with frustration. This time, it was not just the birds that were a concern. As the grass seeds approached maturity, a combination of moisture and firmness made them particularly delectable, enticing even some herbivores to venture near. But who was Yang Shua? He was the tribe's hunter. Any creature bold enough to show its face in daylight was swiftly dealt with. However, as the saying goes, while there are 1,000 days for a thief, there aren't 1,000 days for vigilance. By day, Yang Shua could keep watch, but could he do so at night? It was impossible to maintain constant vigilance. Consequently, the experimental field continued to suffer from incursions. Once expansive, the plot adjacent to the forest was now becoming barren. Yang Shua felt an urgency. This situation could not persist. He stroked the grass seeds, sensing that they were mere days away from harvest. He could not allow these intruders to ruin his efforts. Without hesitation, he decided to reside in the fields with the men of the tribe. Aware of Yang Shua's agricultural endeavors and having partaken of the grass seeds themselves, the tribe wholeheartedly supported the idea of camping outside the walls for a few days. After nearly 8 months in the urban area, the men of the tribe experienced an unsettling sense of vulnerability in the suburbs. Yet, after just 2 days, they began to feel an unexpected familiarity with the red brick walls, truly understanding Yang Shua's earlier insistence on building the walls under duress. With the collective watchfulness of the tribe, they ultimately triumphed in this food defense campaign. One morning, as Yang Shua pressed his hand against the grass seeds, he felt a satisfying firmness. The seeds were ripe. Having prepared the harvesting tools in advance, he drew out a dagger and swiftly cut a bundle of wild grass laden with seeds, which now lay comfortably in his hands. Comrades, the moment of harvest has arrived. Let us get to work. Today we feast. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest. Unlike the usual gathering of grass seeds, under Yang Shua's directive, everyone equipped themselves with stone knives and daggers, carefully severing the wild grass that bore the seeds and stacking them on one side of the experimental field. During this process, Yang Shua discovered numerous newly sprouted wild grasses. Since the seeds had been gathered with the help of the women from the tribe, they varied greatly in type and growth cycles. Fortunately, they managed to harvest the vast majority. The 3 experimental fields yielded 3 sizable piles of grass seeds, which were transported to the tribe's square, spread out on animal skins to dry in the sun. Meanwhile, Yang Shua retreated to his bunker, retrieving a tome thicker than a dictionary and the size of a laptop to examine meticulously. This book served as the tribe's calendar, a creation of his own, documenting the time elapsed since they had sown the seeds, a total of 4 months and 8 days, with the heat of summer upon them. He calculated that if his estimations were correct, they could sow another batch of wild grass. As the sole possessor of a private space within the tribe, Yang Shua's bunker was filled with treasures. Hardened vines hung from the walls, while the floor was cluttered with clay pots, assorted stones, various soils, different types of leaves, vines, and animal skins. Essentially, everything that could be scavenged from the tribe was found within. In the following days, Yang Shua busied himself with the calendar. After 2 days of relentless summer sun, the grass seeds were thoroughly dehydrated, and even the stems of the wild grass they had cut became yellow and brittle. He meticulously recorded the drying time and condition in his diary. This book was a labor of love for Yang Shua. Although the tribe had been learning alongside Qin Yunyun, many modern principles of knowledge proved ineffective in their primitive world. In the face of a harsh survival environment, much of modern understanding was a liability. Thus, after replicating paper, Yang Shua embarked on compiling this essential guide for the tribe. Next came the threshing of the grass seeds, a technique that needed to be documented. Yunyun, come, gather everyone. Yang Shua emerged from his dwelling with a clay pot in hand, placing it in the center of the square before finding a brick to sit upon. The remaining tribe members quickly congregated, and Yang Shua passed the book to Qin Yunyun, beginning his demonstration. First, grasp a handful in your hand, then rub it repeatedly. Understand what I mean by rubbing. This is it. Keep your hands above the pot to avoid waste, ensuring the seeds are thoroughly separated. Discard the remnants. Yunyun, have you taken notes? If not, draw a diagram. Make it detailed. The practical session followed, with Yang Shua standing aside to allow each person to attempt the technique. He corrected any mistakes on the spot until everyone had mastered the skill. All right, everyone, let us get to work. Under the diligent efforts of the tribe, the sun-dried grass seeds yielded 5 clay pots. Based on the initial ratio, approximately 2 pots of seeds produced 5 pots of grass seeds, resulting in a 250 return over 4 months. Though modest, it was still commendable given the uncontrollable nature of wild grass. Yet, the air in the tribe remained infused with joy. None had ever witnessed such an abundance of grass seeds. Each pot brimmed with bounty, and most importantly, a wondrous concept began to take root in the hearts of all. It turned out that burying the seeds we consumed could yield yet more seeds. Previously, all gathered items were consumed the same day, and primitive people had never witnessed seeds sprouting. Now, the tribe boasted sturdy armor, sharper weapons, and a population that had multiplied several times over. Ensuring a daily meal was no longer a distant hope, but a reality. Just as the jubilation within the tribe began to fade, sounds emerged from outside. The hunting team, pulling a cart, awaited permission from those atop the wall to lower a ladder. The cart was laden with 3 or 4 animals, buzzing with flies. This hunting cart, which Yang Shua had designed during his time at home, was significantly smaller than the first, capable of traversing most terrains with ease, facilitating the team's transport needs. Upon their return, the first order of business was to process the game. Despite the heat of summer, which had begun to spoil the meat, the team had rushed back as quickly as possible. In truth, primitive people, akin to Tasmanian devils and giant hyenas, could consume meat whether it was fresh or spoiled. However, under Yang Shua's firm insistence, the tribe took care to process the game, as he was always mindful of food hygiene, especially with pregnant women in the tribe. Compared to winter, the quantity of game acquired by the hunting team was noticeably less after processing, yet the increase in surrounding wildlife mitigated the impact, allowing everyone to maintain a stable food supply. The processed meat became a welcome treat for Haizi and Huazi, who both returned to the tribe noticeably plump. That evening, Yang Shua unveiled his treasured salt. Since the last time he had treated Wang to a roasted leg, he had not used it again, though it was merely coarse salt. Its acquisition was exceedingly rare, and Yang Shua was reluctant to use it, having yet to establish a means for large-scale salt extraction from the salt flats. At long last, the much-anticipated dinner hour arrived, and surprisingly, Yang Shua did not instruct the others to roast meat. Instead, he carried a large pot from his dwelling and set it over the bonfire in the center of the square. This pot was a carefully crafted ceramic vessel, made from the finest clay gathered from multiple sources, a testament to his dedication, far more refined than the pots used for storing grass seeds or those employed for boiling armor. He added fresh water to the pot, and as Yang Shua drew forth his dagger to slice the meat and cast it into the bubbling liquid, he patiently awaited the moment of boiling. Once the meat was thoroughly cooked, he retrieved it, reserving the remaining broth, rich with blood, for later use. After replenishing the pot with more water, he placed the blanched meat back in, accompanied by 1/3 of a jar of grass seeds, and awaited the water to reach a rolling boil. Gradually, everything within the pot simmered to perfection, and he sprinkled the last remnants of salt into the mixture. Though precious, it was a sacrifice made in celebration, without a hint of regret. While the tribe had partaken in meat broth before, the usual clear broth lacked flavor and was often tainted by the gamey essence of the prey, a mingling of blood and flesh dissolving into the water. Salted game was only cooked directly when replenishing the tribe's sodium levels. However, this occasion was different. Yang Shua had meticulously cleansed the blood, processed the meat beforehand, and incorporated the grass seeds, ultimately seasoning the concoction with salt. The aroma wafting through the air was distinctly different from previous broths, enticing many stomachs to grumble in anticipation. Yang Shua felt as though he were transported back to his initial attempts at cooking, when he dared not add any seasoning beyond salt. That nostalgic sensation brought him immense joy. Soon, a pot of delightful meat broth was complete, and he ladled a bowl to present to the person he respected most, Li. As Li accepted the bowl, the fragrant steam enveloped him, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Brother Li, please sample my culinary skills." Li glanced at Yang Shua before taking a sip, and in that instant, he was utterly astonished. The tender meat had been broken down by Yang Shua's spoon, merging seamlessly with the broth, while the grass seeds had cooked down to a pulpy consistency, easily yielding to the slightest pressure of his tongue. The rich flavor surged from his throat to his stomach, only to return with a delightful aroma. This exquisite savor reminded him of the wildebeest meat savored during winter, yet it paled in comparison to Yang Shua's broth. Observing Li's reaction with satisfaction, Yang Shua called out, "Yin Yun, please serve everyone rice. Tonight we feast." Unlike the usual merriment, the tribe experienced a serene dinner for the first time, the square resonating only with the sounds of slurping broth and chewing, as all were immersed in the deliciousness brought forth by Yang Shua. Chapter 39. Breeding Plan Yang Shua had not anticipated the profound impact of salt. Due to this one meal, the tribe found themselves lacking appetite for 2 days. Having savored the exquisite salted broth, no one could muster the desire to consume flavorless roasted meat, not even Yang Shua himself. Goodness, I've gone too far this time, potentially leading everyone into a fast. It seems I must make another trip to the salt lake and bring back a new supply of salt. Aside from the salt, another troubling matter weighed on Yang Shua's mind, the depletion of iron ore. Recent mining efforts had provided the tribe with iron spears, daggers, a few hammers, axes, and farming tools, but little else, as the yield from the mines had been disappointingly low. Nevertheless, the new tools had greatly enhanced the tribe's efficiency, and now, the sudden cessation of supply felt like a severe blow to their progress. While he understood that the absence of iron ore was inevitable, Yang Shua had not expected it to occur so swiftly, forcing him to abandon any notions of iron armor. If it's gone, then it's gone. We can seek it out later, he reassured himself, realizing he had more pressing tasks at hand. The first phase of Grandpa Yuan's plan had been a resounding success, and he was eager to advance to the second phase. Currently, Yang Shua was engaged in crafting crucial tools for this new endeavor. Before him lay a mound of clay, the finest material for pottery, which he had flattened into a disc. Now, it just needs to dry for a while before I determine the size, he murmured to himself. From a nearby jar, he retrieved a handful of grass seeds, scattering them on the ground as he began to select. This one is large, this one too. This one is too small, and this one won't do either. After a thorough selection process, Yang Shuo divided the chosen seeds into 2 piles based on size. This will suffice. At the very least, this method will filter out 1/3 of the seeds, leaving only the finest quality. He meticulously compared the sizes on the ground before finalizing the dimensions for the mesh. Unlike his usual pottery endeavors, this time the creation of the vessels represented the pinnacle of the tribe's craftsmanship. Yang Shua tore a small thorn from a branch and began piercing holes in the flattened clay. The grass seeds were significantly smaller than typical wheat, making this task labor-intensive. By the time he had completed less than half of a bowl-sized piece of clay, he felt dizzy and had to pause to regain his composure before finishing his work. Once the clay had thoroughly dried, Yang Shua took a palm-sized sieve into the sunlight, carefully inspecting each hole to ensure they were all clear. After completing his final checks, he moved on to the last step, firing the pottery. After a full day of labor, Yang Shuo finally held the small item in his hands, tapping it gently with his finger to produce a crisp sound, a clear indication of its quality. All right, let us test it out. Yang Shua spread animal skins on the ground, using a bowl to transfer the grass seeds from the clay pot onto the sieve for sorting. Thanks to his meticulous inspections and adjustments, the sieve's quality was assured, resulting in minimal discrepancies between the anticipated and actual outcomes. After his careful selection, the jar of grass seeds was divided into 2 distinct piles, one large and one small. While lacking extensive knowledge in breeding, he reasoned that plump seeds would surely outperform average ones, and thus, over generations, the quality of the seeds would inevitably improve. He carefully stored the selected seeds, while the remainder could serve as food. With meticulous attention, he documented the process of selecting seeds and crafting the sieve, completing the day's work. Gazing at the several jars of sorted seeds, Yang Shua was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. It had been 14 months since he and Chen Yunyun had silently traversed into this primitive world. According to the former calendar, over a year had passed. Reflecting on the changes of the past year, he took his first retrospective glance at the tribe's development. Thanks to Chen Yunyun's relentless efforts, language had flourished within the tribe and was continuously reinforced through their interactions. Each individual spoke with clarity, now well-versed in standard Mandarin. Due to the frequent hunting expeditions undertaken by the men, there was little time for learning, leading to a notable disparity in cultural knowledge, with the women far surpassing the men in literacy. As for the application of technology, the tribe had transitioned from the most primitive stone tools to the widespread use of pottery, with every member now equipped with iron implements. A leap across countless millennia that filled Yang Shua with immense pride. Beyond the simplest tools, in terms of daily living, the tribe now possessed 2 vehicles for travel, 6 bunkers for shelter, a designated area for forging refined vine armor, zones for producing paper, facilities for brick and pottery firing, an unused blast furnace, public restrooms, and running water. In terms of security, a 3-meter-high wall had been erected, and with the combination of new weapons and traps, hunting efficiency had significantly increased. Additionally, a dedicated drying area had been established to preserve food and extend its shelf life. In just a year, the tribe had undergone a tremendous transformation, and all these changes were merely steps toward improvement, far from achieving stability. Yang Shua's desire to reflect on past life was sparked by the 3 jars of grass seeds left behind. Only when the granaries are full do we understand the importance of etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, We recognize honor and disgrace. This phrase resonated deeply with Yang Shua. Before today, he had never contemplated the various aspects of sustenance, merely to survive. He had joined his elder brother and others in the woods, using their hands to gather excrement, crushing it to sniff, and embarking on hunting excursions that kept them away from home for days as they tracked their prey, gulping down fresh blood to replenish their salt intake. In moments of unbearable hunger, they resorted to consuming insects and leaves. He had completely relinquished the superiority and dignity of a modern human, all in the name of survival. Everything that crossed his mind during this ordeal revolved around the instinct to live, to enhance efficiency, thereby increasing his chances of survival. However, today was different. Through his own labor, he had procured food, which led him to initiate a breeding program, not merely for crops, but for humanity itself. The grains must be sown, and the children growing within the bellies of the women represented new hope. Once brought into this world, they would be the first primitive beings to receive education from birth, undoubtedly surpassing those like him, who had emerged halfway through the journey. They would be better equipped to absorb the knowledge imparted by Yang Shua and Qin Yunyu, ultimately becoming a robust driving force for the tribe's advancement. The more Yang Shua pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and he began to devise a future development plan for the tribe, intending to provide these children with the finest environment and the most perfect evolution for the tribe. Over the past few days, he had worked alongside Yunyu to plant seeds again. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they could expect another harvest before winter arrived. Furthermore, he aimed to introduce a food safety law. It was summer, and food was prone to spoilage. Although primitive humans were resilient, caution was never unwarranted. Additionally, he intended to propose a public health law, as primitive people lacked modern medical knowledge and were oblivious to bacterial infections. In the near future, the women would bear children, and if they contracted puerperal fever, it could be fatal. Moreover, the children, being relatively frail, could perish if hygiene was not maintained. Thus, Yang Shua fervently documented his thoughts in the tribe's records, remaining indoors for consecutive days, leading Qin Yunyu to worry that he was unwell, prompting her to check on him several times. The breeding program was birthed from the fervent strokes of Yang Shua's pen. Chapter 40, Tribal Law. On the third occasion that Qin Yunyu visited Yang Shua, he finally emerged from his sanctuary, coincidentally as the hunting team returned, busily processing their catch outside. Clutching the thick volume of the tribal records, Yang Shua stepped out, visibly thicker than when last seen. "Everyone, please set aside your tasks. I have an important announcement," he proclaimed, standing at the center of the square with the legal code in his arms, awaiting the gathering of the tribe. As whispers of new developments circulated, anticipation rippled through the crowd, and within moments, even the hunting team, burdened with their game, made their way in. "I have established certain standards for the tribe's future, which I shall explain here." Yang Shua settled on the ground and opened the tribal records. The first decree of the tribal food safety law, unless absolutely necessary. Do not consume spoiled food. Allow me to clarify what constitutes spoiled food and the reasons against its consumption. With that, Yang Shua turned to retrieve a piece of rotten meat from within his dwelling, having snatched it from the jaws of a scavenger, along with a bowl. "This is an example of spoiled meat. Please observe and smell it." He passed the meat among the crowd, allowing each person to inspect it before it returned to him. The simplest way to identify spoilage is by its odor. Furthermore, he shook the bowl in his hand, which contained boiled grass seeds that he had crushed, now covered in mold. Once food develops such growth, it is better to starve than to consume it. If you were to eat this, death would likely come swiftly and horrifically, far worse than starvation. The crowd swallowed hard at his words. The notion of a more dreadful demise than starvation sending shivers through them. The second decree of the food safety law: never consume unknown substances. No matter how hungry you are, always conduct experiments first. I will now explain what an experiment entails. Yang Shua dashed back inside, emerging with a bird he had trapped using grass seeds and a clay pot. If you are uncertain whether something is edible, find another item to test it with. He forcefully fed the bird the moldy grass seeds. This is one method of experimentation. By observing the bird's reaction, we can infer how our own bodies might respond. Of course, the duration of the experiment may vary, and we shall check on it later tonight. With that, he placed the bird under the clay pot in the square and returned to the tribal records. The third decree of the food safety law: do not drink untreated water. Let me clarify what untreated water is. Yang Shua filled a bowl with water from the pipe and then kindled a fire, adding the water to a pot. The crowd awaited in silence until the water boiled, bubbling vigorously. This bowl contains untreated water, while this pot contains boiled water. Untreated water is unsafe to drink. Boiled water must be cooled before consumption. In emergencies, untreated water may be consumed, but at this stage, everyone must drink cooled boiled water. The teams venturing out must carry cooled boiled water or boil their own. I will elaborate further once the experimental results are in. Additionally, Pregnant women must never drink untreated water or consume spoiled food. Everything must be of the highest quality. Yang Shua glanced around at the gathered crowd, noticing the prominent bellies of the women, which contradicted his prior knowledge. Evidently, these primitive people did not adhere to the typical 10-month gestation period. For now, these 3 points constitute the food safety law, which will be gradually supplemented. Next, I will address the public health law, the first decree. Hands must be washed before meals and after using the restroom. Allow me to explain what this entails. Yang Shua re-entered his dwelling, retrieving a clay pot and a wooden frame he had constructed, which would later be installed by the water source in the square. Before eating, everyone must wash their hands. Observe closely how this is done. With a splash, Yang Shua immersed his hands in the water pot, rubbing them together, first cleansing his palms, then the backs of his hands, followed by the spaces between his fingers. Like this, he demonstrated, interlacing his fingers and rubbing them together, before attending to his nails, ensuring to clean out any dirt within. Finally, he shook the water from his hands, revealing for the first time in the primitive world the true condition of his hands. Though roughened by the rigors of primitive life, they retained an intrinsic beauty. And that is how to wash them properly. We will discuss the reasons for this later, as it relates to our experimental findings. He gestured toward the clay pot containing the bird on the ground. The second decree of the public health law, during summer, one must bathe every 2 days to cleanse oneself. Yang Shua had initially considered a daily bathing regimen, but deemed it impractical for the tribe, given the current conditions. You may check among yourselves. Do you not perceive an odor? Upon hearing his words, the gathered individuals leaned in to sniff, confirming the presence of a foul scent. In truth, Yang Shua, Chun Yunyu, and Ing had long adhered to personal hygiene. As a modern individual, Chun Yunyu had always found the tribe's odor intolerable. However, due to the harshness of their environment, they had little choice. Once Yang Shua installed running water, Chun Yunyu would wash daily, and Ing, living with her, would benefit from the same. Regarding bathing, they would await the results of their experiments. Lastly, the third decree of the public health law, animal hides must be regularly aired out. Let me explain why. Upon concluding his words, Yang Shua proceeded to the largest bunker, the one currently housing the most inhabitants. From within, he extracted a piece of animal hide and tossed it onto the square. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he lay upon the hide, meticulously parting the fur to search for something. Ultimately, he stood up, pinching a small object between his fingers, prompting the onlookers to lean in closer, revealing it to be a flea. This is a flea, he stated, a bloodsucker that causes itching. Precisely so. Yang Shua gestured towards several welts on Qian's neck, who was scratching at them. We must sun-dry it, and use a stick to beat the hide to rid it of any fleas or other unwanted pests. This creature is harmful. In severe cases, it can lead to illness. What? You don't comprehend illness, do you? Just remember that severe illness can result in death. His tone rose once more, startling the tribe, with the realization that such a trivial creature could indeed cause death. No, we cannot allow for death. Regarding bathing, he continued, I'll elaborate further. Yunyun, please instruct the women on the bathing process, while the men gather here with me. Yang Shua led one group, while Chun Yunyun directed another, forming 2 circles in the square. Concerning bathing, the 2 illustrations that circulated in the future world were flawlessly replicated. If Chun Yunyun were to learn how Yang Shua was conveying the instructions, she would likely be infuriated. Yang Shua was engrossed in educating the men about bathing, having spoken for so long that foam had begun to gather at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained animated. Bathing is simply about washing off the dirt from your body. First, gather water and pour it over yourself. There are several key areas to focus on. One is the backside, and the other is the front. The remaining 2 areas are the hair and the armpits. This here, essentially, all hairy regions must be thoroughly cleaned. The other areas can simply be rinsed with water. A little scrubbing with your hands will suffice, and if there's no mud, then you're clean. The men's bathing process was succinctly summarized, while Chun Yunyun continued to engage the women for over an hour, demonstrating the actions and advising them on precautions, leaving Yang Shua perplexed at how bathing could take such an extensive amount of time. As night fell and mealtime approached, Yang Shua showcased the results of his experiment. This unfortunate bird had been fed a bellyful of moldy, sprouting seeds and was now suffering from food poisoning. Its feathers matted with droppings, lacking the strength to fly, and barely moving while on the ground. This is the result of the experiment. Consuming inedible items can lead to mild diarrhea, and in severe cases, death. Diarrhea means frequent trips to the latrine, understand? The kind that can kill you. His words sent a chill through the crowd. Could diarrhea truly lead to death? Why is it that today, we're discussing so much death? He continued, bathing and hand-washing can reduce the likelihood of diarrhea, while sun-drying clothing and hides can mitigate illness. Everyone must take heed. Thus, under Yang Shua's guidance, the primitive tribe successfully implemented a law, marking the first step towards a legal system for the tribe. Although it comprised basic knowledge and common sense, it represented a significant advancement. Chapter 41, Cultivating Land. Planting crops. Yang Shua discovered that the primitives were remarkably receptive to new ideas. In contrast to the backstabbing dynamics prevalent in modern society, these early humans exhibited an extraordinary sense of unity. Each individual concerned for the welfare of the tribe and its members, except for Ing. Up to this point, Ing remained unaccepted by the others in the tribe, lingering at the edges like her namesake, a shadow, to the extent that Yang Shua often forgot her existence. Ing never contested or clamored for attention, nor did she harbor any resentment towards those who excluded her. She preferred to stand behind Yang Shua, and upon realizing Chun Yunyun's disdain for her presence, she took her place behind Chun instead, finding solace in her role as a shadow. The unity among the primitives was ingrained in their very DNA. In this treacherous world, those who failed to unite had long since vanished. Consequently, when Yang Shua's laws were enacted and the specific reasons were understood, they were strictly adhered to. After all, Yang Shua had penned fewer than 10 laws, each of which could potentially lead to death. Following a trial run, the tribe indeed embraced this legal framework. Under Chun Yunyun's leadership, the women scrubbed their bodies meticulously clean, and for the first time, Yang Shua beheld the true appearances of all the tribe members. Surprisingly finding them quite attractive, perhaps it was merely a matter of becoming accustomed to their looks. The tribe was free from any unpleasant odors. In her quest to cleanse her hair, Chun Yunyun had exerted considerable effort, as the women appeared to be washing away layers of mud, revealing the extent of the grime embedded in their hair. Each individual emerged spotless, and the hides were uniformly laid out in the sun to dry. The fleas and lice, unable to endure such searing heat, fled, ensuring that nights spent on the hides would no longer be plagued by incessant itching. Lying on the hides, one could feel the warmth of the sun, reminiscent of the comforting scent of freshly sun-dried bedding, akin to the memories of Yang Shua's mother. It felt as though a grand cleansing had occurred, rendering the tribe immaculate and leaving everything feeling refreshingly pleasant. As all matters progressed smoothly, Yang Shua finally initiated the second phase of the Grandpa Yuan plan. All able-bodied individuals. Today we embark on the second phase of the Grandpa Yuan plan. To ensure a bountiful supply of nourishing seeds in the future, we must toil diligently in tribute to the food god, Grandpa Yuan. Spurred on by Yang Shua's enthusiasm, the image of the food god was deeply etched in the hearts of the tribe members. The 3 jars of seeds before them had been brought by Grandpa Yuan, and by following his methods, they would eventually see an abundance of food. In comparison to the previous trial fields, the tribe had significantly upgraded their tools this time, acquiring not only shovels but also hoes, axes, and carts. As to why they had axes, the reason would soon become apparent. To atone for past transgressions, Yang Shua had no choice but to lead the tribe in clearing the vacant land before the city walls. Aside from the level plots designated for trial fields 2 and 3, all previously excavated holes were filled in, leaving only deep fish ponds. After several summer storms, the large pit had accumulated considerable water, now deep enough to submerge one's waist. The task of organizing this expanse consumed an entire day, and the following day marked the true commencement of development. The second phase of the Grandpa Yuan plan involved sowing 3 full jars of seeds, and it became evident that the original area was insufficient. They needed to cultivate farmland. At this juncture, the axes proved invaluable as all obstructive trees were felled, followed by the shovels, which were employed to uproot the tree stumps. 10 minutes for chopping trees. An entire morning for digging roots. Yang Shua was so exasperated he could have wished for a bulldozer to clear the land. The land reclamation plan was severely hindered by the stubborn roots, yet there was no alternative but to excavate them one by one. Meanwhile, Yang Shua dispatched individuals to thoroughly till the fields behind them, uprooting all unwanted weeds, and gathered well-fermented manure from the tribe to scatter generously across the land, mixing it thoroughly with the soil. After about a week of intensive development, the hillside in front of the tribe was largely cleared, stretching from the small creek on the left to the forest on the right, creating a substantial expanse of open land that had been weeded, tilled, and fertilized. At long last, a patch of fertile farmland had emerged, reflecting on the results of the first phase of the Grandpa Yuan plan. Yang Shua concluded that the seeds had initially been sown too densely. The final trial field was excessively lush, even after some spacing adjustments, with many seeds clustered together. This was the reason he had exerted such effort to cultivate such a vast area of land. He demonstrated the proper technique to everyone, a small pit for every 2 footprints, placing only 3 seeds in each pit, and gently covering it with soil using his foot. Thanks to the cart, this time cultivating the land finally resembled something worthwhile. In the initial phase, they relied on the cart to transport barrel after barrel of fertilizer, and later, it was instrumental in bringing in countless barrels of water. During irrigation, the villagers no longer needed to venture far significantly enhancing efficiency. The area they were cultivating far exceeded that of the experimental plots, and Yang Shuo felt that if they managed it well, unexpected delights would surely follow. In addition to Grandpa Yuan's second phase plan, Yang Shua's early preparations for Plan Plus were also in motion, not disappointing the efforts of Zhan and Wang Ai. Haizi was exceptionally diligent, taking great care of the wife he had acquired so effortlessly. She had already given birth to a litter in the livestock pen, and even Huazi had brought out a little one for Yang Shuo to admire. Yang Shuo was indeed quite fond of Haizi and Huazi. Initially, he had merely thought Haizi to be clever and relatively easy to tame, but Haizi truly surprised him. He estimated the little creature's intelligence to be on par with that of a dog. He knew that among rodents, mice possessed relatively high intelligence. But to reach such a level was quite remarkable. Haizi's large head had not been in vain. As for the livestock pen, Yang Shuo made improvements by removing the surrounding brick walls, allowing Haizi's family to roam freely within the tribe. The whole family often ventured to the square in the evenings to scavenge for food, and everyone took a liking to this clever family. Even Chen Yunyun, who had always been afraid of mice, gradually warmed up to Haizi's clan. At this moment, Haizi's family would prove invaluable. In a few months, as wild grasses grew and Haizi's offspring matured, they could be released into the fields to eat whatever they desired. As the sun began to set, Yang Shuo sat on the city wall. The rays of the setting sun were obstructed by the stone wall behind him, leaving a beam of light illuminating the distant fields, casting an orange hue over them. Yang Shuo had sown seeds, as well as hope, and he now envisioned a future where the tribe would enjoy a day of men tilling the fields and women weaving, no longer needing to hunt daily and live from hand to mouth. Suddenly, a sound interrupted Yang Shuo's reverie. "What are you doing up here, Haizi? Can you climb ladders? When did you learn that?" Yang Shuo exclaimed, grumbling as he grabbed Haizi by the scruff of its neck and placed it back in its nest. Chapter 42. Let us go stir things up. This land reclamation not only cleared arable land for the tribe, but the uprooted tree roots and cut trees also provided a significant boost to their fuel supply, finally replenishing what had been consumed during recent iron smelting. For the first time, Yang Shuo felt remarkably unburdened, spending his days tending to the fields and researching pottery, or amusing himself with Haizi's family. Haizi had become quite adept at climbing walls, scaling the ladder's rungs in mere seconds to reach the top, often waiting for Yang Shuo before he could even ascend. At this stage, the most pressing task seemed to be farming. It was a leap for civilization that could not be taken lightly. However, watching the grass grow in the fields day after day felt rather idle. Yang Shuo muttered to himself, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Indeed, I have been quite idle. Since the last time they used salt, the tribe had not indulged in any culinary delights akin to those they had previously enjoyed, and the villagers often reminisced about Yang Shuo's cooking. However, a skilled cook cannot work miracles without ingredients. This thought reminded Yang Shuo of the time they had ventured out to hunt for the tribe's survival, particularly that salt lake, which had been on his mind but remained unmarked. Where could he possibly find it again? Moreover, this time he certainly wanted to bring back more, necessitating a cart for transport. And tracking prey seemed risky. Most importantly, Yang Shuo was directionally challenged. Even with a marker, venturing out alone without a guide would likely end in him getting lost, becoming a wanderer rather than a meal for predators. Once the thought took root, it was impossible to extinguish. The notion of going out to gather supplies swirled in Yang Shuo's mind, leading him to seek out Li. "Brother Li, do you remember the salt lake we visited last time?" Yang Shuo asked with a smile, eager for a response. "Of course, we caught 5 long-haired antelopes there." Li recalled vividly, especially the delectable meat cured in the saline soil. "Brother Li, do you still remember how to get there? Shall we make another trip?" Yang Shuo eagerly sought confirmation. "I don't remember. We didn't leave any markers, did we?" Li replied, dousing Yang Shuo's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, causing him to wilt momentarily. He had asked everyone who had gone hunting that day, but in their eagerness to pursue the prey, no one had paid attention to their exact whereabouts. Unless they lay in wait and followed the prey again, the likelihood of finding it was slim. Suddenly, Yang Shuo recalled the hunting scene. Zhao and Qian had charged into the riverbed, while the rest of them had flanked the lake shore. "Brother Qian, near this mountain, does the small stream next to us lead to any rivers flowing that way?" Yang Shuo pointed toward the other side of the mountain, where they had migrated from. "Actually, there is a river just on the other side of the mountain, which only appeared in spring. We hadn't noticed it before." Qian's memories were stirred by Yang Shuo's question, recalling that the river was quite substantial, significantly larger than the small stream beside their tribe. Yang Shuo's eyes brightened. This was a clear target. The river, newly revealed in spring, was fed by the melting snow from the Great Snowy Mountains, and the salt flats were remnants of an inland lake that had dried up. This was the connection. "Brother Li, I need to make a trip to the salt lake. Please arrange a few people for me. I intend to improve the tribe's food supply." Yang Shuo exclaimed excitedly. "Improve the food supply? What is that?" Li looked at Yang Shua, somewhat puzzled. It had been a long time since he had seen him this animated. What is food supply? It's salted antelope meat. It's the meat soup I make. Now do you understand what I mean by food supply? Yang Shua's words ignited a wave of excitement, drawing everyone's attention with the mention of salted antelope meat and soup, instantly causing mouths to water. Li paused for a moment, wiping his mouth. This is a significant matter. I will personally accompany you. This hunting team will head that way, and we will escort you together. But do you know where the salt lake is? I just found out. Although it's quite far, I am certain of the target. Yang Shua was already pondering what to bring. This time, he was determined to make a significant haul. Li began organizing the team. Initially, they were set to dispatch the hunting party in 2 days, but now it was expedited. Meanwhile, Yang Shua rummaged through his supplies in his bunker. Since the river only appeared in spring and summer, the salt flats on that side were likely no longer present. So he needed to bring his crucible, some charcoal, and a shovel. He would need to stay for several days, and also pack some jerky and animal hides. After a flurry of preparation, a group of 5 set off on their journey. Although the hunting team had planned to rest upon their return, the prospect of Yang Shua bringing back more soup and salted meat had piqued everyone's interest, and ultimately, Li carefully selected 5 individuals to join, under the guidance of wealth. The crowd circled around the mountain they inhabited, ultimately discovering a river at the foot of the hill, just as Yang Shua had surmised. This river was formed by the melting snow from the mountain, substantial in scale, surging towards the grassland and vanishing into the undulating hills. Let us depart. Follow the river until we reach its end. With Yang Shua's commanding voice, the group set off, buoyed by high spirits, pulling both sleds as they ventured inland. Unlike early spring, it was now late summer, and Yang Shua distinctly sensed the waning power of summer. However, the inland they were heading towards bore no semblance of autumn's approach. The already sparse grassland was scorched by the relentless sun, waves of heat rolling in, distorting the air. This infernal place is unbearably hot. Is this not a grassland? It feels more like a desert. Yang Shua exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Utterly taken aback by the grassland's astonishing heat, this area was only pleasant during winter and spring, while summer and autumn were best avoided. Fortunately, they were following the river, allowing them to replenish their water supply. Yang Shua also noted that the flora of this grassland thrived along the riverbank, becoming increasingly sparse with distance. Thus, most animals were also active near the river, with only a few drought-resistant creatures straying far from this vicinity. This was indeed good news, as it would greatly facilitate their hunting, with the river effectively filtering out much of the surrounding territory. As they ventured further inland, Yang Shua felt the air growing drier. The mountains they occupied blocked most of the frigid air from the Arctic and the warm, moist vapors from the south. Why was he so certain it was from the north? Yang Shua had been quite idle lately, fashioning a perforated pot, filling it with water, and allowing it to descend naturally, ultimately forming a vortex within the pot. By observing the direction of the vortex's spin, he confirmed which hemisphere he was in. For those unfamiliar, consult a geography textbook. The basics were taught back in middle school, after all. After 2 days of travel, the river beside them had noticeably shrunk, and the surrounding vegetation had become increasingly diminutive, growing close to the ground. Yang Shua sensed they were nearing their destination. Indeed, on the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at the endpoint of this inland river, which was the salt lake from their previous journey, just as Yang Shua had envisioned. The salt lake was now filled with river water. From a distance, it appeared as though steam was rising, indicative of the terrifying rate of evaporation. Even with the continuous inflow from the small river, the lake remained modest in size and seemed to be gradually shrinking. At last, we have arrived. These past few days have been arduous, complained Qian. This place exemplifies a continental climate, sweltering by day and freezing by night. We have endured considerable hardship. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, Yang Shuo felt a twinge of unease. The journey had been eerily quiet, and his right eye continued to twitch inexplicably. Chapter 43. Caught in the Crossfire. The hunting team of Yang Shua's tribe was not easily replicated by ordinary tribes. While typical tribes might attempt to form such teams upon reaching a certain population, the hunting team must venture far from their familiar surroundings to hunt, incurring greater risks. Most critically, they could not transport large quantities of game. Even if they achieved a significant haul, only a small portion could be brought back, as it would typically be consumed before returning to the tribe. However, Yang Shua's team had his invention, a sled pulled by manpower, which required only vines and branches. Once woven, it could glide along the ground, allowing them to transport a substantial amount of game without sacrificing speed. Beyond this, the extraordinary defensive capability of the hardened vine armor proved invaluable. On their return journey, the hunting team frequently encountered other predators, with the scent of blood and decaying flesh acting as a beacon, revealing the team's presence along the way. Yet, due to the protection of the hardened vine armor, ordinary predators posed little threat to the team, which consistently returned victorious. With the advent of iron spears, hunting had become even simpler, eliminating the risk of broken stone spears. They possessed both the sturdiest shields and the sharpest spears. However, this time, an unsettling silence enveloped them. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Shuo and his companions encountered no obstacles whatsoever, not even a single noteworthy creature, an oddity. The truth was that they had arrived at an inopportune moment. The river's water originated from melting snow. During spring, the flow was minimal, with substantial melting occurring only in summer and autumn. The river nourished the surrounding land, causing the grassland to expand dramatically, and this period coincided with the peak of animal reproduction, resulting in an abundance of food. While the temperature had risen somewhat, the local fauna had their own methods of coping with the heat and were largely unaffected. Yang Shuo and his group had exploited this timing for their venture. The largest herds of wild horses and wild donkeys in the grassland had converged, their innate nature driving them to intermingle, exchanging genes, and maintaining their genetic vitality through procreation. The saying "unity is strength" was not mere rhetoric. With an increase in numbers among horses and donkeys, their collective power surged. Just as Yang Shuo had witnessed during their migration, when large herbivores like wild horses and long-haired bison gathered in significant numbers, they formed an unstoppable tide. No hunter could confront such a force head-on. They could only unite to partition the vast prey and gradually consume it. Upon spotting the distant mass of black and white, Yang Shuo suddenly understood the cause of his persistent right eye twitching. It was a herd of zebra. These creatures had evaded extinction until recently, and Yang Shuo recognized them from photographs in his textbooks. However, now this assembly of zebras posed a dire threat. The zebras began approaching the salt lake, presumably to collectively replenish their salt intake, taking turns to drink from the lake's edge while Yang Shuo and his companions watched from a distance. "Let us go. We must hurry." Li, too, sensed the impending danger and urged the group to retreat, leaving even their sled behind. The few of them sprinted frantically away from the lake and river, but darkness had already descended, and Yang Shuo felt his heart plummet alongside the setting sun. As the last glimmer of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, it was replaced by pairs of glowing green eyes. "We're doomed." Yang Shuo's heart sank as the group spotted the distant wolf pack. The grassland's bagged wolves were not the same species as those in the mountains. The mountain wolves were small and agile, whereas the grassland wolves were generally larger, stronger, and possessed superior endurance. Should they set their sights on them, it would be a perilous encounter. "We've been caught in the crossfire. Run back. We need to get among the zebras." Yang Shuo wondered if he had misread the omens. How fortuitous it was for the zebra herd to be drinking salt water, with the grassland wolves trailing closely behind, effectively pinning them in between. They had unwittingly become shields for the zebras. The 5 of them turned and raced back, their frantic retreat causing the green-eyed predators to momentarily hesitate. Yang Shuo and his comrades had participated in coordinated hunts before, and the post-sunset timing was clearly not ideal for an attack. The best moment was in the early dawn, just before the darkest hour, when all animals were asleep. However, all of this was disrupted by 5 individuals who unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, shattering the ambush set by the prairie wolves. Now there was no choice but to confront the situation, lest these detestable intruders disturb the herd of zebras and render the days of careful planning futile. After a moment of stunned silence, the wolf pack, led by their alpha, erupted into action, launching a full-scale pursuit of Yang Shuo and his companions. Yang Shuo's greatest regret at that moment was that his mother hadn't blessed him with more legs. The speed of the prairie wolves was evidently far superior to that of the few of them. Thankfully, they had spotted the wolves from a distance. Otherwise, they would have been left with no choice but to await their demise. The group quickly found themselves near the herd of zebras, and their sudden appearance caused a stir among the animals. They dashed alongside the zebras, redirecting the wolves' focus back onto the herd. The entire land seemed to roar in defiance as the zebras quickened their pace, thousands of hooves pounding the ground with a thunderous sound. Just then, from the opposite side of the salt lake, another large pack of prairie wolves emerged, flanking the zebras and forcing them to change direction, causing the momentum they had just gained to dwindle. Yang Shuo and his companions found themselves in dire straits as the sudden shift of the zebra herd swept them along with it. Despite the decrease in speed, Yang Shuo was still knocked off his feet by one of the zebras, tumbling several times before hitting the ground. Had it not been for the shock-absorbing armor, he would surely have spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Yang Shuo sent flying, Li recognized the peril of their situation and bellowed for everyone to gather around him. Armed with iron spears, they formed a protective circle around Yang Shuo, who finally had a moment to catch his breath. He retrieved the spear that had been knocked from his grasp and stood with his companions, forming a defensive line. The group stood as resolute rocks amid a raging torrent, effectively splitting the oncoming wave of water. With the iron spears as their defense, few zebras dared to charge at them. though some reckless individuals met their end impaled on the spears, sending their wielders stumbling back. This was still at a reduced speed. If the zebras regained their momentum, the outcome would be catastrophic. The initial moments were the most grueling. The night was pitch black, and every couple of minutes, a zebra would collide with them. Yang Shua's hands were raw, and his chest ached terribly. The others were similarly afflicted. Before them lay several zebra carcasses, and the accumulation of bodies formed a temporary trench, the stench of blood and death hindering the advance of the zebras. Gradually, the herd began to circumvent their position, providing the group a rare opportunity to relax as they collapsed onto the ground. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Less than 5 minutes into their brief respite, an exhilarating realization struck. The surrounding zebras had all fled, leaving the group exposed. Not far away, a small portion of the zebra herd, cornered by the wolves, had also fallen into the encirclement along with Yang Shua and his companions. Before they could even feel relieved, a chill surged from the ground up through Yang Shua's body, prompting the group to spring back to their feet, iron spears in hand, ready to confront the encroaching wolves. The wolves, sensing something unusual about the group, hesitated. The bloodied spears radiated a palpable aura of danger. They had encountered these two-legged creatures before, who wielded weapons and were not easily provoked. Yang Shua glanced back at the mountain of zebra corpses and nudged Sun with his arm, signaling him to move forward. Thus, they began to inch away from the pile of bodies, gradually entering the midst of the wolves. Back to back, they held their spears aloft as the surrounding wolves inched closer, poised to pounce and rend them to shreds. Yang Shua felt his grip on the spear faltering. Blood mixed with sweat made it slick, and his exhaustion was palpable, his hands trembling. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. Each member of the group believed their end was nigh. Just then, a wolf emerged from the pack, and Yang Shuo swore he had never noticed it before. It was simply too dark. As the creature approached, he gasped in shock. What a colossal wolf it was. This black wolf sauntered into their view, and Yang Shuo could not help but gasp in astonishment. The sheer size of this creature was staggering. He had completely overlooked it until now, as its dark fur allowed it to meld seamlessly into the night. Only when it drew near did the oppressive weight of its presence become apparent. Unlike the ordinary prairie wolves that barely reached mid-thigh, this black wolf towered to Yang Shua's chest, and with a slight lift of its head, it could easily meet his gaze. Is this truly a wolf, or a tiger in disguise? Yang Shua cursed inwardly, realizing that they might meet their demise here. Li and the others, equally taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the wolf, stood frozen in place. Exhaustion overwhelmed Yang Shua. His energy reserves were depleted, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he felt death creeping closer. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Hey, Black Wolf, let us go, and we'll offer you the zebras behind us. How does that sound?" The others nearly fainted from shock at Yang Shua's audacity, their eyes wide with disbelief, while the Black Wolf seemed equally intrigued by Yang Shua's proclamation. Its piercing green eyes locked onto him, and Yang Shua instantly felt as though those eyes were daggers, stabbing at his throat. "I speak the truth. Let us make an equitable exchange, 1 zebra for 1 person. You'll still gain 2 more. We are not to be trifled with. If this turns into a fight to the death, you will not escape unscathed." Yang Shua exerted every ounce of strength to brandish his spear, still tainted with zebra blood, emanating an aura of danger, standing defiantly against the Black Wolf. The surrounding wolves were roused by Yang Shua's sudden outburst, yet they remained motionless, captivated by the imposing figure of the Black Wolf. "You are the Wolf King. Grant us a swift end." Yang Shua stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. He was terrified, feeling that if he did not act soon, he would collapse right where he stood, and then it would be all over for him. The Black Wolf appeared to be contemplating. Although it could not comprehend Yang Shua's words, it sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the spear and observed the fervent human before it, weighing the merits of engaging in conflict. After a minute of excruciating silence, the Black Wolf slowly approached the pile of zebra corpses behind Yang Shua and his companions. Yang Shua exhaled in relief. Perhaps they would survive after all. He nudged Li again, and the group began their slow retreat. Their movement caused the encirclement of wolves to shift once more. As the prairie wolves prepared to charge, the distant Black Wolf suddenly bared its teeth, sending one of the wolves scurrying back, tail tucked between its legs. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had gripped the group finally began to loosen. They hastened their pace and ultimately escaped the clutches of the wolf pack. Panting heavily, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as sweat poured down their brows, pain radiating throughout their bodies. Yang Shua, in an even worse state, sprawled on the ground, feeling as though he were on the brink of death, his calves cramping painfully. Having just flirted with death while bargaining with the Wolf King, his energy utterly depleted, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber right there on the ground. Li gazed curiously at the sleeping Yang Shua on the ground, This young man had bestowed upon him an abundance of astonishment. He felt an inexplicable aura surrounding Yang Shua, prompting him to ponder for the first time whether Yang Shua was indeed different from himself. Once the others regained their composure, Li hoisted the slumbering Yang Shua onto his shoulders, and they resumed their journey. The hunt by the two wolf packs had come to an end, and due to the influence of Yang Shua and his companions, the wolves were compelled to launch their attack prematurely, resulting in only a meager group of zebras remaining. Coupled with the 7 zebras they had hunted, their provisions were barely sufficient. The outcome was rather disappointing in light of such a large-scale collaboration. Now, they could only press on with determination as the night deepened and the temperature plummeted rapidly. Their winter furs and provisions lay on the cart, and without locating it, their chances of enduring the night in their current state remained uncertain. Click, click, click. Li heard the chattering of his teeth. Exhaustion had taken its toll, and the entire group was injured, suffering from hunger and cold. This was perhaps the gravest peril they had faced since the inception of the hunting team. Fortunately, they had traveled alongside the river, and upon discovering the salt lake, they found that the water retained some warmth due to its high specific heat capacity, offering a slight reprieve from the frigid temperatures of the salt flats. Following the river, they successfully located the cart, but it had been ransacked by the wolves. The pottery jars lay shattered on the salt flats, save for 2 small jars that Yang Shua had meticulously crafted. These jars remained intact, for they were secured with ropes, and their lids tightly bound, thus spared from the wolves' devastation. These jars contained dried meat that Qin Yunyun had set aside for Yang Shua, and they proved to be a lifeline for the 5 individuals. Each partook of a few bites, the dried meat providing a modicum of warmth and restoring some strength. Yang Shua had awakened, yet he found himself bereft of mobility. The recent exertion had nearly cost him his life. Previously, he had doubted that adrenaline could transform a person into a superhuman, but now he believed. He pondered the wisdom of the Black Wolf. Had it truly chosen to spare them, he mused, even in his weakened state, he could have retaliated with his spear had the wolf attempted to attack. It would have been futile, yet he could have taken down several wolves before meeting his end. Such extreme exertion had led to an equally profound weakness, and thus, Li and the others pulled the cart bearing Yang Shua further away from the salt lake and into the woods that Li had previously discovered. Perhaps the tribe ought to cultivate a shaman in the future, Yang Shua mused weakly from the cart. As he reflected on how the hunting team had faced numerous outings without incident, yet he had been thrust into a life-threatening situation. That wolf was indeed extraordinary. Was it a mutation of the prairie wolf? Moreover, it had exhibited a certain grace, releasing them when it chose to. He felt a deep gratitude for its presence, allowing him to survive. As darkness enveloped the land, the temperature continued its rapid descent. This place was peculiar, reminiscent of Xinjiang, where one could experience the contrast of wearing a cotton coat in the morning and a thin garment by afternoon, all while gathered around a stove, indulging in watermelon. The group huddled beneath their furs, crammed together on the cart, enduring the night in a forest akin to a poplar grove. Chapter 45, a series of ups and downs. This harrowing ordeal eventually passed, and after a night of rest, the individuals finally regained their strength. Yang Shua, too, began to feel his legs once more. However, they now faced a new challenge, a shortage of food, as the wolves had taken everything. Fortunately, they were near the salt lake, and with patience, they might still have a chance. Perhaps their misfortune had been expended the night before, for as Yang Shua and the others dug a pit to lay in wait, a small herd of antelopes approached. These antelopes were remarkably resilient to thirst, unlike the zebras, and made their home near the salt lake, frequently visiting its upper reaches to drink water with lower salinity. Today, as fate would have it, for antelopes stumbled upon their ambush. When the antelopes lowered their heads to drink, Yang Shua and his companions seized the moment. They unleashed a volley of arrows, cutting off all possible escape routes, swiftly pinning the antelopes against the shore. Famished, the group rushed forward, drinking the warm blood of the antelopes and tearing into the flesh with their knives, devouring it raw. At last, life surged back into them. Yang Shua sat contentedly by the water's edge, gazing vacantly at the flowing river, which led to the salt lake. The relentless evaporation had stripped the water of nearly all its moisture, leaving behind a bounty of inorganic salts, precisely what Yang Shua had sought. However, how to procure it? The wolf pack's assault had left their cart empty, all their pottery shattered, and the lone jar Yang Shua had salvaged was of little use. He sighed. Perhaps it was time to craft some new vessels. During their journey, Yang Shua had brought 2 large clay pots from the tribe, filled with charcoal for boiling water. But now only the charcoal remained, and they had lost a significant amount of it. The local soil was unsuitable for pottery due to its high salt content, rendering it useless for firing. Returning to the poplar grove, they resumed their trek along the river. Finally, the landscape transformed. The earth was no longer gray, and the plants shifted from salt-tolerant weeds to lush green grass. Yang Shua tested the soil with his fingers. Though it was far from perfect, it was finally usable. Through his extensive research, the tribe's pottery-making skills had significantly improved, evolving from their initial inability to fire a single jar to the delicate pottery he now held in his hands. With the assistance of Li and the others, he successfully crafted a basin-sized pot, though it nearly depleted their charcoal supply. Now they had a pot, but no fuel. Truly, this was a tale of unexpected twists and turns. The group had no choice but to return once more to fell trees. This poor poplar grove was in peril of being depleted. Once everything was arranged, axe in hand, Yang Shua approached a tree and swung his axe with determination. As the blade struck the wood, he felt his hands go numb. These drought-resistant, salt-tolerant trees took an eternity to grow even slightly larger, resulting in particularly dense wood. Though not a poplar, it was likely a close ancestor. The poplar is said to live for a millennium without dying, to remain standing for another millennium even after death, and to resist decay for yet another millennium. This speaks volumes about the resilience of trees of its kind. Yang Shua rubbed his numbed hands, gazing at the white mark left on the tree. His lips twitched. The meager branches scattered on the ground were surely insufficient, yet this tree was incredibly difficult to fell. Qian, noticing Yang Shua's momentary distraction, paid him no mind and targeted another tree, striking it with vigor, only to have the axe slip from his grasp, causing him pain. The group had no choice but to simultaneously attack a single tree, painstakingly working together to gradually topple it. After an entire day of effort, they managed to fell only 3 trees. However, this was the limit, not their own limit, but that of the cart. The wood was heavier than stone, and Yang Shua feared that felling another tree might crush the cart. Straining against the weight, they returned to the salt lake, where they gathered the last remnants of charcoal and kindling, building a small fire to boil water in the pot. With a small jar, they painstakingly filled the pot with water from the salt lake, while the others watched Yang Shua at work. This has become an entirely subconscious belief in Yang Shua. They remain unaware of the elements that enhance the flavor of meat. Yet, they have a vague recollection of a canister of white powder that Yang Shua once cherished as a treasured item. Indeed, they are now engaged in the process of producing that very white powder. The brine in the pot bubbles and simmers, already a relatively saturated solution, but the heat intensifies its concentration. Yang Shua retrieves his secretive tools from within his garments, a cord fashioned from the finest cow hair, specially crafted by Chen Yunyun, the thinnest thread in the tribe. Within a ceramic jar he has brought, lies a salt crystal, no larger than a fingernail. The largest piece he distilled and preserved until now. He secures the salt crystal with the hair thread and carefully places it along the edge of the pot, completing the preparatory work. This salt-making process differs from laboratory distillation. They aim for a substantial yield. Yang Shua employs the method of solar evaporation, enhancing the concentration of the brine and introducing similar nuclei to expedite crystallization. While solar evaporation relies on sunlight, they add a fire beneath. And given the high temperatures during the day, it isn't long before Yang Shua observes that tiny white fingernail-sized crystal rapidly expanding within the pot. His task involves continuously adding water to ensure the brine remains ample. However, under the blazing sun and intense heat from the fire, he soon feels dizzy and must hand over the task to another. At this moment, he realizes the wisdom of bringing 2 carts along. The large and small carts not only serve to carry items, but can also be used as makeshift beds at night, draping animal hides over them. They dig a pit in the ground, allowing several of them to huddle beneath for shade, transforming it into a cozy shelter. Yet, another issue must be addressed: their thirst. Initially, the river's water had low salinity, allowing them to replenish their hydration at will. However, the water here has become undrinkable, compounded by the rising temperatures, and they are on the verge of exhaustion. Yang Shua, feeling the dryness in his mouth after dashing from the fire, is acutely aware of his thirst. Yet there is no water available. After a round of turns, it is once again Yang Shua's turn to fetch water. Gazing at the steam rising from the pot, an idea strikes him. He retrieves a shard of pottery from the cart, a remnant from when a wolf pack shattered it, which now proves fortuitously useful. This shard, from their large cauldron, measures about the length of half an arm. Yang Shua angles it across the pot, the opposite end resting within his small jar. The rising steam condenses upon the pottery, trickling down into the jar, thereby providing a slow but steady source of drinkable water. While Yang Shua attends to this, the others seek shelter beneath the cart, chopping wood. Although the timber is tough and challenging to fell, it burns exceptionally well, more enduring than the charcoal Yang Shua and his companions have used. Each person wields an axe, gradually splitting the wood for later use. Upon his return, Yang Shua brings a jar of water with him. Come, everyone take a sip. Chapter 46, A Bountiful Return. The water level in the pot decreases rapidly, which in turn accelerates the growth of the salt crystal. Before long, the once tiny fingernail-sized piece has transformed into a fist-sized chunk. Yang Shuo carefully retrieves the salt from the pot and returns to the cart. The crystallized salt is a murky yellow, directly formed from the brine of the salt lake. It can only be classified as coarse salt, yet at this stage, coarse salt is as precious as gold. Gently tapping on the cart, he breaks the salt block into smaller pieces, selecting a small shard to reattach to the now white hair thread, placing it back into the pot. Yang Shuo is continually astonished by the fire resistance of the poplar wood. It has burned for an entire day, yet has consumed less than 2/3 of the log. The remaining time is spent in mechanical labor, as the animals that would replenish the salt have retreated to the other side of the lake. Yang Shuo appreciates the peace. For another wolf pack ambush would be overwhelming. The group remains at their post, the fire burning continuously day and night until all the wood is consumed. And the cart is laden with numerous fist-sized salt blocks, amounting to at least 20 pounds. This marvelous method of extracting white stones from the water has once again opened the eyes of the primitive people. Yang Shuo refrains from elaborating, inadvertently causing a mix-up among the others. Much later, Yang Shuo learns that Li and his companions formed a hunting party, forgetting to bring salt. And Li recalled Yang Shuo's method. Thus, under the scrutinizing gazes of his companions, Li spent half a day boiling water by the river, yet failed to extract a single piece of salt. This 20+ pounds of salt represents the fruits of their lengthy expedition, if rationed judiciously. The tribe could sustain themselves for several months, with occasional tastings as the current conditions do not permit daily salt consumption. Finally, the group embarks on their return journey, and Yang Shuo spots several stones along the riverbank, allowing him to repair their iron spears. This marks the first significant refurbishment of the spears since their encounters with the zebra herd, during which they had to withstand the cavalry's charge, causing the iron spears to bend. The journey back is considerably easier, the path becoming increasingly smooth, and the weather growing more temperate, leading them back to familiar territory. As before, they discover numerous signs of human activity along the way, although the group remains cautious and avoids detection. Yang Shuo takes note of the surrounding traces in relation to the snow-capped mountains, roughly delineating several areas that might harbor inhabitants. Yang Shuo contemplates the future direction of their development, recognizing that establishing a foothold in this primitive world necessitates a sufficient population. To attract more people, an ample food supply is crucial. He has already planted crops and, if possible, wishes to engage with other tribes. Aside from documenting these observations, they must also return with game to meet the tribe's needs. However, their stroke of good fortune appears to have waned. The group conceals their carts at a distance and stealthily ambushes in the grass, yet the day passes without encountering any game. Unlike hunting in the mountains, this open terrain makes it all too easy for prey to detect their presence, rendering many attempts futile. Armed solely with spears, each throw must yield results. A miss signifies failure. Yang Shuo yearns for a longbow, with an endless supply of arrows. He resolves to fashion a bow and arrow upon their return, for their current hunting methods are still too rudimentary. Following yet another failure, Yang Shuo cannot help but feel frustrated. The plains are decidedly unfriendly to primitive people. With no alternatives, the group can only search for opportunities while making their way back, having been away far longer than a typical hunting trip. And the tribe would surely grow concerned. As the familiar snow-capped mountains draw nearer, Yang Shuo's spirits lift, yet they unexpectedly encounter something they would rather avoid. At the foot of the mountain, a group of wild boars leisurely roams, led by a mother pig with a dozen piglets in tow. Yang Shuo recognizes them as wild boars, or rather their ancestors, the ancient giant pigs, resembling small tanks weighing 600 to 700 pounds, with two massive tusks jutting skyward. As the saying goes, in the mountains, one fears encountering a pig, a bear, or a tiger. Wild boars are the most dreaded creatures in the wilderness. Wild boars revel in rolling in mud and often scratch against trees when itchy, forming a tough armored layer of resin and mud on their bodies. With this natural armor, coupled with the inherently tough skin and flesh of the primitive giant pig, they become formidable adversaries, akin to armored vehicles. Unfortunately, Yang Shuo and his companions encountered this formidable beast. Initially, they intended to take a detour through the forest, but to their dismay, the gigantic boar seemed to possess some form of tracking capability and charged directly towards them. As the wild boar drew near, the group, left with no alternative, abandoned their vehicle and climbed up a tree to seek temporary refuge. The primal giant boar, fixated on the car, effortlessly overturned it with a single thrust of its snout, scattering blocks of salt across the ground. Finally, the primal giant boar had found what it desired, joyfully snorting as it seized a block of salt and began to crunch on it. Yang Shuo, perched in the tree, felt his eyes well up with rage. He had nearly risked his life to procure this meager amount of salt, only to witness it being devoured so casually. What kind of nose do you possess? Salt is supposed to be tasteless, yet you can smell it from such a distance? Were you lying in wait for us? Watching his hard work being ravaged by the boar, Yang Shuo could no longer contain himself. Enough already. Summoning an unforeseen courage. Yang Shuo brandished the iron spear in his grip and leapt from the tree, arms wrapped around the spear as he aimed for the giant boar's neck. His sudden action stunned his companions, who were taken aback by his reckless determination to risk his life for a mere block of salt. At that moment, Yang Shuo felt an unusual calm wash over him. His gaze remained fixed on the boar's neck, while his peripheral vision focused on the spear's tip, utilizing the force of his descent to drive the spear deep into the beast. Yang Shuo watched in horror as the iron spear met the boar's thick hide and armor, bending slightly upon impact. Yet, the force of his descent proved overwhelmingly destructive, as the spear pierced through the boar's neck, snapping in half. With one portion remaining lodged within the creature, the primal giant boar let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the forest, causing Yang Shuo to tumble off its back, only to find himself face to face with the massive head of the boar, blood gushing from its neck. The primal giant boar had gone berserk. It had never experienced such injury from a mere two-legged creature. Its eyes turned bloodshot, hooves clawing at the ground as it huffed and puffed, determined to impale this audacious adversary with its tusks and crush it underfoot. From their vantage point in the tree, the others witnessed Yang Shuo's perilous situation. Noting the massive boar bleeding profusely, Qian and Sun, emboldened by Yang Shuo's actions, leapt from their perch and plunged their spears into the primal giant boar's body. The creature, now resembling a router with antennas protruding from its back, staggered from the simultaneous strikes. Yang Shuo's spear, measuring at least 2 meters long, had embedded itself deeply within the boar, and despite its massive size, such a grievous wound would be lethal. However, the surge of adrenaline allowed the primal giant boar to persist, but before it could retaliate, 2 more spears pierced through its neck and entrails, compounding its suffering. A terrifying, deathly howl erupted from the boar, sending shivers down Yang Shuo's spine. He rolled to his feet and sprinted towards the tree he had leapt from, aiming to scale it once more. Yet, after only a few attempts, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Without a second thought, he propelled himself off the trunk, tumbling to the ground and rolling several times. At that moment, the colossal head of the primal giant boar collided with the tree, causing it to shudder violently, leaves cascading down. Good heavens! What ferocity! Yang Shuo thought, as he hastily scrambled to escape. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard the boar's heavy, labored breathing behind him. Fortuitously, the dense foliage of the forest worked to his advantage. Yang Shuo nimbly dove to the side as the primal giant boar thundered past him, the stench of its blood filling the air and the gust of wind stinging his face. He maneuvered through the trees, evading the beast's relentless assaults, and gradually, the boar's speed diminished as it bled profusely, its body swaying unsteadily before collapsing heavily to the ground. Yang Shuo felt as if he were playing with death. He wondered whether his escapade was worth the peril. Help! Brotherly, I can't move. Chapter 47. The Pig Farming Expert. Li stood speechless beside the prone Yang Shuo, observing him and the fallen primal giant boar in the distance. Should one commend him for his bravery or deem him a fool? Whether facing a pack of wolves or the primal giant boar, a rational person would not confront such dangers head-on like Yang Shuo did. As a primitive man, Li admired Yang Shuo's courage, yet he wished he would refrain from acting so boldly only to falter afterward. Yang Shuo appeared as though he had exhausted himself completely, rendered temporarily immobile once the adrenaline faded. Though Li found the situation exasperating, he recognized the significant gain their group had achieved. The primal giant boar weighed several hundred pounds, and among all types of meat, its flesh was considered the most delectable and the hardest to obtain. While it was not impossible for someone like Yang Shuo to execute such a dramatic maneuver, the odds of survival would have been slim had the boar succumbed to its wounds before he did. The primary reason for their success this time lay in the iron spear. A stone spear would have been incapable of penetrating the boar's armor, let alone slaying it. Just then, the piglets of the primal giant boar scampered over, gathering around their mother's carcass, nudging it with their snouts, oblivious to the concept of death but instinctively seeking safety beside their mother. Son, you run the fastest. Quickly go back to the tribe and summon help. This is a monumental catch, Yang Shuo exclaimed, laughing heartily on the ground. This might be the largest game ever hunted in their tribe's history, and they needed to mobilize the entire community for assistance. Their camp was just a mountain away, and soon, led by Sun, the men from the tribe arrived. Li placed Yang Shuo onto a makeshift cart while the others began to clean up the aftermath. First, they carefully gathered the scattered salt, which Li meticulously collected and returned to the cart. The main event was yet to come. The group drew out their daggers and began to process the primal giant boar. The recently arrived AO and others were astonished at the sight. Li plunged his knife into the boar's belly, yet no blood flowed at first. He continued to cut, widening the wound until he could reach inside, finally causing blood to pour forth. Nearby, women held clay pots, ready to catch the gushing pig's blood. Wally wiped the grease from his hands and continued his work, with 2 or 3 others assisting in the butchering. Catch them alive! Catch them alive! Yang Shuo shouted from the cart, his voice filled with desperation. These piglets were treasures, irreplaceable gems that must not perish. Not a single one must die. His voice strained. The others, unsure of the reason behind his fervor, exercised extra caution while capturing the piglets, and ultimately, one man emerged carrying 2 of them, beginning the trek back. A handful remained behind to tend to the carcass and safeguard the prey, while the others commenced their return journey. One vehicle transported Yang Shuo, another carried the pork. The entire tribe basked in an atmosphere of jubilation. Shuagu, you've endured such hardship. Tearful Chun Yunyun, clutching 2 piglets, trailed beside Yang Shuo. As she listened to his recounting of recent ordeals and gazed upon his battered form lying immobile on the cart, her tears cascaded relentlessly. Yet, simultaneously pulling both him and the pigs felt oddly incongruous. Chun Yunyun's remark nearly caused Yang Shuo to spit blood. So, in essence, he was the pig? The tribe required 4 trips to haul back the colossal boar. Beyond the copious pork, there were over a dozen jars of pig's blood displayed in the square. Observing the array of blood, Yang Shuo smacked his lips appreciatively. After all the effort of dragging the pig around, so much blood remained. However, his attention was not on the blood but on the 12 piglets shrieking incessantly within the black beast's enclosure. From the outset, Yang Shuo had contemplated raising animals to supplement the tribe's meat supply. His numerous snares around the settlement had indeed captured various living creatures. Those ensnared were wild deer, mudjack, thylacines, giant hyenas, creatures highly wary of strangers and their surroundings. Upon capture, the deer and similar animals succumbed to stress, rarely surviving long, necessitating their immediate slaughter for sustenance lest they waste away. Among these captures, the thylacines proved the most tenacious. Yang Shuo had intended to domesticate a few, envisioning them as loyal companions for guarding and hunting. Yet, every thylacine seized refused to yield. From the moment of capture, they neither ate nor drank and attacked any approaching human. Yang Shuo expended great effort hauling the thylacines into the tribe and restraining them with ropes. Inevitably, these creatures howled furiously, bit fiercely, and struggled desperately, tightening the ropes around their necks until they perished from self-inflicted torment. Perplexed, Yang Shuo pondered long and hard. Weren't dogs domesticated wolves? Why was taming them here so arduous? Who was the legendary figure that first tamed wolves? And how did they achieve it? Yet, the piglets were different. Observing the old sow being butchered while the piglets remained unflustered, Yang Shuo sensed promise. If they could breed successfully, the tribe's meat supply would be secure indefinitely. His spirits soared, much to Black Sea's chagrin. Yang Shuo deposited the 12 piglets atop Black Sea's roof, where they promptly overturned the enclosure, scattering it in disarray and forcing Black Sea's family to flee their home. Having regained some strength, Yang Shuo immediately initiated a piglet pacification plan, instructing Li to gather the sow's manure. Outside the city walls, activity buzzed. One pig had been almost entirely portioned. The extracted innards were cleaned and set aside for consumption, while the sow's excrement from the intestines was discarded nearby. Li found Yang Shuo's request peculiar. Why retain all the manure? Humans defecate and save it. Must pigs do the same? Despite his confusion, he personally delivered a jar of pig manure to Yang Shuo, eager to uncover his scheme. Yang Shuo dumped the manure into the enclosure, mixing it with soil until the air thickened with a pungent stench. Astonishingly, amidst Li's incredulous gaze, the previously terrified piglets gradually calmed. Yang Shuo felt immensely fortunate. His prior captures had been either adults or solitary individuals, offering no operational leverage beyond food enticement. This time, however, he had secured an entire brood. For animals, scent is paramount, used to identify kin, mark territory, and for offspring to locate mothers. This single jar of pig manure had opened a veritable boulevard for Yang Shuo. Li was dumbfounded. He had never imagined pig manure could serve such a purpose. Manure was typically used to track prey. No wonder Yang Shuo sought live captures. Prolonged interaction with Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun had broadened Li's perspective. He intuitively grasped Yang Shuo's vision. Raising these piglets to maturity for slaughter would sustain the tribe for an extended period. Yet, he only partially understood. Yang Shuo's ambition extended beyond mere rearing. He aimed to breed them prolifically until scarcity of food and drink was a thing of the past. Meeting Li's expectant gaze, Yang Shuo arrogantly declared, "Basic operation, no need to worship me. I'm a professional pig farmer." Chapter 48, Grandpa Yuan's Plan Plus. Upon returning, Yang Shuo doused the enclosure with a basin of manure before retreating to his bunker, where he slept soundly for an entire day and night. Chun Yunyun, believing him dead, wept bitterly. Ultimately, Black Sea roused Yang Shuo by licking him awake. The manure had irrevocably signaled to Black C's family that relocation was inevitable. Consequently, Black C led his wife and offspring to take up residence in Yang Shua's bunker with justified confidence. Black C's young had matured. The prolific breeding and rapid growth characteristic of primitive rodents were well known. These days marked the expulsion of Black C's progeny from their home. Yang Shua witnessed firsthand the habits of these primordial rodents. For several days, Black C denied food and shelter to his young, even biting them, compelling them to mature swiftly. But the tribe was small. Where else could these cast-offs go? Meanwhile, Yang Shua's premeditated scheme advanced, the second phase of Grandpa Yuan's Plan Plus. After nearly 2 months of growth, the wild grasses in the fields had flourished anew, inviting a deluge of autumnal insects and birds. Unlike the rejuvenation of spring, these voracious insects resembled starving beasts, their appetites insatiable. With Chun Yunyun confined inside the tribe, even if unscathed, managing such an expanse of fields was impossible. Black Sea showcased the reproductive prowess of primitive rodents, litters of 6 every 2 months. These 6 young rodents, expelled from Yang Shua's bunker by Black Sea, were scooped into Yang Shua's arms. Owing to their routine contact, the young harbored no fear of Yang Shua. Freshly evicted, they sought his comfort. Yang Shua soothed them as he approached his fields, setting the youngsters down and crouching quietly to observe. Yang Shua's laissez-faire approach had led to the field's poor condition. Monoculture had invited rampant pest infestation, leaving the crops defenseless. The young rodents, driven by nature and deprived of sustenance by Black Sea, swiftly embraced their roles, burrowing into the fields. Though each was less than a third of Black C's size, their feeding speed was unparalleled, akin to 6 bulldozers, trampling the field relentlessly. Yang Shua, statuesque, watched as the young disappeared into the grass before quietly retreating to the field's edge, allowing them free rein. This minor episode cemented their independence from Yang Shua's tribe. Their ultimate settlement remains unknown, though given the vast grassland, likely not far. Yang Shua's days were now fully occupied. Beyond monitoring the fields, he was responsible for the care and feeding of 12 piglets. His daily routine entailed wielding a sickle to harvest grass, returning to chop it finely, crushing leftover bones with a hammer, and mixing everything with dishwater before delivering it to the piglets. In addition, he meticulously records everything in the tribal annals each night. The entirety of the second phase plan encompasses the entire process from seed selection to planting, fertilization, tilling, irrigation, pest control, bird deterrence, and even the husbandry, breeding, and selection of wild boars. Yang Shua jots down his thoughts as they come, intending to document his experiences and methods after implementation. However, one matter has been a persistent source of distress for him. The piglets are difficult to sustain. Having grown up at his grandfather's house, Yang Shua has experience in pig keeping. His grandfather's generation endured harsh times when the livestock industry was not as advanced, leading every household to rear their own animals: chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and dogs. The eggs laid by the poultry were primarily sold to supplement the household income, while the dogs served as guardians and the pigs represented the family's most significant asset. One year, there was a saying about pigs. From the moment the piglets were purchased until they became food, a full year elapsed, during which the family's leftover meals, the wash water from pots, and the pig fodder brought home by Yang Shua's grandfather formed the pig's diet. Due to the simplicity of their sustenance and the average quality of the pigs, their growth was slow. It took a whole year for the pigs to develop in size and weight, and when the year-end arrived, selling the pig provided enough money for the family to enjoy a more prosperous new year. Ultimately, the size of the pig dictated the year's fortune. Because they sold their own pigs, they also set aside a portion of the pork for the New Year feast. Yang Shua recalls how delicious the pork was back then. In contrast, today's pigs, due to various technological hybrids and hormone-laden feed, grow rapidly but yield meat that is far less palatable. Presently, Yang Shua is confronted with a similar dilemma. Compared to his grandfather's household, which had at least some food left over, their tribe's situation is even more dire. His grandfather's home had remnants that could be mixed with pig fodder and wash water to feed the pigs, albeit leading to slower growth. In Yang Shua's tribe, the impoverished members can barely afford 1 meal a day, let alone have leftovers. Even the smallest bones are crushed and consumed. Thus, the daily feed for the pigs consists solely of pig fodder and crushed bones, allowing the few piglets to cling to life, barely surviving. This situation is untenable. He cannot sustain a single pig throughout his life, let alone the 12 they have. If they were to grow, wouldn't that merely impoverish the tribe further? As Yang Shua observed the increasingly emaciated pigs, both he and the pigs grew thin. While the pigs suffered from hunger, he was troubled by worry. How can you grow to 400 or 500 pounds while carrying 12 pigs? Your weight is simply unreasonable. Fortunately, the situation was soon remedied. John, witnessing his master grow thinner each day like the pigs, felt a pang of sympathy and secretly ventured out to assist Yang Shuo in gathering fodder, feeding the pigs alongside him. While Yang Shuo wielded a sickle, Jean pulled the grass by hand. At the end of a busy day, Yang Shuo chopped the pig fodder into segments, tossing them into a trough he had prepared, then poured water and added the bone scraps. Everything seemed mundane until Jean's remarks startled Yang Shuo, prompting him to burst into laughter. "Master, look at this pig, isn't it foolish? It has such tender grass, but chooses to eat the roots instead, wasting my efforts in selecting the best grass." Yang Shuo suddenly paused, then turned to gaze at the piglets voraciously gnawing on the roots. A realization dawned upon him. He had made an oversight, inadvertently leading his self-invented farming tool astray. Every day, he harvested grass with a sickle, bringing back only tender grass while inadvertently cutting off the roots. But what do wild boars eat in the wild? Not grass, but their roots, berries, and carrion. He had mistakenly treated wild boars like sheep. It was absurd to expect them to be satiated. "Truly, you are a good apprentice. Tonight, I shall roast salted meat for you." Yang Shuo praised Jean before dashing to his bunker, returning shortly with a hoe and heading into the woods. Although the sky had darkened, he didn't stray far, as there was plenty of wild grass nearby the tribe. Swinging the hoe vigorously, he cleared away most of the wild grass around the tribe, packing it up and racing back to the pig pen. If the piglets could speak, they would surely express their gratitude. "Brother, you finally recognized me as a pig." From that day forth, Yang Shuo discovered the secret. He would feed the leftovers to the black pigs, and whatever they refused would go to the pigs. Anything that neither the black pigs nor the pigs would eat could be discarded. All the collected berry seeds that were inedible were promptly tossed into the pig pen. Coupled with his daily foraging for roots in the mountains, over time, the piglets finally began to show signs of gaining weight, which brought immense relief to Yang Shuo. Chapter 49, New Life in the Tribe. Just as Yang Shuo was engrossed in his tasks at the farm and livestock pen, Li hurriedly approached him, breathless. Ro was about to give birth. Although Ro did not have a precise due date, it must have been around 7 months. As the gestation period for primitive humans differs from that of modern individuals, Yang Shuo could tell from her belly that it certainly wasn't a full 10 months. Perhaps it was due to the numerous miracles Yang Shuo had created over the past year that Li immediately thought of him. He called Yang Shuo to his bunker. Accompanied by Chen Yunyun, Li appeared flustered, much like a child, as he stood beside them. It was the first time Yang Shuo had seen Li in such a state. As the chief of the tribe, Li was now likely over 30, quite an advanced age for a primitive individual. In nature, primitive humans rarely lived beyond 30. Had it not been for Yang Shuo, their tribe would have likely perished a year ago. In truth, Yang Shuo felt quite overwhelmed himself. He had many ideas, yet most were drawn from movies and novels, and he lacked experience in childbirth. Chen Yunyun, too, was in a state of panic. Neither of them had ever assisted with a birth. Yang Shuo gazed at the anxious man beside him, understanding the significance of this child to him. Li and Ro had been so kind to them because they had lost their previous child during a wolf attack. In their conversations, Yang Shuo felt the helplessness. Li had once dashed into a pack of wolves to rescue his child, only to find the child covered in deep bite marks and scratches, ultimately succumbing due to untreated wounds. Thus, when Ro witnessed Yang Shuo performing surgery on Chen Yunyun's wounds, she was so astonished. Had Yang Shuo been there at that time, their child might have survived. Therefore, Yang Shuo was determined to ensure the safe delivery of this child. In the primitive tribe, survival is fraught with difficulty. Humanity must continue. Yet childbirth for women is perilous, often leading to the loss of both mother and child. Moreover, in many cases, childbirth in the tribe results in a life for a life, as the arrival of a child often signifies the mother's demise. Primitive humans lack refined birthing methods and hygiene awareness, leading to many mothers succumbing during postpartum recovery, even if they survive childbirth. In the 17th century, a man named Servetus observed various phenomena in obstetrics, linking puerperal fever to sanitary conditions. It was not until the introduction of proper disinfection in hospitals that this illness began to wane, let alone among primitive people today. Fourthly, losing either the child or Ro was unacceptable. Each was his lifeblood. Without hesitation, Yang Shuo shouted, "Yunyun, quickly, take people to boil hot water. Brotherly, you go outside and wait, don't be anxious. Yunyun, take all the animal skins out of the room, boil them in hot water. Then use bamboo to clamp them and let them dry before bringing them back in." With Yang Shuo's command, several individuals sprang into action. Under the strain of battle, Li reluctantly emerged from the bunker, while the others outside busied themselves, setting up all the pots and adding hot water to begin sterilizing everything that would be needed. Yang Shuo, meanwhile, tended to Ro's emotional state within the bunker. As someone who had already given birth once, Ro possessed a degree of experience. Allowing her to cooperate with Yang Shuo, he drew upon every fragment of memory related to childbirth that surfaced in his mind from films. "Sister Ro, breathe with me. Take deep breaths. Do not be as chaotic as you are now. Yes, just like that. Take a deep breath and adjust. With the first basin of hot water being brought in, Yang Shuo finally dared to assist in the delivery. He swiftly washed his hands in the scalding water, grimacing at the heat, then positioned Ro's body properly, instructing her to lie down as depicted on television. Ro's amniotic fluid had already broken, and the floor was a chaotic mixture of amniotic fluid and blood. Wong, bring over the box from my room. Hurry. The bunker had been set up with animal hides laid on the ground for sleeping, and upon seeing the pool of amniotic fluid, Yang Shuo immediately recognized the issue. It was far too unsanitary. As Wang brought Yang Shuo's wooden box, the two men carefully lifted Ro onto it, finally elevating her above the filthy ground. Yun, is the animal hide boiled yet? Yang Shuo reminded himself to remain calm as he shouted outside. It's ready. It's been boiling for quite a while. Chen Yun rushed in with 2 bamboo sticks, clutching a piece of animal hide. Yang Shuo took the hide, feeling the heat once again, and slightly shook it to cool it down before using it to clean Ro's lower body. At that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude towards himself for having previously instituted hygiene regulations, ensuring that Chen Yun had meticulously instructed each primitive woman on bathing methods. Now, the primitive people bathed every 2 days and maintained a commendable level of cleanliness, allowing Yang Shuo to focus solely on managing the amniotic fluid. Sister, take a deep breath. Push. I can see the baby's head. Keep going. Yun, fetch more hot water. Outside, Li listened intently to Yang Shuo's shouts, his hands clenched tightly. And then he saw Chen Yun emerge from the bunker, flinging a basin full of blood out onto the square, causing Li's heart to clench once more. Yang Shuo gently supported the baby's head with his hands, while helping Ro to regulate her breathing and timing of her pushes. Deep breath, then push. Yes. Deep breath, push. Don't scream. Deep breath, push. Suddenly, the wail of a newborn pierced through the bustle of the tribe, and Li felt as if his heart would leap from his chest. Where's the knife? Is it ready? Yang Shuo's anxious voice echoed from the bunker, causing Li's heart to tighten at the thought of needing a knife for childbirth. It's ready. It's been boiling. Chen Yun replied, retrieving the steaming dagger from the pot with bamboo tongs and bringing it into the bunker. Li held his breath, choosing to trust Yang Shuo, remaining silent. In that moment, Li felt as though he was back at the time when he first learned to make fire with Yang Shuo, staring intently at him, having chosen to trust this boy then, and still doing so now. Yang Shuo swiftly took the dagger from Chen Yun, then cut the umbilical cord of the baby he had cleaned with the animal hide, tying it off securely. Where's the animal hide? Give me a dry piece. Over here. Over here. Chen Yun dashed out once more, returning with a piece of hide. Prepare food. Boil the grass seeds until soft, and bring it in. Chen Yun scurried outside to instruct the others on meal preparations. The baby was now safe, wrapped in hide and nursing in Ro's arms, while Yang Shuo tended to Ro. Giving birth was not merely about delivering the child. The placenta and other remnants must also be expelled, which posed the greatest risk to the mother, as she faced the constant threat of infection and bleeding. He could only strive to maintain a sanitary environment. John, bring in the shovel, and grab a clay pot. Taking the shovel from Jean, Yang Shuo scooped the mixture of amniotic fluid and mud into the pot and carried it outside. Once everything was completed, Yang Shuo finally exited the bunker and, upon stepping outside, caught Li's gaze. He smiled broadly. Brotherly, mother and child are safe. Chapter 50, the establishment of the industrial zone. With the birth of this child, Yang Shuo's tribe had truly realized a natural increase in population, which brought forth a torrent of ideas in Yang Shuo's mind. For Li, the safety of mother and child was more than sufficient. As primitive humans, their knowledge was limited, and survival was paramount. Yet Yang Shuo was different. Postpartum care was of utmost importance, especially for a tribe lacking medical resources. Yang Shuo rinsed his reddened hands with cool water from a hose in the square, blocking Li, who was eager to see his wife and child. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. I have something important to discuss. Chen Yun, Jean, and Wang, who had been running about, were now exhausted, plopping down on the ground to await Yang Shuo's words, while others focused their attention on him. I need to address matters concerning the new life and their mother. From this moment forth, no more brick-making or charcoal burning shall take place around the tribe. An entry into Sister Ro's room shall be strictly regulated, including you, Brother Li. Yang Shuo cast a glance at Li, who was momentarily speechless. I can't even see my wife and child. Only during midday would Li be permitted to visit, and he must cleanse himself beforehand. At all other times, Yun would serve as his proxy, ensuring Ro received an additional meal each day to guarantee both mother and child's nutrition until Ro was able to rise. The crowd was astounded by Yang Shuo's declarations. Which primitive woman had ever enjoyed such treatment? Not only did they have a stable dwelling, but they could also feast twice daily, and now they were restricted from visiting? Typically, primitive life was akin to that of wild animals, where childbirth was a matter of life and death. only slightly safer under the tribe's protection. Yang Shua's actions clearly indicated he intended for Ro to remain bedridden for the time being. Li nodded thoughtfully. Understanding Yang Shua's intentions were in the best interest of his wife and child, even if he didn't fully grasp the reasons. Yang Shua helped Chen Yunyun, who was seated on the ground, back to her feet, grateful for her assistance. A heartfelt expression of gratitude caused the young girl to blush deeply before she fled, while Yang Shua led the others to a different side of the mountain in the tribe. This spot was where Sun had discovered the convergence of snowmelt at the mountain's summit, and from where Yang Shua and the others stood, a small river flowed down, surrounded by stone beaches formed by years of erosion. Yang Shua had declared no more charcoal burning or brick making within the tribe. Hence their purpose for this expedition was to establish a new area, which Yang Shua referred to as the industrial zone. The tribe had initially been small, and Yang Shua had not anticipated that his efforts would yield such an abundance of resources. The previous area was now clearly insufficient. Moreover, due to their destructive development, the trees surrounding the tribe had diminished significantly, making tree felling and transportation laborious and unfruitful. This was another reason for his decision to abandon that section of land. Furthermore, the industrial zone and living area should not coexist. High pollution and risks warranted separation. This vast expanse of mountains was more than adequate for their needs. This region aligns perfectly with Yang Shua's vision, possessing water, stones, trees, and soil. The terrain is relatively flat due to the river's erosion, making it more than adequate for the establishment of industrial products with lower confidentiality. After a meticulous observation of the surrounding environment, Yang Shua resolved to set up a brick kiln and a charcoal production site here. Unlike the scattered pits utilized by the tribe, he intended to expand the scale significantly, as he believed there was an abundance of demand for bricks and charcoal, necessitating an increase in efficiency. Everyone, this hillside is where we will excavate a vast cavern to serve as our brick kiln. Allow me to elaborate. After a thorough 20-minute explanation from Yang Shua, the group grasped his plan and began their work with shovels and spades. Yang Shua's original intent was to carve out a large hearth on the hillside, ideally capable of accommodating several thousand bricks at once. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, a kiln took shape. Fearing potential collapses, they refrained from digging too high or deep, but a rough estimate suggested the kiln could hold around 700 to 800 bricks without issue. Next came the internal repairs of the kiln. A few individuals fetched water from the river, mixing the excavated soil into mud, and began to evenly coat the inner walls of the kiln. As the group worked fervently inside, Yang Shua squatted nearby, commencing his task of creating a base capable of supporting the weight of over 1,000 bricks. In accordance with the kiln's dimensions, Yang Shua fashioned an iron rail. This I-beam structure could withstand considerable pressure and served as excellent foundational material. However, crafting it proved to be an arduous task. If it were steel, it might have been manageable, as its malleability would remain consistent. But clay was a different matter altogether. The shape he painstakingly molded would deform almost instantly. Ultimately, Yang Shua had to reduce the moisture content of the clay and shorten the length of the rail, finally creating a template the length of his forearm. Yang Shua compared his arm to the kiln's size and then looked at the short, unimpressive rail on the ground. Realizing adjustments were necessary, with a completed product in hand, he proceeded to refine it further. By this time, the others had finished repairing the interior of the kiln and gathered around Yang Shua to assist. Under his guidance, they laid out 50 to 60 rails on the ground throughout the afternoon. The following day, after a night of drying, the base was finally ready for firing. The group carefully lifted each rail into the kiln and unloaded charcoal from the cart. With a spark ignited, they resumed their work beside the roaring flames. In addition to the brick kiln, they also required a charcoal kiln. In Yang Shua's mind, the two were indistinguishable, so they proceeded to construct the latter right beside the former. When they had excavated another kiln, the fire in the adjacent kiln began to die down. The intense heat generated by the charcoal had solidified the walls and base materials of the kiln. As the temperature gradually decreased, they moved everything out and commenced cleaning the kiln for the next round of repairs. Yes, these rails need to be placed vertically, while these should be laid across the top and ensure to leave space underneath. Yang Shua instructed as he lifted a rail, directing those around him to arrange them as planned. Ultimately, they arranged 2 tracks from the deepest part of the kiln to the entrance. The entire kiln had been raised nearly 30 centimeters, with the spacing between the overhead beams being quite narrow. To accurately describe it, when viewed from above, it resembled a drainage grate. To ensure the stability of the base, Yang Shua reinforced the intersections of the beams with the clay and smoothed out the surrounding areas, solidifying the entire base as a unified structure. The industrial park was temporarily completed, and the next step was road construction. The journey back to the tribe was still cumbersome. Once this route was established, the second phase of our infrastructure project would commence. Chapter 51, The Nursery, Part 1. As the final brick was sealed, the fire within the kiln flared up dramatically. After several days of labor, Yang Shua and his team's industrial park was finally completed, marking the first day of firing the kiln. The bricks, which had been drying for days, were carefully stacked inside, followed by the addition of charcoal, and ultimately sealed with bricks to close the entrance, igniting the charcoal from below. Sufficient airflow was left beneath the base, while ventilation holes were deliberately created above, allowing the fire to thrive with the aid of the wind, instantly generating terrifyingly high temperatures within the kiln. Yang Shu nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the kiln. While the adjacent charcoal kiln was also just sealed, unlike the brick kiln, the charcoal kiln featured only a small vent, with much of the underground airflow blocked, designed to ensure the wood inside did not burn completely, thereby producing charcoal. Aside from those tending the kilns, a significant transformation was underway within the tribe. Due to a single directive from Yang Shua, nearly all activities had been halted. Paper production requiring fire to dry grass was paused. Armor forging demanding fire to process vines was also stopped. Brick and charcoal production had ceased. Except for the air-dried meat hanging in the shade, everything else was tidied away, leaving vast expanses of space within the tribe. Ligu, this must be the area Shua mentioned for the nursery, right? How do we proceed? Sure, holding a shovel, inquired as he followed Li. Last night, Yang Shua had explained his plans to Li in detail, entrusting him with the execution. We need to dig the foundation. I'll draw it out for you. Hand me the shovel. Sure passed the shovel to Li, who stepped onto the open ground and began outlining a massive rectangle, essentially occupying all available space. Dig as deep as a thigh and as wide as a shoulder, and let us clear this line. The crowd roared in unison, diving into their work. Unlike before, this marked the first project led and executed by the primitive folk themselves, a deliberate initiative from Yang Shua. As the tribe expanded, he aimed to cultivate the primitive people into builders for the community, rather than mere laborers for construction tasks. After a long period of learning and exposure, he believed Li was capable of this, especially with the talented Ao assisting as well. At this moment, Yang Shua and his team were in the woods below the tribe's hillside, searching for a prime beam for the nursery, along with other components. If all went as planned, they intended to remain there for several days. This is it, Yang Shua exclaimed, his hands gliding over the tree before him. Thick, long, and straight. A true treasure. That doesn't sound quite right. Never mind, it's still a treasure. Brothers, chop it down. Yang Shua brandished his axe and began to strike the tree. When fatigue set in, they would switch places while he rested nearby, sipping water and observing the swift progress. It truly was worthy material. It was remarkably tough to fell. After several rounds of effort among the 5 of them, accompanied by a painful creaking sound, the tree finally toppled. The next step involved processing the wood. Thinking about the wood processing made Yang Shua want to slap himself. He lamented not having studied carpentry in college. If he had, he would have been able to construct a wooden courtyard for the tribe by now. Until the iron ore was exhausted, his primary focus was on crafting tools. With basic designs in place, he had achieved functionality. But he was entirely clueless when it came to the implements of a carpenter. At present, he possesses a plane that he ingeniously fashioned from a small dagger, demonstrating Yang Shua's application of all his skills. Moreover, he initially aspired to craft a saw. However, the carbon content in the iron for the saw was distinctly different from that of ordinary iron, leaving Yang Shua uncertain on how to infuse carbon into the metal, ultimately resulting in an abandoned endeavor. Come, let us cleave it from this point. Yang Shua measured with his footsteps and, using a stone from the ground, marked a line on the trunk. Nodding in approval, he then ascended with his axe. While cutting, Yang Shua and his companions commenced stripping the bark from the freshly felled tree, which was still quite tender and oozing with sap, causing Yang Shua to feel somewhat remiss. For the purpose of a beam, seasoned wood would undoubtedly be the superior choice, as it is less susceptible to insects and, devoid of moisture, significantly lighter, thus more convenient as a structural element. However, considering they had only recently resided in a cave, such concerns were secondary. A freshly cut tree would suffice. Yet, managing the new tree proved challenging, as their hands and bodies became coated in the green sap during the stripping process, and the plane was rather unwieldy, being quite slippery. Nevertheless, they successfully removed the bark, and Yang Shua, wielding the plane, sought to smooth out the uneven areas, leveling the protrusions. Yes, you all try it too. This tool is incredibly effective. That's it. Grip it with both hands and push down and forward with force. Yes, just like that. Did you feel it? Yang Shua guided the others from behind, observing as they employed the plane. The shavings produced varied with the force exerted. Yang Shua firmly believed that tools are the pivotal catalyst for human evolution, positing that once primitive humans became acquainted with a sufficient array of tools, they would instinctively learn to combine them creatively, ultimately leading to qualitative advancement and the progression of their tribes. Besides the primary beam, the remaining task was to construct the roof framework, which required ample timber. Fortunately, this was considerably simpler, as Yang Shuo had identified a general template. With a commanding call, the group promptly ascended the trees in search of suitable materials. Yet, before they could find several adequate pieces, darkness descended upon them. Yang Shuo decided to tidy up the assorted items scattered on the ground and ignited a fire. Thanks to Yang Shuo's indefatigable spirit, the tribe had successfully hunted a wild boar weighing nearly 600 pounds, ensuring their meals were abundantly sufficient. Yang Shuo took advantage of this period to venture out in search of materials for the construction of their dwelling. Otherwise, when the hunting team departed, they would be short-handed, significantly hampering their efficiency. The group gathered around the fire, roasting the pork, their mouths watering at the sight of the sizzling meat dripping with fat, sprinkled with a layer of salt that made their eyes widen in anticipation. Come, let us eat. Yang Shuo retrieved the pork from the fire, skewering it into the ground, and the others hurriedly gathered around, using their daggers to slice the meat and eagerly stuffing it into their mouths, faces alight with ecstasy. Brother Shuo, your roasted meat is simply delectable, Wang exclaimed, grimacing from the heat, yet relentlessly shoving more meat into his mouth, while Sun, and Li nodded in agreement, all fearful of missing out and consuming their portions with such fervor that their daggers appeared to blur in their haste. A sizable chunk of pork was swiftly devoured by the five. Feast well and rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue to strive. After assigning the night watch, they nestled beside the fire to rest. Having spent considerable time in the vicinity of their tribe, it was evident that the surrounding hillside had become markedly safer, as predators instinctively avoided this large gathering of humans, except for the cannibals, who feared nothing nearby. It seems we won't be able to return until the day after tomorrow. I wonder how Brother Li's project is progressing. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Chapter 52. The Nursery, Part 2. Within the tribe, the ground was now piled high with earth, as several burly men bent over, laboriously wielding shovels to excavate. Essentially, they adhered closely to Li's initial instructions, as primitive people are remarkably honest, doing precisely what they say. Once the foundation was excavated, the group commenced transporting building materials. The tribe had never ceased the production of bricks, and Yang Shuo strongly endorsed the idea of stockpiling a reserve. Knowing that the upcoming phase of the city wall would undoubtedly require a substantial quantity of bricks, even if their purpose remained uncertain, they could serve as effective projectiles from the walls, though only a few dozen were produced each time. The cumulative effort of daily firing resulted in a considerable stockpile of bricks in one corner of the tribe. Li and his companions tirelessly transported bricks from one end of the tribe to the other, preparing to construct houses, while the remaining individuals commenced mixing mud, getting ready to build walls and lay foundations. Ideally, the foundation should be laid with large blue stones for enhanced stability. However, given the tribe's current productive capacity, acquiring sufficient stones for a robust foundation seemed an insurmountable task. Thus, they opted for straightforward wall construction, digging deeper to embed the walls for increased stability. With prior experience in building city walls, the group worked swiftly, using wooden planks to scoop mud and fling it onto the bricks, then smoothing it to form the walls, with a plumb bob hanging at the top, adhering to the standard construction process. Gradually, the pace at which Li and his team transported bricks could not keep up with the demand, compelling him to enlist the help of the remaining able-bodied women in the tribe. Finally, supply began to exceed demand, allowing Li to join the construction crew himself. Clearly, the tribe would benefit from a cart. For the first time, Li felt a spark of inspiration. He found it fascinating. Perhaps this was how Yang Shuo approached invention, first exhausting oneself, then creating something to alleviate the toil. Yet, he pondered why so many peculiar ideas filled his mind. I just have a small cart. After a day and a half, the foundation was nearly complete. The lower layer of mud had dried solidly. Li inspected it with a nod. Cover it. Cover it. The others promptly used shovels to refill the earth, compacting it firmly with a tree stump from the tribe's square that was used for testing iron spears. Now, looking at the ground, the brick wall had risen to calf height, resembling a row of red scallions, with an opening left for the door. After a brief rest, they resumed their labor. As dusk approached, the walls had reached thigh height, prompting Li to call a halt to the work and prepare for dinner. At that moment, a voice rang from beyond the city walls. Brother Li, we're back. Yang Shuo and his companions had completed their tasks ahead of schedule and were now waiting outside the walls, dragging 2 carts. Behind them lay a 7 or 8 meter long log, stripped clean and revealing its wooden hue, protruding from the larger cart, which was perfectly balanced on the smaller cart, forming a convoy transporting the main beam. Li gazed in astonishment at the massive beam. Yang Shuo had mentioned seeking materials for housing, but he had not anticipated such a large find, leaving him curious about how they managed to load it onto the cart. Let us set this down here. Perfect timing for dinner. Come in and eat. Li lowered the ladder, and Yang Shua and the others skillfully scaled the wall, instantly beholding the impressive brickwork that had risen. Wow, brotherly, you all worked so quickly, and it looks remarkably precise. Prior to returning, Yang Shua had envisioned countless scenarios, both favorable and unfavorable. He had considered every possibility. Yet he had not anticipated such speed and accuracy. Under Li's guidance, the wall construction was deliberately slowed to ensure it was built straight, as they could not afford any mistakes in Yang Shua's absence. We followed the plan we devised that night. I still have the drawings you made. Li rarely experienced a sense of honor since taking over the tribe from the old chieftain. This was the first time. The reason Li took the construction of this house so seriously was also due to the blueprint drawn by Yang Shua. Compared to the current bunker, the design presented by Yang Shua was truly captivating. This house, constructed of red brick walls, could stand solidly on the earth, shielding them from the wind and rain. In the future, each of them would be able to reside in such a dwelling, allowing the sunlight to awaken them each day. Everything Yang Shua described sparked a sense of wonder in Li, from initially sleeping in a dirt pit to later resting in a cave. The emergence of the bunker had remarkably enhanced the quality of life for the primitive people, and the brick house would propel their lives to new heights. The two of them discussed the upcoming project again, and this time, Ao joined in, equally astonished by Yang Shua's ideas. Beyond the brick houses, there were also suggestions for earthen Kong beds, stoves, and a plethora of innovative concepts that left them both in awe. The next morning, Yang Shua and his team set out again, as the materials they had collected the previous day still needed to be transported back. Moreover, it was time for the bricks from the brick kiln to be retrieved, making for a busy day ahead. Both Li and Ao worked exceptionally hard that day. They not only had to plan the internal structure of the house, but also needed to begin constructing the outer walls. Initially, Li did not understand why Yang Shua insisted on digging a foundation inside the house, but once Yang Shua presented the interior sketch, everything became clear. The walls supported each other, buried deep underground, rendering them incredibly sturdy. As the internal walls progressed, several large windows were also left open in the outer walls. The sight of these grand windows made the two of them envision a scene where the sun would awaken them from their slumber in the dirt pit. What a beautiful thought. Meanwhile, Yang Shua and his companions made several trips back and forth, retrieving the construction materials they had organized days prior, along with over 500 bricks from the kiln, and placing the newly dried bricks into the kiln to commence another round of firing. After spending half the day forming a new batch of bricks and leaving them to dry at the kiln entrance, they also cleaned up the charcoal next door and brought it back. Goodness, why did it feel like there weren't enough hands in the tribe? This labor shortage was indeed a pressing concern. By the end of the day, Yang Shua felt utterly exhausted, having spent the entire day running around the hill. He pondered the shortage of manpower. If only someone could be stationed at the kiln to oversee the brickmaking full-time. Everything had been transported to the open space at the tribe's entrance, yet Yang Shua found himself facing a dilemma. The main beam, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, resembled the golden hoop from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, and upon glancing at the towering 3-meter-high city wall, it became clear they needed to create a door. How on earth could they fit this beam into the tribe? Chapter 53, The Nursery, Part 2. This issue required immediate resolution, not only regarding how to transport the beam over the city wall, but also how to access the roof once the house was completed. While others gradually moved items inside, Yang Shua remained fixated on the beam, knowing that there was nothing they could do but leave it to him. After nearly all items had been transported inside, Jean finally found a moment to check on his beloved master. He called out to Yang Shua from atop the wall and slid down the ladder. This brief moment of inspiration struck Yang Shua. He recalled the concept of a slope. If they could create an incline against the city wall, it would surely make it easier to hoist the beam up. Jean, hold on. First lower all the ladders from the wall. Yang Shua interrupted Jean's enthusiasm. The young lad, obedient to his command, halted abruptly and scrambled back up the wall. All right, master. To facilitate ease of movement, the tribe had constructed a total of 4 ladders for convenience, with only 2 typically in use. Now, Jean had brought them all down. Position them a bit closer, adjust the angles. No, you don't understand the angles. They all need to be aligned. Yang Shua directed from below, while Jean adjusted the ladders from above. Finally, all 4 ladders were set at the same angle. Yang Shua then retrieved several vines he had prepared from his bunker and secured them to the beam. At that moment, Li and the others faced a challenge as they had just enough manpower available to begin transporting the beam, with the ladders serving as a slope. Lifting the beam became significantly easier. With the collective effort of many tribe members, the beam was gradually hoisted up and finally crossed over the city wall, resting atop it. The process was mirrored on the reverse side, as the group carefully lowered the beam down until it was successfully placed on the ground. With the beam issue resolved, Li promptly carried off all 4 ladders. Their construction had reached a considerable height, since they could no longer reach the ground and lacked scaffolding. The ladders were essential to continue. Yang Shua had set the goal for them to build at least as high as the city wall. After another day's labor, the nurseries surrounding walls finally reached the desired height. Yang Shua stood before this newly erected structure, filled with genuine joy, realizing that the primitive people had independently completed part of a modern building under his guidance. One day, they too would be able to gradually transform the world around them. Just as he had. Brothers, up with the beam, Yang Shua shouted, and Li and the others, who had been eagerly waiting, rushed to the wall. After 2 or 3 days of drying, the once damp beam had dried considerably, with the combined strength of 6 individuals. They effortlessly lifted the beam and carried it step by step to the entrance of the nursery. The 4 ladders were once again positioned against the wall. Some climbed into the room, while others ascended to the roof. Ultimately, the beam was hoisted inch by inch onto the roof, where Yang Shua secured it in the center of the building. At this moment, Yang Shua took a moment to thoroughly assess this modern structure. The entire house had been simply divided into 2 rooms, an inner and an outer room, separated by a wall, with the door to the inner room designed by Li and Ao themselves. The door, approximately 2 meters high, featured 4 half-bamboo poles aligned at the top, reconnecting the 2 sides of the courtyard wall, topped with bricks that extended all the way to the roof. Although Yang Shua had quietly offered suggestions, he never anticipated that the 2 would use bamboo as a load-bearing material, which was easier to work with and stronger than wood. This had truly caught him by surprise. With the main beam successfully in place, the remaining task was to install the surrounding secondary beams, which had already been transported into the room. Those inside began tossing wooden beams up, while the others on top commenced assembly. The 2 secondary beams were placed atop the main beam, securely bound with rope, and everyone followed suit until the entire roof was framed, resembling a fish skeleton. The subsequent task was to add the roof. Yang Shua and his team specifically traveled to a more distant location to retrieve a cartload of large banana leaves, prepared for this moment. With the roof now supported, the banana leaves were laid out on top, perfectly covering all gaps. If you thought this was the end, you would be gravely mistaken. Ao, bring the mud, Yang Shua exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as the roof neared completion. Upon hearing his call, Ao eagerly began shoveling mud from the ground with a spade, flinging it upwards with vigor. Yang Shua extended a wooden board to catch the flying mud, and then turned to spread it over the banana leaves. Gradually, the entire roof's banana leaves were covered and smoothed out with mud. If you thought this was the conclusion, you would be mistaken again. John, bring over the tiles. Jean sprinted, hauling the cart loaded with the specially fired tiles that Yang Shua and the others had prepared. The tiles crafted by Yang Shua were modeled after those from his homeland, rectangular in shape, with 3 grooves running down the center. The tiles were meticulously arranged from bottom to top, resembling overlapping fish scales, stacked layer upon layer until reaching the highest point of the beam. At this apex, there were semicircular tiles specially fired by Yang Shua, expertly fitted to seal the last remaining gap completely. Finished. With a thunderous roar from Yang Shua, the entire tribe surged forth. Even Ro emerged from her room to witness the house that had been extolled to the heavens. From a distance, the most striking feature was the crimson roof tiles, followed closely by the courtyard walls that resembled city fortifications, indeed a sight to behold. Ro cast several glances before turning back inside with her child. Everyone quiet down, we are not done yet. We still need to decorate. Once the cheer subsided, Yang Shua introduced his next plan. The onlookers gazed at the splendid house, bewildered. Decoration? What could that possibly mean? Wasn't this house already magnificent? This was merely a shell. Only after the decoration would it be ready for habitation. Yang Shua leisurely descended from the roof and announced his renovation plans, painting the walls and installing windows and doors. Only after these fundamental tasks were completed could the house be deemed truly finished. While the house exuded a vibrant red hue, unsightly gaps marred its appearance. Yang Shua imparted yet another new skill to the tribe, plastering. Though they lacked the traditional plaster, they could use mud as a substitute. Gradually, the red brick walls became enveloped in mud, covering every crevice thoroughly, rendering the entire wall a seamless entity. The transformation of the house was remarkable. With red tiles and black walls, even Ao could not help but exclaim in astonishment, far exceeding his expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, now, I shall demonstrate what true human happiness looks like, so pay attention. Yang Shua's words unveiled to the tribe the concept of unexpected twists and turns, leaving them curious about the mystery that awaited at the end. Chapter 54, The Earthen Kong. Just as everyone anticipated what Yang Shua would unveil next, he suddenly posed a curious question. Li, where's your hammer? Li retrieved a large hammer from his bunker and handed it to Yang Shua, who approached a pre-designated spot and swung the hammer down. Crack! To the astonishment of the crowd, the wall beneath the hammer shattered, not with the sound of bricks breaking, but of wood splintering. Yang Shua then ventured inside, and another crack echoed. It was then that the crowd realized that Ao and Li had replaced bricks with wood in these two locations, which Yang Shua had smashed to pieces. Come, brothers. Let us build the Kong. Yang Shua reminisced about his mischievous childhood, jumping about on his grandfather's Kong and accidentally collapsing it, leading to a collaborative rebuilding session that imparted him with the essential skill of constructing a Kong. As the tribe continued to move bricks into the room, Yang Shua stood at the far end, initiating his performance, akin to building a wall, but instead creating a small room on the ground. Aside from the outer wall, he erected vertical brick columns for support, extending up to thigh height. He left a gap in the outer wall, which would later house a small stove made of mud. Once everything inside was arranged, Yang Shua produced his prized tool, bamboo, split down the middle, which he laid across the columns in the center of the Kong, forming a complete, half-circular surface. Mixing mud, he meticulously smoothed it over the bamboo, securing it firmly, leaving the widest piece on the outer edge to serve as the Kang's ledge. With the Kong completed, the stove beneath could not remain idle. Yang Shua got to work, layering mud from the base up, placing a pre-fired sieve in the center, and continuing to stack until it reached the height of a pot. With the interior complete, he turned his attention to the exterior, planning to install a kitchen for the tribe, as the daily barbecues in the square had nearly exacerbated his hemorrhoids. The construction of the stove progressed rapidly. He enclosed it with bricks, added the sieve in the middle, placed a large ceramic pot on top, and secured it with mud. Finished. Let us go. There's just one last piece, and we are almost done. A throng watched in awe as Yang Shua worked his magic, leading them outside to the final opening he had reserved for the chimney. Much like a smelting furnace, it rose from the ground, reaching into the sky. At the top of the chimney, Yang Shua propped a tile on 2 bricks, forming a T-shaped outlet to prevent rainwater from backflowing while ensuring proper ventilation. At that moment, the nursery's construction was officially complete, accomplished in a week and a day, a remarkable feat. As twilight descended, Yang Shua felt his fervor undiminished. And with the newly constructed Kong needing a fire, he declared, "Everyone, don't go to the square today. I'll treat you to meat soup." His words were met with cheers, and after a long interval, the tribe was finally to savor Yang Shua's culinary skills once more. This time, he not only used pork but also incorporated a generous amount of dried meat, creating a pot of soup with a delightful mix of textures, punctuated by sprigs of grass seeds and a pinch of salt, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The aroma of the meat soup swirled throughout the room, refusing to dissipate, while inside, steam rose from the Kong as the mud rapidly dried, shaping the Kong into its final form. Besides the outdoor stove, the small clay furnace inside was also ignited by Yang Shua, beginning the drying process, akin to firing pottery. The crowd gathered in the square watched in palpable excitement as smoke billowed from the chimney at the back of the house. While enticing scents wafted from the front door, this was the life of their dreams. Dinner is served. Yang Shua's voice echoed across the square, igniting a flurry of excitement. Everyone line up. Yin, please take a bowl over to Sister Ro first. You can carry both bowls, and the two of you can enjoy it together. Be careful. It's hot. Under the allure of Yang Shua's delicacies, the tribe formed a long line, predictably, and ended up at the back. Yang Shua filled bowls for everyone, generously adding extra meat for Ying, the unfortunate woman whom only he and Chun Yun showed compassion for. The next morning, Yang Shua began his cleanup. After a night of drying, the mud in the room had set sufficiently, and the Kong was ready. He gathered a substantial amount of dry grass from outside and spread it across the Kong, then rushed back with 5 or 6 animal skins from his room. In addition to his own skins, those of Li and Ao adorned the Kong, draped over the door and hung from the windows. Once everything was arranged, he moved in more bricks to lay a brick floor throughout the entire house. Yang Shua felt that his current living conditions far surpassed those of his grandfather, who had lived in a mud house. He now resided in a brick and tile abode, fully furnished with 100 pure animal hides. Who could contest that? Today marked the day when Ro and her newborn would move into their new home, along with 3 other pregnant women, establishing this as the core of the tribe and the cradle of new life, the nursery. A few individuals gazed in disbelief at everything within the room. The comfortable Kong bed evoked a sense of longing in all the primitive people. The animal hides that covered the windows were rolled up, allowing the sun's rays to pour directly onto the heated bed. At this moment, Yang Shua couldn't help but admire the resilience of primitive humans. Unlike modern women, who endure lengthy recovery periods after childbirth, primitive women experienced a remarkably brief recuperation, largely due to environmental factors. They had little time for postnatal recovery, hence, after just 3 days postpartum, Ro was already able to rise, only refraining from labor at Yang Shua's insistence. Besides Ro, the other pregnant women also felt the onset of labor, signaling that the tribe was on the brink of its first wave of childbirth. Yang Shuo found himself daydreaming about an explosion in the tribe's population, envisioning a future of increasing strength and prosperity. Sister Ro, you all relax here. If you need anything, just call for us. I've left the jerky in the kitchen, so feel free to help yourselves without reservation. You are now the most significant members of the tribe. His words filled the women with immense joy and excitement, as this newfound sense of importance and status stemmed from this remarkable young man. Ever since Yang Shuo joined the tribe, their lives had transformed dramatically, and tomorrow held mysteries beyond anyone's imagination. If it gets cold, just summon me to stoke the fire, he said with a smile as he departed, leaving everyone feeling reassured. Chapter 55, a new chapter for the tribe after the construction of the brick and tile house. The long-standing housing dilemma of the tribe had finally been alleviated. The women of the AO tribe no longer needed to crowd together in the largest bunker for sleep. Currently, the tribe lacked the energy and resources to continue building more rooms. However, they could still make improvements to the existing structures. After consulting Yang Shuo on the method of constructing an earthen column, Shi and Li made enhancements to their bunkers, incorporating small earthen beds. The sight of smoke rising from the chimneys filled them with anticipation for the forthcoming winter. The several pregnant women now resided in the maternity room, while Li lived with Zhao and Qian, and Sun, Li, Shi, Ao, and Sun shared quarters with Yang Shuo and Wang Zhan. Chen Yunyun and Ning occupied one space, while the remaining women divided the other rooms, each equipped with a small calm, significantly enhancing comfort compared to the relatively damp ground. As autumn progressed, Yang Shuo's fields were overrun with lush wild grasses, while the autumn insects thrived with fervor, as if in a final frenzy before death. Fortunately, Haizi and his wife had produced another litter for Yang Shuo, and combined with the previous brood, the pest issue remained manageable. The dozen piglets had clearly grown considerably, their appetites increasing, prompting Yang Shuo to consider hiring someone specifically to feed them hay, lest the voracious youngsters consume all his resources. With all industrial facilities either relocated or halted, the air quality within the tribe improved for the first time. Yang Shuo had not anticipated such a change. He had assumed that in a primordial world filled with trees, there could be little air pollution. It appeared he had underestimated his own capacity for destruction. With the absence of smoldering fires throughout the tribe, the air lost its acrid scent, replaced by a breath of nature. Despite this, their industrial endeavors flourished. The brick factory across the mountain operated day and night, producing a kiln approximately every 3 to 4 days, while the charcoal production continued unabated, with neatly stacked bricks and sufficient charcoal stored for use. Nonetheless, Yang Shuo felt the pace was too slow. He planned to gradually excavate nearby vacant plots to create kilns, fully utilizing the land. In truth, he was entertaining the idea of producing 1,000 to 1,800 tons of bricks to construct a wall all at once. Paper production was also initiated in the tribe, with large cauldrons filled with water soaking hay and tree bark. This relocation had made Yang Shuo acutely aware of the importance of an industrial zone. Previously, he had sporadically engaged in production, with all materials scattered throughout the tribe. Now, consolidated efforts had increased efficiency manifold. In recent days, due to their frequent travels, the surrounding underbrush and trees had been largely cleared, and while a definitive pathway had yet to be established, it was already much more passable than at the outset. After many days, Yang Shuo encountered Li's son, Nyonyo, for the second time. The name Nyonyo, which Yang Shuo had chosen, was a refinement of Li's initial name, Nyo. Yang Shuo's affectionate repetition of the name led Li to agree that it sounded more pleasant. Thus Nyonyo became the second person in Yang Shuo's tribe to have a two-character name, the first being Chun Yunyun. This little one, having thrived on maternal nourishment for several days, had gained considerable weight, transforming from a frail newborn into a robust infant, already exhibiting the fierce potential of a future warrior. Much like his father, the tribe was on the verge of its busiest period, and Yang Shuo had been observing the fields for several consecutive days. Compared to the summer harvest, the wild grass seeds were noticeably more plump and substantial this autumn, possibly due to the season or Yang Shuo's selective breeding efforts. Soon, the wild grasses would be ripe for harvest, coinciding with the impending births of Shi's wife, Sun's wife, and 2 women from the Ao tribe. Yang Shuo redesigned the area previously used for charcoal storage, constructing 2 large warehouses with bricks. The bases were raised 3 layers high to insulate against moisture from the ground. One warehouse was designated for charcoal storage, while the other would hold grains, both topped with wooden roofs and secured with tiles. As the weather turned colder, animals began to migrate from the north, and the previously barren grasslands behind the mountains resounded with the sounds of hunting. The prairie wolves were diligently surrounding their prey, stockpiling fat for winter. This period also marked a favorable time for Yang Shuo's tribe. He, along with Li and Ao, led their teams to construct extensive traps in 3 locations, lying in wait for the northern game to ensnare themselves. Thanks to the influx of northern game, the tribe's meals had been consistently satisfying, and preparations for the autumn harvest were underway. Unlike the previous harvest, this one promised to be exceptionally bountiful. With the insights gained from the initial 3 experimental plots, the planting density and timing were optimized, complemented by the attentive care provided by Yang Shua and Qin Yunyun, including regular watering and fertilizing, alongside the diligent labor of Haizi's family. Thus, they anticipated a comfortable winter. As anticipated, the group plunged into the fields, armed with daggers, cutting down bundles of seed-laden stalks and tossing them into the containers behind them. This autumn harvest extended over 2 full days, yielding 4 carts of seeds, a testament to the abundant yield. Just as the group busied themselves with transporting seeds and tidying the fields, another joyous announcement arrived. Ro had given birth. Qin Yunyun proclaimed the news loudly from the city walls, while Ro, seemingly younger than Qin Yunyun, appeared only a year or 2 older than Zhan, yet had just delivered. With Yang Shua's clearly defined birthing procedures established in the tribe, this time was markedly less chaotic than the initial births. The midwife was now Qin Yunyun instead of Yang Shua. Stringent sterilization protocols and restricted access, coupled with ample rest, allowed Ro to experience a noticeably different recovery from her first childbirth, enabling her to recuperate more swiftly and thoroughly, without the discomfort typically associated with primitive childbirth. This further validated the benefits of Yang Shua's regulations, leading to greater adherence among the tribe. At this moment, Sun, who was still in the fields, could no longer stand. His eyes darted between Yang Shua and Li, who, with a firm slap on his shoulder, urged him, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry back and take a look." It was then that Sun seemed to regain his senses, brandishing his dagger and clutching a clay pot as he dashed towards the tribe. "Put down the pot. What are you running with it for?" Yang Shua couldn't help but chuckle. Sun truly deserved his reputation as the fastest runner in the tribe, vanishing like a bolt of lightning and reappearing beneath the distant city wall, where he nimbly vaulted over it. Yang Shua could hardly contain his joy. He felt as though he had already succeeded. Behind him, the last cart of grass seeds was being dragged forward by the crowd, each face adorned with blissful smiles. Sun had gone ahead to greet his children. The tribe was now well stocked with food and was steadily expanding. Perhaps soon, humanity would conquer this world. Yang Shua lay back, burying himself in the grass seeds on the cart, while those around him watched and laughed. Chapter 56. Mothers, do not fret. I shall prepare a toilet for you. As long as one is joyous at heart, even labor becomes swift. The entire tribe now held 2 individuals in the highest esteem, Grandfather Yuan and Yang Shua. The techniques of Grandfather Yuan, passed down through Yang Shua, had resulted in this abundant square filled with grass seeds. Armed with the experience of their first harvest, everyone gathered in the square, cautiously rubbing the seeds down. The tribe's pots were insufficient, prompting Yang Shua to hasten the crafting of several large vats. Ultimately, all the grass seeds were collected, amounting to approximately 25 full jars. Compared to the initial quantity sown, the yield had multiplied several times over. This time, it was truly a divine reward. Everything was harmonious, the weather favorable, and the pests nearly eradicated by a few of Z's children. While the birds began their southward migration for the winter, both calamities had been averted. Coupled with the finest seeds chosen by Yang Shua and the continuous nourishment from farmyard manure, everything converged to create this bountiful harvest. The tribe was in a frenzy, based on Yang Shua's initial quantities for cooking. 1 jar of grass seeds could sustain them for 3 days. With 25 jars, minus those reserved for planting, they had enough food to last for 2 months. With winter lasting about 6 months, and considering the ample food at the beginning and end of the season, this grain would sufficiently carry them through the lean times. Reflecting on this, Yang Shua could finally proclaim with pride that they would no longer suffer from hunger. While the community busied itself with storing food for the winter, a pregnant woman named Hua, her belly round, was slowly making her way to the latrine on the opposite side of the tribe, assisted by another person. Yang Shua watched as she traversed nearly 100 meters to enter the rudimentary latrine. Since the maternity room was located at one end of the tribe and the latrine at the other, every pregnant woman had to traverse the entire settlement, which Yang Shua deemed too cumbersome and perilous, especially with winter approaching and the cold intensifying. Mothers, do not fret. I shall prepare a toilet for you. Without delay, Yang Shua rushed into his bunker to begin his design. While it was simple enough to use a large clay pot for such purposes, Yang Shua aimed for something more refined, envisioning a model that could be adopted by the tribe in the future. Modern society boasts numerous unseen infrastructures, including underground pipelines. To establish a comprehensive water system, a complete underground network is essential, yet what could a primitive tribe have in terms of plumbing? A single water pipe would astonish everyone for a century. Yang Shua resolved to eliminate the sewage pipe and modify the fully automatic flush toilet into a semi-automatic one. The structure of the toilet was quite simple, merely a U-shaped pipe. Given their location, where winter temperatures rarely dipped below freezing, there was no need to consider temperature issues. Functionality was paramount. This time, Yang Shuo decided to innovate the pottery-making process. Unlike ordinary pottery, a toilet required a more intricate internal structure, which could only be shaped from the sides and then joined together. He began by using a template as a base to create one half of the toilet, a half outer wall and half of the water pipe, crafting it as though in a 3D printing process, gradually transforming it from a flat surface to a three-dimensional form. The most critical aspect of the toilet was the water pipe. Yang Shuo meticulously shaped it with small wooden sticks, continually adjusting its angles with water until he completed one half. He replicated the process for the other half, and the remaining task was to join the two halves together. Figuring out how to connect the two halves into a complete unit occupied Yang Shuo's thoughts. He retrieved his most precious clay, mixed it with water to create a slurry, and used this slurry as adhesive to bond the two halves of the toilet together, finally allowing it to dry. Even after drying, Yang Shuo worried it might leak, so he poured the slurry into the water pipe, coating the interior thoroughly before he was satisfied. This time, his pottery firing was the most meticulous yet. Unlike previous attempts, he enlisted the help of Jean and Wang, and even brought out the long-unused bellows and the high furnace base. Jean puffed away at the bellows, while Wang continually fed the fire, quickly raising the furnace temperature under their coordination. Let us go, Yang Shuo exclaimed, using two wooden sticks to grip the toilet as he placed it into the brick kiln. Flames instantly engulfed the toilet, and Yang Shuo sealed the kiln entrance with bricks, determined to reach the highest possible temperature. His heart raced. This was not merely about providing convenience for the pregnant women in the tribe. He aspired to create something extraordinary, not just pottery, but true porcelain. More fuel, Yang Shuo urged, feeling the heat radiating through the brick walls, motivating Jean and Wang to alternate adding charcoal and working the bellows, raising the furnace temperature even higher. After they consumed all the charcoal surrounding the furnace, Yang Shuo finally ceased heating, patiently awaiting the temperature to drop. At that moment, Yang Shuo was exceedingly anxious, and the same went for Jean and Wang. This was their master's first time going to such lengths to fire something, and it surely would be different. Yang Shuo touched the bricks. They were warm, but no longer burning hot. It was time to proceed. He carefully dismantled the bricks, revealing the seated toilet inside. How to describe it? This toilet was evidently distinct from other ceramic pieces. It reflected light. Yang Shuo felt a wave of relief. Rough ceramics are porous and cannot reflect light, so it was highly probable that he had succeeded. Cradling the toilet in his arms, he marveled at its smooth surface, which felt unlike any ordinary pottery. Only when he carried the toilet into the sunlight did his jaw drop in astonishment. The pottery had not merely been successful. It appeared he had inadvertently transformed it into glass. The entire toilet now possessed a blurred appearance. The extreme heat had melted the clay into glass. However, Yang Shuo reasoned that it was not necessarily a setback. Glass would suffice as long as it was functional. Meanwhile, Jean and Wang, curious as ever, were nearly climbing into the toilet, marveling at the smooth texture they had never felt before. Wow, Wang, can you feel that? It's different from the bowls we eat from. How can I describe it? So comfortable. Jean's large head was incessantly peering into the toilet, his hands exploring its surface with curiosity. Come out quickly, let me try. Wow, this feels entirely different. What is this sensation? Master, what is this feeling? Yang Shuo chuckled merrily at the two little ones, exclaiming, this sensation is simply delightful. Enough gazing. We have work to do. Let's carry my treasure home. Chapter 57. Why are we demolishing walls again? The object that Jean and Wang were carrying captivated everyone's attention, its shiny surface impossible to ignore. Shuo, what is this? Ao could no longer contain his excitement. Ever since witnessing the actual conditions of the nursery, this former tribal chief had become an ardent admirer of Yang Shuo. No, rather, a devoted acolyte. Hee, it's a toilet. Yang Shuo replied with a grin, leaving Ao utterly perplexed. Toilet? What is a toilet? Is there a horse and a bucket involved? Li, where's your hammer? Yang Shuo sought to borrow a hammer from Li, intending to install the toilet. What do you need a hammer for? Li handed Yang Shuo the massive iron hammer, gazing curiously at the toilet that was drawing a crowd outside. To break down the wall. Oh, we're demolishing a wall. Wait. Why are we demolishing it again? Where are we demolishing? Li was rendered speechless by Yang Shuo's antics. Why are we demolishing walls every few days? Yang Shuo, hammer in tow, charged toward the nursery. Placing the hammer against the wall, he fetched a cartload of bricks and began to build a wall outside, intending to create a toilet. The design was quite simple, a base waist high at the bottom, with bamboo and wood structured atop to shield against wind and rain. Once completed, demolition would ensue. Sister Ro, take the child outside for a stroll, and everyone else, step aside to avoid any injuries. After dispersing the crowd within, Yang Shuo swung the hammer against the wall. It was no exaggeration to say that the craftsmanship of primitive man was indeed exceptional. The wall was remarkably sturdy. After considerable effort, Yang Shuo managed to create a hole in the wall, but to fully break through would require even greater exertion. Ultimately, with the assistance of Shi, Li, and Ao, Yang Shuo successfully opened a substantial passage in the inner room, causing Ao to wince at the destruction of such a fine building. In the toilet, Yang Shuo continuously tested the height, even calling Chun Yunyun over for her input to determine the most suitable height for a woman. Once a general range was established, he commenced building the base inside, preparing for the toilet installation. Chun Yunyun was immensely impressed by Yang Shuo. Upon first seeing the toilet, she was taken aback, unable to fathom how he could replicate such an invention in a primitive world. Yang Shuo's toilet was not entirely conventional. It had a large hole in the back, and there was no water tank atop, which left Chun Yunyun somewhat bewildered about Yang Shuo's intentions. Once everything was installed, Yang Shuo began his operations. First, he found a half-moon tile to serve as the drainage system, extending from the back of the toilet, followed by a large container beneath the tile to collect waste. With the drainage pipe complete, the next step involved the soul of the system. Since Yang Shuo had established the tribe's water pipeline from the mountain, it had been functioning flawlessly. Water from the mountain stream flowed through bamboo to the tribe, then down from the square, with excess water flowing away from one side, passing through a hole in the city wall to merge with the outside stream. Now, Yang Shuo was set to modify the water pipeline. Newly cleaned bamboo was gradually set up, branching off from the city wall toward the nursery. On the roof of the toilet outside the nursery, Yang Shuo installed a square tank. This tank was a treasured item he had kept since testing how to fire a tank, although it had a hole at the bottom. He preserved it primarily for sentimental reasons. Now, this tank proved to be extraordinarily useful. Yang Shuo patched the hole and transformed it into a specialized drainage system. A bamboo tube was inserted from the bottom, connecting to the toilet, completing a supersized flushing toilet. Besides the hollow drainage pipe, the most crucial component was the control mechanism. Yang Shuo inserted a wooden plug crafted with a knife into the middle of the bamboo. When in use, one merely needed to pull a string in the toilet, raising the plug, allowing water to rush down from the bamboo tube. Releasing the string would cause the swirling water to draw the plug back down, sealing the drain perfectly. The newly connected water pipeline led directly to the tank atop the toilet. In addition to the drainage pipe, there was another bamboo tube, cleverly designed to remain airtight, serving as a natural buoy. A stick was tied to the outside. When the water level in the tank rose sufficiently, the buoy would float, lifting the stick and consequently raising the external water pipe, preventing any further inflow. It was nothing short of perfection, an epitome of ingenuity. Aside from a minor spillage when the pipe was lifted, everything else was flawless. Any wasted water was inconsequential, as they were not lacking in supply. Chun Yunyun became the first to use the toilet, delighting in her experience. She pulled the string with her right hand, exerting a bit of effort, and then heard a pop as the plug was lifted, with water cascading down from above. Due to the nearly 2-meter height, the water rushed down with remarkable speed under the siphoning effect, swiftly sanitizing the toilet with just a single pull. The plug was again drawn down by the swirling water, sealing the drainage once more. Shuo, you are incredible. This is simply perfect, Chun Yunyun exclaimed, bouncing out of the toilet, exhilarated, reflecting on her recent arrival in this place, where she had to join the tribe in the open for relief, anxiously exposing herself to others, using leaves and dirt to clean up. She glanced back at the small toilet and felt an unexpected swell of emotion, tears streaming down her face. It is only in loss that one learns to cherish what they had, and only upon regaining it does one appreciate it even more. Yang Shuo, noticing the young girl in tears, smiled gently and embraced her, stroking her head with one hand while patting her back with the other. Yunyun, dear, no more tears. His words became the spark that set off a torrent of emotion within Chun Yunyun, and she wept freely in his arms. The surrounding onlookers seemed to sense her sorrow. Remaining silent, they had not experienced such loss and could only feel the sadness without understanding its origin. All right, Yunyun. You still need to teach the pregnant women how to use the toilet, so no more crying, okay? After a period of emotional release, Chun Yunyun finally regained her composure and began guiding the other expectant mothers to explore the toilet, demonstrating how to use it. Everyone was astounded by this innovation. They had never imagined that using the toilet could be so comfortable. No longer would they have to squat with their bellies, a task that was perilous and exhausting. Instead, they could now resolve their needs within the confines of a room. Li observed the group as they gradually learned to use the toilet, shaking his head in admiration. This is truly remarkable, incredibly ingenious. Shuo, how did you come up with this? It's simply magical. Li's eyes sparkled with wonder, utterly amazed by the brilliance of it all. With such thoughts, do not harbor any envy. For the women, it is best for you to dutifully make use of the facilities over by the square. Furthermore, remember to tend to your wife's needs daily. including the rather unpleasant task of emptying the chamber pot. And you, do refrain from laughing, son. You shall take turns, for it is your wife who resides here. And it is only right that she is cared for by her own husband. Chapter 58. Can this child be kept? Thus, the incident in the restroom passed. And Yang Shua's chamber pot garnered unanimous praise from all the women. Every time Sun visited his wife and child, he would secretly make use of the restroom, noting that, in his experience, it did not leave one's backside frozen during the winter. The task of naming Sun's child was casually entrusted to Yang Shua, as he found himself at a loss for a suitable name. Consequently, Yang Shua named the child Rufeng, hoping he would be as swift as his father. In addition, 3 other pregnant women were nearing their due dates, Shi's wife and 2 women from the Ao tribe, Hua and Si. Today marked Si's delivery, which had been moved to a temporary birthing room, with the gentle Chun Yunyun overseeing the process. Owing to the primitive diet lacking in sufficient nutrition, the newborns were notably small, each resembling a diminutive monkey, making the birthing process relatively uncomplicated. Initially, Yang Shua presumed this delivery would be no different from the previous 2, lacking any peculiarities, and thus did not pay it much heed. However, upon hearing the sound of a baby's cry without anyone emerging, he began to sense that something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, Chun Yunyun's head peeked from behind the animal hide hanging at the door, signaling Yang Shua to come over. Understanding her summons, Yang Shua washed himself with warm water, lifted the hide, and entered the birthing room. There, he beheld Si, who was weeping profusely, and Ro, whose expression was grave, while Chun Yunyun quietly cradled the crying infant. A glance at the child revealed a stark difference. Unlike Li and Sun's offspring, Si's baby bore distinct traits. The child's jawline was considerably larger than that of a typical infant, and the facial expressions displayed a marked difference. One glance was sufficient to discern that this was a child of the cannibal tribe. Yang Shua recognized the gravity of the situation. In the past, he and Li had discussed how to handle the birth of a child from the cannibal lineage, yet no resolution had been reached. Now, he found it necessary to bring this matter to the forefront once more. Furthermore, this dilemma was particularly cruel for Si. Her name, which she had chosen after learning the language, was derived from her inquiry to Chun Yunyun on how to express longing for the deceased. Chun Yunyun had told her it was Si Nyen, leading Si to adopt the name Si. She had witnessed her husband being brutally slain by the cannibals and had subsequently been captured and violated by them. Her hatred for the cannibal tribe was profound, yet ironically, her child was a descendant of those very cannibals. After a moment of silence, Yang Shua stepped out of the bunker, summoning both Li and Ao. At his gesture, Chun Yunyun approached with the child, and the peculiar appearance of the infant caused an immediate hush to descend upon the tribe. Ao remained silent as well. As the chieftain of a tribe nearly obliterated by the cannibals, his enmity towards them was well known. Should they kill the child or spare it? Yang Shua finally articulated the question that had been swirling in his mind, but the response from Li and Ao was continued silence. The presence of a half-cannibal in the tribe was already an anomaly, and had to live like a ghost, constantly accommodating others, and despite the time that had passed, many still could not accept her, let alone this child. As Li and Ao remained silent, a figure suddenly appeared before them, like a shadow. I will raise it. Please do not kill her. The single plea drew the attention of both Li and Ao, as they recognized the woman's unique fangs and stature. Yang Shua had not anticipated Ing would step forward. He had intended to persuade the 2 men to allow him to care for the child himself, believing that such a young life bore no guilt. Choosing not to speak further, Yang Shua interpreted Li and Ao's silence as acquiescence. He glanced at Chun Yunyun, who nodded gently, and she handed the infant to Ing. With great care, Ing accepted the child, expressing her gratitude to Li and Ao repeatedly before retreating. After such a long time, Yang Shua was uncertain of Ao's current feelings regarding the past calamity, yet he assumed it weighed heavily on his heart. He placed a reassuring hand on Ao's shoulder before departing. Although Si was reluctant to raise this child, she was still a mother and required nourishment. Yang Shua brought her a bowl of meat soup. Reflecting on the matter, Yang Shua concluded that the cannibals were not inherently evil, but rather tragic. Modern medical research indicates that each of us carries genes resistant to the Reborn virus. Why, then, does every individual possess such genes? It is likely that in ancient times, all were cannibals, driven by the scarcity of food to consume whatever was available. Those who succumbed to the Reborn virus perished, and those without resistance also died, becoming sustenance for others. Truthfully, modern humans may very well be descendants of cannibals. Yang Shua perceived this as a profound tragedy for humanity. Perhaps the people of the current tribe are fated to perish, while those who consume others will survive. Thus, he felt that his presence in this world held significance. If he could lead humanity out of this terrifying plight, then the cannibals would never return. The tribe was unusually quiet today, devoid of the joy typically associated with welcoming new members, overshadowed instead by sorrow. In the following days, the remaining 2 pregnant women gave birth to their children in turn. Fortunately, Hwa's child was a healthy human, a posthumous offspring of a fallen warrior from the Ao tribe, which brought Ao immense joy as he held the child tightly for an extended period. The tribe suddenly welcomed 5 new lives, and Yang Shua felt an immediate increase in pressure. The usual strain of food scarcity, coupled with the impending winter, compelled him to intensify his planning to ensure the tribe would endure a winter of sustenance. Aside from increasing charcoal production, Yang Shua led others in cultivating and reclaiming fields, preparing for a broader scope of planting in the upcoming year by felling trees. In addition to clearing land, they also extracted composted manure, mixing it into the soil to enhance fertility. Preparations for next year's crops included establishing more traps. The previously abandoned traps needed refilling, new ones required embellishment, and they had to scour the mountains daily for wild grass to store for feeding pigs. Beyond the wild grass for pigs, Yang Shua also experimented with edible plants. What pigs could consume, humans could generally also eat, albeit not particularly palatably. Observing the pigs munching on wild grass, he occasionally sampled a bit himself. Finding that most of the wild grasses were unsuitable for human consumption, their flavors quite peculiar. Yet, he discovered a few varieties that were relatively palatable, mild in taste, with ample moisture, and tender enough to be considered as vegetables for human consumption. Diligently, he documented the various edible wild grasses he had tested, seeking to promote their use to improve the tribe's diet. Everything progressed rapidly, and before long, winter stealthily arrived. Chapter 59, The Tribe's New Year. Oh, no wonder it was so cold last night. Even with the heated Kong, I felt chilled to the bone. Early in the morning, Sun's incessant chatter began, for today marked the first snowfall of the winter season. Meanwhile, Yang Shua finally completed his calendar tracking project, noting the first snowfall since the tribe's migration to this location and the first snowfall of the current winter. A complete interval of 15 months has elapsed between 2 winters. Now, it appears that 3 months of spring, 3 months of summer, 3 months of autumn, and over 6 months of winter create a planet that is truly arduous for survival. Yang Shua can no longer recall the moment he traversed into this world. The daily struggle for existence has become so exhausting that dwelling on what has been lost seems futile. As the year draws to a close, with a ready-made calendar at his disposal, Yang Shua believes it is essential to establish some meaningful dates, such as the new year. The tribe, having just reaped a bountiful harvest and welcomed numerous new lives, certainly merits a celebration. Life is generally harsh, yet one must not forget the joy of living. Although they habitually practice frugality, who among them would forego the festivity of the new year? Even if it requires borrowing, one must procure meat to prepare dumplings. Thus, Yang Shua set about his task. The New World's calendar would mirror that of his own, consisting of 30 days in a month, 7 days in a week, and a weekend for rest, encompassing a year of 15 months, with one reserved for the new year and another for the 15th of August. Other holidays could be added gradually. In this manner, the tribal calendar took shape under Yang Shua's quill, marking the inaugural year of its establishment, the first year of the tribe. The year before the Common Era, comprising 14 months of 28 days. Why this configuration? Yang Shua allocated 2 days for the new year, allowing for celebration before ushering in the new era on the first day of the following year. Everyone, please pause your tasks, for I have an announcement to make. Yang Shua lifted the hide of his bunker, and a gust of frigid wind caused him to shiver. The men were engaged in clearing snow, glancing at Yang Shua, who held a thick tome, unsure of what he was about to proclaim. Yang Shua shook the freshly minted calendar in his hands, which had taken him an entire morning to complete. I am here to announce something of utmost importance. From this day forth, we shall have a calendar. With that, he unfurled the calendar, revealing the prominent numeral 14, surrounded by a flurry of numbers from 1 to 30, with all but the 29th and 30th crossed out. This is our calendar, a tool for tracking time. Each time the sun rises in the east, a new day begins. When it sets in the west, the day concludes. Thus, we have a day, 7 days make a week, 30 days constitute a month, and 15 months comprise a year. Yang Shua pointed to the calendar, slowly elucidating its significance and the advantages of understanding time, such as calculating our ages. These little ones will soon celebrate their first birthdays. Furthermore, he informed everyone of their birthdays, emphasizing that the day one is born is a moment to honor the mother who bestowed life. Gradually, the tribe began to embrace the concept of time, realizing for the first time that the infants were growing, and they too were maturing. Yet, the most significant revelation was the announcement of the new year. And let us not forget about the new year. This may be the first time you have heard this term, but you will surely come to cherish it. Wherever you go, it will linger in your thoughts. Yang Shua's words piqued their curiosity, while Chun Yunyun's eyes glistened with emotion. Tomorrow and the day after will be our new year. We shall celebrate the efforts of our kin over the past year, rejoice in our resilience, and celebrate the growth of our tribe. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, we will feast on pork. Each day, everyone will enjoy 2 hearty meals. Let us indulge. Yang Shua's proclamation ignited a fervor throughout the tribe. The promise of 2 meals a day was a luxury typically reserved for expectant mothers after childbirth, yet now, in celebration of the new year, everyone would feast freely for 2 days. To primitive people, nothing brings greater happiness than a full belly. Yang Shua's New Year not only served as a celebration but also strengthened the tribe's cohesion. What primitive soul would not wish to preserve such a community? With a single command from Yang Shua, the piglets in the pen met their fate. Aside from 3 pairs he had retained for breeding, the remaining 6 were swiftly dispatched. However, after such extensive care, the piglets had grown into substantial swine, perfectly suited for a celebratory feast. Thus, the tribe commenced their inaugural new year amid the season's first snowfall, and Yang Shua finally unveiled his secret weapon. It must be said that Yang Shua truly spared no expense. In addition to slaughtering pigs, he produced an entire jar of grass seeds. This time, the large pot in the square would not be filled with meat broth, but rather with plain water. All the grass seeds were added, as Yang Shua intended to prepare a pot of grass seed porridge. While it simmered, he gathered wild vegetables he had recently discovered and brought them to the nursery, combining them with lard and pork to stir-fry a hearty batch of greens. The excess pig's blood was mixed with bones to create a rich pig's blood and bone soup. When everything was ready and served, the tribe fully grasped the meaning of a festive celebration. This marked the first stir-fried dish in their primitive world. As the moisture evaporated, the pot of grass seeds was cooked to perfection. Yang Shua used a wooden spatula to serve each person a bowl of porridge topped with the stir-fried greens and pork, a delightful creation of meat and vegetables. The tribe had never tasted such a satisfying, filling, and fresh meal, complete with bone broth to sip. With every bite, despite the snowflakes falling heavily in the square, warmth enveloped them. "Master, may I have another bowl?" one exclaimed, their mouth greasy with food. "Of course, today you may eat your fill," another replied enthusiastically. "I want a large bowl." 2 days of revelry transformed the entire tribe, filling everyone with anticipation for the future as the herds behind the mountains migrated with increasing intensity. In years past, this period signified the nearing end of Yang Shua's tribe. At this time, the herds would scatter into the mountains, and various predators would seize their last opportunity for a large-scale hunt. Yet now, Yang Shua and his tribe were preparing to embark on their journey, clad in full armor. The team would not reach the ambush during the migration, but they would certainly not miss this final feast. Chapter 60, Encountering the Black Wolf Again. This time, confidence surged among the hunters. Besides their usual armament, they had set numerous traps, ensuring this hunt would yield substantial rewards, furthering the tribe's food independence. Once again, the tribe set off with their sledges, as before, first concealing the sledges and then proceeding lightly armed. Due to the sheer size of the herd, they swiftly discovered its tracks across the plains. Compared to the hardships of their journey, the herd was now nearing the end of its migration, with patches of unwithering grass appearing, causing the herd to slow down and rest. This moment presented a prime opportunity for the predators waiting in the wings. The long journey had rendered the herd most vulnerable. Yang Shua observed that in the coming nights, the predators would likely launch their attacks. This time, all the elite members of Yang Shua's tribe were involved. Only the women remained to guard the village, as every warrior was summoned. They were no longer relegated to scavenging leftovers. They had a clear objective set by Yang Shua. They would participate in the united hunt against the herd. Yang Shua's heart raced with exhilaration. This was a testament to the tribe's strength, as they prepared to engage the herd head-on. The crowd gradually lingered behind the herd, akin to the distant, indistinct predators lurking in the shadows, biding their time for the opportune moment. The skies soon darkened, and snowflakes began to swirl in the air, settling upon the hides worn by Yang Shua and his companions. They stood motionless on the hillside, like stones, quietly awaiting the inevitable. At that moment, Yang Shua sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him. A palpable urgency filled the air, as he could feel the presence of numerous predators converging. With the last remnants of light, he spotted familiar figures. On the distant slope, a pack of prairie wolves appeared, led by the imposing Black Wolf. The Black Wolf's pack had evidently grown larger since their last encounter, likely bolstered by many wolves migrating from the far north alongside the herd. In addition to the various sizes of the wolf pack, the primal giant hyena group had also arrived on the scene, along with a pride of lions. The multitude of predators on this untamed land had gathered, all awaiting the final moment to unfold. As the night deepened and the snowstorm intensified, visibility diminished, obscuring everything except for the massive herd ahead. Yang Shua shook off the snow from his back, preparing for the imminent moment. They needed to warm up. After an extended period of ambush, their bodies were cold and stiff, prompting everyone to engage in warm-up exercises. At dawn, the herd remained largely still. with most prey having succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few alert. These were the most astute and cautious of the prey on such a snowy night. Typical prey would never forsake the warmth of their nests. Only the most experienced would dare to rise from their cozy beds to relieve themselves, while those unwilling to move would find themselves scrambling with full bladders when faced with an attack, fleeing frantically under the disdainful pursuit of their predators. Vigorous movement would soon rupture their full bladders, releasing a foul odor upon their bellies, and they would cramp from the strain, ultimately falling into the hands of their hunters. Just as the first rays of sunlight sought to breach the horizon, the slaughter commenced. Charge! With a mighty heave, Lee thrust aside the hide from the grass pit, slung it around his waist, and roared as he brandished his iron spear, commencing the assault. Yang Shuo and the others followed suit, rushing down the hillside alongside Lee. It seemed as though everything had been preordained. Not only did Lee issue the charge, but the black wolf, giant hyenas, and pride of lions all surged forward simultaneously. Every predator's target was the herd below, intent on tearing a chunk of flesh from it. As they closed in, the herd finally detected the oncoming predators, erupting into chaos, with many prey rising from the ground and fleeing blindly, transforming the herd into a mass of confusion that began to writhe slowly. Yang Shuo and his companions had pierced through the herd like a sharpened sword, raising their spears to swiftly dispatch the prey that had just risen, before advancing further. Meanwhile, the side packs of wolves and giant hyenas also crashed into the herd, leaping onto the backs of their prey, tearing and clawing relentlessly. The rear of the herd, under constant assault, was forced to change direction repeatedly, unable to accelerate, while the front began to speed up, causing a disarray within the herd formation. At that moment, the lions re-emerged, akin to the most precise surgical instruments, striking at the herd's weakest point, ruthlessly cleaving through it. The instant the lions sprang into action, the long-haired wildebeests, wild horses, and bison at the back were effectively sentenced to death. They could no longer muster speed, having fallen into the encirclement of numerous predators. And the brutal slaughter commenced. 3 to 5 wolves would swarm a single bison, killing it before seeking their next target, while Yang Shuo and his companions paired up, thrusting their spears at any prey in sight, their iron weapons seemingly tireless in their relentless slaughter. The sun appeared to hesitate, reluctant to witness such a bloody spectacle, lingering low on the horizon. As the massacre gradually drew to a close, a ray of sunlight finally broke through the distance, illuminating the crimson-stained white wasteland. Only a small fraction of the prey managed to escape, slipping through the hunter's grasp, but this mattered little. The predators had attained their desired bounty. The entire expanse of the wasteland lay strewn with the carcasses of the slain, intermingled with numerous predators. Yang Shuo and his tribe bore no unblemished spots on their bodies, their forms entirely cloaked in blood as they began to clean the battlefield, gathering their spoils. They stood alongside the pack of black wolves, who undoubtedly recognized them. After a night of slaughter, the crowd could finally release their pent-up emotions, all roaring in unison, venting their inner turmoil. Howl, roar, as if inspired by Yang Shuo's fervor. The surrounding wolf packs, giant hyenas, and lions joined in the cacophony, the sounds of countless hunters resonating across the wasteland. The tribe members washed the blood from their bodies in the snow before seeking out the carts they had hidden away. In preparation for this hunt, the tribe had worked tirelessly to craft several carts, all for this moment. They filled every cart to the brim, yet a few carcasses remained on the ground, too burdensome to carry. Yang Shuo gazed at the carcass of the bison, then glanced at the tall black wolf nearby. Last time, you spared my life. I must repay your kindness. Black wolf, do you remember me? Yang Shuo's voice called out to the distant black wolf, capturing its attention. The great wolf's head turned, its eyes fixed intently on Yang Shuo and his companions. Thank you for last time. These bison are a gift for you. Yang Shuo was certain it could understand him. He turned and followed the others as they dragged the carts away, leaving the black wolf's figure, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on them. Chapter 61, Catastrophe, Part 1. This hunt proclaimed the strength of Yang Shuo's tribe to the primitive world as they returned, laden with sustenance, to a warm welcome from their fellow tribespeople. Women raised their children high, encouraging them to greet the heroes of the tribe. The next task was to process the food. Winter's best feature was the significantly extended shelf life of provisions. The pelts of all the prey were expertly skinned, blood collected in clay pots, and the meat was divided and preserved with care. The entire tribe seemed to be festooned in celebration, with the meat cut into strips and hung in various places, preserved by the cold, resembling lanterns. The coming days promised a jubilant celebration for the abundance of food. Yang Shuo finally found the chance to rest. As everyone returned to their burrows, sinking into deep slumber after a week of sleeplessness spent outdoors, Yang Shuo felt a comfort unlike any he had known before. The pressures of life overwhelmed by the bountiful harvest, leaving only relaxation in its wake. Just as Yang Shuo drifted into a deep sleep, The family of the Black Wolf in his dwelling displayed an unusual demeanor. The Black Wolf appeared anxious and restless, bouncing around the burrow before climbing onto Yang Shua's head and starting to dance. Huh, Black Wolf, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. Do not fuss. I will fetch you something to eat later. Yang Shua could no longer endure the antics of Haizi, who was behaving as if possessed, fervently nibbling at his head. With no other recourse, he rose from the Kong, seized a handful of grass seeds from the earthen jar beneath, and tossed them into Haizi's bowl. However, contrary to previous occasions, Haizi did not even spare a glance at the seeds, instead continuing to leap excitedly before Yang Shua. What is the matter, Haizi? Are you unwell? Yang Shua sensed that something was amiss with Haizi today, a wave of anxiety washing over him. There were no veterinarians in the tribe, and if Haizi were indeed ill, he would be at a loss. Haizi incessantly nibbled on Yang Shua's animal hide, tugging at him to venture outside. It suddenly dawned on Yang Shua that Haizi's behavior was indeed peculiar. It wanted to take him out. A thought struck him, reminiscent of phenomena in modern society, where animals often sense impending natural disasters before humans do. A chill of apprehension coursed down Yang Shua's spine. Was something terrible about to happen? He scrambled off the Kong, cradling both Haizi and Huazi, and dashed outside, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Everyone, come out quickly. To the fields. Hurry. Yun Yun. Wake everyone up. Sister Ro. Call for help. We need to get to the fields immediately. Yang Shua's frantic display startled the women who were in the midst of packing, but their trust in him spurred them into action without hesitation. They began rousing the slumbering men. Li and the others burst forth from the bunker, while Yang Shua continued to call out from atop the wall, urging everyone to descend the ladders. Although he was uncertain about the accuracy of Haizi's instincts, he knew that evacuating in advance was undoubtedly wise, better safe than sorry. In no time, everyone had fled the confines of the tribe, the night still cloaked in darkness, having only just begun to settle. Suddenly, Yang Shua perceived a peculiar luminescence on the distant horizon, a soft pink hue illuminating the sky, soon followed by a green radiance erupting from the ground. The spectacle was unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed, and as the crowd pondered its nature, the very earth seemed to roar in fury. A bone-chilling sound emanated from beneath, and in an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, causing the crowd to topple over. Yang Shua urged everyone to cling to the trees, warning them not to scatter. This was an earthquake. Before Yang Shua's eyes, the earth appeared to blur. He could not ascertain the magnitude of the quake, but its terrifying intensity was unmistakable. People around him were hurled into the air, only to crash back down again. With no other choice, Yang Shua clung desperately to the tree before him, bracing himself against the terrifying force of nature. In his arms, he held Huazi, protecting her fiercely, while Ing, beside him, appeared even more frightened, clutching her child as they were tossed about like a ball by the convulsing ground. Boom, boom. The earth and mountains continued to rage, and Yang Shua watched in horror as the walls of his tribe crumbled into ruins, massive boulders cascading down the mountainside, obliterating their bunker, while the nursery was torn apart as if it were mere paper. Suddenly, an explosive sound akin to that of an atomic bomb detonating reverberated through the air. Bang! Everyone's ears rang, and Yang Shua felt himself losing grip. The deafening noise resonated in his head, forcing him to release his right hand. Protecting the infant with both arms, he, like Ing, was tossed about by the quaking earth. Gradually, the tremendous tremors began to subside, allowing the crowd to regain control of their bodies and slowly rise from the ground. Cough! Gasp! Yang Shua could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, cautiously glancing at the child in his arms. Alive, thank goodness. The others were steadily getting up as well, and Yang Shua began to assist the injured, gathering everyone together once more. Fortunately, they had evacuated early. Although many bore injuries, they were all still alive. The most unfortunate of all was Ing, who had prioritized protecting her child from the start of the tremors, enduring the brutal tossing until she fainted, blood trickling from her mouth as she handed the child over to Yang Shua. With everyone wounded, they emerged from the forest and sat in the snow-covered fields, seemingly in a daze, gazing at their tribe, now a desolate wasteland. The women wept, the infants cried, and Yang Shua and the others fell into a heavy silence. Go retrieve the animal hides. We cannot simply stand here in the snow overnight. Food and hides must be salvaged. Yang Shua spoke to Li, prompting several men to head towards the ruins. The group limped along, climbing over collapsed walls to extract the hides and food from the fallen bunker. Apart from a few who ventured into the tribe, others gathered ample firewood to ignite a flame, the flickering firelight providing solace to their shaken hearts as the tribe began to stabilize once more. Everyone, be cautious. Aftershocks may occur. Gather the supplies and retreat swiftly. Yang Shua continuously reminded the group. They collected enough provisions and gradually exited the ruins. In the ensuing moments, they huddled around the fire, warding off the cold. Throughout the night, for aftershock struck, the most severe one causing a mountain to collapse, a massive boulder crashing down with a terrifying sound. Just then, the air became thick with the scent of ashes, a pungent odor of sulfur and charred remnants filling everyone's nostrils. What is this? Has a volcano erupted? Yang Shuo recalled that atomic-sounding blast, glancing up at the sky, which had darkened to an impenetrable black, though the volcano was far from them. The ash was already drifting their way. They endured that night, permeated by the unbearable stench, returning to a primitive state, huddled together for warmth, braving the adversities. Yang Shuo held Chun Yunyun tightly, unable to sleep. He sat in silence, gazing at the ruins behind him, memories swirling like the wind through his mind. Indeed, this tribe was his very essence. Every aspect of it had been painstakingly built by him and the others from the ground up, and now it lay in ruins. Beside him, Li and Ao also stared at the distant wreckage in silence, the anguish of losing their home causing their lips to twitch. Chun Yunyun, observing Yang Shuo's dazed expression, felt a pang of sympathy. He had invested so much into this tribe. Brother Shuo, do not be disheartened. Everything will be all right. If we have lost our home, we can rebuild it. Yang Shuo gently stroked Chun Yunyun's hair and pinched her cheek. Silly girl, go to sleep early. I am fine. His gaze returned to the tribe, slowly hardening with resolve. Everything would be all right. It would be all right. Chapter 62, Disaster, Part 2. The sun did not rise as it usually did, yet it was indeed the following day. The people awakened from their slumber. Their first glimpse of the harrowing aftermath of the calamity. Although Yang Shuo had caught a blurred view of it the previous day, the full reality now sent jolts of anguish through his heart. The once proud walls of their tribe lay utterly destroyed. Their bricks, originally lacking in strength, had been reduced to mere rubble. Except for the erstwhile city walls, the bunkers within the tribe had all collapsed, most buried beneath the rubble cascading from the mountainside. The nursery was no longer visible, a lamentable loss, considering the immense effort invested in its construction. The tribe's running water had ceased flowing. Bamboo lay scattered across the ground. Yang Shuo scrutinized the once formidable stone walls of the tribe, now marred by a vast fissure extending from the mountain's summit downward. With half of the settlement engulfed by fallen debris, all edifices had been razed to the ground. Beyond this devastation, their fuel and provisions lay entombed beneath the stones, rendering post-catastrophe reconstruction a formidable challenge. Suddenly, the familiar chirping of Blackie and Flowery emerged, the two creatures that had seemingly vanished earlier. They leapt into Yang Shuo's arms, seemingly inspecting his condition, which appeared unscathed. Yang Shuo felt a profound gratitude toward these little companions. Had it not been for their timely warning, the tribe's people would have surely been trapped beneath the ruins. Thank you, Blackie, he whispered. Seemingly aware of his gratitude, Blackie puffed up with pride, eliciting a smile from Yang Shuo. The group returned to the ruins once more, gathering the scattered food. Wounded and depleted, they required nourishment and energy. Around the fire outside, they roasted meat and shared their first breakfast since the disaster. Only after satiating their hunger did they commence the arduous task of rebuilding. Under Chun Yunyun's care, showed marked improvement. The tribe's perception of her softened considerably, having witnessed her fearless protection of the child the previous night. For the first time beyond Chun Yunyun and Yang Shuo, received genuine concern, leaving her overwhelmed by the newfound affection. Fortunately, the inability to transport the cart into the tribe's interior proved advantageous. The cart remained a viable means of conveyance post-disaster. With the city walls gone, their cart could now directly access the tribe's innermost areas. The paramount task was to retrieve and preserve the food supplies for the impending winter. Using their hands, the tribe loaded stones onto the cart, transporting debris piece by piece. Yet, the reconstruction efforts faced severe setbacks. Ash from the volcano began to drift down in sporadic flurries, severely impairing breathing. Yang Shuo produced a woolen towel, soaked it in melted snow, and instructed everyone to cover their faces, which greatly alleviated their discomfort. The sky was obscured by volcanic ash, dimming the sun's rays. Although it was midday, the light remained subdued and somber. As the debris was gradually cleared, many items emerged from beneath the rubble: weapons, tools, food, and animal pelts, all carefully sorted and stored by the women. Amidst the cleanup, Yang Shuo detected an unusual sound, snuffling and grunting. Following the noise to the ruins of the animal pen near the collapsed walls, he discovered that several piglets, previously presumed dead, were in fact alive beneath the debris. Everyone, come quickly. The pigs are alive. Let us rescue them first. Yang Shuo's excited call spread swiftly through the tribe. After nearly an hour of excavation and removal of rubble, 6 pigs emerged unscathed. Their survival was nothing short of miraculous. Sensing the impending disaster, they had burrowed deeply into the earth, evading injury despite the collapse of the 3-meter-high walls. This unexpected boon buoyed Yang Shua's spirits. His livestock industry had survived, sparing him from starting anew. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, the tribe toiled, removing debris by hand. The tribe's former plaza gradually reappeared, stirring bittersweet nostalgia among its inhabitants. Now, only massive stones remained, immovable without tools. The tribe resorted to hammers and chisels to chip away slowly. Thankfully, most of the food was recovered, and the charcoal piles were uncovered. Though their home lay in ruins, they could endure the winter, save for the pervasive volcanic ash. More than 3 days had passed, yet the volcanic ash persisted, filling the air with the acrid scent of sulfur. Snow began to fall, but unlike before, the flakes were blackened by ash, drifting down in somber cascades. Yang Shua prioritized salvaging his own dwelling during the excavation, rescuing tribal artifacts, calendars, and numerous self-crafted tools, each invaluable. The group ascended the mountain summit to survey the surroundings, witnessing a distant volcano still spewing smoke and a landscape ravaged by volcanic ash. Many animals, lacking adequate protection, had succumbed to suffocation. Yang Shua reflected grimly, soon, famine will strike. Too many creatures have perished. Initially, scavengers may subsist on carcasses, but the poisoned grasslands will render forage impossible, and prey for predators will dwindle. He pondered the prospect of relocating the tribe further southward to evade the calamity, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Despite the devastation, the ash would take at least a month to settle, and their food stocks were sufficient to endure this interval. The air quality was poor, but otherwise, life could continue. Abandoning their base now would mean starting from scratch, a daunting prospect. In hindsight, Yang Shua would lament this decision bitterly, recognizing it as the gravest mistake he ever made, a source of lifelong remorse. Chapter 63. Hatred. Yang Shua had underestimated the terror of natural disasters. The earthquake left many tribe members injured, some suffered broken arms. Fortuitously, recent snowfall had provided a cushioning effect, preventing fatalities that might otherwise have occurred. From his recollections of past earthquakes, most casualties were not caused by collapsing structures, but by individuals being violently thrown and fatally injured. The animals of the wilderness fared no better. Many were maimed, their bodies battered. The volcanic ash blanketing the earth decimated food supplies, allowing only those capable of digging beneath the surface to find sustenance. Thus, in the week following the earthquake and volcanic eruption, the entire primal world descended into famine. Yang Shua's tribe had little to do beyond daily patrols, scavenging the carcasses of disaster victims to survive. The capabilities of humanity have been vividly manifested in this calamity. The provisions that Yang Shua and his companions had stockpiled are sufficient to sustain them through this bleak period, while outside, famine reigns supreme. The wasteland is strewn with the carcasses of starved herbivores, the majority of which have been consumed by the scavenging bagwolves and giant hyenas, with only a few salvaged by Yang Shua and his group. However, weeks have passed, and scarcely anything remains alive. During this time, Yang Shua and his companions have adeptly engaged in post-disaster reconstruction, excavating several pits around their former fields and reconstructing 3 bunkers. Thus, they huddle together within these shelters, seeking refuge from the biting winds outside. Beyond the living quarters, every room has been outfitted with a heated Kong, an innovation that not only elevates the living standards of the tribe, but also enhances fuel efficiency and minimizes the hazards associated with kindling fires indoors. Thanks to the Kong and small stoves, the bunkers no longer require openings above, allowing for a significant increase in internal temperatures with the same amount of fuel. Apart from the defensive walls, nearly everything else has been restored. The inhabitants have strategically constructed their bunkers close to their water source, saving precious time each day. The fallen volcanic ash has imparted a peculiar sulfuric aroma to the creek's waters, yet boiling it proves to have no detrimental effects. In addition to these efforts, Yang Shua has also built a pig pen outside the bunker using bricks, where 6 wild boars have adapted to a life of ease, exhibiting no extreme reactions as they happily eat and sleep, digging pits for warmth. Yang Shua and his companions inspected the cave dwellings. The 2 brick kilns and 3 charcoal pits had collapsed due to the earthquake. Armed with shovels, they set about clearing the caves, preparing to excavate the bases below, ensuring that the caves could still be utilized in the future. Excess bricks were transported back using carts, as Yang Shua planned to temporarily erect a small wall for protection against wild beasts. Due to the scarcity of food, the tribe has endured several attacks by wild animals over the past few weeks. While there have been no significant casualties, the morale of the group has been severely tested, necessitating constant vigilance against impending danger. Be careful, everyone together. Just as Yang Shua and his companions returned with the cart, they were met with another wave of bagwolves. Li and Ao coordinated the defense, wielding iron spears to repel the advancing wolves. Yang Shua and his companions promptly abandoned the cart, brandishing their spears as they charged forward, flanking the wolves and wounding several, driving the rest away. Today alone, they have been attacked twice. The lack of food has driven these beasts to madness. Ao furrowed his brow at the fleeing wolves, while Zhao, assisted by others, returned to the bunker. During the earthquake, Zhao had suffered a broken arm, and Li a fractured rib. Now, during the wolf attack, Zhao, hindered by his injury, had been bitten, his calf bleeding profusely. Yang Shuo unloaded the bricks around the bunker. With no time to build a wall, instead, he stacked the bricks on the ground to create a waist-high barrier for rudimentary protection. With the low wall in place, the bagwolves and giant hyenas would find it challenging to launch a coordinated attack on the tribe, allowing the inhabitants to utilize the barrier for defense, significantly enhancing their safety. The sky now bore a peculiar white hue. The volcanic ash had drifted down over the course of a week and a half, having reached this far with diminished potency. Despite its lightness, the ash has nonetheless precipitated famine upon this land, underscoring the severity of this natural disaster. The sky devoid of ash cast a pallid glow, contrasting starkly with the gray earth below. Meanwhile, in the distant north, a famished pack of predators was making its way toward the mountain where Yang Shua's tribe resided. If the primal lion was the most formidable predator Yang Shua had encountered, the saber-toothed tigers approaching now would shatter all his preconceived notions of ferocity. Each of these tigers was as large as a primal lion, and although hunger had rendered them mere skeletons draped in skin, their terrifying presence dominated the wasteland, sending even the bag wolves scurrying away. The lead saber-toothed tiger sniffed the air, its nostrils flaring as it detected the tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafting through the distance. The aroma of burning fat compelling this starving monarch. With a thunderous roar, the Tiger King roused the others, who recognized the sound as a signal of discovered prey. This pack of 8 saber-toothed tigers, under the leadership of their king, advanced resolutely toward the mountains, heading straight for the hill where Yang Shua's tribe resided. At that moment, Yang Shua's tribe was still enjoying their meal, blissfully unaware that another disaster was looming. "Brother Shua, what's wrong?" Chen Yunyun questioned as she ate the beef Yang Shua had roasted, noticing his sudden stillness. Yang Shua himself could not comprehend his own unease. He merely felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Li and Ao, standing nearby, also sensed something amiss with Yang Shua. Moments later, they exchanged knowing glances, their instincts honed through years of survival in this primal world warning them of imminent danger. The saber-toothed tigers had seamlessly merged with the forest, leaving no signs of life. The once silent woods now felt eerily quiet. Even the sound of falling snowflakes could be heard. Yang Shua, gripping his iron spear and using the brick wall as cover, joined the others in anxiously scanning the distant slopes. The 3 leaders stood poised for action, certain that trouble was at hand. Just as they heightened their vigilance, the saber-toothed tigers emerged, boldly striding down the slope, proclaiming themselves as the rulers of this land. They displayed no attempt to conceal their presence, swaggering toward Yang Shua's tribe with deliberate confidence. What fearsome beasts they were! Even from a distance, Yang Shua felt an overwhelming sense of despair welling up within him. Their size dwarfed that of the primal lions, and their long, saber-like fangs glinted ominously. Each step they took seemed to strike terror into the hearts of those who beheld them, particularly the lead Tiger King, whose gaze was one Yang Shua had never encountered before, a gaze that dismissed everything in its path. "We cannot fight them. Throw out all the meat. Quickly, throw it all away." Upon meeting the Tiger King's gaze, Yang Shua realized they were facing an entity far beyond their capability to confront. If it were merely one saber-toothed tiger, they might have been able to fend it off with their iron spears and reinforced armor. However, facing a full pack of 8 was an insurmountable challenge, much like when they hunted alongside the primal lions. The sheer terror of engaging in battle was something Yang Shua dreaded to face. Li and Ao quickly recognized the truth of Yang Shua's words. They were indeed outmatched by this pack of saber-toothed tigers. "Hurry, bring out the meat." After months of foraging, the majority of their meat reserves had been collected once again. Everyone began tossing meat toward the front of their encampment. Gradually, nearly all the spoils from their last hunt were cast aside, forming a small mountain of offerings in the distance. Yang Shua even opened the pig pen, driving a few pigs out to further lure the predators. Due to Yang Shua's decisive sacrifice, the group of saber-toothed tigers halted not far from them, resembling victors of a battle come to claim their spoils. Their gaze coldly fixed upon the cowering members of the tribe. Yang Shua stood at the forefront, as the Tiger King allowed the other tigers behind him to feast on the beef, while he regarded Yang Shua with an inquisitive stare, distinctly different from any human he had encountered. The wall constructed from bricks before him offered no sense of security. He could feel the Tiger King's scrutiny and curiosity. At this distance, a mere leap from the Tiger King could spell his end, and he doubted that the wall or his toughened vine armor could withstand such a force. "Be careful!" Suddenly, Li shouted, lunging towards Yang Shua. Caught off guard, Yang Shua felt himself lifted and hurled away. only to witness a yellow figure merging with Li as they collided. The speed was beyond Yang Shua's comprehension. The Tiger King had launched an attack, while Li, drawing upon his vast experience, had anticipated the Tiger King's move and propelled Yang Shua out of harm's way. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as Yang Shua found himself suspended, witnessing the Tiger King's razor-sharp teeth pierce Li's chest, blood spraying forth and drenching him. Li's mouth was foaming with blood, his eyes signaling Yang Shua to retreat. The Tiger King showed no intention of consuming a human. It was merely asserting dominance, claiming ownership of the territory. Like other predators, it sought to eliminate the most formidable opponents upon claiming new ground. Deeming the trio before it worthy of death, initially targeting Yang Shua, it had not anticipated a sacrifice would be offered. The Tiger King released Li, casting a disdainful glance at the stunned Yang Shua before turning away to join the other saber-toothed tigers in their feast, swaggering off in triumph. Yang Shua stood motionless, staring at Li's fallen form, fully aware of the Tiger King's intent. Should he dare rise, it would spell doom for the entire tribe. He could do nothing but watch as Li lay there, while the Tiger King savored the beef before departing with its pride. Chapter 64, The Orphan Legacy. It was only after the yellow figure vanished from sight that Yang Shua felt strength gradually return to his legs. Li, someone please come. Yang Shua crawled over to cradle Li in his arms, feeling as though Li's body were devoid of bones, the upper half limp and yielding. The tribe, witnessing the scene, understood Li's fate. Attacked head-on by the saber-toothed tiger, his heart pierced by its fangs, no divine intervention could save him. Ro, now inconsolable, wept openly, the innocent Nyo still reaching out for Li's hand. Shua. Li, sensing himself being lifted, managed to utter a couple of words, prompting Yang Shua to lean closer. Li, I am here. Hearing Yang Shua's voice, Li felt a sense of relief. He could perish, but Yang Shua must survive. This truth was evident from the start. From now on, it is your duty to care for the tribe, for Nyo, and for yourself. His tear-filled eyes could only grasp Li's hand, mindlessly acquiescing. You will be the chief. I knew from the moment I met you that you would be a great leader. Li, with great effort, fumbled at his bloodied chest, ultimately tearing a necklace from around his neck, adorned with the teeth of wild beasts. He strained to place the necklace into Yang Shua's hands, urging him to safeguard the tribe. Before he could finish his sentence, he breathed his last in Yang Shua's embrace. As Yang Shua felt the warmth of the person in his arms gradually fade, he experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. His elder brother, who had always cared for and guided him, had perished to save him. Ao remained silently by, profoundly sorrowful at Li's demise, yet unwaveringly supportive of Li's choice. An undeniable reality emerged. Yang Shua's survival held far greater significance than Li's. Li's decision to sacrifice himself was commendable, a hope for the tribe's salvation. And Ao's resolve was even stronger than Li's. Yang Shua was not merely the tribe's future, but humanity's as well. Shua. This is a warning from the apex predator to other hunters within its territory, a declaration of its dominance. Typically, the saber-toothed Tiger King and the Primal Lion King would slay a rival group's leader to intimidate other predators. Ao's voice resonated in Yang Shua's ears, clarifying the confusion within him. Despite surrendering all provisions, he wondered why the Tiger King still sought to attack him. It was all for this pitiful territory. You took from me my most cherished companion. Without uttering another word, Yang Shua donned the necklace Li had given him around his neck, marking the moment he became the tribe's chief. Li's admonitions echoed in his mind, to care for the tribe, to protect Li's son, and above all, to look after himself. He understood the weight of his role. As long as he survived, the tribe would eventually rise again. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, Yang Shua had to protect the tribe and seek vengeance. The earthquake and volcanic eruption had altered the surrounding environment, causing the saber-toothed tigers to migrate to Yang Shua's territory, which lay within the volcano's influence. They naturally claimed this area, establishing themselves as its rulers, and began to exert pressure and intimidation upon other groups within the tribe. First to suffer were the packs of wolves, both great and small, and the enormous hyena clans. When faced with the absolute dominance of the saber-toothed tigers, even the fiercest wolf packs became mere playthings. The saber-toothed tigers swept through the region with ease, dispatching one wolf king and dog king after another. The entire mountain range and the surrounding area fell under the saber-toothed tigers' dominion, their roars echoing through the mountains, heralding the arrival of a new ruler. Yet Yang Shua had no time to contemplate this. He was feverishly digging pits and constructing walls. The entire landscape was transformed under his efforts. With numerous traps completed by Yang Shua and the tribe, they had no time to rebuild their walls, not only to defend against the saber-toothed tigers, but also against other beasts encroaching upon their territory. The tribe now had but one path for escape: with 3 bunkers surrounded by deep trenches, each measuring 2 meters deep, lined with sharpened bamboo stakes crafted by Yang Shua, perhaps for the saber-toothed tigers. A 2-meter distance could be cleared in a single leap, but these spikes would deliver a significant blow. Should their paws be injured, their mobility would be considerably hampered, thus reducing the threat to the tribe. Even if 1 trench could not hold them back, could 2 suffice? Or perhaps 3, in addition to the trenches. Low walls constructed by Yang Shua and reinforced with clay effectively prevented anything from leaping out of the trench. The entire tribe now had only 1 path left, constructed with a ladder. Once everyone had evacuated, the ladder would be removed, severing the route. Beyond these static traps, Yang Shua had stationed guards, ensuring that any sign of movement would immediately alert everyone in the tribe. The saber-toothed tigers swaggered into the heart of the mountains, claiming the prime hunting grounds, and they devoured all the food available to Yang Shua and his people, leaving them with little more than dried meat and grass seeds. They now faced the specter of famine once more. The hunting party this time was personally led by Yang Shua, who skillfully steered clear of the territory inhabited by the saber-toothed tigers, instead directing his focus towards the desolate northern plains. It is difficult to articulate the tumultuous emotions that now engulf Yang Shua. The last time they set out, fully armed and brimming with ambition, every member was eager to hunt alongside the other predators of the wilderness. Now, however, their chieftain had passed, their home lay in ruins, and heavy burdens weighed upon their shoulders as they ventured into the wilderness in search of sustenance for their tribe's survival. After enduring a prolonged and harsh snowfall, the entire expanse seemed to have emerged from a shroud of volcanic ash. Although the snow upon the ground was sullied, the sharp stench that once pervaded the air had dissipated, revealing signs of renewal. The creatures of the plains had finally persevered through the most trying of times, with the remaining woolly mammoths using their hooves to unearth the hay buried beneath layers of snow and ash. Yang Shuo and his companions dragged their sleds in search of prey when he once again encountered a familiar figure. Unlike in previous encounters, the black wolf now appeared to be on the brink of death. It was evident that this expanse was also under the dominion of the saber-toothed tigers. The once mighty king had now faced defeat, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of dead marsupial wolves, which caused Yang Shua's heart to tighten with sorrow. Unlike his own choice, this pack of prairie wolves had opted to resist, yet all, including the Black Wolf King, had succumbed to failure, their ranks decimated by the nearly invincible saber-toothed tiger pack. As the leader of the wolves, the Black Wolf had suffered the severance of its limbs, seemingly punished for their recklessness, as the saber-toothed tigers opted to let it wither away. Gazing upon the scattered wolf corpses, Yang Shua fell into a profound silence for the first time. These wolves had displayed remarkable courage, refusing to yield in the face of adversity. He recognized his own fate. Had he stood against the odds at that moment, it was likely his entire tribe would have met a similar end. Standing before the Black Wolf, he locked eyes with the creature lying on the ground. "Do you seek vengeance, Black Wolf?" Yang Shua knew it understood him. Having experienced so much, he no longer regarded animals merely as beasts. Each creature possessed a spirit, and he could not elevate himself above them as a proud human. He was, like them, simply a part of nature. The Black Wolf's gaze radiated boundless hatred, and in its eyes, Yang Shua saw a reflection of himself. "I too desire revenge. We all share a common enemy. Come with me, Black Wolf, and I shall avenge you." He crouched down, gently stroking the Black Wolf's large head, choosing not to disturb its pack, for these prairie wolves commanded his respect. The Black Wolf offered no response, yet it did not resist Yang Shua's touch, lying upon the sled as they continued the pursuit of their quarry. Ultimately, Yang Shua and his companions successfully located their prey on the plains. At the cost of 3 injuries, they captured 4 woolly mammoths amidst their assault. The Black Wolf feasted ravenously, and Yang Shua provided it with an entire leg of mammoth, as if it understood that only through recovery could it seek retribution. Along their journey, silence enveloped them, with only the sound of the Black Wolf gnawing on bones reverberating through the air, as if expressing some unspoken sentiment. Crack, crack. Chapter 65, The Bow and Arrow. The tribe was taken aback by Yang Shua's return with a black wolf. However, given the precedent set by the appearance of the black pig and the wild boars, they assumed Yang Shua was merely preparing something novel. The wild boars had not abandoned the tribe. The saber-toothed tiger pack had devoured all the beef from Yang Shua's people, but had not pursued the boars. After the departure of the saber-toothed tigers, Yang Shua secured the wild boars once more. The black wolf was directly relocated to the vicinity of the bunker, where Yang Shua constructed a shelter for it using bricks, topped with animal hides to shield it from the wind and rain. Since the incident, Yang Shua had fallen into a state of silence, speaking little beyond what was necessary for work, and Chun Yunyun felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet she could do little but silently accompany him. Yang Shua was diligently preparing to develop new weaponry. The saber-toothed tigers had become his inner demons, and he knew he could never find peace until they were eradicated. The only weapon he could conceive of that might improve their odds was the bow and arrow. While iron spears served as ranged weapons, they were single-use, and even if each person carried several, their numbers were insufficient to inflict effective damage. In contrast, the bow and arrow offered a different prospect. If feasible, Yang Shua intended to equip everyone with ample arrows, aiming to diminish the saber-toothed tiger's numbers or injure them before engaging in close combat. At present, Yang Shua was working with bamboo, the most resilient material he could find. Although he had seen traditional bows made of wood on television, he lacked the craftsmanship for that. He experimented with various types of wood, but found their resilience lacking. Ultimately, he settled for bamboo, which inherently possessed flexibility. After meticulously cutting the bamboo into strips 2 fingers wide with a dagger, he adhered several strips together and used fire to reshape them, ultimately crafting a bow frame. This frame consisted of 4 layers of bamboo, which Yang Shua bound tightly with cowhide string. Each layer was treated with rendered beef tallow, enhancing its resilience and preserving the binding string to prevent it from snapping. Following the method of creating the tightly woven vine armor, Yang Shua subjected the bamboo to multiple treatments. The originally yellowish-green bamboo transformed into a deep black, thoroughly infused with tallow, thus enhancing its durability. Aside from the bow frame, the most crucial component was the bowstring. Yang Shua prepared several materials: wolf hair string, cow hair string, deer hair string, as well as cow tendons and deer tendons, all of which he simmered together. After days of processing, simmering, and twisting the materials by hand, introducing new fibers, and repeating the process, the strings evolved from their initial thin state into a robust, pitch-black form. Yang Shua took the strings and attached them to the bow frame to test their resilience and elasticity. Although he understood the mechanics of a bow and arrow, he still came to appreciate the ancient adage: those unable to draw a bow were conscripted as infantry on the battlefield. Having spent over a year in this primitive world, Yang Shua made it a point to train daily, honing his hunting skills alongside Li and others. Despite being pulled from the front lines later on, he never neglected his training. Yet now, he found drawing the bow in his hands to be exceedingly strenuous. Driven by his pursuit of perfection, he had crafted the bow frame exceptionally well. The 4 layers of bamboo, once processed, could rival ancient strongbows, while the bowstring had been specially treated for high tensile strength. Straining to draw the bow, he knocked one of his crafted arrows and, with a release of his grip, the arrow flew forth with a resounding twang, vanishing from sight. Undeniably, his first attempt at crafting a bow and arrow had proven successful. The wooden shaft seemed propelled by an immense force, soaring in an almost straight trajectory before embedding itself deep within the earth, continuing to quiver. Aside from its inaccuracy, the power it possessed was undoubtedly sufficient. Yang Shua approached and, with effort, withdrew the arrow from the ground. He was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. The bowstring, a blend of cow hair and tendons, intertwined with strands of cowhide, rendered it both sturdy and elastic. By employing the same technique, Yang Shua spent an entire week crafting a total of 8 bows and arrows, distributing one to everyone except for the youngest, Zhan and Wang. In addition to equipping each member with a bow and arrow, Yang Shua also crafted a considerable number of arrows using a dagger, striving to ensure that everyone had an ample supply at their disposal. When Yang Shua unveiled the bows and arrows, the people of the tribe finally comprehended the reason behind his prolonged silence, particularly Shi and Sun, the earliest members of the tribe. It could be said that these two were nurtured by Li, just as Yang Shua is now. Li bore the weight of the entire tribe upon his shoulders, and under his guidance, the 2 young men became competent hunters. The sudden demise of Li left them in profound sorrow. However, how could mere humans contend with a pack of saber-toothed tigers? No matter how furious they felt, they had no choice but to comply, prioritizing the tribe's welfare above all else. Yet today, they sensed from Yang Shua's demeanor that he would not rest until he sought vengeance. A surge of indomitable rage began to brew within them. At this moment, even if Yang Shua urged them to confront the saber-toothed tigers, they would not hesitate. I bring you new hunting tools, bows and arrows. Yang Shua hoisted the bows from the bunker, each bow measuring the length of an adult man's torso. In addition to the bows, there were bundles of wooden sticks. All the sticks had been specially treated by Yang Shua, with 4 feathers embedded at the tail of each arrow to stabilize its flight and ensure the tip remained directed forward. From this day forth, we shall commence new training, archery. I will now demonstrate. With that, Yang Shua drew the bowstring, gradually pulling it back. With 2 fingers pinching an arrow, he placed it on the bowstring, focused intently, and then released. With a twang, the arrow shot forth, vanishing in an instant and embedding itself deeply into the distant ground, its feathers fluttering in the air. Ao, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Despite having greatly anticipated Yang Shua's capabilities, this display left him utterly astounded. As an equally seasoned hunter, Ao was acutely sensitive to speed and power, and the arrow that flew from Yang Shua's hand radiated an unparalleled sense of force and velocity. Ao glanced at the bundle of arrows behind Yang Shua. This was a substantial supply. He had only witnessed such speed and power when he first hurled the iron spear. And there was only one spear to be had. Once it was thrown, it was gone. If each arrow from Yang Shua's bundle could be launched with such force, he shuddered at the possibilities. The thought left Ao once again in awe. They could potentially take down prey from 100 meters away and under special circumstances. They could even challenge the saber-toothed tigers. Yang Shua gently lowered the bow and fixed his calm gaze upon the crowd. Your next task is to practice archery. When you can shoot with precision, hitting any target I designate, we shall set forth to exact our vengeance. This was the first time the word vengeance resonated within their hearts. Each harbored a deep-seated hatred, yet had never articulated it. From Yang Shua's words, they perceived a simmering fury, calm, yet capable of incinerating everything in its path. Listen well, I mean hitting the target precisely. If you wish to avengely, each of you must become a hunter like him. We do not face mere prey. We confront the rulers of this primal world, the saber-toothed tigers. Now go forth. Sure quietly picked up a bow from the ground, slinging it over his shoulder, and silently withdrew. The others followed suit, wordlessly carrying their bows, and thus the curtain rose on their quest for revenge. Chapter 66. The Secret Weapon. It was the first time the tribe witnessed the terrifying power of modern weaponry. Among them, Ao possessed the most profound understanding of bows and arrows, perhaps even deeper than Yang Shua's. Yang Shua relied solely on intellect. He was a competent weaponsmith, but not a skilled warrior, whereas Ao was. The bow and arrow showcased their immense power and inherent difficulty, including Yang Shua. None could shoot accurately. The bow's might was undeniable, yet an inaccurate arrow was as good as useless. The tribe members, while repeatedly drawing back their bows and shooting, exhausted their strength without grasping the technique. The first to break through this barrier was Ao. After his hands had endured the abrasions of friction, he successfully struck a distant wooden post. Even though the sharpened wooden stick had dulled, the arrow still penetrated the stump. With Ao's assistance, the tribe gradually mastered the technique. While still lacking precision, they demonstrated significant improvement compared to their initial attempts. As the day's training concluded, Yang Shua returned to the bunker, carrying bamboo, while the others endeavored to give him space, striving not to disturb him. Thus, the bunker took on its current form, all crowded to one side, while Yang Shua, lighting an oil lamp on the other, continuously planed the wood, absorbed in his task. From today's training, Yang Shua realized he was certainly not the most valiant warrior of the tribe. No matter how hard he trained, he remained an ordinary hunter, forever unable to surpass Li. However, he also recognized that Li had never regarded him as a warrior to be trained. There were plenty of warriors, but there was only one Yang Shua, who needed to harness his unique strengths. Now, what lay in his hands was his secret weapon. Lacking the gift for wielding weapons, he possessed a sharp intellect, backed by millennia of human wisdom. This time, Yang Shua crafted an enormous bow. Indeed, it was akin to two bows combined. He utilized an abundance of bamboo, interspersing wooden pieces between layers of bamboo, creating a colossal bow. Since he could not achieve accuracy with his eyes and hands, he decided to add an external aid. If the bow fell short, he would resort to a crossbow. This grand bow was affixed to the original hunting team's cart, with a sight set at the front and a groove added to the bow's riser for launching arrows. The entire cart was transformed into a crossbow. Yet Yang Shua faced the challenge of stringing it. The bow's riser, crafted to be exceptionally robust, rendered him unable to attach the bowstring. Ultimately, the solution lay with the crossbow itself. Yang Shua affixed a wheel to the back of the cart, securing a wooden post as thick as an arm, which he hollowed out, threading a wooden rod through it. Similar to a steering wheel, the operator could grasp the rod with both hands to turn the post. This mechanism served to draw the crossbow, with Yang Shua's crafted sinew wound around it, and at the front was a hook fashioned from wood. Having retrieved the boiled rope from the pot, Yang Shua bound it to the bow's riser, then attached the hook, beginning to rotate the post at the back. Pulling the sinew taut. With the wheel's assistance, the sinew gradually tightened, and the hook securely latched onto the bowstring, drawing it back. At this moment, Yang Shua produced a second piece of sinew, 3 times thicker than the initial one, having utilized nearly all his materials to create this bowstring. After carefully binding the sinew, Yang Shua gently tapped the hook, causing it to fall away, and the initially taut bowstring relaxed, allowing Yang Shua to detach it from the bow's riser. Thus, through the interchange of bowstrings, Yang Shua successfully completed the massive crossbow. Ao observed in silence, illuminated by the lamp's glow, aware that yet another formidable creation had emerged from Yang Shua's hands. Early the next morning, Yang Shua summoned Zhan and Wang, handing the crossbow cart directly to the 2 young ones, who were without bows and arrows. A crowd gathered around this peculiar individual, eagerly awaiting Yang Shua's demonstration. He extracted a wooden stick, as thick as a forearm, from the bunker and positioned himself beside the crossbow. The corner of Ao's mouth twitched in disbelief as he questioned whether Yang Shua was jesting. Such a thick arrow, was it truly meant to be launched? Yang Shua fixed the blunt angle to the bowstring and began to rotate the log, gradually tightening the sinew. As the crank turned with increasing difficulty, the entire crossbow began to contort under the tension of the sinew, resembling a furious bull raising its horns in preparation to charge. Yang Shua placed the wooden stick in the groove at the center of the crossbow, ensuring the bowstring rested behind the arrow. Once everything was set, he pushed the cart and aimed according to the protrusions on the bow frame. The alignment formed a straight line with the target. After confirming his aim, Yang Shua struck the blunt angle with the wooden stick. With that impact, the blunt angle detached instantly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sinew bowstring snapped violently, propelling the wooden stick forward. A sharp, resonant sound echoed as the stick shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, traversing over 20 meters before colliding forcefully with the log. Crack! Crash! Before anyone could comprehend the spectacle, the stick shattered upon impact, with half embedded deep within the log, while the other half splintered under the tremendous force, scattering wood shavings across the ground. The log, as if struck by cannon fire, was propelled several meters away, rolling another few meters before coming to a halt. Gulp! An audible swallowing sound reverberated through the tribe as Ao stood dumbfounded. It was merely a wooden stick, unsharpened at the tip. If it had been pointed, it could easily have pierced through the log. War and Wong, initially disheartened by Yang Shua's lack of preparation for their weapons, were invigorated by this terrifying display. Such a formidable weapon was indeed what Yang Shua had devised for them. Yang Shua meticulously inspected the crossbow's condition. Thanks to the exceptional bow frame and sinew, it remained intact, requiring only a reload to be fired again. However, he noted a significant issue. The effective range of the crossbow was considerably shorter than that of traditional arrows, as the bolts were much heavier, making their flight trajectory difficult to control. Beyond a certain distance, accuracy diminished. Nevertheless, as a crossbow, its effective range remained substantial. Within 50 meters, it would pose no significant threat. Its power was immense, akin to that of a cannon. Even an elephant would succumb to a hit from the crossbow within that range. Moreover, its most commendable feature was that it required only aiming, devoid of complex operations. The crank Yang Shua had secured would hold the bowstring taut with a simple wooden pin after winding, allowing the half-meter-long stick to act as a lever, requiring no extraordinary strength to execute the action, perfectly suited for the two youngsters. During this time, the saber-toothed tiger pack maintained a remarkably consistent routine, primarily preying on various large animals. Under their relentless assault, no quarry could escape, not even the gathered herds of woolly wildebeests, which would scatter in disarray at the tiger's charge. Thanks to the nourishment of this land, the tiger pack regained their vitality, transforming from mere skin and bones into robust creatures, their size surpassing even that of primitive lions. Comparable to the wild boars Yang Shua had encountered, living, breathing tanks, unmatched in ferocity. Surrounding predators had come to a tacit understanding. They would only hunt after the tigers had gorged themselves, avoiding the vicinity of the tiger pack out of respect for the rulers of the land. Yang Shua and his companions were no exception. Gradually, they adapted to the presence of the tigers, resolutely avoiding the territory where the tigers resided. Even at a distance, they would retreat at the first sighting. For any encounter with the tiger pack posed a grave danger, the severity of which hinged on the tiger's hunger. Yet, unlike Ao, Yang Shua and he were in constant pursuit of peril. After their daily hunts and training, they would venture out in search of the tiger pack, meticulously observing their habits and behaviors. Both understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 67, Yang Shua and the Black Wolf. In contrast to Yang Shua's relentless development of new weaponry in anticipation of revenge, the Black Wolf's path to vengeance was far simpler: recuperation. After being returned to the tribe by Yang Shua, the proud Wolf King seemed to have shed all his arrogance, losing his aggression toward humans. His days were now filled with eating and sleeping. Yang Shua had meticulously tended to the Black Wolf's leg injury. The saber-toothed tiger had aimed to incapacitate him, avoiding any other harm. Typically, the Black Wolf would indeed be rendered useless, forced to crawl on its forelegs, but this was not a typical situation. It had encountered Yang Shua. Yang Shua treated its leg wound, realigned the dislocated bones, and fashioned a splint from bamboo to stabilize the injury. Although it would never regain its previous agility, standing was no longer an issue. Yang Shua felt he had fully immersed himself in the primitive world, developing a profound reverence for nature and life. Through the loss of life, he recognized that all creatures in this primal realm possessed emotions and feelings. The longer he interacted with nature, the more he was filled with awe for everything around him. The black wolf's behavior further validated Yang Shua's beliefs. It only displayed intense emotions in his presence, otherwise behaving like a docile dog. Each time the black wolf gazed at Yang Shua, he felt an unspoken promise in its eyes, a reminder to remember his words. Thus, alongside his own self-motivation, the black wolf's daily gaze served as an additional encouragement. Yang Shua felt as though the wolf was continuously watching him, leaving no room for complacency. Like primitive humans, all beings in this primal world possessed a formidable vitality. Merely 3 weeks after being dragged back by Yang Shua, the black wolf was moving again. Albeit unsteadily, its hind legs had regained strength, and full recovery seemed imminent, especially considering the scarcity of food. Indeed, the black wolf had only eaten its fill on the first day of its return, when Yang Shua provided it with half a woolly wildebeest. During the following days, it shared a meager ration with Yang Shua and Ao, which was the utmost the tribe could spare. Any more would leave others hungry. Yet, the black wolf never complained, consuming whatever was offered without leaving leftovers. Winter was now well past its midpoint, and the harshest times had arrived. The animals within their territory had already diminished due to the volcanic eruptions, and now a new pack of saber-toothed tigers had claimed dominion, making life difficult for all predators. Thanks to the availability of grass seeds, along with the traps and routine hunts, Yang Shua's tribe managed to survive. However, the Tasmanian wolves were faring poorly. As the lowest tier of predators, they were smaller than the giant hyenas and lacked any competitive edge, forced to wait until the tiger pack and giant hyena groups had satisfied their hunger before they could scavenge. Many desperate Tasmanian wolves attempted to seize a share during the saber-toothed tigers' hunts, only to fall victim themselves, as the tigers mercilessly devoured these unfortunate creatures. The region could evidently no longer sustain such an abundance of predators. If this continued, the Tasmanian wolves would soon face extinction. In previous winters, they would unite in numbers to launch offensives against both herds and tribes, often achieving success. However, this time, they had no choice but to abandon the most bountiful areas, leading to food scarcity and continuous population decline. During this period, Yang Shua had been on high alert, aware that famished packs of thylacines could resort to desperate measures. Though they were no match for the saber-toothed tigers, they could still pose a threat to the tribe. To preempt any potential issues, Yang Shua assigned an additional lookout each day, relying on the trench for protection. The thylacine packs, while troublesome, were not truly dangerous. Yet, curiously, there had been no attacks from any thylacines, and the ones nearby seemed to have dwindled significantly, as if intentionally avoiding the territory of Yang Shua's tribe. Faced with such an odd phenomenon, Yang Shua turned to glance at the black wolf, the only entity that could possibly be linked to this occurrence. He wondered if the black wolf had driven off the surrounding packs. There is a saying, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. A month and a half after their initial encounter with the saber-toothed tiger pack, Yang Shua and his companions found themselves face to face with them once more. The food supply in this territory had become alarmingly scarce. With winter nearing its end, nearly all edible resources had been exhausted, and there was still at least a fortnight before the grass would begin to regrow. The saber-toothed tigers were also facing a food crisis, and as rulers of the territory, they began to target other predators. Several nearby thylacine packs suffered significant losses. Already diminished, they became targets for the saber-toothed tigers, prompting many to migrate like other animals, seeking to leave the mountain range. In stark contrast to the giant hyenas, Yang Shua's tribe presented a far superior food option. Human flesh was undoubtedly more delectable than that of dogs. One morning, as Yang Shua raised his stone spear to commence his daily training, he carried a bow and quiver on his back. He drew an arrow, pulled the bowstring taut, and released it, striking a distant tree stump with precision. Remarkably, even during this period of extreme food scarcity, Yang Shua's tribe managed to maintain a steady supply of provisions, largely due to the efficacy of their bows and arrows. Although they had abandoned the food-rich interior of the mountains, they discovered that their hunting endeavors remained largely unaffected. Previously, hunting on the plains was a cumbersome task, requiring long hours of ambush and tracking before any opportunity to strike arose, and even then, chances were limited. If the group failed to secure a kill, they would have to forfeit their efforts, as their limited supply of spears could be easily exhausted. Now, however, every member of the tribe possessed a bow and arrows. While their aim might still be somewhat lacking, the sheer number of arrows allowed them to unleash a relentless barrage upon any discovered prey. Each hunter carried at least a dozen arrows, shooting until their arms could no longer draw the bowstring, inevitably inflicting substantial damage on their quarry. Their hunting strategy had transformed into a deluge of arrows, followed by spear throws. The initial volley targeted the limbs and eyes of the prey, ensuring that many were injured, with the fortunate ones sustaining a few arrows that significantly hampered their speed, while the unfortunate could be left blind or limping, incapacitated. Subsequently, throwing spears became as simple as hitting a stationary target. Often, they found that the majority of the time, spears were unnecessary, as it became commonplace to shoot down several creatures with arrows, allowing them to retrieve their catch effortlessly. Just as young Shuo felt his arms grow weary and began to tremble involuntarily, the black wolf beside him suddenly stood alert, its fur bristling. Mouth agape to reveal sharp teeth, emitting low growls towards the distance. Yang Shuo was startled by the wolf's demeanor, and a shiver ran down his spine, an unforgettable sensation. Peering into the distance, he saw the silhouettes of two saber-toothed tigers gradually emerging from the slope, reminiscent of their first encounter. In that instant, Yang Shuo's body tensed. Memories flooding back, hatred. Calm, calm. He repeatedly reminded himself to maintain composure. The tribe was short-handed, with the hunting party just having departed, leaving only 5 men at home. Their combat strength severely diminished. They must avoid conflict with the saber-toothed tigers at all costs. Chapter 68, Opportunity. Aside from Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf, the lookout Sun also spotted the approaching saber-toothed tigers. Yang Shuo recognized these two. They were younger males from the saber-toothed tiger pack, part of a group consisting of 3 males and 5 females. These two were likely the offspring of the Tiger King, who would soon be driven away come spring. As a single mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers, not even the progeny. Perhaps driven by hunger, the 2 saber-toothed tigers had stealthily ventured out in search of a meal, unknowingly wandering into the vicinity of Yang Shuo's tribe, recalling the feasts of the past, and seeking to emulate their father by stealing a meal. The tribe quickly entered a state of heightened alert, with all present seizing iron spears and rushing to defend the front. The 2 saber-toothed tigers, sensing the unfamiliarity of their surroundings, hesitated. The area had changed dramatically since their last visit. What had once been a low wall now resembled a maze, filled with pits and walls, leaving no suitable place to land. As a result, the tigers paused outside the tribe's perimeter, while the tribespeople held their spears aloft, fearful of an incursion. Yang Shuo, meanwhile, struggled to regain his strength, having exhausted himself with his archery, while the black wolf's eyes glinted with animosity, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a bomb ready to detonate. Bring out the crossbow, quietly, without making a sound. Yang Shuo was uncertain why the tiger pack had dispersed, but he sensed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite the formidable strength and combat prowess of the saber-toothed tigers, they rarely separated. Yang Shuo and Ao had often stealthily tracked them, observing their behaviors, and had never encountered a divided pack. Whether in hunting or resting, they always moved as a unit. Yet now, after such a lengthy interval, Yang Shuo had detected no sign of other saber-toothed tigers. These two were noticeably smaller, even in comparison to the generally smaller female tigers, indicating that these were indeed young tigers sneaking out from Yang Shuo's dwelling. He pushed the crossbow into position as the 2 saber-toothed tigers continued to roam just outside the tribe, growling and threatening, demanding food or threatening to invade. Yang Shuo understood their intent clearly. He turned and retrieved some kudu meat hanging from the outer wall of the bunker, slowly walking towards the edge of the tribe, tossing the meat far away. The 2 saber-toothed tigers, delighted by the sight of the discarded meat, approached eagerly to feast on their prize. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and Wang positioned the crossbow, carefully aiming at the distant tigers. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare to shoot arrows. The moment the crossbow is fired, unleash all your arrows, leave none behind. Yang Shuo's command ignited a wave of excitement among the tribe. They were finally ready to strike at the saber-toothed tigers. With the sound of the wheels turning, the crossbow's string tightened gradually. Yang Shuo retrieved a sharpened wooden stake and placed it into the crossbow slot. The 2 saber-toothed tigers remained oblivious, their focus entirely on the kudu meat before them. Fire! Yang Shuo summoned all his strength, swinging the iron spear down onto the trigger. As the bolt was released, the words he had buried deep within himself erupted in a roar. The bolt, resembling a streak of black light, shot through the gap in the courtyard wall, flying directly towards the saber-toothed tigers. True to its reputation as Yang Shuo's secret weapon, the thick bolt struck the foremost saber-toothed tiger with the force of a cannonball. Thud! A piercing sound of flesh being penetrated echoed through the air, as the crossbow bolt seemingly faced no hindrance, piercing directly through the abdomen of the saber-toothed tiger ahead, exiting from the other side with tremendous force that sent the beast flying over 2 meters before it finally hit the ground, blood gushing forth from the wound. Howl! At that moment, the agonized roar of the tiger just began to resonate. Struck head-on by the crossbow, its doom was inevitable, leaving no room for doubt. The saber-toothed tiger struggled a few times on the ground before it succumbed entirely, while another saber-toothed tiger, still unaware, was bombarded by a relentless rain of arrows. Fire! Fire! Continuous roars erupted from the crowd as they desperately unleashed their arrows, yet the outcome left Yang Shuo and his companions disheartened. The saber-toothed tiger, a true apex predator, not only possessed astonishing combat prowess, but also unparalleled defensive capabilities. Virtually none of the arrows inflicted significant damage, as they were all thwarted by its thick hide, leaving only a few bloodied scratches that failed to impede its advance, falling uselessly to the ground. This is bad. Yang Shuo, observing the arrows drop to the earth, felt a tightening in his chest. He had severely underestimated the saber-toothed tiger's defenses. Aside from the crossbow, this level of harm was utterly negligible. If it managed to escape, it would spell disaster. The tribe could not withstand the wrath of a saber-toothed tiger pack. Realizing the peril of the situation, the saber-toothed tiger showed no hesitation, swiftly turning to flee, prioritizing its escape from the area. Yang Shuo brandished his spear and gave chase, but swifter than he was, a black wolf, akin to a flash of lightning, vanished before the crowd, directly pursuing the fleeing saber-toothed tiger. Chase! Do not let it escape. Yang Shuo led the charge, sprinting behind the black wolf in hot pursuit of the saber-toothed tiger. Thanks to the wolf's relentless chase, the tiger's speed faltered, compounded by its injuries. It was not long before the black wolf caught up to it. Finally face to face with its nemesis, the black wolf, disregarding its safety, lunged forward, colliding forcefully with the saber-toothed tiger, sending both massive beasts tumbling together in a chaotic roll. Howl! Roar! The black wolf's jaws clamped down onto the tiger's hind leg, causing the tiger to recoil in pain and retaliate by biting back at the wolf. In a comparison of teeth, the saber-toothed tiger's formidable fangs served as lethal weapons, piercing through the wolf's belly and inflicting horrific damage. Yet, the black wolf did not fight alone. Its sole objective was to buy time. As the two beasts remained locked in their deadly embrace, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Yang Shuo and his companions had arrived. At that moment, Yang Shuo's eyes blazed crimson. Fueled not only by fury but also by fear, should the tiger escape, they would be forced to confront the wrath of an entire pack of saber-toothed tigers. Upon witnessing the fierce struggle ahead, a wave of relief washed over Yang Shuo. Well done, Black Wolf. He charged forward, spear in hand, aiming to thrust it into the grounded saber-toothed tiger. Sensing the imminent danger, the tiger released its grip on the black wolf, desperately thrashing to flee. But the wolf clung tenaciously to its hind leg, refusing to relent. With a sharp pierce, the sound of the spear breaking flesh marked the conclusion of the battle. As Su and Zhao Shuang swiftly drove the spear into the saber-toothed tiger's body, ultimately claiming its life. Observing the tightly clenched jaws of his companions, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within Yang Shuo. This was merely a taste of retribution. One day, he vowed to eradicate the entire saber-toothed tiger pack. The black wolf, heavily injured with the tiger's fangs having pierced its abdomen, was pulled back by Wang, who had arrived with a cart, requiring Yang Shuo's attention for its wounds upon their return. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and the others set about cleaning the battlefield, not only burying the blood-soaked ground but also dealing with the saber-toothed tiger's carcass, which was dragged back to the tribe alongside the black wolf. They meticulously erased all traces along the way, and Yang Shuo, having stumbled upon numerous bags of wolf and giant hunting dog feces in the woods, discarded them along the path to thoroughly obscure their trail. That night, the echoes of tiger howls reverberated throughout the mountains, and Yang Shuo, listening to the sounds, felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration as he continued to tend to the black wolf's wounds. Today, it had been the greatest contributor, and Yang Shuo provided it with ample food to feast upon. Chapter 69, A Storm Approaches. Yang Shuo's recent foray was nothing short of audacious, and the results underscored the fortuitous nature of this opportunity. The once infallible arrows proved nearly ineffective against the saber-toothed tiger's unique hide, with only the crossbow, a secret weapon in Yang Shuo's arsenal, fulfilling its intended purpose. After meticulously examining the saber-toothed tiger's pelt, Yang Shuo was drenched in cold sweat. Compared to other prey, the tiger's hide was extraordinarily unique. From his own knowledge, Yang Shuo understood that the saber-toothed tiger was a ferocious beast inhabiting high-latitude regions, a natural enemy of the woolly mammoth. Typically, these areas experience frigid temperatures, particularly in winter when saber-toothed tigers don specialized winter coats. Methodically, Yang Shuo disassembled the saber-toothed tiger, scrutinizing its anatomical structure. The tiger's hide comprised 3 layers, which explained why arrows had such little effect. Beneath the long, coarse outer layer lay a dense undercoat of medium-length fur, even thicker than the long hair, with hollow strands providing excellent insulation. The innermost layer consisted of fine, dense fur that clung tightly to the skin. Yang Shuo poured a basin of water over it, and not a single drop seeped through, forming a waterproof barrier that shielded the skin. Most of the arrows fired by Yang Shuo and his companions barely penetrated the second layer of fur, losing most of their force, and with the deceleration and dampening effects of the 3 layers, the few arrows that managed to breach this defense only left shallow scratches on the skin. The more he examined, the more fortunate Yang Shuo felt. The appearance of these two saber-toothed tigers was perfectly timed. Had they not shown up, he might have mistakenly believed the moment was right to lead a group to seek vengeance against the saber-toothed tiger pack, only to unleash a volley of arrows. Discovering instead that the tigers were merely lightly wounded, leaving him utterly astonished. That would not have been revenge, it would have been a futile gesture. After thoroughly understanding the lethality of his weapons, Yang Shuo resolved to alter his strategy. He needed to upgrade his armaments. His gaze fell upon the only surviving structure from the earthquake, the iron smelting furnace. At this stage, only iron weaponry could provide sufficient lethality. Their iron spears served as testament to this, having played a decisive role in pinning the saber-toothed tiger to the ground during the Black Wolf-S and Tiger-S tussle. With several companions hauling charcoal, they approached the smelting furnace, which had remained dormant since the iron ore had been depleted and had only been utilized to heat a latrine. The group ignited a fire, operating the bellows to raise the furnace temperature, and soon, flames roared to life under the bellows' influence. Yang Shuo's expression was grave as he held a large iron hammer in his hands, gently caressing the hammer. The dried blood upon it narrated the tales of its and Li's experiences, how Li had once wielded the hammer during a charge against a pack of bag wolves and had to be rescued. Every time the tribe dealt with the bones of their prey or smashed walls and rocks, the shadows of Li and the hammer were always present. Brotherly, may your spirit in heaven bless the tribe to overcome this hardship. Yang Shuo gently caressed the hammer before casting it into the blast furnace, where the roaring flames swiftly engulfed it. The wooden handle ignited rapidly, disintegrating into ashes amidst the inferno. With resolute determination, Yang Shuo operated the bellows, and soon the hammer glowed a fiery red under the intense heat. Beside the hammer, a large beaker, crafted from clay by Yang Shuo himself, began to take shape under the flames. He extracted it for inspection, finding it intact and ready for use. The beaker was returned to the furnace alongside the hammer, which was also placed within, and then surrounded with charcoal to intensify the fire. Enlisting the help of Sun to operate the bellows, Yang Shuo retrieved his chisel and commenced carving arrowheads into a wooden stump. This time, he aimed to elevate the arrow's design. Mere wooden tips would not suffice, he needed iron heads. Lamentably, his lack of carpentry skill and the inadequacy of his tools meant that after considerable effort wielding both axe and chisel, he managed to shape only 3 rudimentary arrowheads, sufficient for an initial experiment. Turning to remove the bricks sealing the furnace, Yang Shuo peered inside to find the beaker glowing red-hot, the iron within softening. Yet still not meeting his expectations. He continued to add charcoal, augmenting the flames. As dusk descended, the furnace radiated a crimson glow, despite the chill in the air. The furnace's immense heat enveloped Yang Shuo and Sun, leaving them drenched in sweat. Upon confirming that the hammer had fully melted, Yang Shuo carefully extracted the beaker, its molten iron sloshing within. The moment it met the air, a thin film solidified atop the liquid. The wooden stick he used began to smoke. The beaker's temperature too extreme for mere wood to withstand, prompting him to hasten. Sun, come help me lift the beaker. We need to pour out the molten iron. Sun rushed forward with a stick, gently cradling the beaker's base as the iron flowed down its sides, dripping into the carved voids Yang Shuo had created. With a sizzling sound, the intense heat ignited the wood, flames flaring briefly before extinguishing themselves. 3 arrowheads were poured out in one go, and Yang Shuo returned the beaker to the furnace for further heating, eager to assess his results. Once the arrowheads had cooled slightly, he knocked them free from the wood, the trio landing into a prepared clay basin with a hissing sound, steam rising amid the scent of iron oxidation. By the flickering light, Yang Shuo retrieved the 3 arrowheads from the water, their weight reassuring in his hands, dark triangular iron forms. They seemed promising. Once refined, they would become perfect arrowheads. With meticulous attention, he examined each arrowhead before embarking on the next phase, resculpting the mold and continuing to heat the molten iron. Ultimately, after accounting for losses, he successfully forged 12 arrowheads. In the dim glow of an oil lamp, Yang Shuo took a brick and began refining the arrowheads, polishing them to a brilliant shine, sharpening their tips to a lethal edge, and adjusting their contours to ensure symmetry, reducing air resistance and enhancing stability. In the end, 12 arrowheads transformed into 12 arrows, neatly arranged before him, emanating a chill in the air. Outside, the roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains, an ominous tension settling into the atmosphere as the storm brewed. Chapter 70, Conflict. 2 days after Yang Shuo had crafted the iron arrowheads, the saber-toothed tiger pack, frenzied with desperation, scoured the mountains for their missing kin. The 2 nearly grown saber-toothed tigers had inexplicably vanished, causing a tumult within the pride. Following the scent of their young, the tigers traversed from the mountain's depths, finally arriving at the outskirts of Yang Shuo's tribe on the 3rd day. This was the site where Yang Shuo and his companions had hunted the saber-toothed tigers. Though 3 days had passed, and the area had been meticulously cleaned, the distinct scent of the tigers lingered. Blood and urine remained. Indeed, it was the urine. When Yang Shuo and Sun had thrust their iron spears into the belly of a saber-toothed tiger, it had lost control, its urine serving as a potent form of communication. Even a trace of it could linger for a week, marking territory. Yang Shuo and his comrades had not anticipated this unique pheromone. Only other saber-toothed tigers could detect the scent of the urine. Thus, when the pride discovered this location, the distinctive aroma immediately drew every saber-toothed tiger in the vicinity. The multitude of tigers surrounded the forest where Yang Shuo and his companions had battled, sniffing the air, ultimately locking onto their target in the distance, the very place from which the saber-toothed tigers had come. Meanwhile, Ao and his group, having journeyed for 4 or 5 days, were cautiously making their way back, dragging a cart toward the tribe, unaware that the saber-toothed tiger pack awaited them. Halt! Halt! Ao sensed something amiss and urgently commanded the group to stop. Drop everything. Quickly, through the trees. Back to the tribe. His voice was laced with tension, and without hesitation, the group abandoned the cart and dashed through the thicket, making their way back to safety. Yang Shuo, stationed at the tribe, caught sight of the approaching individuals. Their frantic pace revealing something was wrong. He immediately recognized the anomaly. The hunting party would never emerge from this angle, and their cart was conspicuously absent. Wong, bring out the crossbow. Quickly, everyone, arm yourselves. He barked orders, seizing his iron spear and rushing to aid the returning group. Thanks to Ao's vigilance, they encountered no obstacles and safely reached the vicinity of the tribe. Yang Shuo extended a ladder over the pit, allowing everyone to return home securely. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the saber-toothed tiger pack reappeared around the tribe. Unlike their first encounter, the tribe had long prepared for this day. For layers of pits and low walls encircled them, the people fully armed with iron spears behind the barriers, while Wang and the recently returned Zhan operated the crossbow. Arrows drawn and poised for action. The saber-toothed tigers, sensing a change in the atmosphere, recognized that this tribe had transformed since their last visit. The intricate terrain and numerous pits left them with insufficient space to maneuver. The saber-toothed tiger king surveyed the scene, even if it charged forward. It would be impossible to breach the layers of low walls to reach Yang Shuo and the others. Beyond the physical barriers, a peculiar object at the forefront instilled a sense of dread. A sharpened wooden stake, though merely wood, sent a chill down the saber-toothed tiger king's spine. Should it charge ahead, it risked injury, even sensing a hint of mortality emanating from this strange implement. Could it truly perish? For the first time, the saber-toothed tiger king regarded the tribe with a new perspective. Previously, it had exerted total dominance, slaughtering the leaders of wolf packs and hyena clans, yet now, it sensed a tangible threat. The tiger pack sensed that something was amiss and began to form a battle formation, positioning themselves behind their king. Confronting Yang Shuo and his tribe, Yang Shuo did not wish to engage in combat with the saber-toothed tigers at this moment. Despite possessing numerous weapons and a favorable terrain, he could not guarantee the survival of many should they clash with the 6 saber-toothed tigers. As the tension escalated, Yang Shuo could no longer contain himself. Begone. Return whence you came. We are not to be trifled with. We have nothing you seek here. There is food outside. Consume it, and leave swiftly. At his command, everyone drew their bows, aiming at the saber-toothed tigers, particularly the foremost figures, Yang Shuo and Sun, their iron-tipped arrows gleaming ominously, making the tigers acutely aware of their peril. After a standoff lasting over a minute, the saber-toothed tigers finally retreated, realizing that this tribe was no longer an easy target, compelled to withdraw for the time being. As the tigers departed, the tribe relaxed their bows, their arms trembling from strain. It had been too precarious. Had they waited just a few more seconds, they might have faltered. Yang Shuo's hands shook violently. Drawing a powerful bow was no simple task, especially after a strenuous morning of training. Not only Yang Shuo, but Sun and the others were equally exhausted. No one could endure the strain of holding a fully drawn bow for a minute. Yet thankfully, the saber-toothed tigers had retreated. Once they regained their composure, Yang Shuo followed Ao and a few others back to the cart, only to his surprise finding that the prey remained untouched, albeit drenched in the pungent urine of the tigers. Unlike the small saber-toothed tigers, this excretion was overwhelmingly foul, a noxious scent that bore a warning. The scattered paw prints around the cart exuded an air of arrogance, a declaration of the tigers' dominance, which only heightened Yang Shuo's respect for this pack. Their intelligence was no longer akin to that of mere beasts. Dragging the cart reeking with the tiger's odor back to the tribe, Yang Shuo pondered the implications. Clearly, the saber-toothed tigers had discovered something and harbored murderous intent toward the tribe. Had the tribe not been fully armed and present, a catastrophic confrontation could have ensued. Resolving to remain within the tribe for the next few days, Yang Shua intended to closely observe the saber-toothed tigers, prepared to strike preemptively if necessary. Lost in thought, he leapt onto the cart and, to the bewilderment of his companions, lay atop the prey. After a few rolls, he found his fur cloaked in the stench of tiger urine. Nevertheless, he sprang off the cart and dashed into the woods. You all return with the prey. Ayo! Gather the skins, I have a use for them. I will scout the tiger pack. For the next few days, do not venture out. Guard the tribe until my return. As he stealthily navigated the forest, Yang Shua followed the traces left by the saber-toothed tigers, realizing they were heading in the direction of the two young ones. He estimated that it would take no longer than a day for the tiger pack to realize they had gone the wrong way. Once they turned back, their destination would be unmistakable, Yang Shua's tribe. Having tracked them to this point, Yang Shua decisively abandoned the pursuit. There was no doubt that within a day, the saber-toothed tigers would return, and then it would be a do-or-die scenario. A cloud of unease settled upon Yang Shua's brow, prompting him to quicken his pace. Every moment counted. Soon, the tribe's hillside came into view, and the smoke from the distant fortress drew nearer. The lookout had spotted Yang Shua's return. Ayo, sure, son, come here. Yang Shua jogged back into the tribe, gathering the three of them to prepare for the impending wrath of the saber-toothed tigers. Sure and Sun were unaware of Yang Shua's intentions. As they approached, they caught a whiff of the pungent odor emanating from him. Before they could inquire, Yang Shua declared, the saber-toothed tigers will soon return. It will be a scene of relentless conflict. We must prepare swiftly. I will outline our plan for dealing with the tigers. And any objections must be raised immediately. We cannot afford to waste time. The group exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and nodded in agreement. Awaiting Yang Shua's strategy, we cannot relinquish our advantageous position, but the saber-toothed tigers will undoubtedly become enraged. We must reinforce our traps to inflict significant damage upon the pack. This should not be a point of contention, correct? They nodded in consensus, affirming Yang Shua's assertions. First, we must evacuate all non-combatants. Although our brick kiln has collapsed, there remains ample space for them to take refuge. Additionally, we must ensure they are supplied with enough food and fuel to survive the winter, even if we should perish. The rest will have to fend for themselves. After expressing these thoughts, a heavy silence fell among them. A tribe without men could not hope to survive. The outcome was predetermined. Thus, they could only fight to win, with no room for failure. We will first deploy the crossbow carts beyond the tribe's perimeter. The saber-toothed tiger king has grown wary of them. They will not charge directly at the carts, as their turning and aiming are too slow. In actual combat, they can only fire once or twice, serving merely as a secret weapon. When fired, it must yield results. I will arrange this specifically later. Is there any issue? Ao nodded before speaking up. The saber-toothed tiger clan possesses a strong sense of family. We can utilize 2 tiger skins to create a trap, which should prove effective. Ao's suggestion sparked an idea in Yang Shua's mind. He had been focused solely on confronting the saber-toothed tigers head-on, neglecting the possibility of luring them into a trap. With this realization, Yang Shua adjusted his strategy. We will position the crossbow carts outside the tribe to confront the tiger pack directly. I have a method to entice them into the trap. Furthermore, our supply of iron-tipped arrows is limited. We must allow the saber-toothed tigers to enter the area before we can ensure maximum lethality and accuracy. Initially, we shall refrain from using the iron-tipped arrows to lower their guard. As the plan took shape, the group quickly set about implementing it with utmost urgency. However, the initial execution met with resistance. The tribe's women, typically represented by Ro, unexpectedly opposed Yang Shua's plan. While Zhao, Qian, and Zhan Wang were dispersing the women, Ro adamantly refused to leave, insisting on staying to fight. Her hatred for the saber-toothed tigers was no less than Yang Shua's, having recently lost her beloved. She could not accept the notion of hiding from her enemies. She too sought vengeance. In the end, the others could not sway Ro's resolve, and with no alternative, Yang Shua acquiesced to her request to remain. The others, with assistance from a few, began to relocate to the rear mountain. Meanwhile, the tribe's cart was loaded with food and charcoal, escorted by several men to the cave in the rear mountain. While Yang Shua and his companions remained behind to camouflage all the traps, the previously exposed pits were cleverly concealed with branches and leaves, topped with soil to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Additionally, Yang Shua dug a pit on the side of the tribe to accommodate the crossbow cart, submerging it halfway while leaving the upper firing slot and the body of the cart exposed. Prepare the crossbow, aiming squarely at the open ground before the tribe. War and Wang conceal themselves behind it, while atop the crossbow, Yang Shua covers it with a hide tainted by saber-toothed tiger urine, strewn with leaves and soil to render it utterly invisible. In the center of the clearing, Yang Shua discards a saber-toothed tiger pelt and subsequently urinates upon it. Additionally, He retrieves a ceramic pot used for crafting arrows, filled with leftover animal fat, into which he tosses a considerable amount of charcoal, ensuring each piece is thoroughly coated with grease for later use. Meanwhile, on one side of the pot, a couple of individuals kindle two large bonfires for illumination and to facilitate ignition. All iron and stone spears are prepared and arranged according to each person's position, with everyone equipped with bows and arrows, silently awaiting the final moment. At this juncture, the departing group has reached the cave in the back mountain. Although the earthquake has collapsed all the caves, the remnants still provide ample space, allowing for a modest arrangement with hides for habitation. The group lights fires to dispel the chill from the mountainside, and compared to the tribe, the temperature here is markedly lower. They remain silent, diligently engaged in their tasks. Acutely aware that the tribe's survival is at stake, yet feeling powerless, they can only offer prayers. Having set down all their belongings, the group hastily readies their weapons to return to the tribe. Just as they prepare to leave, Chen Yunyun can no longer contain herself. "Zhao, brother Zhao, can we win?" Her voice trembles, for during her time in this primitive tribe, sheltered by Yang Shua, she has faced little hardship, even during the most arduous migrations. She has never gone hungry, as Yang Shua always shared his portion with her. Hearing her words, Zhao suddenly halts. Confronting a horde of saber-toothed tigers is unprecedented in the entire primitive world, and he is uncertain. Yet suddenly, a figure emerges before him, Yang Shua, propelled forward by force. If Li possesses such a choice, there must be a rationale behind it, and Yang Shua has consistently been the harbinger of miracles for the tribe. With this thought, Zhao glances at the iron spear in his hand, a gift from Yang Shua, and his resolve solidifies. "We will surely triumph. Wait for us to return and rescue you." Chapter 72, Slaying the Tiger, Part 2. Yang Shua anticipated the return of the saber-toothed tiger pack, yet he did not expect their return to be so swift. After the group withdrew, Zhao and the others hurried back to the tribe to provide support. They donned their reinforced vine armor and began crafting charcoal as per Yang Shua's method, packing the grease-coated charcoal into ceramic jars, which they filled with weeds. As nightfall descended, Yang Shua instructed everyone to ignite the jars. The jars, filled with charcoal, animal fat, and weeds, quickly blazed to life, illuminating the area around the tribe as brightly as day, alongside the two primary bonfires. Amidst the preparations, two unique figures stood out in the tribe, Heilung and Ro. The man and the wolf shared a deep-seated enmity with the saber-toothed tigers, both sympathizing with one another, yet unable to integrate into the ongoing tasks. Fearing for Ro's safety, Yang Shua assigned her only minor responsibilities involving the transport of supplies, ensuring she remained within the tribe's protective confines. As the widow of Li and the mother of his child, Yang Shua would rather sacrifice himself than allow them to be harmed. Ro, under Yang Shua's protection, could not participate in the trap setting, while Heilung, being a wolf, faced the barrier of communication, rendering him unable to contribute effectively. Yang Shua, however, was also protective of Heilung. Previously, Heilung had valiantly held off a saber-toothed tiger, enduring grievous wounds to ensure Yang Shua and the others arrived in time to save the entire tribe. Naturally, Yang Shua wished to prevent any further misfortune befalling him. In addition to his loyalty to the tribe, Heilung's reckless bravery caused Yang Shua considerable concern. They had set numerous traps, and should Heilung's fierce instincts compel him to charge at the saber-toothed tiger pack, it would not only lead to his demise, but also jeopardize Yang Shua's meticulously crafted plan. Thus, Yang Shua approached Heilung, who lay crouched, initiating a dialogue. "Heilung, please do not act impulsively. Wait for our command, and do not throw your life away." Yang Shua's heart was heavy with worry, yet Heilung's response seemed to convey disdain. As he rolled his eyes, a myriad of emotions surged within Yang Shua. Did a wolf truly roll its eyes? Upon witnessing Heilung's reaction, Yang Shua's anxiety eased, and he turned to continue setting traps. While the group remained vigilant, Yang Shua suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure. He exchanged a glance with Ao, and from Ao's serious demeanor, it was evident the saber-toothed tiger pack was approaching. At that moment, the previously lethargic Heilung sprang to his feet, baring his teeth, fixating on the distant tree-line. Then, the returning saber-toothed tiger pack materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. For the first time, Yang Shua felt the wrath of apex predators atop the food chain. Unlike their previous encounters, this time the saber-toothed tigers approached with fury directed at Yang Shua's tribe, devoid of any condescension towards lesser prey, only a singular intent to kill. The flames flickering from the burning jars danced erratically, as if stirred by the palpable tension in the air, while the shadows around the tribe began to swirl chaotically, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Yang Shua recognized that the final moment had arrived, with no room for retreat. He leaped from behind his cover. "You have finally returned. It is time to exact revenge, you vile creatures. Look at what lies ahead," Yang Shua bellowed. thrusting his iron spear towards the clearing where the pelt of the small saber-toothed tiger, sullied by his urine, lay. The tiger pack's attention was drawn to the clearing, their nostrils flaring as they detected the complex scents in the air: saber-toothed tiger urine, the scent of their slain offspring, dried blood, and human urine. Several saber-toothed tigers fixated on the source of the human urine smell, the tiger pelt. How audacious of these feeble bipeds to insult their progeny in such a manner. Though Yang Shuo stood at a considerable distance, he could still sense the shift in atmosphere. It was a classic case of tit for tat, an eye for an eye. They had urinated on their prey to assert dominance, and now he had returned the insult by desecrating their child's body. Such affront was utterly intolerable. The female tigers could no longer restrain themselves. Despite the saber-toothed tiger king's furious roars urging them to hold back, the situation spiraled beyond control. The saber-toothed tiger king, acutely aware of the brewing trouble ahead, sensed not only the traps restricting their movement, but something else that sent shivers down its spine. This was the second time it had experienced such a sensation. Though filled with rage, it maintained its composure, intending to identify the weaknesses of Yang Shuo's tribe before launching an assault. Recognizing that his provocation had not yielded the desired effect, Yang Shuo contemplated the reality that one could not treat animals merely as beasts in the primitive world. He had devised a second strategy. At this moment, Yang Shuo reached behind the low wall and retrieved another saber-toothed tiger pelt. Vile creatures, behold what I have. Yang Shuo brandished the saber-toothed tiger's hide with his iron spear, shaking it incessantly. The saber-toothed tiger king and its numerous kin were on the verge of exploding with rage upon witnessing their progeny's skin being so brazenly displayed. In a moment of defiance, Yang Shuo cast the hide to the ground, stamping upon it with his foot, and in full view of all, unleashed a torrent of urine upon it, an affront akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. This act ignited the powder keg of fury, and several female tigers could no longer contain themselves, charging forth with the intent to rend the loathsome human before them into shreds. The tiger pack surged forward, advancing toward the tribe. Just as they crossed the expanse littered with the saber-toothed tiger hide, the two warriors, Zhan and Wang, who had been enduring the stench of tiger urine for what felt like an eternity, sprang into action. They swiftly pulled back the beast hide that covered their heads, revealing the hidden crossbow beneath. With a furious roar, a massive femur struck the trigger, activating the crossbow. The saber-toothed tiger king's pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. This was the sensation of impending doom. As a master hunter, the saber-toothed tiger king instinctively twisted its body mid-air, altering its course just in time. The air around it was rent asunder as a colossal bolt whizzed past, piercing two female tigers beside it and sending them hurtling away. A chilling howl echoed, marking a significant victory. The crossbow had performed its deadly duty, claiming the lives of two saber-toothed tigers. In the ensuing chaos, the battlefield stood at 12 against 4, 10 men, 1 woman, a wolf, facing 4 saber-toothed tigers, fortified by terrain and traps. For the first time, Yang Shuo felt a glimmer of hope. The saber-toothed tiger king, rooted in disbelief, gazed at the two female tigers impaled like candied hawthorns. Blood and entrails spilled forth from their lifeless bodies, their expressions frozen in agony, devoid of life. A surge of wrath welled up within the saber-toothed tiger king. Half of its brethren had perished at the hands of this accursed tribe, a humiliation it could not bear. With a thunderous roar, the remaining saber-toothed tigers stormed towards the tribe. To Yang Shuo's astonishment, the traps on the ground had little effect. None of the tigers fell victim to the snares, deftly evading the bamboo spikes with agile aerial maneuvers. This was their first confrontation with apex predators, and the terrifying agility of the saber-toothed tigers overwhelmed all other hunters. Despite the traps not ensnaring a single tiger, their presence still impeded the tigers' movement, severely hindering their primary weapon, the pounce. As several fierce tigers bore down upon the tribe, Yang Shuo shouted urgently, "Fire! Fire!" The tribe, utilizing the flickering light of the flames, loosed arrows at the advancing pack. Yang Shuo readied an iron arrow, aiming at a saber-toothed tiger and releasing it. The iron arrow did not fail his expectations, embedding itself in the flesh of the nearest tiger. However, it fell short of delivering the fatal blow. The arrows merely wounded the saber-toothed tigers, diminishing their combat effectiveness, yet none succumbed to death. The leading pair, arrows protruding from their backs, charged forward, crashing through the low wall and toppling the tribe members behind it. Zhao's eyes widened in horror as the saber-toothed tiger knocked him down. Though pinned beneath the creature, he suffered no serious injuries due to the wall's obstruction. The bricks scattered around them limited the tiger's movements, preventing it from tearing into Zhao. In a fit of madness, Sun, frantic with worry for Zhao's fate, hurled a stone spear. The close range allowed for significant lethality, but the saber-toothed tiger swiftly evaded, turning just in time to avoid the deadly strike. With no one to attack beneath it, the tiger shifted its focus, leaping directly at Sun with all its might, like a tank emerging from the shadows. The massive saber-toothed tiger bore down on Sun, and amidst the cacophony of roars, the confrontation reached its climax. The creature's formidable teeth pierced Sun's chest, while his iron spear drove deep into the tiger's body, a grim tableau of mutual destruction. Sun, Zhao emerged from the rubble, only to be met with the harrowing sight of their near-fatal struggle. Rage consumed him, and he charged forward, spear in hand. The saber-toothed tiger, grievously wounded, struggled to disentangle itself from Sun, who emitted a chilling laugh. Die, you wretched beast. Though not one to curse, Sun found satisfaction in echoing Yang Shua's words. As he clung to the tiger's neck, biting into its thick fur while wielding a dagger to stab at its chest relentlessly. With Zhao's furious shout, the iron spear pierced the tiger's belly, becoming lodged. Zhao abandoned the spear, drawing his dagger, and leaped onto the tiger, stabbing fiercely from the side of its abdomen and slicing downward. With a pained howl, the dagger tore through the tiger's flesh, exposing its entrails. As the creature's struggles waned, it collapsed atop Sun, who continued to mechanically drive the dagger into its chest until Zhao, weeping, embraced him, bringing an end to the frenzy. Sun gradually ceased his movements, casting a final glance at Zhao before closing his eyes in peace. In a state of turmoil, Zhao found himself at a loss for words. His limited vocabulary failed to encapsulate his feelings. Instead, he channeled all his emotions into a surge of rage, kicking the saber-toothed tiger beneath him and wrenching free the iron spear. He roared as he charged at another tiger, which was advancing towards Sun and Qian. This particular tiger was decidedly less fortunate. An iron arrow pierced its eye, throwing it into a frenzy of pain and causing it to crash into a wall, rolling several times before regaining its feet. Sun, Qian, and the newly arrived Zhao coordinated their assault, capitalizing on the tiger's momentary imbalance to inflict deep wounds. However, the tiger's instinctive agility allowed it to roll away from their spears, sustaining injuries, but not enough to be incapacitated. After a couple of rolls, it sprang back to its feet, leaping once more into the fray. Its massive paw, like a giant fan, aimed directly at Sun, who barely had time to raise his spear in defense before the paw struck him squarely in the chest. The iron spear was abruptly shattered by the tiger's paw, and the splintered wood, along with the forceful strike of the paw, collided violently against Sun's chest. The protruding claws of the tiger, aided by its ferocious momentum, tore through the finely crafted vine armor encasing Sun, propelling him over 2 meters through the air. He tumbled across the ground several times, his fate uncertain. Seizing the opportunity presented by Sun's assault, Zhao unleashed his pent-up fury upon the saber-toothed tiger, thrusting his weapon 3 times into its back, leaving behind 3 deep, gaping wounds. Qian took advantage of the moment to strike at the tiger's hind leg. The immense force of his attack pierced through the robust muscle, rendering the iron spear momentarily stuck. The saber-toothed tiger, in agony, struggled fiercely, causing the spear to snap within its muscular leg. Such a horrific injury finally began to take its toll on the beast. Deprived of one hind leg and an eye, it could no longer mount an effective offense. At this juncture, Yang Shua's voice rang out, "Smash it with the clay pot." Yang Shua had been patiently waiting and observing, and finally, the other weapon he had prepared was fully heated. The clay pot, filled with charcoal and animal fat, was now thoroughly ignited and ready for use. The group hastily grasped the pots nearby, disregarding the scorching heat that blistered their hands, and hurled them towards the saber-toothed tiger. With a crash, the shattering of the clay pots unleashed fiery explosions akin to incendiary projectiles, as the burning fat mixed with glowing charcoal splattered everywhere, adhering to the tiger's fur and igniting it instantly. After several pots had been thrown, the blind saber-toothed tiger transformed into a flaming beast, howling in agony as it rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames with dirt. Yet, how could such a grease-laden fire be easily quenched, especially with 2 furious individuals nearby? Accompanied by their enraged shouts, the iron spear plunged deep into the tiger's body, silencing its anguished cries abruptly. Meanwhile, having shouted, Yang Shua dashed forward, his sights set on Zhan and Wang in the distance. Upon spotting the two, the saber-toothed tiger king abandoned its tribe, intent on avenging its fallen kin by eliminating these 2 detestable foes. Chapter 74, The Gruesome Battle. Yang Shua burst from the tribe like a whirlwind, realizing that the pack of tigers had not fully descended upon them. Aside from the 3 saber-toothed tigers charging forward, the Tiger King, having been attacked, veered towards Zhan and Wang. "Come at me, you wretched beast." Yang Shua's eyes widened in fury as he roared. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not match the speed of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Zhan and Wang were merely 2 young lads. Should the Tiger King collide with them head-on, the outcome was all too predictable. Yang Shua now regretted allowing Zhan and Wang to lie in ambush with the crossbow cart. If they were to perish because of him, He would never forgive himself. Just then, a low, haunting wolf howl resonated through the night. The black wolf, seamlessly blending into the darkness, sprang forth behind Jean and Wang, colliding midair with the saber-toothed Tiger King, creating a chaotic tumble of black and yellow forms. The black wolf. Both Jean and Yang Shua exclaimed simultaneously. Yang Shua was bewildered as to why the black wolf had emerged from that direction, but its timely leap saved the two once again. However, the black wolf remained fundamentally a bad wolf, despite its mutations that had turned its coat black and enlarged its stature. It was still far inferior to the saber-toothed Tiger King. Utilizing the element of surprise, the black wolf managed to ram into the Tiger King. But as soon as it landed, the saber-toothed Tiger King flipped over and lunged, pinning the black wolf beneath it, its jaws poised to strike. You dare? Yang Shua charged forward, wielding his iron spear, and with a powerful thrust, he propelled himself off the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The tremendous force surged from his thigh through to his arm, extending the spear as if it had grown in length. The saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to sense the impending threat. Abandoning the pinned black wolf, it kicked off with its powerful hind legs, leaving deep gashes along the wolf's side. Leaping several meters away to evade Yang Shua's deadly strike, the black wolf rolled over and sprang back up, its eyes glowing green in the night. Fixated on the saber-toothed Tiger King, ready to flank it alongside Yang Shua. Meanwhile, an arrow, seemingly guided by fate, shot from behind, striking the Tiger King's shoulder and causing blood to spurt. Roar! The saber-toothed Tiger King let out a furious bellow, feeling pain for the first time, while behind it, Shi's bowstring trembled from the energy it had been holding back. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Shua and the Black Wolf launched their assault on the saber-toothed Tiger King. The Black Wolf, embodying the spirit of a relentless warrior, clung fiercely to the Tiger King, alleviating much of Yang Shua's burden, who continuously thrust his iron spear to regain the upper hand for the Black Wolf. Several times, it seemed the saber-toothed Tiger King was on the verge of tossing the Black Wolf aside, but Yang Shua's spear would intervene just in time, forcing the Tiger King to alter its strategy and evade. Under the relentless onslaught from Yang Shua and the Black Wolf, the saber-toothed Tiger King found itself overwhelmed. Although it had not sustained significant injury from the duo, Shi's arrows, guided as if by divine intervention, relentlessly pierced its back, leaving it resembling a porcupine, adorned with iron and wooden arrows protruding from its flesh. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, illuminating the entire tribe with flames. The last saber-toothed tiger had successfully breached the tribe, only to confront the tribe's foremost warrior, Ao, armed with an iron spear, one belonging to him and the other to Li. Ao's eyes blazed with fury, muscles coiled like a battle-hardened deity as he advanced toward the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's initial pounce was deftly evaded by Ao, who countered with a reverse thrust, embedding his spear deeply into the tiger's flank. The saber-toothed tiger landed, reeling in pain, and turned to sever the spear lodged in its side, glaring menacingly at Ao. At that moment, a stone spear flew in from the side. Li had discarded his weapon from behind a wall, joining Ao in their assault on the saber-toothed tiger. The stone spear narrowly missed the tiger, which swiftly countered with a powerful turn, its tail striking Li like a whip, knocking him to the ground. As the saber-toothed tiger leaped, it aimed to pounce upon Li. Beast! Ao roared, charging towards Li the instant he fell. However, to his astonishment, the saber-toothed tiger had been scheming. It had no intention of attacking Li. Its true target was Ao. As Ao charged forward, the saber-toothed tiger landed, propelled itself off the ground, and with a swift turn, lunged to meet Ao head-on. Yet, how could a single man withstand the assault of a creature weighing several hundred pounds? Ao had no choice but to relinquish his iron spear, narrowly dodging the direct attack. However, the tiger's bulk collided with his shoulder like a freight train, sending Ao sprawling like a top, tumbling across the ground before swiftly regaining his footing. Blood filled Ao's mouth. The impact had been significant, forcing him to swallow a mouthful of crimson. He took a moment to steady his breath before drawing a cleaver from behind him. Within the tribe, only Li and Ao possessed specialized weapons. Li wielded a hammer, while Ao carried a cleaver, with its cunning plan succeeding and now holding the upper hand. The saber-toothed tiger seized the opportunity to launch a series of relentless attacks, leaping again as it landed, preparing to pounce once more. If it were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly have perished in that sudden onslaught. Having just been struck with disorientation, at this moment, they would likely struggle to discern their surroundings, let alone the fact that they had just relinquished their weapon. Yet, it was oblivious to the creature before it. For standing there were the most valiant warriors of not one, but 3 tribes. In the midst of the tumultuous roll, one warrior, Ao, had deftly unsheathed his machete from his lower back. The moment he regained his footing, he swallowed blood and adjusted his breath in one fluid motion. As the saber-toothed tiger lunged again, Ao swiftly sidestepped, rotating his arms to deliver a decisive strike to the beast. Crack! In the aftermath, a segment of the saber-toothed tiger's tail was sent flying, followed by its anguished howl. The tail, indeed, serves as a crucial balancing organ for all felines and canines, especially among cats, where it governs much of their bodily equilibrium during movement. At that moment, with its tail severed, the saber-toothed tiger's coordination faltered, and the tides of battle shifted once more. Seizing this fleeting moment, Li charged forward, landing another fierce blow to the tiger's rear, narrowly evading its retaliatory kick, the force of which whipped past him, stinging his face. The saber-toothed tiger, now driven by sheer rage, lost all semblance of reason and barreled toward Ao. However, Ao remained unperturbed, skillfully dodging the beast's attacks while his machete continued to carve wounds into its flesh. Yet, the saber-toothed tiger was not so easily vanquished. A moment's lapse led Ao to be struck by the frenzied creature, launching him across the expanse and crashing him against a wall, nearly tumbling into a pit outside. In the throes of battle, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. The tiger, leveraging its formidable physical prowess, bore down on Ao, who was incapacitated from the blow. The tiger lunged once more, and if it connected, Ao would surely meet his end. At that critical juncture, Li, who had been providing support, surged forth with explosive speed, leaping into the air to grasp the saber-toothed tiger's body. His impact altered the tiger's trajectory and momentum, and together, they arced through the air, descending into the pit behind Ao. Thud, thud, thud. The bamboo spikes embedded at the bottom pierced through the tiger's body with the ease of skewer through tofu, and Li, who clung tightly to the tiger, was likewise impaled by the bamboo, his hands pinned in a gruesome embrace. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger served as a cushion, sparing Li from death, though he sustained severe injuries and succumbed to unconsciousness from the tremendous impact. By this time, Ao had risen from the ground, glancing at Li below and finding that the worst had not come to pass. Yet, the sight of Li's dire condition ignited a fierce resolve within him, and his gaze fixed upon the distant saber-toothed tiger king. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf were both battered and bruised, and Sure had joined the fray with a spear. Without his assistance, Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf would have surely been overwhelmed. The saber-toothed tiger king, too, bore significant wounds, having been bitten by the Black Wolf, pierced by Yang Shuo, and shot by Sure, all of them drenched in blood. At that moment, a fierce gaze locked onto the saber-toothed tiger king, and Ao bellowed as he charged forward, followed closely by Zhao and Qian, who echoed his battle cry. The saber-toothed tiger king, trembling, desperately broke through Shure's blockade, vanishing into the night. Damn it, pursue. I must slay this wretched beast today. Yang Shuo, drenched in blood, his reinforced armor in tatters, had ignited his true fury. He had just braved the Tiger King's swipe, inflicting a grievous wound upon the creature's chest. The group, a man and a wolf, surged forward with a singular purpose, to end the life of this monstrosity. Chapter 75, The Execution. Sure was swatted aside by the saber-toothed Tiger King, who seized the opportunity to dash into the forest, bloodied and determined. Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf were the first to pursue, with Sure shaking off the daze and following suit, Ao trailing closely behind. Before long, they vanished into the woods, and amidst the chaos, a slender figure also plunged into the thicket. It was Ro. The entire conflict had unfolded in a flash, the brutal battle having escalated to a fever pitch almost immediately, leaving Ro utterly unprepared. As the confrontation neared its climax, the group encircled the saber-toothed Tiger King, and Ro finally emerged from her stupor, witnessing the beast that had slain her husband flee, prompting her to grasp her spear and follow suit. Meanwhile, Zhan and Wang, still in shock from the Tiger King's terror, spotted Ro racing into the woods and hurriedly pursued her. The tribe fell into an uneasy silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the raging fire and the heavy breaths of the weary warriors. Yang Shuo felt exhilarated. Whether besieged by a pack of dingo wolves or hunting with fervor, he had never before experienced such a visceral battle, perpetually teetering on the brink of death, where even the slightest error could cost one their life. He finally comprehended that he had lived under the protection of his tribe and their strength. Now, facing the saber-toothed Tiger King, he and the Black Wolf bore the weight of pressure, steadfastly holding the line until others could secure the victory. Yang Shuo felt his blood boil, his muscles igniting with energy. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, he found himself surging forward, keeping pace with the Black Wolf and the saber-toothed Tiger King. The Black Wolf, now utterly consumed by rage, harbored an even deeper animosity toward the Tiger King than Yang Shuo. Its entire kin had been slaughtered by these beasts, and now, vengeance was at hand, the Black Wolf yearning to sink its teeth into the Tiger King's throat. Howl! With a piercing cry, the Black Wolf launched itself with all its might, colliding into the saber-toothed Tiger King's flank and abruptly halting its escape. The Tiger King let out a pained roar. Rolling on the ground, the arrows embedded in its body snapping one by one, leaving only the tips lodged in its flesh. This roll through the dirt felt like rolling over a bed of nails. The Tiger King trembled in agony. Yet, it managed to rise again, intent on fleeing. At that moment, Yang Shua arrived. Having discarded his spear to enhance his speed, he charged barehanded. Spotting the saber-toothed Tiger King thrown by the Black Wolf, he leaped, aiming a kick at the beast. Yang Shua raced with unbridled speed. Though visibility was low in the darkness, the Tiger King's yellow fur stood out starkly. He launched a flying kick right at the Tiger King's head, landing solidly against its neck. The freshly risen saber-toothed Tiger King stumbled, crashing back to the ground. While Yang Shua, propelled by his momentum, rolled thrice before springing back up, seizing his dagger from his waist, and charging once more. In the distance, the Black Wolf regained its footing and leapt toward the saber-toothed tiger, followed closely by the tribe's warriors. The curtain was falling on this relentless chase. The saber-toothed Tiger King's demise was inevitable. Damn you, perish! Yang Shua leapt from above, plunging his dagger into the Tiger King's shoulder with a resounding crunch. The already fragile blade pierced through to the shoulder blade, snapping under Yang Shua's immense force and lodging itself within the Tiger King's bones. The saber-toothed Tiger King let out a pained roar, swiping a paw that sent Yang Shua sprawling. At that moment, after enduring yet another brutal blow, Yang Shua could no longer rise. He struggled on the ground for a few moments, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, utterly devoid of strength. Meanwhile, the Black Wolf lunged directly at the back of the saber-toothed Tiger King, sinking its teeth into its lumbar spine. In that instant, all of its fury erupted, causing the Tiger King's anguished roar to reverberate throughout the dense forest. With a resounding crack mingling with the tiger's roar, the Black Wolf shattered the saber-toothed Tiger King's spine, rendering it a cripple. Yet, the immensely powerful Tiger King retaliated with a swift turn, its massive paw striking the Black Wolf's head and sending it flying. The wolf, with its iron skull and tough sinews, was knocked unconscious by that single blow, showcasing the astonishing strength still possessed by the wounded saber-toothed Tiger King. At that moment, Shi and Ao arrived. With Yang Shua and the Black Wolf risking their lives in their assault, the saber-toothed Tiger King was now a shadow of its former self. Ao, with a fierce roar, thrust his blade into the Tiger King's neck, while Shi delivered a spear strike from the side, pinning the saber-toothed Tiger King to the ground. Thus, the once mighty Tiger King was slain, its body grotesquely contorted due to the iron spear's fixation, its hind legs twisted unnaturally from the Black Wolf's savage bites. Sister! Sister! At this juncture, Zhan and Wang had also arrived, having followed Ro closely. Upon reaching the battlefield, Ro immediately spotted the fallen saber-toothed Tiger King, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. In an instant, she seized the blade from Ao's hand, charging towards the saber-toothed Tiger King and delivering a brutal strike. The blade sank deep into its flesh, producing a dull thud. Tears continued to cascade down Ro's face as she silently wielded the blade, hacking repeatedly at the Tiger King's neck. Blood splattered, mingling with her tears as they dripped down her face and body. With each strike, the sound echoed, crack, crack, crack. Finally, after countless blows, Ro severed the saber-toothed Tiger King's neck. Its massive head rolled away like a ball, tumbling to the ground nearby. The Tiger King's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Ro, even in death, its gaze conveying a haunting recognition of the woman who had been the spouse of the pitiful creature it had slain. In that moment, Ro finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, the blade slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She had repaid the saber-toothed Tiger King tenfold for the suffering it had inflicted upon her. Gradually, the light faded from the saber-toothed Tiger King's eyes, leaving one to wonder if it had any regrets in its final moments for having slain the leader of this peculiar tribe. Ro's cries echoed through the woods as Yang Shua, witnessing the Tiger King's head soar away, succumbed into unconsciousness. At long last, it was over. Chapter 76, The Tower of Heroes. Cough, cough, cough. With a series of violent coughs, Yang Shua opened his eyes to behold the figure of Chun Yunyun, her dark hair tousled and cascading about her. At that moment, she was asleep beside him, her hands tightly grasping his, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Yang Shua gently stroked her hair, realizing that she must have been tending to him throughout his unconsciousness. He carefully extricated his left hand from her grip, attempting to rise. But a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to let out a low groan and lie back down. Chun Yunyun, hearing him, lifted her head. Brother Shual, you're awake. Please lie still, you are gravely injured. Don't move around. I'll call Ao. Chun Yunyun wiped her tear-streaked cheek, resembling a little kitten, and dashed out of the bunker to summon Ao. Yang Shua, however, was pressed down on the bed by her, preventing any movement as he began to assess his injuries. He was now wrapped up like a dumpling, his body swathed in cloth made from boiled cow hair, securing all his wounds. Through the fabric, he could see that it was sprinkled with crushed monkey grass. He had fought alongside the black wolf against the saber-toothed tiger king, with the wolf bearing the brunt of its attacks while he supported with his iron spear, seizing opportunities to strike. However, as a top predator, the saber-toothed tiger king had forced Yang Shua to exchange injuries just to land a hit. Fortunately, with the black wolf and Shur distracting it, he had survived. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. The most severe injury he sustained was from the final blow dealt to him by the saber-toothed tiger king, which had nearly crushed his chest. The armor had played a crucial role, absorbing most of the force, yet still, the tiger king's paw had left 4 deep claw marks on his chest. Aside from that, his arms, thighs, and back bore deep bruises from the tiger king's tail, now a mottled purple-black, along with various contusions and lacerations. It was no wonder that Chun Yunyun had been vigilantly watching over him for days. It was a miracle he had survived it all. How are you feeling? The cowhide curtain of the bunker was lifted, revealing Ao, who, though also injured and bandaged, appeared to be relatively unscathed. I'm not dead yet. How is the tribe? Yang Shuo made another effort to sit up, but found it impossible. So he resigned himself to lying there, gazing at the yellow ceiling. Ao suddenly fell silent, reluctant to speak of the matter at hand. He was well aware of Yang Shuo's condition, and an unusual tension filled the air until Chun Yunyun entered, carrying a ceramic basin, using animal hide to dab warm water onto Yang Shuo's body. Suddenly, Yang Shuo lifted his left hand, revealing a necklace made of beast teeth, an emblem from Li, the tribal chief, not only bearing the symbol of his tribe, but also 3 long wolf fangs from Ao's tribe. What has happened to the tribe? Yang Shuo's sudden outburst startled Chun Yunyun and shattered Ao's silence. Chun Yunyun pretended to hear nothing, quietly continuing to attend to Yang Shuo with meticulous care. Ao, gazing at the familiar wolf fangs and then at Yang Shuo, opened his mouth several times before finally speaking. Sun has perished, severely wounded, and yet to regain consciousness. Li has lost the use of both arms. Even if he heals, he will be of no use. Zhao is injured similarly to me, while others have minor wounds. Ao's voice was calm and subdued, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth. 1 dead, 3 severely wounded. Yang Shuo felt darkness envelop him, gasping violently, the pain in his chest causing cold sweat to trickle down. Chun Yunyun hurriedly brought him a cup of water, gently lifting his neck to ease his suffering. I understand. Brother Ao, please, leave me for a while to reflect. Ao observed the agony etched on Yang Shuo's face, choosing not to speak further. He quietly exited the bunker, leaving Chun Yunyun and Yang Shuo alone in the room. Brother Shuo, please don't be disheartened. Without you, none of us might have survived. This is not your fault. Chun Yunyun gazed at Yang Shuo, who was lost in thought, unable to contain her own sorrow. Tears streamed from Yang Shuo's eyes, gently wiped away by Chun Yunyun. As he felt the warmth on his face, his once dazed eyes regained their sparkle. He turned to glance at Chun Yunyun, catching sight of her weary visage as she struggled to muster a smile. Exhausted, Yunyun, I am fine. Once I recover, we shall erect a tower of heroes to honor all those who sacrificed their lives for the tribe, to immortalize their valor, ensuring that future generations will forever remember them. Yang Shuo's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, as Chun Yunyun, tears streaming down her face, nodded and resumed her work. As he lifted the animal hides once more, with Chun Yunyun's assistance, Yang Shuo finally managed to rise to his feet. After an extended period of rest, his wounds were under control, and Su had awakened 2 days prior. Though his injuries were severe, his life was no longer in jeopardy. Yang Shuo, Chun Yunyun, and Ao ventured to the clearing outside the tribe, where 2 stone mounds stood, memorials for Li and Sun, who perished for the tribe. Ao approached and placed the head of the saber-toothed tiger king before the 2 mounds, then quietly took his position behind Yang Shuo, leaning against Chun Yunyun. Yang Shuo gazed at the mounds, his emotions tumultuous. Brother Sun, I have avenged you. The tribe is in the capable hands of Ao and myself. Rest assured. All will be well. You may embark on your journey in peace. At this, tears flowed freely, and Yang Shuo's vision blurred, while Chun Yunyun and Ao's eyes brimmed with tears, and Ro, hidden behind, had already dissolved into sobs. Under Yang Shuo's direction, the remaining tribespeople began to gather stones from the creek, constructing a towering structure piece by piece, securing it with wood and rope. Erecting a tall edifice before the 2 mounds, crowned with a flag crafted from fawn skin, fluttering in the winter chill. The crowd was puzzled by Yang Shuo's actions. Yet with each small task, they felt an inexplicable emotion that connected them to the towering structure before them. As the final flag was placed atop the hero tower, Yang Shuo let out a sigh of relief and turned to address the gathered tribespeople. From this day forth, this towering structure shall be known as the Tower of Heroes. The word hero may be unfamiliar to you, so allow me to elucidate, that you may forever remember the heroes of our tribe. If the tribe of yore was merely a gathering of pitiable souls huddling for warmth in a primitive world, then the present tribe, now imbued with spirit and faith, had transformed into a cohesive entity of humanity. For the first time, the tribespeople took pride in being members of Yang Shua's tribe, each heart swelling with a sense of honor and sanctity. The word, hero. Beneath that flag-top tower lay the heroes of the tribe. Chapter 77, The Bloom of Spring. As the health of the tribespeople gradually improved, the tribe finally returned to its rhythms. Thanks to an abundant harvest of grass seeds, they comfortably weathered the harshest moments of winter. When Yang Shua emerged once more from the den of the Black Wolf, the earth had begun to awaken, with the first hints of green sprouting from the clearing before the fortress. In truth, Ao had not fully conveyed the gravity of the situation. Another member of the tribe had suffered grave injuries, Black Wolf. In the final battle, Black Wolf single-handedly bore the brunt of the saber-toothed Tiger King's assault, exhibiting a nearly miraculous performance for a bag wolf. Perhaps fueled by the clan's animosity, Black Wolf had resolved to hold on, determined to survive until the saber-toothed Tiger King fell, resulting in a battle that nearly cost Black Wolf its life. Even with the innate healing abilities of primal creatures, Black Wolf remained exceedingly frail, only recently able to move about freely after Yang Shua had regained his own mobility. Once a magnificent creature, Black Wolf now bore the scars of battle, 3 long, deep gashes on its head that had scabbed over, leaving permanent marks devoid of fur, thereby joining the ranks of the bald. Both of Black Wolf's hind legs exhibited slight deformities. Despite Yang Shua's careful treatment, the tiger's bites were not easily mended. The injuries left lasting disabilities, though not severely debilitating, causing Black Wolf to run in an unusual manner, a fact Yang Shuo noted while pursuing a young saber-toothed tiger. Yet, it was a blessing that Black Wolf could stand. Other concerns paled in comparison. Aside from the hind leg impairments, Black Wolf's belly, back, and sides were marred with claw marks from the saber-toothed Tiger King. The wounds had scabbed, yet like those on its head, they had damaged the hair follicles, rendering Black Wolf a bald, oddly shaped creature. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the tribe's affection for it, particularly from Ro. Having heard of Black Wolf's valor in battle, Ro felt immense gratitude, often secretly sharing her meager rations to nourish Black Wolf, who surprisingly did not reject her, allowing Ro to become the second person in the tribe able to approach Black Wolf. As twilight descended, the air became warm and humid, heralding the arrival of spring. The tribe had missed the hunting opportunities that accompanied the migration of animals, but Yang Shuo and the others still managed to capture a few wild horses using the traps they had previously dug. The herd, having brayed around the traps for several days, ultimately departed, abandoning their trapped companions. This small victory invigorated the tribe, revitalizing them as spring unfolded. As darkness enveloped the land, Yang Shuo gathered the tribe, outlining this year's tasks. The past was behind them, but they must continue to strive forward. Seated around the central clearing of the fortress, the tribespeople roasted horse meat while sifting through the grass seeds, with Yang Shuo addressing them. In a few days, once the grass has sprouted, we shall commence a new round of planting. Before that, the soil surrounding the fortress requires turning and fertilizing, and the nearby woods must be cleared. This year, we shall expand our planting efforts. And Black Wolf, if you keep licking your wounds, you will lose all your fur. Yang Shuo playfully tapped Black Wolf on the head, cautioning it against licking its wounds, then continued with his directives. We have just endured the gravest losses in our tribe's history. 2 members have departed from us forever. However, we cannot allow ourselves to languish in despair. We must tirelessly work to strengthen our tribe, ensuring their sacrifices do not go in vain. For they are the heroes of our tribe. Yang Shuo paused, grasping Black Wolf's large head, preventing it from licking its wounds. This calamity with the tigers serves as a reminder that we must rebuild our walls, providing our tribe with an absolutely secure environment. Only then can we live well. Furthermore, we need to reach out to the other tribes scattered across this land, uniting all tribes to conquer this territory completely. Yang Shuo's voice grew increasingly fervent, igniting excitement among the crowd as they envisioned a future alongside his words. One day, I will ensure that our tribe can thrive without walls, that no one will go hungry. I believe it shall not be long. The aroma of horse meat began to waft through the tribe. As the people gathered the sifted grass seeds and commenced their meal, Yang Shuo tossed a piece of meat, bone included, to Black Wolf, who finally surrendered the battle with its wounds, crunching on the horsebone. The arrival of spring was a quiet affair. Merely a day had passed when Yang Shuo stepped outside again, and the earth had transformed into a verdant expanse. Comrades, let us get to work. The tribe's people hoisted their shovels and axes, advancing into the surrounding woods, as the tribe's activities once more wreaked havoc upon the trees. One by one, the trees were felled, then hauled back to the tribe by carts for storage, while others began excavating the roots and preparing the land. The tribe divided into 3 groups. Some ventured to the back mountain to renovate the cave dwellings anew, with the arrival of spring's warmth. The river in the back mountain re-emerged, though its flow was modest. Meanwhile, others turned to tilling the original fields, removing the newly sprouted weeds. After several days, the tribe's various facilities gradually fell into place. The first kiln of bricks for spring was already in production, while the adjacent charcoal kiln was on its second batch. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Yang Shua and a few others, the cultivated land had expanded to encompass the slopes, and sturdy logs were stacked beside the tribe, with surplus roots chopped to serve as firewood. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the land today, the most crucial task at this stage commenced. Yang Shua was gradually cultivating the skills of the tribe's members, intending to slowly recede into the background. He aspired to become akin to a researcher, mastering cutting-edge techniques, and then entrusting their implementation and dissemination to others within the tribe. A few men carrying hoes and shovels led the way, digging a small trench in the soil. Behind them, several women cradled clay pots brimming with grass seeds, scattering 3 seeds every foot apart according to Yang Shua's instructions, carefully kicking the soil back over the seeds to bury them. Behind them followed men bearing yokes laden with manure, evenly spreading the fermented dung, aged throughout the winter, across the fields with ceramic ladles. Bringing up the rear were 2 carts carrying nearly all the tribe's jars, each filled with water, tended by several men who undertook the initial irrigation of the seeds. The entire process was methodical and organized. The division of labor between men and women was explicit, already embodying the spirit of modern agriculture. Among all those laboring, one individual drew particular attention, Li. To save Ao from imminent peril, Li had sacrificed himself, clutching the saber-toothed tiger's waist and falling into a pit. Though he succeeded in slaying the beast, his hands were pierced by bamboo thorns, several tendons severed. Thanks to Chun Yunyun's meticulous care, widespread infection and complications were averted, preserving his life, but his hands were rendered useless. At this moment, Li was pulling a rope with his chest, dragging a cart behind him, while several women nearby gazed upon him with reverence. This was all because of Yang Shua. In this battle, every man in the tribe was a hero. Yang Shua had instilled worship and spirit within the tribe. Li's hands were sacrificed for the tribe, just as those of Li and Sun who had died, deserving everyone's respect and admiration. Moreover, Li continued to contribute to the tribe's progress, despite his incapacitated hands, still bearing the tribe forward with his shoulders. Yang Shua seemed to see the tribe being pulled steadily toward the mountaintop by Li, and a profound calm settled within him. He gripped his shovel with greater resolve, determined to cultivate a future for the tribe. Chapter 78. You seem to be pioneering something quite novel. Li had taken over Yang Shua's duties, becoming a dedicated farmer. His hands had recovered poorly. Even light loads were difficult to manage. Guarding the home and tending the fields were now the most suitable tasks for him, leisurely and undemanding. According to Yang Shua, this was akin to early retirement, though Li did not fully grasp the meaning. As spring blossomed, animals migrating southward gradually returned. Herds gathered on the foothill grasslands to exchange genes and propagate their species. To Yang Shua's surprise, accompanying them were numerous packs of thylacines. The primitive world's thylacines, much like modern hyenas, occupied the lower rungs of the food chain, primarily scavenging carrion and bones, though they occasionally hunted. Overall, they functioned as decomposers. Perhaps due to the larger size of giant hyenas, which evolved differently, the giant hyena eventually became extinct, with the saber-toothed tiger packs no longer threatening. Various predators returned to their original territories. Yet, remarkably, Yang Shua's tribe's surroundings remained unusually tranquil. The giant hyenas occasionally harassed them, but only to scavenge their refuse, never causing trouble. Yang Shua recognized this as the influence of the black wolf. Although a lone figure, it still bore the aura of a former wolf king. Typically, thylacine packs dared not provoke it, especially considering the tribe's capacity to slay tigers. Increasingly, Yang Shua sensed that the primitive animals had developed special channels of communication. Having earned fame through their nocturnal battle against the saber-toothed tigers, they had become the undisputed rulers of the mountain range. Previously, encounters with giant hyenas or thylacines might have drawn warnings or even attacks if they appeared in numbers. Now, even women gathering seeds or wild fruits encountered these creatures only to see them turn away silently. Yang Shua felt they had successfully supplanted the saber-toothed tiger's dominance. Their presence signaled to surrounding predators that hunting was underway, prompting others to steer clear, returning only once the area was deserted. Currently, Li, Yang Shua Su, and the black wolf remained to guard the tribe, all nursing significant injuries that precluded hunting. Ao, Zhao, and others, having recovered, had formed a hunting party and ventured out. This time, Wang and Zhang accompanied them. After a battle, The two youngsters had matured considerably and no longer needed to assist Yang Shuo, being taken away by Ao. Presumably, after several such trials, they would become competent warriors. At last, the tribe enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Yang Shuo and the others busied themselves crafting pottery blanks. Due to their limited pottery skills, their vessels suffered frequent breakage, necessitating constant replenishment, a persistent headache for Yang Shuo. Lacking professional knowledge, he could at best select superior clay and fire at higher temperatures, akin to kiln-firing toilets to produce glass-like ceramics. However, this was time-consuming and laborious, often less efficient than simply producing more items. Having completed these mundane tasks, Yang Shuo gently placed the black wolf, who had been sleeping in his arms, onto the ground and began his rehabilitation exercises. Although his ribs still ached faintly, some movements remained feasible. After a round of training, sweat beaded on his forehead. At that moment, the black wolf returned from outside, skillfully navigating around large pits in the ground, carrying a primitive rabbit in its jaws. Having recovered, the black wolf had begun procuring its own food, though its yield was modest, still reliant on the tribe's support. Thus, the black wolf nestled in the small shelter Yang Shuo had built, gnawing on the rabbit while watching Yang Shuo bask in the sun in the clearing. Suddenly, an unexpected group of visitors appeared near the tribe. A herd of jungle deer had wandered down from the back mountain forests. Yang Shuo, just lamenting the lack of practice targets, found this a timely opportunity. The black wolf, having consumed the last of the rabbit, sprang from its den, eyes fixed on the dozen or so wild deer on the hillside. What's this? You want to hone your skills too? Yang Shuo observed the black wolf intently, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The black wolf was no ordinary beast, smarter even than Blacksea. It spent its days teasing Blacksea, who often ran to Yang Shuo to report. Modern times had hunting dogs to assist in hunts, and Yang Shuo wished to experiment similarly, testing the black wolf and probing the primitive animal's capabilities. Noticing the black wolf's growing excitement, Yang Shuo sensed potential. Here's the plan. I'll lie in ambush below the hillside. You circle around above and drive the deer down. We'll trap them in a pincer movement and enjoy a feast tonight. Sound good? Yang Shuo explained, gesturing, his silhouette reflected in the black wolf's eyes. Seeing the wolf's puzzled expression, he repeated the motions once more. As the black wolf, the king of the prairie bag wolves, was undoubtedly well-versed in tactics. Its hunting skills were far more challenging than those of the bag wolves in the mountains. After a moment's hesitation, the black wolf circled around the back of the tribe and began to weave through the forest of the rear mountains. Watching the black wolf's disappearing figure, Yang Shuo felt his heart race as if a door had truly opened. Sun, quickly come here. Sun, who was tending to his child with his wife, was summoned by Yang Shuo. Seeing Yang Shuo's excited demeanor, Sun initially thought the hunting party had returned. What's going on? He glanced around, perplexed by the absence of others. I want to take you to broaden your horizons. Hurry, grab a spear. We must leave now, or we will miss it. Yang Shuo hastily picked up an iron spear from the ground and dashed out from the side of the tribe, with Sun following closely behind. From a distance, Yang Shuo called out to Li. Li, keep an eye on the tribe. We will be back shortly. Yang Shuo had made a wooden stool for Li, who would leisurely watch over the tribe and the fields, nodding in response to Yang Shuo's words, signaling for them to hurry back. Sun was still slightly out of breath. The saber-toothed tiger had knocked him unconscious for several days, and he had yet to fully recover. The two men reached the hillside below the tribe and concealed themselves behind a tree. This location was a crucial passage for the deer descending from the mountain. On one side was the tribe, which the deer would certainly avoid, and on the other side was the black wolf, which would not pursue them upwards. Climbing further was unfeasible, as the earthquake had collapsed the mountainside above. This spot was just right. Sun took a moment to catch his breath while keeping a watchful eye on Yang Shuo, wondering what had prompted this sudden excursion. Just then, a commotion erupted from the trees on the hillside, as a herd of deer, panic-stricken, charged downwards, seemingly fleeing from some terrifying presence. Sun immediately shifted into a state of heightened alert. Something was amiss, as encountering other predators during a hunt posed a far greater danger, especially considering that both of them were still injured. Yang Shuo, observing the oncoming deer, felt an indescribable thrill, a sense of exhilaration. As the herd drew closer, Sun prepared himself for either an attack or a retreat, while Yang Shuo remained focused solely on the deer. Shuo, is this what you meant by broadening our horizons? There must be other predators behind the herd. Should we not flee first? Sun anxiously inquired of Yang Shuo. Look over there. Yang Shuo pointed with his iron spear towards the distant woods, prompting Sun to curiously glance in that direction. In the forest behind the herd, a dark figure darted back and forth, resembling a nimble monkey, corralling any deer attempting to stray and ensuring the herd could only rush downhill. Sun squinted at the shadow, feeling an unsettling familiarity. As the figure drew closer, Its peculiar running style and the occasional flash of pink from its side caused Sun's eyes to widen in realization. This was no other than the black wolf. Yang Shuo, seeing that the deer had entered the range for an attack, quietly declared, "Prepare to strike." Sun, being a top-tier hunter, quickly focused on his target as the threat level diminished. Kill. Yang Shuo let out a low growl and charged from behind the tree, taking a leap as his right hand propelled the iron spear forward like a bolt of lightning. The deer, having been driven into a frenzy by the black wolf, were utterly unprepared for the ambush that awaited them, appearing as if Yang Shuo and Sun had materialized from thin air. Hey! Sun also grunted softly as he hurled his spear. Their surprise attack, combined with the lightweight spears, left little room for evasion. In an instant, both spears struck true, impaling a wild deer to the ground. Their sudden appearance disrupted the fleeing rhythm of the herd. The sight of their companion's blood-soaked demise caused a few deer to attempt a hasty retreat, only to be swiftly toppled by the black wolf's powerful paw, followed by a swift, throat-slicing motion. Sun's chest rose and fell as he caught his breath. The effort of launching the spear had drained much of his energy, requiring him to channel all his strength into his throw. However, after a brief moment of rest, the shock he felt was indescribable. 3 deer. They typically tracked the forest deer, and the process was arduous. During the final attack, they could only target one at a time, as deer were notoriously vigilant, making it likely they would leave empty-handed if they attempted to pursue different targets. Yet now, amidst the chaotic herd, they could strike at will. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If only a few more people had accompanied them, they could have easily captured the entire herd. Sun took a deep breath, realizing that with a few more allies, they could have easily secured all the deer. He glanced at the gleeful Yang Shuo, who was eagerly approaching the fallen deer. Drawing out a dagger, he swiftly slit the throat of the deer and took a hearty mouthful of its blood. Yang Shuo savored the warm blood, marveling at the contrast to the modern world where such an act might land him years of imprisonment. Here, it was a mere indulgence, a source of nourishment. He looked up at the astonished Sun and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Come over and have a taste. It's revitalizing." Chapter 79, The Union of Man and Wolf. It was hard to imagine Li's expression. Yang Shuo and Sun hurriedly exited the tribe, each carrying a deer alongside the black wolf. The black wolf itself had clamped down on a wild deer, laboriously lifting its head to carry it, swaying as if intoxicated. Yang Shuo and Sun strode boldly back into the tribe, each with a deer slung over their shoulder. Even Ro emerged, astonished that these 2 invalids had returned with 3 deer, rivaling the spoils of the hunting party. Yang Shuo felt an indescribable joy, not merely from the acquisition of prey, but from the unspoken understanding he shared with the black wolf. After just 2 instructions, the wolf executed them flawlessly. He had initially feared that the deer would scatter. Though he and Sun had occupied a vital path, the area was still vast. If the herd broke apart, their escape would be relatively simple. However, the black wolf delivered an exemplary performance, having honed its skills on the prairie, adeptly sensing the movements of its prey, extinguishing any signs of panic. In the end, like a shepherd, it herded the entire group of deer into Yang Shuo's ambush. "What are you following me for? Go eat. It's all yours," Yang Shuo insisted as they reached the open ground of the tribe. The black wolf, still proudly carrying the deer, was shooed away by Yang Shuo. "Today is a splendid day. You caught it. You eat it. No need to share with the tribe." The black wolf stood in bewilderment for a moment before turning and racing back to its den, eagerly gutting the warm entrails, savoring its prize. Having just had a rabbit in the morning, the black wolf was not particularly hungry, so it buried the remaining deer for later. Blackie, no longer seeking Yang Shuo's complaint, snatched a piece of intestine and dashed off, returning to find his mate, who was pregnant once more. The black wolf turned a blind eye to the incident, while Ro and the others began processing the hunt, and Yang Shuo set to work. In preparation for the saber-toothed tiger pack, Yang Shuo diligently crafted 10 iron arrowheads, which had been nearly depleted in the final battle, leaving only the arrowheads intact. However, such hunting techniques are rarely employed in everyday situations. Processed wood suffices. As long as one does not encounter formidable beasts like saber-toothed tigers or wild boars, the lethality is more than adequate, and there is no need for retrieval. Leaving behind a surplus of arrows, Yang Shuo cut a piece from the stored cowhide, measuring it against the neck of the black wolf, fashioning it into a collar. During their ambush of the saber-toothed tiger king, he realized that the neck was the most vulnerable point in combat. Both the black wolf and the saber-toothed tiger king sought to target each other's throats, for if one were to be choked, the battle would conclude. The same principle applies to hunting. With the biting force of black wolves, giant hyenas, and primordial lions, a mere bite to the neck could sever the spine. Had it not been for Yang Shuo's constant interference, the black wolf would likely have sustained a fatal injury. Thus, he cleverly utilized iron arrowheads and cowhide to create a protective collar for the black wolf. The The cowhide was softened through manipulation, then folded to form a dual-sided structure, with the arrowheads securely lodged and reinforced with yarn to prevent them from falling off. Finally, he stitched the outer cowhide with yarn, culminating in a perfect neck guard. Yang Shuo approached the black wolf, gently pressing its head down to fit the collar, which was a perfect size. With 3 scars adorning the wolf's head and the collar in place, the gleaming arrowheads polished by Yang Shuo's efforts gave the black wolf an imposing appearance, reminiscent of a gang leader. Nice. Perfect. Yang Shuo admired from a distance, though the black wolf seemed less pleased, finding the sudden addition to its neck somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, it sensed the collar's potential, understanding that the sharp, glimmering objects were once embedded in the flesh of the saber-toothed tiger king. With this apparatus, any creature daring to bite its neck would have to reconsider, as one fateful bite could result in numerous puncture wounds. Noticing the black wolf's unease, Yang Shuo decided to remove the collar, deeming it suitable only for battle, as it was quite bothersome during regular moments. In addition to the neck guard, Yang Shuo intended to craft a set of hardened vine armor for the black wolf. Previously, skirmishes between tribes had been minor affairs, but the recent confrontation with the saber-toothed tiger had revealed the armor's true efficacy. Without it, both he and Sun would have met an untimely end. The equipment within the tribe had mostly deteriorated, and recreating it would be no small task, especially with the precious oils being scarce, necessitating a gradual approach. However, for now, Yang Shuo's primary focus was to hone a particular skill. In the ensuing days, Yang Shuo ventured forth with the black wolf, leaving Sun and Li to guard the tribe. The pair returned each evening, consistently bringing in a bounty, much to the astonishment of Sun and Li, who found their efficiency unparalleled. After several days of collaboration, Yang Shuo and the black wolf developed an increasingly harmonious partnership. Traditionally, the black wolf hunted alongside other bag wolves, driving prey and partitioning herds, relying solely on their bites. Yet now, it was an alliance with Yang Shuo, who possessed tools, iron spears and powerful bows, as well as traps. The black wolf primarily disturbed the prey, guiding the herds to designated locations, a far more relaxed endeavor. Yang Shuo, too, found his role simplified. He no longer needed to chase down prey, instead waiting patiently for opportunities. Although the black wolf had a slight disability in its hind legs, it could still outrun Yang Shuo with its 4 legs. Each played to their strengths, leading to a significant increase in hunting efficiency, with nearby herds suffering the consequences. Unlike previous hunts where a larger herd would deter attacks to avoid trampling, the black wolf now merely had to bark a few commands and adjust the herd's direction. Without further ado, Yang Shuo relished the experience of simply digging a pit and waiting for prey to leap in. Today marked the return of the hunting party. As they dragged a cart back to the tribe, along the way, they spotted a familiar silhouette lying in ambush amidst the grass. Yang Shuo was engaged in hunting on the plains while the black wolf had set out to fulfill its own task. Shuo, what are you doing? Ao, having set down the rope in his hands, sought to discern Yang Shuo's actions, only to see him turn and signal for silence, urging everyone to crouch down and prepare for an ambush. Observing Yang Shuo's spider-like crouch, Ao and the others pondered if he was simply practicing an attack stance. As recent herds had been quite distant, just as doubts lingered, chaos erupted among the herd ahead, as if something had startled them, causing the entire group to quicken their pace in a bid to escape danger. Sensing something amiss, the keen-eyed among them spotted a familiar figure bounding playfully behind the herd. That looks like the black wolf, someone remarked, confirming their suspicions. Yet before they could inquire with Yang Shuo, the atmosphere shifted unsettlingly. Master, it seems the herd is charging towards us. Jean voiced the collective concern. Such a massive herd could trample them into the ground. Indeed, they are rapidly approaching. Everyone prepare? Yang Shuo lowered his body once more, positioning 2 iron spears beside him, gripping one tightly as he awaited the prey's approach. A flurry of agitation ensued, as the impending collision of the herd left no room for hesitation. However, Ao, trusting Yang Shuo's seriousness, restrained the others' reactions. In their eyes, the leader of the hunting party was akin to a chieftain. As the distance closed, Yang Shuo suddenly launched his attack. His legs tensed. A surge of power erupted from his calves, coursing through his waist and shoulders, with every muscle exhibiting a remarkable rhythm, creating an aesthetic display. Then, with a swift motion, the iron spear was released, striking the foremost wild horse with tremendous force, piercing through its chest and embedding itself deeply. The wild horse collapsed, its momentum resulting in a broken neck from the fall, and without a tremor, it succumbed instantly. Following this, Yang Shuo's next actions left the hunting party in awe of the chieftain's might. He swiftly knocked an arrow, releasing a flurry of projectiles within mere breaths, transforming the wild horse's chest and neck into a quivering mass of arrows. Though severely wounded, it was not mortally so. The horse, driven by instinct. Pressed forward despite its injuries. Yang Shuo retrieved another iron spear from the ground, charging straight ahead, leaping to drive the spear into the horse's chest. The once swift creature was now halted, blood gushing forth as Yang Shuo retreated. After several paces, the wild horse, exhausted, let out a painful whinny before collapsing lifelessly. Thus, drenched in blood, Yang Shuo carved a path through the herd, using the carcasses of 2 wild horses as cover while the blood served as a deterrent. Splitting the herd into 2 segments that rushed past the onlookers. Even Ao was left stunned, yet the surprise only deepened. Flanking Yang Shuo were 2 pit traps, which collapsed as the herd surged through, sending the horses tumbling into disarray. The once cohesive herd was now thoroughly divided, with one group fleeing east and the other west. The black wolf arrived panting heavily beside Yang Shuo, its protective neck guard gleaming, complementing the blood-soaked figure of Yang Shuo. Turning to face the crowd, Yang Shuo asked, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Chapter 80. How to describe the mighty chieftain. This hunt had been meticulously planned by Yang Shuo for quite some time. He and Sun had labored for several days to dig 2 traps, and today was the moment of fruition, yielding satisfying results. 3 wild horses were captured, though the other trap remained unproductive due to the horses being too far apart. Nonetheless, this achievement had already astonished everyone. In the distance, a cart lay with 4 spotted donkeys, provisions brought back by the team. They had previously considered hunting wild horses on the prairie, but the herds were exceedingly vigilant and swift, making it nearly impossible to approach them. However, this time, Yang Shuo devised a strategy that required no close pursuit. If we cannot catch them, why not find something that can? Black Wolf, go. The strategy of waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree was undeniably the most carefree, allowing Yang Shuo to accomplish the remarkable feat of single-handedly hunting 3 wild horses, all witnessed by the majority of the tribe's warriors. Once already renowned within the tribe, Yang Shuo, their new chieftain, had now ascended to a legendary status, armed with an iron spear and a curved bow slung over his shoulder. Accompanied by the imposing black wolf, drenched in blood, he evoked awe and admiration. It took the group 2 trips to transport all the game back, and upon returning to the tribe, Ao and the others were once again left in shock. The tribe had undergone a transformation. Around the tribe's fortress, new wooden structures had been erected, adorned with strips of dried meat. All of this had been brought back by Yang Shuo over the past few days, with the surplus carefully dried for storage. From a distance, it resembled a festive celebration, with red couplets decorating the entire tribe. As Ao gazed at the hung strips of dried meat, he suddenly realized that even without them, Yang Shuo alone could sustain the entire tribe. Stone, who had been following Ao, stealthily approached and whispered in his ear, "Brother, how would you describe the chieftain's prowess? I remember you learned a rather catchy phrase from him. What was it?" The corners of Ao's mouth twitched slightly, and at that moment, having always supported Yang Shuo, he sincerely admitted, "I am impressed." Observing Yang Shuo's triumphant demeanor, Ao extended his thumb and exclaimed, "You are remarkable." Hearing Ao's praise, Yang Shuo felt as if he were soaring. Stone finally received his answer, gazing at Yang Shuo, and echoed, "Remarkable." That evening, the tribe commenced a bonfire celebration. The bounty from this hunt would alleviate their concerns about food for a considerable time, allowing Yang Shuo to embark on the next phase of his plans. "Brother Ao, have you discovered any traces of other tribes during your time outside?" Yang Shuo inquired, tearing off a piece of meat and mumbling through a mouthful. Upon hearing this, Ao fell into deep thought. Yang Shuo had previously broached this topic, as the tribe had acquired agricultural techniques, gradually enabling them to support a larger scale. It was time to engage with other tribes, potentially absorbing them to strengthen their own. Ao wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Shuo's perspective. Ordinary tribes might not be directly assimilated, but the way Yang Shuo had treated their tribe could be mirrored in their interactions with others, from trading goods to exchanging lives. Once the essence of their tribe was experienced, it would be hard for anyone to part ways. After all, their tribe was exceptional, and few could refuse such an offer. Ao and Yang Shuo shared this confidence. After a moment of silence, Ao nodded. "Do you remember the ashes of the campfire we encountered when we returned from the wasteland? We have encountered similar signs within the mountains recently. Based on the surrounding area, it should be nearby, not too far off." Ao's words sparked Yang Shuo's interest. They had encountered traces of human activity on several occasions, but amidst the turmoil and food scarcity of the tribe, they had refrained from engaging. Now that stability had returned, this plan could finally be set in motion. "Brother Ao, with me and the Black Wolf, we have sufficient strength for now. Leave 2 to hunt with me, and you take a few to explore the neighboring tribes. If they are ordinary tribes, attempt to establish contact. If they are cannibal tribes, we shall take decisive action." Yang Shuo gestured with his hand across his neck, indicating that with the current strength and equipment of the tribe, they had no fear of typical cannibal tribes. They likely aren't cannibals. This tribe has clearly noticed our presence, as their recent activities have been evasive. The signs of life indicate they are an ordinary tribe, so we can attempt to make contact. Tomorrow, I will take a group to scout. You wait for my news at home. With their discussion concluded, the remaining tasks were merely trivial matters. The kiln in the back mountain had completed several firing tasks, necessitating transportation of materials back. With spring approaching, the previous paths had become overgrown with weeds, requiring clearing once again. Additionally, one critical matter, the city wall project, needed to be prioritized. Unlike before, Yang Shua intended to relocate. The remnants of the previous tribe's ruins had become untenable. The effort required for cleanup was excessive, and this base had originally been established for safety upon their arrival, yet had become overcrowded even before the earthquake devastated it. During recent hunts, Yang Shua had identified a promising site that he intended to develop as the next base for the tribe's advancement. When Yang Shua revealed his intention to relocate, the entire tribe was taken aback. Years of living had fostered a deep reliance on this place, and the notion of moving evoked memories of painful migrations and uncertain times. However, Yang Shua reassured everyone by outlining his plans in detail. The relocation plan was divided into 3 parts. First, the city wall project, which involved transporting materials to construct walls in the area Yang Shua had chosen. Second, the residential plan, which would commence once the majority of the walls were completed, focusing on planning and building living spaces within the walls. Third, the industrial zone plan, which would be implemented after the base was established, ensuring that all industries were comprehensively developed, organized more efficiently, and produced higher yields with fewer people. Yang Shua aimed to complete the first 2 phases promptly, allowing everyone to reside safely within the walls. Only with stable housing could further implementations proceed without future concerns. Yang Shua held exceedingly high expectations for this relocation. He sought not merely to establish a foothold for the tribe, but to construct a city. Once Yang Shua articulated all his ideas, silence enveloped the group. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of such a vision, especially considering Yang Shua's ambition to gradually realize it over the coming years. Ao was equally astonished by Yang Shua's grand aspirations, and Yang Shua subsequently set him a goal, to forge alliances with neighboring tribes, striving for amicable relations, absorption if possible, and avoiding enmity otherwise. Furthermore, the tribe would provide education, from language to technology, allowing others to pay tuition or work within the tribe to cover their fees, with provisions and lodging included. As this information unfolded, Ao's mouth gradually closed, struggling to regain composure. 2 words caught in his throat remained unspoken. Beside him, Stone promptly extended his hand, giving a thumbs up to voice what Ao could not. You are remarkable. Chapter 81, The Heroic City Plan. Early the next morning, Ao set out with a group, heading east towards the original location of their tribe, based on observations from previous hunts. With a high probability that the neighboring tribe lay in that direction, Yang Shua plunged headlong into the bunker, embarking on his grand scheme. Meanwhile, others diligently followed the arrangements made yesterday, transporting materials from the kiln factory on the rear mountain to the floodplain by the riverbank directly beneath the tribe, which was not far from the river that meandered through the grasslands. Aside from this, the remainder of the group was assigned by Yang Shua to the rear mountain. As the 2 existing brick kilns were insufficient to meet the demand, the wall construction plan necessitated a colossal quantity of bricks, thus making the establishment of new kilns imperative. Abundant food invigorated everyone, and with a grand gesture, Yang Shua declared that from today onwards, all would receive 2 meals a day to ensure they maintained their strength. Except for those tasked with caring for children, the entire workforce was mobilized for kiln construction. Under such motivation, kiln after kiln emerged on the rear mountain, with each pair of brick kilns equipped with a charcoal kiln, culminating in the establishment of 10 new brick kilns and a living space for workers by the riverside of the rear mountain. Yang Shua intended to leave some individuals stationed there specifically for the production of charcoal and bricks. From this point forward, he aimed to redefine the tribe's developmental trajectory, not only relocating the base, but also assigning vocational roles to the tribe's populace. Yang Shua understood that not everyone was a valiant hunter. Some were better suited to other tasks, and he had observed this carefully. Sher was the most dependable, somewhat reserved and lacking in aggression, yet he approached his work with utmost seriousness, making him suitable for more stable roles. Alongside Sher was Qian, who was naturally slight and ill-fitted for hunting, but had a remarkable talent for pottery. Together, they were the ideal candidates for managing the kiln factory. Thus, once all the kilns were completed, the 2 were proudly appointed as the factory manager and deputy manager, responsible for both the crafting and firing of bricks, as well as the production of charcoal. Although the workload was considerable, Yang Shua provided generous compensation, ensuring that Sher and Qian retained priority for 2 meals a day once the kiln factory was fully operational. After performing some basic repairs on their living quarters, the Shi couple and the Qian couple moved in together. Over time, Qian successfully won the heart of a single woman from the tribe, establishing a family, which was also a reason Yang Shua selected him as deputy manager. With 12 brick kills and 6 charcoal kills, the 4 of them worked collaboratively, managing portions of the kills daily, rotating tasks, which proved manageable. As the kiln factory finally stabilized, Yang Shua assigned 2 individuals as dedicated drivers for transporting materials, leaving only himself and Zhan to plan the tribe's new stronghold. This riverside floodplain lay directly beneath the tribe's hillside, where a small stream merged with others to form the largest river on the grasslands, flowing through this very plain. In Yang Shua's grand vision, the new tribal settlement was to be at least 5 times larger than the previous one, more advanced and fully equipped. Thus the project was vast, which was also why he intended to seek assistance from other tribes. Standing on the plain, Yang Shua held a large piece of grass paper depicting a city blueprint, with the words Hero City boldly inscribed at the top. Zhan began marking 2 lines 1 meter apart, extending from this point to the riverbank. Recalling the previous discussion about a width of over 1 meter, Yang Shua positioned himself at a spot, pointing towards an open area, which he had chosen as the center of the settlement, indicating that these 2 lines would serve as the city's drainage system. At this stage, collecting human waste for fertilizer was crucial, so the drainage system would only be for discharging wastewater. However, in Yang Shua's vision, this would eventually become the city's sewage system, with every household's toilet connected to it, achieving a modern urban infrastructure. Furthermore, he indicated 2 parallel lines, 3 meters wide, extending to the branch he had marked. And in the opposite direction, he pointed out 4 poles, instructing Zhan to encircle the entire area with these poles as the center. Under Yang Shua's direction, Zhan fervently drew on the ground, and soon a massive rectangle materialized, with a long pipe extending toward the distant riverbank. Yang Shua picked up a shovel from the ground, rolled up the blueprint, and said to Zhan, "Come, let's dig along all the lines. We need to excavate to a depth of 1 meter, a considerable undertaking. So let's get to work." Zhan nodded, surveying the lines he had drawn and recalling Yang Shua's diagram, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. Could this truly be realized? The master was indeed formidable. The 2 began excavating in the open space, while in the distance, a cart laden with bricks slowly approached, with 4 or 5 piles of bricks already neatly arranged nearby. Zhao unloaded bricks while observing the industrious duo, and his casual remark startled Yang Shua, causing him to shower himself with dirt. Ao and Wang have returned with a group of people. Zhao had not finished speaking when Yang Shua interrupted. A group of people? How many? Observing Yang Shua's astonishment, Zhao pondered briefly. It seems there are 6 or 7. I didn't look closely. Ao had instructed him to hurry back, as there were matters to discuss. Before Zhao could finish his sentence, Yang Shua turned and sprinted towards the tribe, thinking, this is not merely a pillow for sleep. It is a luxurious mattress. Upon returning to the tribe, he was greeted by a group of primitive individuals clad in rudimentary animal skins outside the settlement, particularly several women whose attire left little to the imagination. Yang Shua glanced at them, feeling as if he might bleed from his nose. He quickly averted his gaze, thinking it wise not to indulge in inappropriate thoughts. As he passed by the group, he encountered Ao approaching, who exclaimed, "Shaw, you're back. I've brought people with me." Ao, noticing Yang Shua's astonished expression, thought to himself, even you can be surprised. It had not taken long for him to locate the tribe. Ao, you just brought them back like that. How could they be so agreeable? Does their tribe even have anyone left? Yang Shua was genuinely taken aback. This was not as he had imagined. There had been no communication stage at all. It's not just you. You were quite generous, providing food and lodging. A while back, there was an earthquake, and several from their tribe perished, while others were injured. They barely survived until now, with only 2 able to hunt, supporting 6 others. They were on the verge of starvation. I gestured about providing meals, and they immediately decided to bring their entire tribe along. Zhao recounted, his mouth frothing with excitement, while Yang Shua listened intently. This tribe had indeed suffered misfortune. The earthquake had struck at night, leaving them without warning, and they had been caught unawares in their slumber. The quake had collapsed their cave, instantly claiming 3 lives from a tribe of 11, while the rest managed to crawl out from the rubble, all bearing injuries, leaving only 2 men capable of maintaining their strength. These 2 had shouldered the burden of the tribe's sustenance. Initially, they could scavenge from deceased animals, but as food became scarce, the tribe endured a cycle of hunger and feasting, with everyone growing emaciated. Finally, they had survived until spring, and their injuries healed somewhat, allowing them to maintain the tribe without succumbing to starvation. At this moment, Ao and Wang appeared with great swagger, clad in reinforced vine armor and wielding iron spears. Speaking in an unintelligible tongue, their robust physiques glowing with health. The contrast was striking. Ao boldly intercepted a stone spear with his chest, shattering it to pieces. There was no further action to follow. Although communication was somewhat challenging, the gesture of sharing food was universally understood. A single red date in exchange for a hearty meal ensured the primitive individuals were swiftly won over, leading their entire tribe to follow. Upon hearing this, Yang Shua couldn't help but click his tongue. The primitive people were indeed innocent and unsophisticated, unafraid of the dark intermediaries, and had journeyed here with their families. This simply wouldn't do. We must establish our reputation and follow through on our promises. With this thought, Yang Shua waved his hand decisively. Li go. Come. Prepare a sumptuous feast for our newly arrived brothers and sisters. Roast large chunks of meat, generously seasoned with salt. In Chapter 82, the chief Zhou Pa Pai, Yang Shua had witnessed the true essence of hunger. For the first time in a long while, the unfortunate tribe feasted to their heart's content. In the center of the village square, 2 bonfires blazed, roasting a variety of meats. Li had now been promoted to the tribe's dedicated warehouse manager, responsible for the food supply, storage, and distribution of provisions. Observing the ravenous crowd, Li couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Without the burdens of responsibility, one might remain oblivious to the value of grain and oil, but once tasked with managing resources, the pain of watching these hungry wolves devour the food struck at his very heart. Eventually, Li could bear it no longer and fled, preferring not to witness the gluttony. While Yang Shua, with a mix of impatience and determination, continued to roast the meat for everyone. For the first time, these primitive people savored such delectable flavors, entirely different from their usual fare. What was this taste? What was that substance the man sprinkled on the meat that made it so delicious? Had it not been for Yang Shua's earlier prowess, they might have truly consumed all the tribe's provisions, as the meal alone had reduced their supplies by a fifth. As the feast drew to a close, a man stood and performed a peculiar gesture towards Yang Shua, soon followed by others mimicking the same action. Yang Shua recognized this as a sign of respect. Every tribe likely had its unique manner of expressing reverence, and theirs involved placing hands on shoulders. After their fill, Yang Shua grinned and approached, knowing that with their hunger sated, it was time to set to work. Such laborers could not be wasted. The opposing tribe's chief, observing the beaming Yang Shua, felt a sense of unease. Why did this seemingly amiable individual exude an ominous aura? After all, Yang Shua had once been the embodiment of Zhou Pa Pai, compelling the tribe to labor daily for the construction of a city wall. His words wielding more authority than even the chief's. Communication remained a challenging endeavor, but with a few experiences under his belt, Yang Shua swiftly navigated the process. And soon the tribe understood his intent. I provide the food, and you shall work hard, and there will be sustenance. The tribe glanced at their roasted meat and readily agreed. Who would refuse such a deal where food was guaranteed without the need for hunting? Thus, the tribe was swiftly divided into 3 groups, and Yang Shua's heroic city plan was set into motion. Due to the newcomers bearing various injuries, unable to perform heavy labor, Yang Shua assigned them all transportation tasks. They loaded carts at the brick factory, transporting materials to the new base and arranging them neatly. The tribe's carts were brought out for use. The surplus women assisted at the brick factory, where Yang Shua had devised molds to expedite the process. Simply mix the clay, pour it in, and remove it. Bricks were produced swiftly and efficiently. Meanwhile, the original tribe members were assigned more advanced tasks, establishing the foundation for the heroic city. The lines drawn for the construction demanded that every area be excavated at least a meter deep, a considerable undertaking. All skilled laborers were summoned to dig at the protruding drainage channels. To build a city, the underground work had to be accomplished first. After an entire afternoon of effort, the group had barely excavated half the required area, highlighting the enormity of the task. With the addition of newcomers, transportation efficiency surged, and the 12 brick kilns at the factory no longer accumulated bricks, visibly decreasing as they were transported to the plains, laid out along the ditches dug by Yang Shua and his team. That evening, another feast awaited, and for the newcomers, it marked their first experience of 2 meals in a single day. Compared to the 2 meals, the tribe was profoundly astonished by Yang Shua and his companions, akin to Ao's first ascent of their city walls. Later that night, the black wolf returned after a day of roaming, its presence leaving the tribe in stunned silence. What was this creature? A wolf of such size had ventured into their midst. How could such a beast be approached? Beyond the black wolf, everything else was beyond their comprehension. This transformation of earth into stone, the diverse pottery, the warmth of houses, and the myriad traps scattered about. What was all this? How could wild boars exist within their tribe? And what was this? A massive black rat climbing onto the chief's shoulders. Everything around them continually reshaped their understanding of reality. And Yang Shua's tribe exchanged knowing smiles at the bewildered newcomers. This was the allure of Yang Shua's tribe. Not only Yang Shua, but every member believed that once one had experienced their tribe, the desire to leave would be utterly extinguished. Due to insufficient housing, the newcomers were allocated animal skins, forced to make do with sleeping outside while digging pits for bedding. Yet, they felt no discontent. They had always slept this way, and since the cave's collapse, it had been their norm. Moreover, the new chief had promised that they would be accommodated in larger homes soon. What was there to fear? Before dawn the next day, Yang Shua took a bamboo pole and began to strike it against the ground in the center of the tribe. Dong, 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 dong. Rise and shine. Time to work. Comrades, the moment of struggle has arrived. 100 days of toil, and soon we shall reside in grand houses. Yang Shua's long-hidden nature as a taskmaster finally awakened, while Ao, lying on the bed, felt as though his brain was being incessantly hammered by Yang Shua. He had never experienced the tyranny of Yang Shua before. This was a first for him. Everyone emerged with enthusiasm, particularly the newcomers, while Zhao, Xian, Li, and Shi appeared with distorted expressions, recalling unpleasant memories at the sight of the exuberant Yang Shua. Come, comrades, let us get to work. As usual, the people hurried to their posts to begin a new day of labor. Yang Shua's task differed today. He would take the black wolf hunting. An additional 8 mouths to feed, and the tribe's limited supplies could not withstand the strain. Preparation was imperative. Fortunately, since Yang Shua had mastered the art of uniting with the wolf, hunting had become an immensely enjoyable endeavor, especially in spring when prey was plentiful. By day's end, Yang Shua had a satisfactory haul and took the opportunity to inspect the progress of his people, pleased to see their diligent efforts. When evening arrived, the newcomers were once again astonished. How could one person return with 4 deer? The tribe had long since grown accustomed to such feats, while the newcomers regarded Yang Shua as a marvel. If only they possessed his prowess, they wouldn't have faced hunger in recent times. During dinner, the newcomer chief presented his necklace to Yang Shua, who symbolically removed a beast's tooth from it, threading it onto his own necklace. In just 2 days, the newcomers had fully pledged their allegiance. Who would not submit to such an impressive chief, such a wondrous tribe? However, the next day, the newcomer chief began to feel a twinge of regret, pondering whether he had acted impulsively. Dong, 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 dong. Comrades, rise and prepare for work. 100 days of struggle awaits. Chapter 83, The Construction of the New City, Part 1. Yang Shua's boundless enthusiasm is quite perplexing. Last night, he toiled over his drawings until he succumbed to slumber. Yet this morning, he astonishingly arrived at the break of dawn, bearing a bamboo tube to rouse the others. No, to awaken them from their repose. As the first light of day illuminated the sky, the group commenced their labor. Fortunately, Yang Shua displayed a degree of humanity. While 2 meals a day may be insufficient, he ensured that both substantial and light meals were provided. This morning, he instructed Li to prepare a hearty meat broth, utilizing a large pot to simmer shredded, air-dried meat alongside some pigweed roots, concocting a nourishing porridge to replenish everyone's strength. Not to mention, Yang Shua had managed to gather a considerable array of edible items thanks to the remaining wild boars. Generally, whatever the wild boars consumed was deemed fit for the tribe, albeit not particularly palatable. Each time he observed the wild boars feasting, he would sample the fare himself, and upon finding it satisfactory, he would sketch it, thus enriching the tribe's culinary repertoire over time. Despite being summoned to work at such an early hour, upon returning after a morning of labor to find steaming meat broth waiting, the group was filled with joy, eagerly lining up to receive their bowls and swiftly consuming the warm sustenance, invigorated to resume their tasks. After days of relentless excavation, the entire drainage canal was finally completed. Yet this was merely the beginning. Yang Shua then unveiled a treasured scroll from his back. This scroll was crafted from specially prepared grass paper, finely ground from wood shavings and weeds, rendering it far more delicate than ordinary grass paper. Upon this substantial square sheet, 9 circles were depicted, 8 small and 1 large, encased within a square, which in turn was surrounded by a rectangle divided into several sections, the specifics of which remained a mystery. Master, what is this? Zhan and Wang inquired, glancing curiously at the diagram in Yang Shua's hand. You too, examine this object and compare it with what lies here. Does it seem familiar? Yang Shua gestured towards the drainage canal on the ground and pointed to a broad line on the drawing. Then back at the lines Zhan had sketched. As Yang Shua spoke, the two alternated their gazes between the drawing and the canal, gradually recognizing the correlation. Finally, the lines on the ground began to merge with those on the paper, revealing the entire area vividly in their minds. Hiss! Zhan and Wang gasped in astonishment. If this represented the drainage canal, how vast must this entire area be? They stood on a plain by the riverbank, not entirely level but gently sloping towards the distant waters, and Yang Shua adeptly utilized this gradient to organize the drainage system. Now that the canal had been excavated, while the river water began to flow in, it was halted after only a few meters by the incline. Come on, comrades, let us continue digging. Do you see the wooden stakes ahead? The drainage canal must extend to that point. Ayo, you take 2 others and keep digging. The rest, follow me. We have a more pressing task. Beside the drainage canal, piles of bricks were already efficiently arranged. The excavation of the canal was just the beginning for long-term use. It required meticulous finishing. Yang Shua led the group in constructing walls, transporting river water in clay pots, while the excavated soil was perfectly suited for mixing with mud, allowing them to stand within the canal to line its interior. Given the softer soil beneath, Yang Shua had devised a specific strategy. Remnants of tree stumps from recent land clearing were bound with ropes to create compacting tools. The group split into 2 teams, one on either side of the canal, using the stumps to compact the soil beneath, while the others constructed the walls on this solid foundation. Once the base of the canal was firmly compacted, a layer of mud was applied, and bricks were neatly arranged below, with double-layered walls erected on either side to prevent leaks. Constructing the walls became significantly easier. By the end of the day, the drainage canal resembled a serpent crawling from the riverbank towards the base, and with the assistance of Ao and the others, they successfully completed the interior lining of the canal just as the sun set. Comrades, your hard work is appreciated. Tonight, we feast. Yang Shua beamed at the vibrant red waterway, a foundational structure of the tribe, marking the commencement of genuine progress. Indeed, the drainage canal was not yet fully complete. The ideal state would see wooden planks covering it entirely, rendering it invisible. However, crafting these planks was labor-intensive, so they would settle for leaving a passage wide enough for carts. It must be said that the primitive brothers were straightforward, as long as they were well-fed and well-hydrated. Everything was negotiable. Despite being roused early each day, as long as the provisions were ample, their enthusiasm soared. The following morning, the group arrived at the base with great anticipation, for Yang Shua declared that today marked the official commencement of the tribe's city wall construction. Among the tribe, only a handful had participated in previous wall projects. Shi and Qian remained at the brick kiln, while he stayed at home. Only Yang Shua, Wang Sun, and a few women were aware of the undertaking, with even Ao oblivious to it. In contrast to the drainage canal, the construction of the city wall was a far grander endeavor, so extensive that Yang Shua contemplated whether they could complete it. After several days of deliberation, he ultimately resolved to construct only the inner wall, deferring the rest for another time. This decision reduced the scale of the project to a mere 1/10. Yet it still loomed as a formidable task. Firstly, the foundation for the wall required excavation, while the drainage canal was dug to a depth of 1 meter. The city wall must reach at least 1.5 meters. Moreover, learning from the recent earthquake, Yang Shua decided to undertake a more substantial construction. In the small stream adjacent to the tribe, there were numerous stones of various sizes, pebbles, fragments, and more. Over the past few days, several new tribal brothers had ceased transporting bricks and dedicated their efforts to gathering stones from the stream, loading them into carts for transport. Yang Shua divided the inner city into 2 sections, the left inner city and the right inner city. Initially, he had not intended such a division, but given the shortage of manpower, he had to separate the project to ensure prompt habitation. Due to the urgency of the work, Yang Shua felt an ongoing sense of urgency. The armor and iron spear could not provide him with the security he sought, but the 3-meter-high city wall could. The group embarked on a new round of excavation. Apart from the difficulties beneath the drainage canal, they could labor vigorously elsewhere. For the primitive people were muscular and possessed ample strength. Under their concerted efforts, they excavated outward from the drainage canal, and at that moment, the first load of stones arrived. Several strong brothers were enlisted to drag heavy stumps to level the ground. As the stones cascaded into the 2-meter-wide, 1.5-meter-deep foundation, and after some soil was backfilled and compacted with the stumps, the day's work was accomplished. This time, Yang Shua aimed to establish a solid foundation. He was determined to provide the tribe with an indestructible home, a sanctuary free from disturbance. Chapter 84. The Construction of the New City, Part 2. The entire foundation for the city wall was rendered extraordinarily solid by Yang Shua. The soil at the bottom was compacted tightly, a layer of stones laid in the center, and topped with soil that was leveled off. As a result, the depth of 1.5 meters was filled to 1 meter, aligning it with the drainage canal. With such a stable foundation, Yang Shua had no doubt that the wall would stand firm. Furthermore, unlike the previous construction, which consisted of 2 walls sandwiching a layer of soil, he now intended to mix bricks and stones into the inner layer to enhance its strength. The construction of the city walls did not necessitate the completion of the entire foundation. Work could commence once the foundation surrounding the drainage ditch was finished. On one side of the drainage ditch, Yang Shua had left an expansive 3-meter-wide gateway. In the present day, the tribe possessed means of transportation, making the act of scaling walls somewhat impractical. Thus, from the entrance, the workers began to lay bricks at the base, and with each elevation of several centimeters, They added a layer of soil mixed with stones and fragments of brick. This arduous task proved burdensome for a few of the newcomers, who not only had to gather stones from the stream, but also venture into the ruins of the former tribe to collect bricks. At this moment, Yang Shuo finally fell akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang, overseeing the construction of the Great Wall, reminiscent of the days when he employed convicts for labor, discarding those who perished directly into the wall as fill material. Reflecting on this, Yang Shuo instinctively cast a glance at the laborers toiling away. Everyone was fervently engaged in their work, perspiration pouring down their brows as they energetically swung their tools. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, causing a shiver to run down their necks. Layer upon layer of the wall, earth, fragments of brick, and stones, required careful compression with tree stumps to ensure structural integrity. To prevent the surrounding walls from succumbing to excessive pressure, Yang Shuo adopted a pyramid-like structure, widening at the base and gradually tapering upward, relying on gravitational stability to reinforce the construction. The gateway, however, presented a particular challenge. It could not possess any slope. Consequently, Yang Shuo opted to thicken the wall by 3 layers, forming a right angle that ultimately seemed to support the formidable weight. From a distance, the landscape along the riverbank revealed 2 mounds rising to half the height of a person, painted in a vivid red hue. Upon these mounds stood several individuals, straining to pull ropes and tirelessly pounding the earth beneath their feet. The incorporation of stones and bricks had significantly slowed the pace of construction. Yang Shuo had contemplated this trade-off, yet ultimately prioritized quality. Even in the face of an earthquake, he was determined to avoid a collapse akin to the previous disaster. Ao had also discussed this matter with Yang Shuo, having witnessed the construction firsthand. Deeply impressed by Yang Shuo's wisdom, he nonetheless questioned why the wall was not being erected more swiftly, as this would alleviate the tribe's precarious existence. Yang Shuo promptly dismissed the idea. He had no desire to endure another grueling experience. Despite the tribe's unprecedented growth, a mere encounter with a formidable predator clan could exact a terrible toll. He was unwilling to risk even a single life. Having just vanquished a pack of saber-toothed tigers, they were in a position of power on this land. Yet the passage of time could usher in unforeseen variables, leaving little room for stability and infrastructure development. As days turned into weeks, the red earth gradually extended outward, inching towards the drainage ditch, where Yang Shuo encountered his first significant obstacle. Due to his insistence on quality, the weight of the wall became considerable. The drainage ditch measured a full meter in width, and even with wooden planks laid across it, the structure could not bear such an immense load. Nevertheless, Yang Shuo ultimately succeeded in completing the wall, simultaneously addressing a safety concern for the tribe. While the drainage ditch facilitated convenience, it posed a risk if anything were to burrow through. Ao proposed a clever solution. Why not construct a few layers of wall inside? After all, it only needs to allow water to flow through. This suggestion illuminated Yang Shuo's mind. It resembled a modern-day floor drain. After a brief assessment of the width, he determined it was just right to build a wall layer separated by a brick, effectively dividing the drainage ditch. He then added several layers of wooden planks on top. And with the support of the underlying walls, the strength of the planks finally met the necessary standards. Consequently, Yang Shuo reduced the quantity of stones and bricks used, allowing the wall to extend successfully in that direction. After more than 2 months of diligent effort, the wall was finally completed to 1/3 of its intended height. With this third of the wall erected, the members of the Yang Shuo tribe seemed to experience a newfound sense of belonging and security. At the behest of the collective, the tribe undertook a grand relocation effort. The former bunker was gradually dismantled, with all resources transported via carts, and food along with other equipment systematically moved to the new site. The remnants of the old tribe were reduced to mere depressions in the ground, along with a hero's tower and a high furnace situated at the edge of the tribe's new domain. Yang Shuo had no intention of abandoning this place. The departure of Li and Sun was merely the beginning, even if he was reluctant to admit it. In the tribe's future development, many others would undoubtedly make sacrifices. Yet their contributions would not be forgotten. This former ruin would, in time, become the tribe's burial ground. All departed kin would find their rest here, with the most distinguished honored by inscriptions on stone, memorialized upon the hero's tower for future generations to remember. Guarding the third of the wall, the people gathered around a bonfire, surprisingly continuing their labors. Yang Shuo was astonished by the depth of their reliance on the wall, having endured precarious days. They longed for the security of sleeping soundly within its embrace. With the addition of night shifts, the pace of construction surged once more, though overtime came without compensation. And the following morning, Yang Shuo would rouse everyone with his persistent calls. After several weeks, the laborers had noticeably lost weight. Beyond the daily toil, Yang Shuo also showcased his remarkable skill, the unity of man and wolf. At this juncture, he reaffirmed that the world he had traversed was anything but ordinary. The intelligence of the black wolf was akin to that of a 10-year-old child, while even the cubs displayed a capacity for understanding comparable to that of a 3 to 5-year-old. The generally high intelligence of animals puzzled Yang Shua, leaving him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, recalling the saber-toothed tiger's behavior, exhibiting not only brute strength but also displays of dominance, he pondered whether this was indeed a favorable development for humanity in this world. The daily routine consisted of construction, meals, and periodic weeding and tidying of the fields. After the black cub was once more expelled, the first season's wild grasses reached maturity, and the wall entered its final stages of completion. Everything seemed idyllic. Although the new base of the tribe consisted only of a wall, its security was unparalleled. The people sharpened their tools, preparing for the harvest, when unexpectedly, another unforeseen event unfolded. Chapter 85. This planet is far from tranquil. As spring waned, the weather began to warm. With rising temperatures, the grass seeds flourished, and the tribe reveled in their various achievements when a troubling thought crept into Yang Shuo's mind. In the dead of night, both the black cub and the black wolf exhibited unusual behavior, causing Yang Shua to feel a surge of anxiety. Surely the heavens would not conspire against him just as he began to make progress. Not only was Yang Shua anxious, but the tribe's members shared his unease. The last time the black cub had been in Yang Shua's dwelling, it had been unseen by others. Now, as they all dug pits to sleep in the open, everyone could witness the cub's actions, especially with a wolf larger than a human nearby. In the later hours of the night, as anticipated, a familiar tremor coursed through the ground. However, unlike before, they were positioned far from the epicenter, and the quake brought only a mild sensation. The tribe instinctively glanced at the surrounding walls, while Yang Shua felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. As dawn broke, he ascended the wall, meticulously inspecting each inch. Fortunately, his rigorous attention to quality, from the foundation to the fill material and construction method, had paid off. The wall stood resolute and unyielding against the tremors, remaining intact during this earthquake. Yang Shua observed that even if they encountered an earthquake similar to the previous one, this wall was unlikely to collapse. Yet, as he continued his inspection, the ever-observant Wang suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Smoke! There's smoke!" Attracted by the sound of Yang Shua's voice, he stood atop the city wall and gazed in the direction he pointed. There stood the landmark of their mountain range, the highest peak among them. The snow-capped summit reflected the dazzling golden light of the morning sun. However, in contrast to usual days, the peak appeared to be emitting smoke today. Yang Shua was well aware of this. After all, it was an active volcano. Recalling the last volcanic eruption that had left the tribe shrouded in darkness for weeks, resulting in the deaths of numerous animals and even forcing the saber-toothed tigers to migrate, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. If this volcano were to erupt, given their current distance, escape would be a daunting challenge. Yang Shua sensed that the situation had reached an impasse, with the construction of the tribe's new base just beginning and everything flourishing. The sudden emergence of this threat left him pondering their options. Should they abandon the base they had painstakingly established and continue to wander? Or should they stay, risking everything should the volcano erupt and obliterate their home? Observing Yang Shua's troubled expression from below, Ao ascended the ladder to join him on the city wall. "What is wrong, Shua? Is there an issue?" he gently inquired, noting the turmoil on Yang Shua's face. "Ao, do you recall the last earthquake? The one when black snow fell from the sky?" Yang Shua glanced at the distant snow-capped mountain before turning his gaze back to Ao. "Yes, you mentioned it. What was it again? Something about an eruption?" "A volcanic eruption," Yang Shua reminded him. "Right, a volcanic eruption. But what does the smoke signify? What is a volcano?" Ao was perplexed, as the term volcanic eruption held no practical significance for him. He only recalled the ominous black snow that obscured the sun and the ensuing scarcity of food, which left a lasting impression. This volcanic eruption was not a good omen. "That is a volcano." Yang Shua gestured nonchalantly towards the snow-capped mountain behind him. "Last time, we were merely on the periphery of the volcanic eruption zone, largely unaffected. But this time, we find ourselves at its core." As Ao gradually quieted, Yang Shua paused before continuing. "A true volcanic eruption not only brings ash, but also the black substance that fell from the sky last time, as well as lava and flying rocks. If an eruption occurs, boulders will rain down from the heavens, and molten fire will flow from the volcano, incinerating everything in its path, including." He pointed to the ground beneath them, and a silent Ao echoed, "Including the tribe? Indeed, nothing can escape. That's why I'm contemplating whether we should flee or remain here." Ao continued to ponder in silence until he suddenly fixed his gaze on Yang Shua and asked, "Shua, do smoking volcanoes always erupt?" Yang Shua was taken aback by the question. It did seem plausible. There were numerous active volcanoes around the world that emitted smoke without showing signs of eruption. "Not all of them. It's just a possibility," he replied thoughtfully. After a moment of reflection, Ao asked, "So, is a volcanic eruption like an earthquake, swift and sudden?" Yang Shua found himself at a loss for words. He had never experienced a volcanic eruption, but he had seen reports on the news. In the many countries along the Pacific Ring of Fire, there were countless volcanoes, some of which were quite active and had erupted multiple times. Yet the resulting casualties were relatively low, though property damage could be significant. Unlike earthquakes, volcanic eruptions displayed very clear warning signs, often accompanied by increasingly intense activity and more volcanic ash. Typically, once noticeable changes occurred, governments would begin evacuating nearby residents. Even if an eruption did happen, it usually resulted in property loss, with the true victims being the refugees. Very few died directly from the eruption, but the indirect casualties could be significant. Reflecting on this, Yang Shua suddenly grasped something profound. As a transmigrated individual from China, the mindset of cherishing one's homeland was ingrained in him. He yearned for a stable environment and a prosperous life, a home. However, in this chaotic, primitive world, that was not a given, at least not at present. He could strive to create a stable environment, yet he must always harbor the intention to retreat at a moment's notice. In that instant, Yang Shua resolved to remain. The volcano might not erupt, and even if it did, they would have ample time to escape, as long as they did not stand their ground stubbornly. Thus, the focus shifted to preparing an escape plan for the tribe, ensuring its survival and that essential items could be taken along. Clearly, the tribe's means of transportation needed to be increased, and their travel methods should be revised. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed at the herds in the distance. The galloping horses, the grazing cattle, everything was present. Just as he pondered how to enhance the tribe's emergency evacuation plan, the ground suddenly shook violently, and Yang Shua barely managed to steady himself to avoid falling from the wall. It was another earthquake, even more intense than the last, causing the distant herds to stir in alarm. As he watched the smoking snow-capped mountain and felt the tremors beneath him, Yang Shua suddenly sensed that this planet was anything but tranquil. Chapter 86. Unexpected Guests. The construction of the left half of the inner city's walls was nearing completion, leaving little to scrutinize, and the workforce was gradually being rotated. The integration of the new tribe was remarkably swift. As Yang Shua's tribe was inherently a product of diverse amalgamation, primitive people, modern individuals, and even cannibals, coupled with Yang Shua's long-standing promotion of egalitarian ideals, the acceptance of newcomers was exceptionally high. Every day, the gathering of people to learn the language and script left the newcomers envious. The efficient communication afforded by written language and speech held an irresistible allure for the primitive folk, a sentiment Ao deeply understood. At such moments, Yang Shua often found himself overwhelmed, tasked with naming new individuals. His mind was flooded with words, yet when it came to naming, none would surface. The customs of the new tribe starkly contrasted with those of Yang Shua's people. Several women dressed provocatively roamed the tribe, which left Yang Shua feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ultimately, he had no choice but to ask Qin Yunyun and Royo to craft a few sets of animal skin clothing for them to wear, thus achieving a semblance of uniformity in attire. With some individuals freed from their previous tasks, they began to organize the buildings in the left half of the city. The materials salvaged from the bunkers in the tribe were repurposed by Yang Shua. He intended to discard the idea of bunkers entirely. The new city would not require such structures. The memories of last summer's experiences, when floodwaters inundated the area and everyone had to sleep in the square for several days, were still vivid. However, he did not plan to construct houses in the same manner as the nursery. That was simply too labor-intensive. Instead, he sought a balance between the two approaches. This time, there would be no semi-underground buildings. All houses would be above ground. Yang Shua even took the initiative to create raised brick bases, elevating the rooms above the ground level. The circular brick bases were surrounded by earthen walls, with wooden beams erected and embedded within, resulting in a rudimentary wooden wall. Everything followed the style of a yurt, with 3 wooden pillars embedded in the center of the room, forming the most crucial support. The roof beams from the original bunker were then laid upon these pillars, creating the basic framework of the house. With the demand for bricks in the wall construction diminishing, Yang Shua instructed Shi to specifically craft tiles for the new tribe's houses, which would be installed atop the roofs, culminating in the completion of the tribe's new dwellings. In the end, Yang Shua directly covered all the wooden walls with mud. With the timber at hand, the construction of the walls advanced significantly, requiring only the smoothing out of the gaps. At the rear of the house, Yang Shua deliberately left an opening to serve as a chimney for the heated Kong. Undoubtedly, the most celebrated invention was the heated Kong that Yang Shua had replicated. Ever since he recreated it, it had become a treasured asset for the primitive people, especially during this winter. Upon returning home, everyone would sit on the Kong, basking in the warmth beneath them, reminiscing about their struggles in the wild. Such a delightful experience. The house had taken on a simpler design, circular in shape, with a central pillar providing ample support for the walls. Yang Shuo personally crafted a small stove, and even before nightfall, smoke was already billowing from the brick chimney outside. As the onlookers watched the mud gradually dry, a faint mist enveloped the room, and then Jean rushed in, exclaiming, Master, Master, come quickly, there's something in the drainage ditch. Yang Shuo perked up at the news. He had long suspected that there was something in the river. Upon settling in this area, he had intended to catch some fish and had woven 2 fish baskets from vines, baiting them with minced meat and grass seeds, securing them with rope before casting them into the river. However, things took a turn for the worse. Not only did he fail to catch any fish, but he couldn't even retrieve the baskets, as the ropes tethered to the shore had been dragged away. Moreover, Yang Shuo couldn't swim, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare to venture into the river. It was evident that something lurked below the surface, prompting him to abandon his fishing endeavors and focus instead on hunting and gathering. Following Jean to the drainage ditch outside the city, Yang Shuo observed from a distance that a large, dark creature was firmly lodged in the red drainage channel. The closer he approached, the more he sensed something was amiss. Though he had crossed over to another planet, the flora and fauna of this primitive world were still reminiscent of those in modern society. Yet this creature seemed increasingly unfamiliar. It wasn't until they stood near the drainage ditch that Yang Shuo could truly discern the creature's form. If he were to draw a comparison to a modern animal, it would likely be an alligator, with its 4 limbs and robust tail, resembling an oversized axolotl. Its back was slick with skin, speckled with patches of keratin. Goodness, that thing must be 2 meters long. Yang Shuo mused, scrutinizing the creature, which had taken residence at the endpoint of the drainage ditch where he had only excavated and not laid bricks, creating a large mud pit that was just right for such a beast. Could it be that it intends to make this its den? With the arrival of Yang Shuo and his companions, the creature stirred, casting a glance at them before swiftly vanishing into the river. Yang Shuo's curiosity was piqued. It seemed this creature was the one that had previously confiscated his fish baskets. He decided to call it an alligator, uncertain if it would return. As dusk descended, Yang Shuo chose not to concern himself with it any further. The next morning, Jean rushed over again. Master, Master, come and see. That creature has returned. Unlike the previous occasion, Yang Shuo spotted a dark mass at the end of the drainage ditch from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the outlet of the drainage ditch had been blocked by the alligator, which had brought in wood and aquatic plants from who knows where. Utilizing the pit Yang Shuo had dug, the primitive alligator had fashioned itself a comfortable nest, settling in comfortably at Yang Shuo's location. Hey, do you take me for invisible? Let me test your limits. Yang Shuo picked up a stick and began poking at the alligator's nest. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and before he could blink, the stick in his hand snapped in 2. He looked up to see the primitive alligator emerging from its nest, and at that moment, he felt that calling it an alligator was somewhat inadequate. The creature was now demonstrating its prowess, gaping its massive jaws and emitting strange hissing sounds. What astonished Yang Shuo the most was the creature's mouth. He had seen alligators on television, aware of their formidable bite force and interlocking rows of teeth. But this creature possessed multiple rows of teeth akin to a shark. Its crimson tongue paired with the neatly arranged teeth sent chills down his spine, should it bite him. It would be a topic of study for a year on a scientific program. This creature is a bit too dangerous. Jean, alert everyone in the tribe to exercise caution while fetching water. If possible, let them use carts to transport water from the creek in the mountains. We must avoid approaching this river. Chapter 87. Brother Ao, I have an idea. Yang Shuo and Ao squatted by the drainage ditch, observing the unexpected guest below. The creature seemed quite at home, occupying the space and refusing to leave. Yang Shuo, upon attempting to approach, was startled. The two exchanged glances, realizing they had to drive it away, lest the drainage ditch become blocked. Yang Shuo suddenly stood up and said to Ao, Brother Ao, I have an idea. He hurried back to the tribe, where the still-sealed left city had a large gate exposed. He dashed inside and emerged with an iron spear, rushing back to Ao's side. Ao looked at Yang Shuo wielding the iron spear. Your idea. It isn't to stab it, is it? Having never encountered such a creature before, Ao had spent his life dealing with the flora and fauna of the land. This was indeed his first encounter with such a being. Correct. Let's go? Yang Shuo concentrated all his strength, driving his foot into the ground and thrusting the iron spear forcefully towards the alligator's back. With a resounding thud, the spear slipped from his hand. He had thought he could vanquish the creature in one blow, but was taken aback by the hardness of the alligator's armored back. His right hand trembled violently from the impact, leaving him momentarily stunned. The primitive alligator, startled by the sudden attack, quickly emerged from its lair. Turning to see Yang Shuo, the one who had provoked it the day before, fury igniting in its heart, and it lunged toward him with its mouth agape. Oh no, it's tough. Brother Ao, run. Yang Shuo bolted, with Ao following suit as they dashed toward the tribe, which lacked a large gate. They managed to evade the alligator's pursuit and collapsed within the tribe, gasping for breath. Yang Shua rubbed his hand repeatedly. The tingling sensation was just beginning to fade. While Ao had already regained his composure, sighing as he addressed Yang Shua, I never expected its back to be so tough. The iron spear couldn't penetrate it. I saw it bend. What a pity for your spear. We have so few iron spears in our tribe. Don't you feel the loss? Upon hearing Ao's words, Yang Shua, who had been massaging his hand, suddenly froze, an awkward smile spreading across his face as he prepared to leave. Ahem, it's no big deal. I can just make another one. I'm not bothered. It was yours anyway, haha. What do you mean, it was yours? My spear? Ao nearly exploded at Yang Shua's comment. What was that? He had taken his spear. Yang Shua, feeling guilty, chuckled nervously and attempted to escape. Ao, realizing what had transpired, was filled with rage and kicked out at Yang Shua, landing a blow to his backside. Ouch! Yang Shua shot off like a meteor, leaving the onlookers in the tribe, who were busy tidying up the last of the city walls and ground, utterly shocked as they witnessed their chief being sent flying by Ao's kick, landing in a rather undignified manner. Wow, brother Ao, are you planning to take over as chief from the master? Jean observed Yang Shua, who was on the ground rubbing his backside, and said with a glance, well, I'm not sure. It shouldn't be the case. The tribe leader's chief is partly given by brother Ao, so it can't be true, can it? Perhaps there's some misunderstanding? Not only were the two little ones whispering, but the onlookers around them also began to gossip. Once the crocodile calmed down, Yang Shua stealthily retrieved the shattered iron spear, while Ao looked at the now bent and misshapen weapon with a pained expression, wishing he could give Yang Shua a kick. The tribe members learned about Yang Shua's remarkable feat throughout the day and, after some contemplation, felt that Ao's kick had been too lenient. Aware of his guilt, Yang Shua spent the day grinning foolishly. When evening arrived and everyone gathered for dinner, Yang Shua quietly approached Ao, asking, what do you want? With a broad smile, he sat beside Ao and declared, brother Ao, I have an idea. Upon hearing this, Ao felt a familiar itch in his foot, noticing Yang Shua's fidgeting gaze. He instinctively rubbed his backside and said, don't rush, this time it's a good idea. Just listen to me. Ao was calmed by Yang Shua's demeanor and began to listen, knowing it was surely about the primitive crocodile outside. This creature had been a significant hindrance to the tribe's construction efforts, and he had seen Yang Shua's plans, which included many things along the riverbank. Brother Ao, what if we turned that creature over and gave it a jab in the belly? Wouldn't that take care of it in one go? Ao nodded in agreement, as both had carefully observed the crocodile today. Its entire body was a deep blackish green, with a thick layer of keratin covering its back, and a noticeable scar on the right rear where a large piece had cracked off. Clearly, Yang Shua had inflicted considerable damage. Yang Shua crouched down to examine the creature from below, considering how it resembled a crocodile. Surely its belly couldn't be armored as well. After contemplating Yang Shua's description and recalling what they had seen that day, Ao felt a glimmer of hope. If they could indeed turn the beast over and stab it with a spear, they might have a chance to kill it. However, he inquired, how do you plan to turn it over? This question left Yang Shua momentarily speechless. Indeed, how would they manage that? Suddenly, a documentary clip flashed before Yang Shua's eyes, depicting the migration of African wildebeests crossing a river, surrounded by lurking crocodiles. The captured wildebeest was held fast by several crocodiles, while others displayed their deadly rolling technique. Despite their powerful bites, crocodiles could not slice their prey but relied on rolling to tear it apart before swallowing. If this creature outside was anything like a crocodile, then when it executed its death roll, they could strike its belly, thereby resolving the matter. Early the next morning, Yang Shua dragged a cart with the black wolf and didn't return until the afternoon, laden with 3 ram carcasses, which he unceremoniously dropped on the ground. Brother Ao, follow me, I have a plan. Ao observed Yang Shua's triumphant return. Recently, they had been engaged in construction, relying on Yang Shua to provide for the tribe. Despite having the crop seeds from this harvest, he had anticipated that he alone could sustain an entire tribe. Following Yang Shua's instructions, Ao carried the ram to the drainage ditch. After several days of observation, they had deduced that this crocodile was a female. With the weather warming, the mating season for various animals had reached its peak, and this creature had come to lay its eggs near Yang Shua's camp. Brother Ao, toss the ram to her. We'll wait here and try to catch it. Chapter 88. A knife cut reveals problems. Ao carried the ram alongside Yang Shua to the end of the drainage ditch, where the primitive crocodile had meticulously repaired its lair. The earth below had been excavated into a deep pit, and branches had been arranged to form a roof, level with the water's surface, allowing entry only from beneath. Well done, today marks your end, Yang Shua murmured as he took the ram from Ao and tossed it onto the riverbank. Ao crouched down and swiftly slit the ram's throat with a knife, since it had been dead for a while. The The blood had partially congealed and dripped slowly, creating a small pool. This creature is truly cautious. I can smell the blood, yet it remains unmoved. Ao watched the lair intently. Both of them concealed behind a pile of bricks, fixated on the distant ram, waiting for the primitive crocodile to appear. After a long silence, at last, a ripple appeared on the distant riverbank, extending from the lair. In the middle of the river, a dark figure slowly emerged. The primitive crocodile approached the ram's carcass like a lizard, its limbs moving alternately, twisting its body with each step. Upon reaching the ram, the crocodile opened its massive jaws and clamped down on its hind leg. Even though Yang Shua had witnessed the crocodile's maw several times, he felt a shiver of fear as he observed its enormous jaws snap onto the ram's leg, 3 rows of teeth piercing through flesh. The sensation was such that even if one managed to escape, they would surely lose several pounds of meat. Unaccountably, Yang Shua felt a pain in his thigh and shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Ao. Yang Shua shared his thoughts, and if his assumptions were correct, they were about to witness a dramatic scene, the death roll. However, such predators typically tore off flesh to consume it, lacking the sharp claws of terrestrial hunters. It was highly likely they would rely on rolling to achieve their goal. As they exchanged glances, the primitive crocodile commenced its performance. It clamped down on the ram's hind leg, its tail propelling it like a propeller, and with the motion of its limbs, it began to roll on the ground. 1 roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls. Even from 10 meters away, Yang Shua could hear the sound of the ram's leg bones fracturing. He couldn't help but envision the agony of being caught by such a creature, certainly worse than death. With this realization, both men assumed a combat stance as the primitive crocodile swallowed the ram's leg whole, and then, opening its jaws, bit down on another hind leg. As it exerted itself and began to roll along the riverbank, Yang Shua seized the moment. He had been poised for this, and in an instant, he hurled his iron spear. The mere 10 meters felt like child's play. Whoosh, thud, crash. The sound of tearing leather echoed, followed by a dull thud as the spear struck the rolling primitive crocodile's belly. Unlike its back, the crocodile's belly was remarkably soft, and the sharp spear pierced it effortlessly. Yang Shua could hardly fathom the pain. The spear penetrated the crocodile's belly and traversed its entire body, attempting to break through its back. Yet, the crocodile's back was not merely that of any ordinary creature. It was evidently resilient, and the spear collided with its tough keratin layer, producing a muffled thud as it became lodged within. The primitive crocodile, in the midst of its meal, suddenly suffered a fatal blow, releasing a pained roar as the spear became trapped within its body. Even as it struggled to roll over, the lengthy spear shaft severely hindered its movements. The carcass of the bighorn sheep lay at a considerable distance from the river's center, while the primordial crocodile yearned to return to the water. However, the trail of blood oozing from its body betrayed its presence. Each movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through it, with the spear still embedded in the ground. It could only shift its body slightly to maneuver the spear, inching forward ever so slightly. Just as the primordial crocodile was a mere step away from the river, it finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing helplessly at the water's edge, allowing its vitality to drain away. Yang Shua initially thought that this was sufficient. Surely, this creature would not survive. He was preparing to pull Ao back to the tribe when, unexpectedly, Ao suddenly dashed forward. In an instant, Ao leaped onto the crocodile's back from behind, and, gripping a machete with both hands, plunged it into the side of the creature's neck. With a sickening sound, the primordial crocodile was dealt another grievous blow, snapping its head around to retaliate with a gaping maw, but Ao nimbly evaded the strike. Deftly withdrawing the machete from the crocodile's neck, blood gushed forth, painting the riverbank a vivid crimson. This decisive strike drained the crocodile of its remaining life force, mercifully ending its suffering, though it left Yang Shua thoroughly alarmed. Good heavens, are you out of your mind? If that bite had landed on you, would you still be alive? What were you thinking? Yang Shua's temper flared. Ao was one of the tribe's most vital figures. If something were to happen to him, how could he manage such a large tribe alone? Feeling the heat of Yang Shua's reprimand, Ao awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem, I couldn't resist. With such a formidable prey, it felt a bit disappointing not to engage it personally. Yang Shua rolled his eyes at this. Realizing that this was the belief of primitive humans, the warriors of the tribe were invincible, and whenever faced with a formidable foe, they would rush to confront it. Why didn't you test it before I thrust the spear? Honestly, this is infuriating. The two of them struggled to drag the crocodile away from the riverbank, loading it onto a cart to transport back to the tribe. The villagers, upon encountering this creature up close for the first time, were filled with curiosity, gathering around to touch and examine it. Yang Shua, however, returned to the drainage ditch, using a shovel to demolish the entire nest. To his surprise, he discovered a treasure trove, over a dozen primordial crocodile eggs nestled within the dismantled nest. Ecstatic, Yang Shua thought to himself, This will greatly enhance our provisions. That evening, the tribe once again savored Yang Shua's culinary skills as the first harvest of grass seeds had come in, leaving the tribe in a state of abundance. Yang Shua elevated the meal's quality significantly. They began with grass seed porridge, which, though the seeds were as they always were, became quite palatable when cooked thoroughly with water. Yang Shua heated a pot with sheep fat, cracking open a dozen crocodile eggs right in, then stir-frying them before adding pig grass, culminating in a large pot of stir-fried crocodile eggs with pig grass. In addition, there was a pot of fried meat, serving 3 generous slices per person, along with a pot of meat soup. The tribe, exhausted from a long day, feasted more lavishly than on a festival, with 2 dishes and a soup. The night passed amidst a chorus of praise from the villagers. The next day, as Yang Shua stepped outside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Oh no. Ayo, you've stirred up trouble with that knife. Chapter 89. The waters of the primitive world run deep. As Yang Shua exited, he sensed something was amiss. At the end of the drainage ditch, a few unfamiliar creatures basked lazily in the sun along the riverbank. Yang Shua was aware of the dangers lurking in the waters surrounding the tribe, but he had not anticipated such peril. The river flowed from the mountains on the other side of the snow-capped peaks, fed by numerous streams that converged. By the time it reached the plains where Yang Shua stood, it had swelled to a considerable width of over 10 meters. Initially, he thought there would be little of consequence in such a northern region, but the primitive world revealed depths he had not expected, teeming with strange entities even within a single river. Yesterday, Ao had slashed the primordial crocodile's throat by the river, blood splattering everywhere, yet by dawn, the traces of blood had vanished, replaced by a scatter of indistinguishable marks. Yang Shua regarded the unknown creatures along the riverbank, uncertain of their threat level. He resorted to using bricks to drive them away. After a few thrown bricks, the creatures swiftly dove into the water, leaving only splashes behind. Yang Shua had always deemed terrestrial life frightful enough. He never imagined the aquatic realm held even greater perils. This presented a dilemma: how to install the tribe's water extraction equipment. If someone were to enter the water, the chances of emerging unscathed seemed slim. Observing the relatively calm surface of the water, he found himself troubled, compounded by the fact that he could not swim. While Yang Shua wrestled with these thoughts, Zhan and Wang approached. In recent days, the others had been busy constructing housing, while Zhan and Wang had been dispatched on a new mission. Master, we found it! Zhan exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly. Following the two, Yang Shua arrived at a small mound in a distant grove on a hillside. What he was about to undertake was monumental. Building the tribe's base was merely a task of considerable scale with little technical complexity. But the endeavor he was embarking upon now ranked second in overall difficulty. Nothing could surpass it. Upon inspection, they found the mound teeming with large ants, their bodies black with a distinctive red ring encircling their midsections. The mound itself stood out, a stark gray against the surrounding black soil, catching the eye. Yang Shua believed that the next material revolution in the primitive world hinged on this ant hill. Every material revolution had significantly propelled the tribe's advancement. From pottery to iron tools, he felt certain that, barring unforeseen circumstances, their tribe would emerge as the foremost in the primitive world. After all, not every tribe was fortunate enough to have a modern individual transcend time to assume the role of chieftain. However, approaching the ant hill posed challenges. Yang Shua surveyed the ants, each no larger than a fingernail, and pondered the sheer number of them. The saying the multitude of ants can bring down an elephant was no exaggeration. He hesitated to engage, wishing he had the full protective gear of a modern firefighter. Looking at his primitive attire, a short skirt made of animal skin, he felt uncomfortable even contemplating an approach, as it would be akin to jumping into the river. Nonetheless, Yang Shua remained unperturbed. In nature, it was common for one creature to subdue another. If necessary, he could always resort to fire as a last measure, patiently waiting for the right moment. Several locations in the forest bore similar giant ant hills, all marked by Zhan and Wang. Yang Shua estimated they had identified about a dozen in total, which seemed sufficient. Upon returning to the tribe, he found a group gathered by the river, seemingly engaged in some activity. Yang Shua felt a surge of apprehension. He had warned them to keep their distance from the river for safety, yet here they were, congregating. As he approached, he realized Ao was standing at the riverbank, clutching a thick rope made from cow hair, extending into the water, swaying with the current. Heavens! Please tell me you're not fishing, my friend. Your evolution is progressing too rapidly. Yang Shua rushed forward, and the onlookers parted to make way for him. As he neared, he caught sight of several peculiar creatures along the bank. Though they resembled fish, they were of considerable size and bore strange shapes. Yang Shua remained transfixed beside Ao, watching as he patiently awaited whatever was to come, still grappling with the surreality of the situation. Gurgle! Suddenly, a splash erupted from the river ahead, and the fine rope was tautly drawn, forcing Ao to grasp it with all his might. Gradually, he tightened his hold, ultimately dragging forth a sizable fish weighing around 20 pounds. It was then that Yang Shua noticed Ao was utilizing the iron spear he had employed a few days prior to slay the primitive crocodile. The spear had bent upon striking the crocodile's back, prompting Ao to break it and subsequently reshape the tip into a formidable fishhook. Fortunately, the pristine environment of this primordial world was abundant with fish of such heft. Otherwise, with a hook of this size, one might assume he was angling for crocodiles instead. With the fish's emergence from the water, a chorus of cheers erupted from the tribe, leaving Yang Shua with a throbbing headache. It became evident that while they had been standing idly, they were merely indulging in this pastime, much like his modern cousin who relished fishing. Disperse. Have the houses been erected? You stand here watching while we need to sleep outside tonight. Hurry. Have the pigs been fed? No? Then be swift. If the pigs grow lean, I shall feast upon you. He turned to the others. And you, Yun Yun, why are you joining this commotion? Quickly return with Sister Ro to finish processing the grass seeds. It has been days since the harvest, and it remains undone. If you don't act soon, they will sprout. Shen Yun stuck out her tongue at Yang Shua, linking her arm with Rose as they departed. Under Yang Shua's urging, the others returned to their respective tasks, while Zhan and Wang resumed their search for ant nests, leaving only Yang Shua and Ao by the riverbank. Ao, how did you come up with this idea? Yang Shua inquired, gesturing towards the object in Ao's hand. Ao had just extracted the fishhook from the fish's mouth, and he also retrieved a morsel of flesh that had been swallowed. The poor fish had undergone a mere fleeting ordeal, its flesh entering only to be expelled. Which one? This? Oh, Li told me about it. He spoke of it while I was sleeping last night. Upon hearing Li's name, Yang Shua couldn't help but chuckle. Could one truly receive dreams from him? Nonetheless, he had not given much thought to fishing himself, having merely experimented with a fish basket. While he undoubtedly caught fish, they were consumed by some unseen entity in the river. After all, he had no leisure to guard it vigilantly, as the pressure for sustenance was immense. He had to resort to casting nets and employing traps simultaneously, then join Li and the others in hunting, just to secure a meager meal each day and stave off hunger. However, Yang Shua's understanding of this world was about to shift once more. The intelligence of the animals was evidently high, and the primitive humans were not far behind. Their swift acquisition of language and writing capabilities suggested they were certainly no less capable than modern individuals. Contemplating this, Yang Shua found himself increasingly curious about this world. What kind of realm could give rise to such an array of extraordinary species? The waters of this primitive world seemed to run deep indeed.